Academic elites, cutting-edge technology. A nation-building strategy against terrorism. High school student Song He obtains the academic elite's resentment system. By breaking the mental defenses of top students, he can exchange them for various cutting-edge technologies. So, Song He constantly pushes the top students to their limits. You angrily take first place in the grade, causing all the top students' rankings to drop. Resentment value 10,000. You receive a special allowance for your research achievements, with treatment exceeding that of your teacher. Resentment value 1,000. Ding Yangza, the second-ranked student in the class, learns that his crush is your simp, causing his mental breakdown. Resentment value 800. You announce a technological blockade against unfriendly countries. Resentment value 400 million. Your accumulated resentment value exceeds 100,000 points, gaining the skill of photographic memory. Your accumulated resentment value exceeds 1 million points, gaining life-extending gene technology. Your accumulated resentment value exceeds 10 million points, gaining a sample of an interstellar spaceship. Song He is losing his nerve. These top students are so easily broken down. At this rate, I might truly become invincible. Chapter 1. This new student is quite remarkable. On the enrollment day at the 4th High School of Jinghai City, the gates swung open with a thunderous clamor, and a throng of eager students surged through, akin to an army breaching a fortress. Song He clutched his backpack tightly and charged forward, his blood pressure surging. A new battle had commenced. The fierce competition at Jinghai 4th High School was upon him. As the crowd pressed onward, Song He cast curious glances around. Flanking him were the newly constructed teaching buildings, tall and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity. Over the years, countless prodigies had ascended to greatness here, while many unfortunate underachievers had been crushed under the weight of ambition. It was break time, and students from the 2nd and 3rd years stood by the windows, observing the scene below with varied expressions, gazing down at the sea of newcomers. The freshmen looked so naive. They're in for a rude awakening. I wonder if there will be any prodigies skipping grades this year. Last year, a genius from Class 8 took the college entrance exam early. Kids, run. High school is a terrifying place. They say hard work will make you a top student, but that's just a trap. When I entered last year, I dreamed of attending Tsinghua University, but after 2 weeks of classes, I was sleeping like a log. Let's give the freshmen a box of exam papers, one for each student. If the neighboring school sees this, they'll think we can't afford it. Song He's expression darkened. The upperclassmen were indeed filled with resentment. Suddenly, the campus broadcast blared over the cacophony. Attention, all new students. Regular class students, please report to the East Building number 1. Elitist class students, head to the West Building number 2. Rocket class students, please proceed to the principal's office in the administrative building. The crowd swiftly divided, and Song He glanced at the building numbers, hastening toward building number 2. Even on the first day, distinctions were already drawn. Although high school was a hellish experience, it had its own layers of torment. High school resembled a sect from a fantastical realm, where hard power reigned supreme and grades were akin to cultivation levels. Those with higher scores enjoyed elevated status. Just as he took a few steps, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Song He, you're also attending 4th High. You're in the wrong line. This is for the elitist class. Regular class is in the opposite direction. Song He turned, astonished to see Zhao Yi, a classmate from middle school. After a summer apart, she had blossomed into an even more striking young woman. Her fair complexion and high ponytail framed a figure that had become notably more alluring, clad in loose sportswear. Yet her beauty remained undeniable. I'm not lost. I'm heading to the elitist class. Song He replied with a smile. That can't be right. Didn't you score 620 on the high school entrance exam? You need over 640 to qualify for the elitist class. Zhao Yi paused, her eyes wide. You should be in the regular class. Check your enrollment documents again to be sure. Song He immediately retrieved his enrollment paperwork and unfolded it. Song He, 620 points, elitist class 2. Zhao Yi was taken aback. No way. I'm also in elitist class 2. But how can you be in the elitist class with that score? Do you have some special talent? Song He smiled enigmatically. My last name is Song, and coincidentally, the vice principal shares the same surname. Zhao Yi was left speechless. Let's go. If fate allows, we'll be classmates for 3 years. Hurry to the classroom and secure a good seat. Song He deftly changed the subject. Zhao Yi learns you have connections. Her mood sours slightly. Resentment value 1. Accumulating 10 points of resentment value can activate the system. Suddenly, subtitles appeared before Song He's eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief. Had he activated a system? Was this an illusion? He resolved to limit his online browsing. If a system truly manifested, it would be troublesome, with daily tasks akin to servitude. After completing the enrollment procedures downstairs, the two quickly ascended to their classroom. The students were remarkably swift, and nearly all the seats were occupied. Only two desks by the window in the front remained vacant. A formidable middle-aged man, resembling a fierce tiger, sat beside one of the empty desks. His stern countenance and the aura of terror he exuded suggested he could devour a student whole at any moment. With trepidation, Song He approached. "Good afternoon, teacher." The homeroom teacher remained silent. Rising to make space, 3 desks were arranged side by side. Zhao Yi squeezed into the innermost position, while Song He took the middle seat. To Song He's astonishment, the teacher sat down again. His imposing frame nearly brushing against him. A stack of enrollment forms lay on the desk, and the teacher was busy checking them off, reminiscent of Yama, the king of hell, marking his ledger of life and death. It seemed to be occupied for a while. Nervously, Song He retreated slightly, pulling out his mathematics textbook. During the summer after the entrance exam, he had been extraordinarily ambitious, fervently preparing for high school courses, studying rigorously from dawn till dusk, akin to a relentless pursuit of excellence. His math textbook was thoroughly annotated, each page soaked with the sweat of his labor. He pulled out a mock exam paper from the pages and began to write with a gel pen. The sound of the pen tapping against the desk caught the teacher's attention, his sharp gaze turning towards him, eyebrows slightly raised. "Self-studying during the break?" The teacher inquired, glancing at the exam paper with a hint of surprise. "What have you learned?" "I've covered compulsory volumes 1, 2, and 3, as well as elective volume 1. Song He replied confidently. "I have a solid grasp of the material." Zhao Yi, seated beside him, overheard and gasped in shock, turning to look at Song He. Had he truly mastered all 4 books before classes even began? Was he really bragging in front of the teacher? Did he not fear the consequences? The teacher's brow furrowed. The flicker of amusement he had shown vanished. "Mastered it, have you? Then tell me, what are the basic steps to draw a frequency distribution histogram?" The teacher's expression turned grave as he prepared to reprimand this audacious newcomer, eager to seize the opportunity to instill fear in the rest of the class. Zhao Yi cast a sympathetic glance at Song He, thinking, if the teacher really questions him, this won't end well. He must be panicking now. The first step is to calculate the range. The second step is to determine the group width and number of groups. The third step is to group the data. And the fourth step is to create the frequency distribution table, which includes the groups, cumulative frequency, frequency, and relative frequency. The total frequency equals the sample size, and the total relative frequency equals 1. Song He replied at lightning speed, swiftly sketching a sample diagram on his draft paper. Finally, we draw the frequency distribution histogram, with the horizontal axis representing the sample data and the vertical axis representing frequency divided by the group width. Zhao Yi was stunned. This wasn't the narrative she had anticipated. Shouldn't Song He be stammering and facing a scolding from the teacher? How could he possibly answer so adeptly? A flicker of surprise crossed the teacher's eyes, and his pent-up irritation suddenly diminished by half. His plans for a grand reprimand were thwarted. What are the basic steps to derive the equation of curve? The teacher pressed on. Establish a coordinate system. Express the coordinates of any point M on the curve using ordered pairs, x, y. Write the set of points M that satisfy condition P in coordinate form, and list the equation f, x, y, 0, simplifying it to its most basic form. Song He responded fluently. It's important to note 2 things. Generally, the solution set remains the same before and after simplification. Those special cases may require clarification. Additionally, depending on the situation, the second step can sometimes be omitted, allowing for a direct formulation of the curve equation. The teacher's gaze transformed entirely, as if a craftsman had effortlessly revealed a stunning jade hidden within a rock. This student was indeed remarkable. The questions he had just asked were among the most challenging on the college entrance exam, and Song He's flawless responses indicated he had truly mastered the material through self-study. Some second-year and even third-year students find it challenging to respond fluently to such questions. For a freshman to possess this level of understanding is indeed commendable. The final question: how many methods are there to determine the eccentricity? The homeroom teacher pondered briefly before posing the question. This question was unlikely to be answered correctly, as it was not covered in the textbook and the supplementary materials scarcely mentioned it. Only through extensive practice could one accumulate the necessary experience. Students who start ahead often become complacent, and thus, the deliberate introduction of an unanswerable question serves as a small reminder. You still need to work diligently on practice problems. The teacher fixed his gaze on Song-hee, hoping to detect a hint of confusion on his face. Yet there was none. Song-hee was ready to respond. I know the answer. There are 2 methods. I even prepared for this. Zhao Yi could no longer contain herself and interjected from the side. Not just 2. I've encountered 5 methods, Song-hee responded, shaking his head. 5? Zhao Yi was taken aback, her voice wavering with uncertainty. Are there really that many? The first method is to directly calculate A and C, then divide to find E. The second method employs formulas. For instance, the eccentricity formula for hyperbolas is the square root of 1 plus b squared divided by squared, while for ellipses is the subtraction of these values. The third method involves constructing a homogeneous equation for A and C, particularly a homogeneous quadratic equation. The fourth, known as the second definition method, defines eccentricity as the ratio of the distance from a moving point to the focus and the corresponding directrix. This method applies to problems involving semi-major axes. Lastly, the fifth method, which I've only seen but not yet mastered, involves constructing inequalities related to E to determine its range. The teacher's eyes widened in astonishment. He had indeed answered comprehensively. What a talent! Who would have thought that within an elite class, there would be a student comparable to those in accelerated classes? This level of proficiency even ranks among the top in the new students of the elite class. Please distribute these handouts. I will fetch the mathematics competition workbook from the office, the teacher said, pushing a stack of paperwork towards Song-hee, his tone considerably gentler. In my previous accelerated class, 3 students went on to compete in mathematics at prestigious universities. Each elite class has only 1 slot for the mathematics competition. If you're interested, you might want to give it a try. Song-hee was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an unexpected opportunity, and quickly expressed his gratitude. The teacher hurriedly exited the classroom. As Song-hee picked up the stack of paperwork, ready to distribute it, he found his arm grasped by a small hand. Zhao Yi's face was filled with horror. Oh my God! Song-hee, have you prepared this much? Are you insane? Have you devoted your entire holiday to mathematics without eating or sleeping? Of course not. Besides mathematics, I also focused on biology, Song-hee replied nonchalantly. Zhao Yi is struck with fear at your dedication to studying. Her confidence plummets. Resentment level 2. Ding Yangza, who has been observing the entire exchange, is greatly shocked. Resentment level 1. Song-hee noticed a name he didn't recognize, and soon after, a bespectacled boy extended his hand. Bro, impressive. I'm Ding Yangza. I scored 670 in the high school entrance exam, just 1 point shy of entering the accelerated class, Ding Yangza said with a look of respect. I have also prepared for mathematics, but I am far behind you. Could you teach me some math problems in the future? Certainly. I'm Song-hee with a score of 620 in the entrance exam. Song-hee shook his hand and left with the paperwork. Ding Yangza was left in his seat, bewildered. Only 620 points? He scored 50 points lower than me in the entrance exam, and yet he is so impressive now. Is this the legendary summer vacation advantage? Or is this guy severely specialized, scoring full marks in mathematics while failing in some other subject? Hey, I saw you come in with Song-hee. Do you know him? Ding Yangza asked Zhao Yi. I was in the same class as him in middle school. Zhao Yi said, blinking with an inexplicable sense of pride. Is he severely specialized? Full marks in math, but weak in some other subject? Ding Yangza inquired curiously. Song-hee is indeed specialized in mathematics, but not in a strong way. Rather, he is weak in other subjects. Zhao Yi shook her head, denying the notion. In the entrance exam, his scores in other subjects were quite good, but his mathematics barely met the passing line. Barely met the passing line? Ding Yangza was completely taken aback. Is that true? Yes, he performed the worst in mathematics during the entrance exam. Zhao Yi said, her face displaying fear that I never expected he would intensively study mathematics over the holiday, and he has improved so significantly. With his only weakness gone, Song-hee might become unbeatable. To struggle for a summer and transform a weak subject into a strong one. Wow, this guy's terrifying. Ding Yangza was suddenly filled with goosebumps. On the other side of the classroom, Song-hee was busy distributing the paperwork to his classmates, which they could use to collect dormitory supplies. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Ding Yangza, upon hearing that you once struggled with mathematics, experiences fear, resentment level 6. Cumulative resentment level 10. Would you like to activate the scholar's resentment system? Chapter 2. The system has caused me great distress. Song-hee suddenly blinked, his eyes wide with disbelief. The subtitles were still there. It was real. The system had arrived. Would he now be forced to perform tasks daily like a slave? Oh, How the system had tormented him. Scholars' grievance system, no fixed tasks. Any negative emotions experienced by scholars, such as jealousy, anger, fear, or hatred, can accumulate grievance points. These points can be exchanged for advanced technology lottery draws or items from the system store. Current available grievance points, 0. As Song he submitted the paperwork. He stared intently at the system subtitles. His grievance points had dwindled to 0, as the previously accumulated 10 points had been consumed as a fee to activate the system. 3 functional categories appeared: Subject Combat Power, Advanced Technology Lottery, and System Store. First, he clicked on Subject Combat Power. Biology, Bronze Level 22. Mathematics, Bronze Level 2. Chinese, Black Iron Level 80. English, Black Iron Level 75. Physics, Black Iron Level 74. Chemistry, Black Iron Level 74. It was simple and straightforward, resembling game rankings. It was evident that his strongest subject was biology, followed by mathematics, which had reached bronze status, while the other subjects languished at Black Iron levels in the 70s and 80s. The absence of a humanities combat power display suggested that the system was aware of Song He's intention to specialize in the sciences during high school. Once the paperwork was completed, Song He returned to his seat, feigning a daze as he continued to examine the system. To his surprise, the system store was utterly empty, indicating that products would require subsequent unlocking. The Advanced Technology Lottery interface presented a plain spinning wheel. The bottom displayed the cost: 100 grievance points for a single draw. 10 consecutive draws grant 2 additional free draws. It seemed he needed to devise a way to accumulate some scholars' grievance points. Turning to Zhao Yi, he pondered how to provoke her into anger. Zhao Yi was bent over her desk, engrossed in a mathematics exam, seemingly stumped by a particular question. Quietly gnawing on the cap of her pen, leaning over to glance at her problem, Song He whispered, "You can't solve such a simple question? What a little chicken." Zhao Yi jumped, smacking Song He's thigh twice in annoyance before turning back to her work. Zhao Yi felt mocked. Grievance points 1. Song He rejoiced. It indeed worked. The core element of accumulating grievance points lay in manipulating the scholar's mindset. Sarcasm and ridicule proved immediately effective. Zhao Yi, fuming, scribbled furiously on her scratch paper. Finally arriving at an answer. Confidently, she filled in a number for the blank, 63. Song He glanced over and exclaimed, "Wrong. The answer is 687,122. I've solved this problem before." "Don't be absurd. Does that even sound like a legitimate answer?" Zhao Yi scoffed, pouting. "Why don't you check the answer key? Shall we wager?" Song He proposed. "If the answer is indeed 687,122, you'll treat me to meals at the cafeteria this week." "Fine. But if it's not, I'll treat you to dumplings this week." Zhao Yi gleefully flipped to the answer key, only for her smile to freeze. Reference answer: 687,122. Goodness, this is outrageous. How can a fill-in-the-blank question have such a bizarre answer? Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. Is the test creator insane? I'm not one to settle for the best. Only the most expensive. Song He said seriously, one must be diligent in their studies. Right, my little meal card? Who's your little meal card? Zhao Yi exploded in indignation. Zhao Yi felt distressed about her meal expenses. Grievance points 1. Zhao Yi felt bullied. Grievance points 1. Zhao Yi felt distressed about her meal expenses. Grievance points 1. System notifications floated before him continuously. Song He was delighted. Indeed. Happiness could be built upon the suffering of others. The grievance points on the system panel surged to 18 before halting. Casting a glance at Zhao Yi's exam, he noticed yet another mistake. With bared teeth, Zhao Yi glared at Song He and changed her answer. It was absurdly incorrect. Song He remarked, "If this wager continues, once you finish this exam, I'll have enough to cover all my meals for the next 3 years." The grievance points on the system panel began to skyrocket. 20, 40, 60. Song He was taken aback. Was she truly angry? Anger was good. It meant he could draw soon. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and the homeroom teacher, Ban Jianya, burst in, clutching a thick tome, and strode directly to Song He's desk, placing it before him. Analysis of past mathematics competition questions, internal material. Song He hurriedly thanked him, eagerly flipping open the book, only to be astounded by its contents. A plethora of questions filled the pages, each more bizarre than the last, exuding a sinister aura. After perusing several questions without any semblance of clarity, he concluded that this material was far from the realm of high school mathematics. What a nefarious book. It must be destroyed. Ban Jianya ascended to the podium and wrote 3 large characters on the board. Ban Jianya. I am your homeroom and mathematics teacher, Ban Jianya. I have 3 important announcements. Listen closely. Ban Jianya's commanding presence and booming voice filled the room, his fierce gaze sweeping across the class. causing all students to straighten their backs in fear. First, today you will receive dormitory supplies and textbooks. Keep your lists handy, as losing them will be your responsibility. Second, military training begins this afternoon and will continue until the weekend. You will train during the day, and there will be lessons in the evening. The instructor is an old classmate of mine. Anyone who dares to doze off during evening study will face rigorous physical training the following day. Third, competitions. Our school is renowned for two competitions, the mathematics and biology competitions. Many students' expressions shifted, their breaths momentarily halted. The competitions were well known. They were a superlative shortcut to success. Winning a national award could guarantee admission to a 985 university, and even provincial awards could significantly reduce admission scores. It was no exaggeration to say that this could change one's destiny. With numerous elite schools in the city, the competition success rate at the fourth high school was the highest, thanks to specialized competition teachers nurturing combat teams, all hired at great expense. However, such shortcuts came with stringent prerequisites. To pursue the competition route, one must first be selected for the school's competition team. The team would continuously test and eliminate members, and only those who survived the brutal elimination rounds would truly earn their competition qualification. Banjanya surveyed the class. In the mathematics competition team, each class in the accelerated program has 10 slots, but our elite class has only 1 slot, determined by examination. The same applies to the biology competition team. The selection exam for our class will be held in 10 days. Prepare well during these 10 days. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait a year. Banjanya's gaze fell upon Song He, clearly holding high expectations. Instantly, numerous hostile gazes converged on Song He. With only 1 slot available, it would be a battle to the death. Song He felt an overwhelming pressure. His emotions were conflicted. The competition questions in his hand were outrageously difficult. Yet he must contend for the competition slot. He had no choice but to forge ahead. With over 50 students in the class, each a hidden talent, there were bound to be mathematical prodigies among them, making the competition fierce. Suddenly, system subtitles appeared before him. Ning Mo regards you as a formidable rival in the mathematics competition. Upon seeing the teacher's attention on you, she feels jealousy. Grievance points 5. Zhang Zhilei regards you as a formidable rival in the mathematics competition. Upon seeing the teacher's attention on you, she feels jealousy. Grievance points 5. Song He was taken aback, then watched as grievance points accumulated from these two names. He hurriedly opened the system panel and witnessed the points climbing steadily. 80, 90, 100. Finally, he had enough for a lottery draw. Chapter 3, Mental Calculation Capsule. The mathematics deity, he summoned the system, eager to partake in the advanced technology lottery. Let the draw commence. The virtual wheel spun rapidly, coming to a halt moments later, revealing the result. Congratulations. You have obtained the purchasing qualification for the Mental Calculation Capsule. The Mental Calculation Capsule has been added to the system store and is available for purchase at any time. Upon opening the system store, the once barren shelves now displayed a singular red capsule. Focusing his thoughts, the product information instantly materialized. Wow, this system has some intriguing features. Song He gasped in awe. The Mind Calculation Capsule, 100 Grudge points. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance cerebral arithmetic capabilities and improve sensitivity to numbers and geometric spaces within an hour. Multiple capsules may be ingested simultaneously, resulting in a doubling of mental calculation abilities. However, this places considerable strain on the body's energy reserves, necessitating timely nourishment to avoid fainting. While the product is undoubtedly effective, its steep price of 100 Grudge points per capsule, which only lasts an hour, is a concern. The enhancement it provides for that hour is indeed remarkable, but in mathematics, time is of the essence. An hour slips away in the blink of an eye. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei accumulated another minute of Grudge points, contributing a total of 80 Grudge points before finally ceasing. Song He took note of these two names. With such palpable resentment, they must be formidable adversaries in mathematics competitions. At the podium, the teacher, Banjanya, wore an impassive expression before suddenly speaking. I would like to call upon a student. All eyes in the classroom instantly focused on the homeroom teacher. A roll call? Judging by his demeanor, it did not seem to bode well. Song He. Banjanya scanned the class. Stand up. Taken aback, Song He rose, feeling a wave of trepidation. Banjanya's face displayed surprise. How did this child end up here? Your scores should not qualify you for the elite class, yet here you are. I have little fondness for students who rely on their connections. Let me make this clear. Once you are in my class, you must adhere to my rules. Regardless of how you arrived here, Banjanya said sternly. Song He nodded vigorously, his expression humble. conveying that he was merely an innocuous connection and not one of those entitled students who expect praise from teachers. Initially, I intended to place you at the back of the classroom, alongside the trash can. However, I see you have a commendable grasp of mathematics and a willingness to learn. I will grant you an opportunity, Banjanya continued, his tone aggressive. In 10 days, the mathematics selection exam will be held. Do you dare to guarantee a first-place finish? Song-hee felt a chill. Was he being asked to sign a declaration of war in front of everyone? Was defeat tantamount to execution? I will give my all to secure first place, Song-hee declared resolutely. Excellent. If you manage to earn a spot on the mathematics competition team in 10 days, you may choose your seat in class. However, if you fail, you will sit at the back, alongside the trash can, Banjanya concluded. As the bell rang, the new students surged out of the classroom, heading to the dormitory building to collect their mattresses and sheets. Breathless, Song-hee arrived at his dormitory, room 309. The dormitory was a double room with 2 beds on either side. Upon entering, Song-hee was taken aback by the sight before him. Several peachwood swords adorned the walls, yellow talisman papers fluttered by the beds, and several red threads hung in the air, with ghostly flowers colliding back and forth along the threads. Is this a haunted dormitory? Has someone died here? Suddenly, a fellow student emerged from the balcony, holding 3 burning incense sticks and chanting incantations. I am Song-hee. Henceforth, we shall be roommates. He managed to force a smile despite his fear. I am Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang smiled and shook the incense in his hand. The feng shui in this dormitory has a returning dragon evil, which is detrimental to the accumulation of academic energy. Fortunately, I have already resolved it. I will pack away my items shortly. Thank you, thank you. Song-hee was taken aback. Was his roommate a half-immortal? Was he perhaps relying on divination to gain entrance to high school? No need for formality. We shall be brothers sharing the same bed from now on, Yuan Guang grinned. Now that the returning dragon evil is dispelled, our dormitory will gather vitality and academic energy, and we shall gain points even while sleeping, making admission to prestigious schools a certainty. After Song-hee set up his bed, Yuan Guang stored away various talismans, and the two quickly fell into a rhythm, cleaning the dormitory, sweeping the floor, mopping, and wiping down the cabinets, removing the incense ash from the corners. The awkwardness of their initial acquaintance dissipated swiftly as they chatted amiably while working. You're aiming for the mathematics competition, right? Be cautious of Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei, Yuan Guang warned. What do you mean? Song-hee perked up. These two had contributed a significant amount of grudge points to him. I transferred from number 9 middle school, where Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei are well-known figures, revered as 2 math deities. Yuan Guang explained earnestly. I had intended to try for the mathematics competition myself, but upon seeing them, I abandoned the idea entirely. I simply cannot compete. Math deities? Many can achieve full marks in middle school math, so why are they so famous? Song-hee inquired. While the usual exam questions are simple, yielding many perfect scores, the joint examination questions are incredibly challenging. The Olympiad questions and advanced material are included. Yuan Guang's expression turned grave. During one joint examination, the math paper was so difficult. The first question was about the intersection of elliptical curves and parabolas. Isn't that high school content? We middle schoolers could only stare blankly. The subsequent questions were equally baffling. And by the time the bell rang, no one had completed even the first page. After leaving the examination room, we all vented our frustrations at the exam setters. Yuan Guang recounted indignantly. And then, Song-hee leaned in, anxious. We couldn't solve the advanced questions, but some could. During that exam, within 40 minutes, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had both submitted their papers. Yuan Guang's face shifted dramatically. After they submitted, they went downstairs to play table tennis. We, in the examination room, were red-faced with frustration, staring at incomprehensible questions, while looking out the window to see them playing. Do you know what that feeling is like? That oppressive terror still lingers in my memory. Yuan Guang's face reflected his fear. Later, when the results came out, Zhang Zhilei scored full marks, while Ning Mo lost 2 points, and the school's average score was barely above 30. Song-hee fell silent, his brow furrowed. In middle school, his mathematics grades were poor, and he had spent the summer intensively studying math, striving to catch up, yet he had not been tested in practical battles. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had always been math prodigies. Surely, they would have pre-studied high school mathematics during the break, which would eliminate any advantage he thought he had. In summary, his life was in jeopardy. 2 formidable rivals. Suddenly, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Yuan Guang stood up to open it, his face a picture of astonishment as he recognized the visitor. A slender young man stood outside, his glasses thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, with a serious demeanor that exuded an air of a top student. Hello, I am Ning Mo. I heard that Song He is staying in this dormitory. Ning Mo adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming like blades. Hello, I am Song He. Song He replied warily, feeling as though fate had conspired against him. As this person had indeed come knocking, I asked the homeroom teacher for the competition papers, and he said he would provide them this afternoon. I heard you have a copy. May I take a look? Ning Mo inquired. Hesitant, Song He nodded and retrieved a thick volume of competition problems from his backpack. Ning Mo accepted the paper, thanked him, and immediately sat at the desk, pulling out scratch paper and a pen from his pocket. May I work on this for half an hour? Ning Mo asked. Uncertain of his intentions, Song He agreed, of course. You can work alongside me. We can exchange ideas. The underlying motive became clear. Song He realized that Ning Mo was not merely there to view the problems. He was here to gauge his own mathematical abilities. Yuan Guang, standing by, was equally shocked, his face paling as he exchanged a tense glance with Song He. Ning Mo's demeanor was unmistakably one of provocation. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew charged with tension as Song He, eager to test his mettle against Ning Mo, boldly took a seat beside him. Laying out his paper and pen, Ning Mo removed his watch, setting a timer for 30 minutes, and with a beep, he began. The watch was placed at the center of the table, and without further ado, Ning Mo began to write furiously, quickly listing a series of problem numbers on the scratch paper. Song He also began working, swiftly entering the zone, calmly analyzing the problems and calculating on his scratch paper. Yuan Guang quietly closed the dormitory door, holding his breath as he watched from a distance, feeling as though he were a mere mortal witnessing a clash of titans. He hoped for Song He's victory, as he was his roommate, yet reason told him that the odds were slim. Ning Mo's prowess was formidable, and perhaps Song He wouldn't even match half of Ning Mo's speed in solving problems. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The disparity in their progress was already evident. Song He's expression was grim as he struggled with the questions. After 10 minutes, he had only advanced to the second problem, akin to the pace of a tortoise. The questions were exponentially more challenging than anticipated, severely exceeding the syllabus, with each problem presenting a vast array of knowledge points intermingled, fraught with traps that were utterly nauseating. His mind felt as if it were ablaze. Beside him, Ning Mo furrowed his brow, equally taken aback by the unexpected difficulty of the competition questions. However, Ning Mo's progress was markedly swifter. He had already surged ahead to the 10th question. The disparity was fivefold. If Song He's speed could be likened to a modest three-wheeled vehicle, Ning Mo was comparable to a galloping high-speed car. The two drafts were starkly contrasting. Song He had filled 2 large sheets of paper with calculations, while Ning Mo had only utilized a small scrap, seemingly unfazed by the need for written calculations. When faced with a question, he would merely pinch his fingers, much like a fortune teller, and promptly produce the answer, faster than a calculator. Yuan Guang silently marveled at Ning Mo's formidable mental calculation skills, realizing Song He was indeed somewhat lacking, still reliant on clumsy, primitive calculations. While Song He's shortcomings were somewhat expected, his pace was disappointingly less than half of Ning Mo's, which left Yuan Guang feeling a twinge of disappointment. 20 minutes had elapsed. Song He had only managed to reach the 4th question, his vision becoming blurred. His thoughts felt mired in a quagmire, and he struggled to perform calculations on the draft paper, which was now cluttered with dense formulas, half of which he had crossed out, indicating a misdirection in his thought process, resulting in much futile effort. Meanwhile, Ning Mo's speed of pinching fingers had accelerated, and despite not having finished the first sheet, he had already reached the 18th question. Yuan Guang gasped in astonishment. Ning Mo's mental calculation ability was indeed terrifying. Surely, his mind housed a built-in computer. In comparison, Song He appeared rather pitiable, desperately scribbling calculations with trembling hands, unable to keep pace with even half of his opponent's speed, resembling a struggling novice. Detected mathematical progress. Upgraded from bronze level 02 to bronze level 03. Song He was momentarily taken aback. The competition questions were indeed of high caliber, warranting such an upgrade. Glancing at the time, he noted only 10 minutes remained, and if he continued at this rate, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly crushed by Ning Mo. With no hope of catching up, should he resort to a cheat? Song He accessed the system shop and decisively spent all his resentment points to purchase a mental calculation capsule. A red capsule appeared in his palm, unremarkable, resembling a common fever-reducing medication. Rubbing his temples, which throbbed from overexertion, he quickly took a sip of water and discreetly swallowed the capsule. Moments later, a refreshing sensation surged up his spine, reaching his brain. His once heated mind seemed to plunge into icy water, and suddenly, his thoughts became buoyant. Song He glanced at the questions, his expression transforming into one of incredulity. Previously, each question felt as if it were clad in a thick fur coat, requiring layers to be peeled away to reveal the essence within. Now, a mere glance revealed each question stripped down to its core, as if donning only a minimalist swimsuit. And the critical points danced before his eyes. Instinctively, he began to jot down calculations. However, he soon paused, astonished. In the fleeting moment of setting his pen down, 7 or 8 calculations spontaneously appeared in his mind, effortlessly as if carried by the wind. The effect of the system's medicine was astonishing. It felt as though his intellect had multiplied. Taking a deep breath, Song He accelerated. The answers to each question flowed onto the draft paper with increasing rapidity. The gap between the two competitors steadily diminished with each stroke of his pen. Ding! The clock on the table chimed lightly, signaling the end of 30 minutes. Song He and Ning Mo simultaneously halted their writing, swiftly glancing at each other's draft papers. Song He had solved up to the 23rd question. Ning Mo had just completed the 26th. Ning Mo cast a quick glance at Song He's draft, perceiving the chaotic calculations, which were merely elementary computations, and a smirk crept onto his face. The competition questions are indeed challenging. Thank you, brother Song, but I must take my leave. Ning Mo stood up. Take care, Ning. You are quite impressive, Song He replied sincerely. As Ning Mo exited, Song He promptly resumed working on the problems. As the effects of the capsule had just begun to manifest, such an expensive remedy could not go to waste. Yuan Guang stood behind, witnessing Song He's sudden surge in speed, perplexed. What was happening? In the first 20 minutes, he had struggled. But how had he suddenly accelerated, as if using a cheat? Was Song He merely putting on an act? Yuan Guang was bewildered, unable to discern his roommate's true capabilities. In a corner of the playground, at the ping-pong table, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei were fiercely rallying, the white ping-pong ball bouncing back and forth. Both exhibited remarkable skills, engaging in a frenetic exchange that drew the attention of numerous passing students. Have you assessed Song He's true abilities? Zhang Zhilei inquired. I have. He is quite the novice. The slots for our class's math competition team will likely be decided between us two, Ning Mo replied. Recalling the simple calculations on Song He's draft, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. A novice? Is that true? Can our homeroom teacher really value such a novice? Zhang Zhilei expressed surprise. Is he perhaps pretending to be inept, lulling you into complacency for a more intense showdown on the exam in 10 days? Impossible. He copied my work. Ning Mo recalled the recent competition with a scoff. Copied you? Zhang Zhilei queried, perplexed. I worked on the competition problems for 30 minutes. In the first 20 minutes, I was far ahead, while he barely solved a few questions, relying heavily on simplistic calculations that I could solve in my head. As Ning Mo reminisced, his conviction that Song He was a mathematical novice solidified. He posed no threat. You are a mental calculation prodigy. A normal person would need to use draft paper. Mathematics is not solely about computation. The thought process is crucial. Zhang Zhilei refrained from underestimating him. He even had to manually calculate 3-digit by 3-digit multiplications. Ning Mo chuckled. Zhang Zhilei paused for a moment. Well, that does seem somewhat lacking. Indeed, a complete novice. Ning Mo affirmed. In the final 10 minutes, he took a sip of water, perhaps realizing that continuing at this pace would be too embarrassing. So he began copying my answers. Did he sneak a glance at your answers? He must have. I was focused on my own work, and didn't he notice him? But in the last 10 minutes, didn't he touch his draft paper and merely scribbled down answers at high speed, clearly copying? Ning Mo scoffed. He only desires to save face. Had he not copied me, I would have respected him. Indeed, it's pointless to copy during private practice. In 10 days, when the results are released, and he performs poorly, it will be his own disgrace, Zhang Zhilei remarked with a mocking smile. He'll probably claim he wasn't in the right mindset or made some mistakes. A prophet. Ning Mo laughed heartily. In middle school, we were the only competitors in math. I never anticipated it would remain the same in high school. The mathematical abilities of our peers are truly disappointing. We are competitors? Who are you competing against? Have you ever defeated me? Zhang Zhilei retorted mockingly. Ning Mo fell silent, while Zhang Zhilei reveled in her triumph. In the cafeteria, by the window, Zhao Yi pouted, glaring with an air of resentment. Song He, are you a pig demon transformed into a human? How can you eat so much? Song He remained silent, devouring his meal with fervor. The side effects of the mental calculation capsule were no joke, leaving him feeling drained. He polished off a bowl of knife-cut noodles, 2 chicken legs, for grilled sausages, and an ice cream in rapid succession, lifting his head in delight. Little meal card. Could you help me buy another cup of orange juice? Song He smiled broadly, expressing immense gratitude. Who is Little Meal Card? Call me classmate. Don't give me silly nicknames. Zhao Yi retorted angrily, resembling a puffed-up kitten. Quickly, Little Meal Card classmate, Song He teased. I'm utterly exhausted from tackling those competition problems. I need to refuel. I suspect I'll be eating this much every meal this week. I hope I won't exhaust my meal card. Zhao Yi huffed, but obediently got up to queue for the orange juice. Song He let out a contented burp, and his vision began to fill with resentment points. Zhao Yi dislikes the nickname you have given her. Resentment points 20. Zhao Yi feels you are bullying her. Resentment points 20. Zhao Yi is distressed about the money in her meal card. Resentment points 60. Song He was elated, as his classmate, Xiao Fengke, had truly contributed a substantial amount of resentment value, and he was determined to bully him more in the future, should he one day become an academic titan. Sweeping international awards and founding a technological giant that would propel human civilization with groundbreaking zenith technology, he would undoubtedly remember the initial contributions of Xiao Fengke. Drink. May you choke. Zhao Yi returned, slamming a large cup of orange juice onto the table. Song He inserted a straw and discreetly consumed a mental calculation capsule. Mixed with the orange juice, he rummaged through his backpack for mathematics competition problems, took out a pen, and began to solve them with unwavering focus. Goodness, you've twisted yourself into a pretzel. Why aren't you napping at this hour, instead of working on problems in the cafeteria? Zhao Yi exclaimed in shock. In a math competition, if I don't secure the first place, I might as well sit at the rubbish bin's table. Song He, undeterred, continued to scribble down answers. Zhao Yi propped her chin up, her expression laden with concern. They say Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei are formidable, two math prodigies. Zhang Zhilei is in my dorm. She buries herself in math problems and is even tackling college entrance exam papers. Can you believe it? She has already completed the entirety of high school mathematics. Song He furrowed his brow, pondering if Zhang Zhilei might be even stronger than Ning Mo, the Golden and Silver-Horned Kings. He dismissed the thought, realizing time was of the essence, and he needed to concentrate on his studies. With the aid of the mental calculation capsule, Song He's mind operated at lightning speed, solving one problem in half a minute. A cascade of calculations flowed through his mind, seamlessly guiding him to the final answers. Within minutes, he was fully immersed. The bustling cafeteria faded into silence as he honed in on the problems, experiencing an exhilarating rush as if his thoughts were soaring. His speed of problem-solving escalated. One problem per minute. One problem in 30 seconds. One problem in 20 seconds. If Ning Mo's speed resembled a Wuling Hongguang, then at this moment, Song He was akin to a roaring Ferrari. Zhao Yi muttered for a while, and, noticing Song He had entered a state of focus, thoughtfully refrained from further conversation. Silently observing. After a few minutes, she felt goosebumps. Was this the legendary competition problem? The difficulty was terrifying. If she attempted such problems, she would likely just stare blankly. Yet, Song He could solve one in 20 seconds. Zhao Yi was aware of Song He's mathematical prowess, but witnessing the scene before her, she realized he was far stronger than anticipated, truly astonishing. In a corner of the cafeteria, a man with a tiger-like presence devoured lamb pao. Exuding an air reminiscent of a Qin dynasty soldier, it was none other than Ban Jianya. A waft of fragrance approached as a graceful beauty with flowing hair placed a tray opposite him. She wore an elegant white dress, her figure striking and her demeanor radiant and refined, capturing attention effortlessly. Ban teacher, we meet again. I just received the class schedule. This semester, I will be teaching biology to your class, the beauty said with a smile as she took a seat. Lulu, your presence in our class is a blessing. You are the queen of biology competitions in our school, Ban Jianya remarked, a rare smile gracing his usually stern face. You flatter me. I cannot claim to be a queen, as there are many teachers more accomplished than I. Lulu chuckled softly. Have you met the students? Are they obedient this year? That remains to be seen, but I've encountered a promising candidate for the math competition named Song He. He can already solve several difficult college entrance exam questions. Ban Jianya's eyes sparkled with joy. I plan to nurture him. It may be unrealistic for him to win an award in his first year, but by second year, he might just contend for a provincial award. Ah, you found your prized pupil. I haven't found mine yet. Perhaps I shall conduct a class during evening study. I have prepared a test paper to scout for potential candidates in the biology competition. Lulu expressed her intentions. Let us hope there will be a lucky student who catches your eye, Ban Jianya replied, his spirits lifted. As the two teachers exchanged thoughts on their work, they unwittingly finished their lunch and departed together. Walking along, Ban Jianya suddenly halted, gazing intently in one direction. What is it? Lulu inquired curiously. There's a boy working on problems over there. It looks like it's that kid, Song-hee, Ban Jinya noted. A freshman? His first day? And he is this dedicated? Is he really working on problems? Lulu was astonished. Shall we take a closer look? The two teachers quietly approached. Drawing nearer to Song-hee, Zhao Yi turned and saw the teachers, startled, and hurriedly stood up, opening her mouth to greet them. Ban Jinya raised a finger, signaling for silence, urging Zhao Yi to sit back down. With a sense of unease, Zhao Yi complied, watching as the two teachers stood behind Song-hee, silently observing him solve problems. Song-hee was engrossed in his work, completely oblivious to the presence of the teachers behind him. His gaze was fervent as he wrote answers, maintaining a pace of solving one problem every 20 seconds, navigating the sea of questions as if it were an uninhabited realm. After several minutes of silent observation, Ban Jianya and Lulu exchanged astonished glances, both equally taken aback. Chapter 6. Is university mathematics actually simple? Although Lulu was a biology teacher, she was also a top student with excellent mathematics skills. The competition problems were peculiar and challenging, possibly involving knowledge points that were not particularly advanced. However, the angles were tricky and the calculations intricate. Even she found it laborious to glance at the problems. Such levels of difficulty were far beyond what an ordinary high school student could easily tackle, let alone a fresh freshman. Yet this newcomer, Song-hee, stood out as an anomaly, solving problems at an astonishing speed. He didn't even require scrap paper. He relied entirely on mental calculations. Such computational prowess was truly formidable. A mathematical prodigy, Lulu internally defined. Unable to resist stealing a glance at Song-hee's profile, it was that of a handsome young man. She then looked over at the apprehensive Zhao Yi, seemingly understanding something, and a knowing smile appeared on her lips. It was relatable. During her school days, she too was captivated by a charming academic star. In high school, Song-hee undoubtedly belonged to the high-risk group for early romance. Ban Jianya's brow furrowed deeply, his astonishment intensifying. After all, as a mathematics teacher, he was acutely aware of the difficulty of the competition problems. Moreover, he recalled the answers, and comparing them with Song-hee's responses revealed an accuracy rate of approximately 70%. Achieving a 50% accuracy on these problems would usually qualify one for competition. A 70% accuracy hinted at a promising chance for a provincial award. Ban Jianya contemplated silently, realizing this child seemed to surpass his expectations. It had been 5 or 6 years since he'd seen such a remarkable mathematical talent. Perhaps, with diligent effort this year, he could secure an award without waiting for second year. Suddenly, Song-hee jolted, exhaling deeply, and wearily set down his pen. Detected improvement in mathematics. Level upgraded from bronze level 03 to bronze level 06. The effects of the mental calculation capsule had waned. The once fluid thought process abruptly dulled, as if a Ferrari had veered off into a muddy pit. Xiao Fanka, I'm hungry again. Could you fetch me a hamburger? Song-hee turned. Zhao Yi's face turned pale, pointing nervously behind him. Song-hee turned around, startled, and hurriedly stood up. Good day, teachers. Lulu smiled appreciatively, while the typically stern Ban Jianya wore an unusually gentle expression. Have you seen the directory for these competition problems? Ban Jianya inquired. Not yet, Song-hee replied, quickly flipping open the directory, having dived straight into the problems without glancing at it first. This set of competition problems is divided into 3 sections: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Ban Jianya gestured towards the directory. Song-hee felt a chill run down his spine. From the page numbers in the directory, he realized he had only tackled the beginner problems. Although the difficulty had been significant, they were merely beginner level. How challenging must the intermediate and advanced ones be? Did the problem setter intend to overwhelm the students? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Ban Jianya began to explain. The beginner problems primarily cover knowledge points from high school. In competitions, these questions constitute 1/3 of the total. In other words, if you only master high school mathematics, you can at most score in the 30s, which is far from sufficient. To tackle the intermediate and advanced problems, you must learn beyond the syllabus. Song-hee gasped. Teacher, do the intermediate and advanced problems involve university-level mathematics? Indeed. The school library has university mathematics textbooks that you may explore, such as the green-covered Calculus by Tongji University, the purple-covered Linear Algebra, and the blue-covered Probability Theory and Mathematical Statistics. In addition to the tutorial notes from Tang Jiafeng, the 30 lectures by Zhang Yu, and the linear algebra notes by Li Yonghua, you may want to take a look at these materials first. Ban Jianya casually enumerated these resources. Song-hee's complexion turned pale as he remarked, Teacher, these sound like books for the graduate entrance examination. Indeed, if you master these subjects thoroughly, you need not worry about the mathematics section of the exam, Ban Jianya affirmed with a nod. Startled, Song He questioned, but teacher, I am merely a freshman in high school. Isn't it a bit premature to study graduate-level mathematics? Ban Jianya recounted the achievements of Terence Tao, who earned a gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad at the age of 13, obtained a bachelor's degree from Flinders University at 16, a master's at 17, and a doctorate by 21. He advised Song He to find the advanced calculus textbook in the library, noting that Tao had self-studied calculus at the tender age of 7. He also mentioned that Soviet high school textbooks included calculus content. Feeling overwhelmed, Song He pondered the audacity of comparing himself to mathematicians. Do you aspire to secure a spot in one of the top 10 universities? Ban Jianya patted Song He's shoulder. I do. Song He's previously vacant expression suddenly sharpened with clarity. Then study diligently. Once you grasp it, university mathematics is quite manageable, Ban Jianya encouraged with a smile before departing. Left standing in a daze, Song He watched his two teachers leave, his thoughts in disarray. Is university mathematics truly that simple if I grasp it? Teacher, do you truly speak from the heart? If you are not deceiving me, I will indeed begin to study. Zhao Yi, astonished, exclaimed, Wow, Song He, your stature in my eyes has risen significantly. The teacher actually wants you to study advanced calculus? They must hold you in high regard. Let us buy a hamburger for the esteemed Song He then, classmate with a meal card, she suggested. As evening study commenced, a throng of fresh students in camouflage uniforms flooded into the teaching building, perspiring profusely after a rigorous afternoon of military training. Many freshmen engaged in playful banter in the corridors, clearly growing familiar with one another. 1,000-year kill, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill. Everyone, let us attack together. We must eliminate this fellow today. As students from Elite Class 2 entered the classroom, they suddenly fell silent, their laughter ceasing as they promptly returned to their seats. A beautiful teacher in a white dress stood at the podium, awaiting them, holding a thick stack of examination papers as if she were a concealed soldier poised with a heavy machine gun. As Song He took his seat, he overheard Ding Yangza whispering excitedly to his desk mate, She's here. I came to 4th high school for this teacher. I can't believe she's teaching our class. Ding Yangza exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Why are you so fixated on her? Is she a relative of yours? His desk mate inquired. Relative? No. She is the renowned teacher Lu Lu, the leading figure in our school's biology competitions. Over the past few years, she has been responsible for our school's biology competition team, securing spots for 4 to 5 students in Tsinghua and Peking University each year, and more than 20 placements in 985 universities. Ding Yangza rambled, nearly incoherent with enthusiasm. By clinging to teacher Lu Lu, I am securing my future at a prestigious institution. Song He's eyelids flickered. He had seen this beautiful teacher at the cafeteria at noon and had assumed she was a novice in turn due to her youthful appearance. Little did he know she was so formidable, a leading figure in biology competitions. 4 to 5 students at Tsinghua and Peking University, over 20 at 985 universities. Ding Yangza continued to express his excitement, albeit now with a hint of aggression. This summer, I have been fervently studying biology at home, determined to secure a spot in our class's biology competition. No one can stand in my way, he declared resolutely. I will obliterate any competition. Song He's eyelids flickered again as he accessed the system's subject combat power ranking. Biology, bronze level 22. Mathematics, bronze level 06. Chinese, black iron level 80. English, black iron level 75. Physics, black iron level 74. Chemistry, black iron level 74. Having heard of the strong mathematics and biology competition programs at 4th high school, Song He had dedicated himself to intensive study of these subjects over the summer. He effortlessly achieved a perfect score in biology during the high school entrance examination, a subject he excelled in. After a summer of rigorous study, his biological combat power had significantly enhanced. According to the system's rankings, his strongest subject was not mathematics, but biology, with a substantial gap of several levels. Therefore, the opportunity to participate in the biology competition must be seized. The teacher's arrival with the exam papers indicated an impending selection process, and Ding Yangza, now fervently enthusiastic, snapped his pen, declaring, I'm ready. I only want to either defeat everyone or be defeated by them. Wow, you're quite bold, his desk mate remarked, astonished. Bold. If I joined the rocket class, I would certainly have to keep a low profile. In the elite class, however, Ding Yangza, glanced at Song He sitting ahead of him, momentarily faltering. In the elite class, I may not excel in mathematics, but in biology, I have yet to regard anyone with any seriousness. Chapter 7. The Off-Target Effects of CRISPR-Cas9 Technology. As the entire class gathered, Lulu closed the classroom door, blocking the cacophony of the corridor outside, plunging the room into immediate silence. Hello, everyone. I am your biology teacher, Lulu. Some of you may have heard of me. I have been in charge of the school's biology competitions for the past few years. Lulu introduced herself with a smile that felt like a gentle breeze, her soft and alluring voice rendering many students weak-kneed, in stark contrast to the intimidating presence of their homeroom teacher Banjanya. Lulu embodied the image of a beautiful and gentle older sister. First, I would like to know how many students in our class are interested in participating in the biology competition. Please raise your hands. Instantly, over half of the class raised their arms, creating a spectacular sight. Song-hee, too, raised his hand confidently, while Ding Yangza, seated behind him, shifted his expression, poking Song-hee's back with his finger. Aren't you the one focused on mathematics competitions? You are so strong in math, Ding Yangza whispered. My biology is stronger than my mathematics, Song-hee replied. Ding Yangza, upon hearing that your biology is stronger than your mathematics, grows anxious, yielding a resentment value of 20. Ding Yangza recalls your connections and feels intimidated, yielding a resentment value of 30. Song-hee was taken aback, surprised by how perceptive Ding Yangza was. At the podium, Lulu's gaze swept across the classroom until it landed on Song-hee, who was raising his hand. Ah, Song-hee, right? You're not focused on mathematics competitions? Lulu smiled at him. Teacher, I perform better in biology than in mathematics, Song-hee asserted confidently. During my junior high biology exams, I hardly ever lost any points. Is that so? We shall see in a moment, Lulu replied, though her smile bore a hint of skepticism. No sooner had she finished speaking than a barrage of notifications erupted before Song-hee's eyes. Ding Yangza discovers that the teacher knows you, fearing that you may have connections that could secure you a spot, yielding a resentment value of 50. Chu Zhengqing worries that you have influential connections, potentially securing you a spot, yielding a resentment value of 30. Li Yumeng believes you have a relationship with the teacher, inciting her anger, yielding a resentment value of 30. Stunned, Song-hee was overwhelmed by a flood of resentment notifications. The names of over half the class flashed before him, with some students harboring significant resentment, even contributing multiple values. Turning around, he noticed many faces watching him with complex expressions, altering the atmosphere of the entire class. Quickly, Song-hee accessed the system to check his balance of resentment values. 1,700 points. He had struck gold. This could be exchanged for 17 hours of mental calculation capsules. Today, we will conduct a small test, which is not a formal examination for selection, but rather to gauge our understanding. There is no need to copy from one another. As your classmates around you likely won't either, Lulu began distributing the test papers, half-jokingly adding, if anyone manages to solve 1 or 2 questions and earn a score, I will present a valuable mysterious gift worth 888 yuan. The test papers quickly found their way into each student's hands. Yet the vast majority remained motionless, staring blankly at the papers, creating an eerie atmosphere in the classroom. Confusion gripped everyone, not from the difficulty of the questions, but from the fact that they had never even heard of the topics. 1. What are the widely criticized off-target effects of CRISPR-Cas9 technology? 2. Where did the world's first CRISPR-Cas9 human trial commence? What was its objective? 3. Why does assembling the zinc finger nuclease platform take so long? 4. What does epigenetics research focus on? Why is it said that epigenetics diverges from Darwinian theory and represents a resurgence of Lamarckian thought? Please provide examples illustrating the Red Queen effect within evolutionary theory. In total, there are 20 questions, all of which are short answer questions, leaving large blank spaces for students to respond. The examinees appear bewildered, exchanging glances. Their expressions akin to those of the bewildered. Whispers of confusion begin to spread. What on earth are these questions? Is the focus solely on content not covered in the textbook? Who could possibly answer such esoteric questions? It seems unlikely anyone could. This is hardly an examination. It feels more like a preliminary intimidation tactic. If anyone manages to answer even one question, I'll eat my deskmate right here. Are you some sort of cannibal? I want to let you eat me. Suddenly, a faint yet assertive sound of a pen scratching against paper pierces the silence. Someone is answering. Astonishingly, someone has begun to respond to these enigmatic questions. The entire class leans forward, eagerly scanning the room for this knowledgeable individual. At last, all eyes converge on the front row. Ding Yangza is furiously writing. A low murmur of awe ripples through the classroom, and students in the back begin to inquire about Ding Yangza's name. Why is this fellow so impressive? Given that we all share the same 9 years of compulsory education, where there is a brilliant mind, there also emerges a promising talent. Another sound of pen on paper resonates, harmonizing with Ding Yangza's writing. The rhythmic tapping of 2 pens echoes distinctly in the hushed classroom, reminiscent of 2 solitary machine guns firing in a battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies. The class, now agitated, strains to find a second prodigy among them. And their gaze circles back to the front row. In front of Ding Yangza, Song he has also begun to write. The two are locked in a fierce race, and an unspoken tension fills the air. However, their flurry of activity lasts merely 10 minutes before they both cease. These two, while adept, could only tackle a few questions, not the entire paper. Lulu descends from the podium to collect the test papers from Ding Yangza and Song He. Is there anyone else who dares to respond? The classroom falls utterly silent, and Lulu seems to have anticipated this. With a smile, she returns to the podium and examines the 2 papers. How fortuitous. Song He has answered the second and third questions, while Ding Yangza has tackled the first, fourth, and fifth questions, perfectly dividing the workload for the first 5 queries. Lulu's expression reveals her astonishment. Splendid. Now, let us see how accurate their answers are. Both Song He and Ding Yangza wear expressions of tension, their eyes fixed on the teacher at the front. The attention of the entire class is riveted upon them, much like a flock of chickens gazing at 2 cranes that have intruded upon their midst. For the first question, Ding Yangza's answer pertains to the off-target effect, which refers to the phenomenon where a guide RNA sequence inadvertently cleaves a gene outside of its intended target area. Lulu reads aloud, correct. Ding Yangza earns a point. A round of applause erupts in the classroom. Though they may not fully comprehend, it certainly sounds impressive. Ding Yangza silently clenches his fist, focusing intently on the back of Song He's head, his competitive spirit ignited. For the second question, Song He's answer reveals that the world's first CRISPR-Cas9 clinical trial was initiated at Sichuan University's West China Hospital, targeting lung cancer. Lulu nods, correct. Song He earns a point. He exhales in relief, having fortuitously recalled this information from a scientific magazine, though his memory had grown hazy. Another round of applause fills the room, now even louder. The classmates are increasingly excited, as the score stands at 1-1. For the third question, it is again Song He's turn. Lulu's face suddenly registers surprise. This answer astonishes me. Ding Yangza's expression turns grave. Is Song He's response astonishingly correct, or absurdly incorrect? Lulu clears her throat, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, and continues reading Song He's paper. The process involving the application of the open zinc finger nuclease method is quite intricate. If scientists aim to obtain a series of 3 zinc fingers to identify a segment of 9 DNA bases, they must first deconstruct these 9 bases into 3 separate sequences of 3 DNA bases each. Consequently, to create 3 sequences of 3 bases, they require 95 zinc fingers, which must then be randomly combined to yield 95 cubed combinations, totaling 857, 375 configurations, followed by testing their binding efficacy to the target DNA sequence. Hence, this process is exceedingly time-consuming. Lulu finishes reading and looks up. The classroom is filled with astonished faces, mouths agape. To the freshman, this answer sounds utterly incomprehensible. The answer is correct, and even more detailed than the reference answer. Song He earns another point. Lulu nods in appreciation. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause ensues. Song He suddenly feels a surge of resentment directed towards him. Ding Yangza perceives you as a formidable opponent, resentment value, 100. Chu Zhengqing feels despair at your prowess. Resentment value, 50. Li Yuming's confidence has been shattered by your performance. Resentment value, 50. 200 additional resentment points accumulate, bringing Song He's total to 1900. He suddenly realizes that the little card he possesses harbors a favorable impression of him when he bullies her. The resentment value spikes significantly, while unfamiliar classmates generate mere dozens or hundreds of resentment points. For the next 2 questions, it is Ding Yangza's turn to respond. Lulu continues reading. For the fourth question, Ding Yangza states that epigenetics studies influences that do not alter the DNA sequence, but can persist through generations. Lulu nods, acknowledging half of the answer as correct and awarding 5 points. For the fifth question, he describes the relationship between lions and zebras. The slower zebras are consumed, while the slower lions starve, resulting in both zebras and lions evolving to run faster, yet the predator-prey dynamic remains intact. Lulu nods, approvingly awarding 1 point. In the end, the scores are Song He with 2 points and Ding Yangza with 25 points, with Ding Yangza narrowly emerging victorious. Both students are commendable. Lulu casts an admiring glance, noting that the questions were exceedingly difficult. Answering even one correctly signifies potential for joining the biology competition team. The classroom erupts in applause, with envious gazes directed toward the front row. Song-hye's expression grows serious. Despite his confidence in his biological prowess, he never anticipated such a setback. Fortunately, this was not a selection exam. Otherwise, he would have missed out on a chance to compete. He suppresses the urge to glance back at Ding Yangzi, wondering how this individual possesses such strength. Though Ding Yangzi has barely triumphed, his expression is grim. A mere 0.5-point margin is too precarious. Luck played a significant role, and a different set of questions could easily have allowed Song-hye to prevail. The grading process seems rather haphazard, with varying question difficulties all valued equally at 1 point. The depth of knowledge required for Song-hye's zinc finger question is profound. In a formal examination, such questions would undoubtedly carry greater weight, possibly allowing Song-hye to elevate his total score significantly. Ding Yangzi watches Song-hye's back cautiously. This individual is certainly not to be underestimated. Ding Yangzi and Song-hye, please accompany me to the office to collect your mysterious gifts valued at 888 yuan, Lulu announces cheerfully. The rest of you continue studying. Amidst the envious gazes of their classmates, Song-hye and Ding Yangzi rise from their seats. A string of jealousy-laden resentment points flickers before Song-hye's eyes, accumulating his total to precisely 2,000 points. In the office, upon entering, Song-hye and Ding Yangzi can't help but display their astonishment. While other teachers are crowded into a cramped office, Lulu's office is surprisingly spacious and luxurious, complete with a large air conditioner and plush sofas. Rivaling the principal's office, truly befitting the queen of biology competitions. Here are your gifts. I hope you like them, Lulu states as she opens her desk drawer and pulls out 2 tote bags. Song-hye and Ding Yangzi eagerly accept them, discovering thick volumes of biology exercise books within. Our class has only 1 spot on the biology competition team, and the selection exam is scheduled for 10 days from now, which will be more challenging than this preliminary test. So, if you wish to participate in the competition, prepare diligently. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to answer even a single question, Lulu warns earnestly. Yet, these books hardly justify a value of 888 yuan, Song-hye remarks, extracting each exercise book and checking the barcode prices, which total only 355 yuan. Lulu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, remarking on the audacity of the young lad who was so particular. Doesn't my signature alone add value worth 888? Ding Yangzi nervously inquired. Teacher, if I finish these books, will I score high on the selection exam? Indeed, the selection exam's content is within these books, Lulu affirmed with a nod. Ding Yangzi, do you intend to pursue the path of biological competition? Yes, I've been preparing diligently, practicing with numerous biology papers over the holidays and studying several years of past competition questions, Ding Yangzi declared, brimming with determination. I am confident I can win a prize in the competition. Excellent, Lulu responded, turning to Song-hye. And what are your plans, Song-hye? I also wish to pursue the biological competition, Song-hye replied earnestly. Lulu's expression shifted in surprise. What about the mathematics competition? Your class teacher holds high hopes for you. I would like to try the mathematics competition as well. I aim to join both teams. As the saying goes, only children make choices. Adults do not hesitate, Song-hye answered decisively, though his expression suddenly shifted. Oh wait, I am still underage. Song, overextending oneself can be detrimental. Your mathematical skills are commendable, thus the mathematics competition would suit you well, Ding Yangzi remarked, his smile stiffening. Ding Yangzi, while wishing for Song-hye to join the mathematics team, recognized that there was only 1 slot available. If Song-hye entered the biology team, he would be unable to participate. Lulu sensed the tension brewing between the 2 students. I maintain a neutral stance. Let your results in the selection exam speak for themselves. The strongest will claim this year's slot based purely on merit. I will give it my all, teacher, Song-hye replied assertively, ready for a challenge. Ding Yangzi's mood fluctuated. Although he was confident in his biological capabilities, Song-hye exuded an aura that made him uneasy. If Song-hye focused solely on mathematics, Ding Yangzi could easily secure a spot in the biology competition, but why was Song-hye so greedy? Did he truly believe he could win prizes in both competitions? Such audacity seemed laughable. Teacher, if Song-hye participates in both competitions, he will inevitably have to forfeit one. Winning a prize in a single competition is already challenging. How could one hope to excel in both? Ding Yangzi urged, his tone anxious as he shot a warning glance at Song-hye. This would be better for both of us. Otherwise, we would waste a precious slot for our class. Why be so agitated? If you aren't selected this time, you can always wait another year, Song-hee taunted. Waiting another year isn't an option for me. My grades are high. Ding Yang's temper flared instantly. Song-hee, don't be so selfish. Ding Yang's ire, provoked by your taunt, has risen to 500. Startled, Song-hee felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Was that a mere comment worth 500 resentment points? I am selfish, and you are selfless. So why not let me have the slot? Song-hee continued to provoke him. You are crossing the line, Song-hee. Ding Yang's voice rose in anger. Ding Yang's ire, provoked by your taunt, has risen to 1,000. Enough. You both wish to claim the slot. Let your scores determine the outcome. Lulu interjected, her smile fading as she rapped her desk. Go back to studying. Rather than squabbling here, it is far more beneficial to earn a few extra points. The two students shot each other a glare, simultaneously thanking their teacher before storming out, their tempers flaring. The office fell into silence. Lulu rested her slender hand against her porcelain-like face, lost in thought. A plump female teacher entered, holding a teacup. Lu, did your students get into a quarrel in your office? The chubby teacher chuckled. Lulu sighed and recounted the events. In truth, pursuing both competitions is somewhat unrealistic. However, that boy Song-hee is quite exceptional, and I have my own ambitions. If he successfully qualifies and performs well in the biology team, I could persuade him to withdraw from the mathematics team. Lulu chuckled lightly. If he withdraws from the mathematics team, wouldn't that waste a slot for the competition? The class teacher would be furious. The plump teacher laughed. Let him be furious. Do I fear him? Lulu scoffed, recalling how she had narrowly lost a vote for the grade director. The last time, he promised to vote for me, but instead voted for himself. I look forward to seeing his reaction when I manage to snatch away a student he favors. The plump teacher sensed the sensitivity of the topic and awkwardly shifted the conversation. Speaking of dual competitions, it reminds me of Yuanbong. Yuanbong? Lulu inquired, puzzled. 5 years ago, we had a student named Yuanbong who simultaneously entered both the mathematics and biology competitions in his first year, ultimately winning a national award in mathematics and a provincial award in biology, creating quite a stir in the school, a meteoric figure. In his second year, he was directly admitted to a master's and doctoral program at Beijing University. It seems he recently signed a lucrative contract with a research institute for the military, focusing on explosives research, and has shifted to chemistry. The plump teacher sipped her tea. The principal mentioned the other day, wondering when our school would produce another Yuanbong. A prodigy indeed. Lulu expressed her astonishment. I came to our school 4 years ago and had never heard of him. Do you think we could produce a student capable of winning dual awards this year? Is your Song-hee up to the task? The plump teacher asked. Lulu shook her head with a smile. Conducting a dual front campaign is no simple feat. While I do lean towards Song-hee, he may not necessarily surpass Ding Yangza. With only a few days left, Song-hee must prepare for both mathematics and biology. Where will he find the time? Is he expected to study without sleep? Chapter 9. The All-Nighter. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the boys' dormitory, Song-hee sat upright at his desk, confronting a high-tech lottery panel. His resentment points had accumulated to 3,500, with at least half of that contributed by Ding Yangza. A heartfelt thank you to my top contributor, Ding Yangza. He gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 resentment points to activate the high-tech lottery wheel. Congratulations. You have received a mental calculation capsule. Congratulations. You have received a mental calculation capsule. The wheel spun, and results continued to pop up. Song-hee felt his palms heat up with the red capsules. He quickly retrieved a vitamin bottle to store them. The system had one drawback. The lottery items could not be temporarily stored. They appeared instantly. Moreover, he had no idea what was in the lottery pool, which added an element of excitement. What if he drew a starship that caused the dormitory to collapse? However, the explosive prizes he worried about did not appear. Soon, 10 mental calculation capsules filled the bottle. Song-hee frowned. He initially believed the mental calculation capsules to be remarkable, but receiving only those felt akin to receiving the lowest tier consolation prize. This 10-time draw grants you 2 additional draws. The lottery will continue to spin. Congratulations. You have received a mental calculation capsule. Congratulations. You have qualified to purchase a deep sleep capsule. It has been added to the system mall. Song-hee's eyes lit up. Something different finally emerged. Perhaps a 10-time draw guaranteed a rare prize? Opening the system mall, next to the vibrant red mental calculation capsules, appeared a new blue capsule. Deep sleep capsule, 1,000 resentment points each. The deep sleep capsule compresses 8 hours of sleep into 1 hour, accelerating the brain's detoxification process during sleep. There are no significant side effects, but it is not advisable to consume excessively. 1 capsule before sleep guarantees ample energy for the day. Song-hee clenched his fist in excitement. Earlier, he had worried about insufficient study time, but now with the deep sleep capsule. He could gain an additional 6 or 7 hours each day, allowing him to study through the night. This extra time was invaluable. Considering the military training during the day this week, the actual time available for studying was minimal. Suddenly gaining several extra hours would double his study time, significantly increasing his chances in the upcoming selection exam in 10 days. He swallowed a mental calculation capsule and opened the biology textbook provided by Teacher Liu, instantly slipping into a focused study mode. The biology textbook contained numerous calculation problems. Most were relatively simple, such as calculating peptide bonds and protein chains, the number of free amino and carboxyl groups, and molecular weights of proteins. Previously, he had to calculate these manually, but now, as he glanced over them, the answers sprang forth, his mental calculation speed so rapid that he scarcely felt the process. There were also more complex problems, primarily genetic calculations. The genetics problem appeared chaotic, with mentions of peas, fruit flies, and the madness of hybridization and inbreeding, showcasing a collapse of ethics that made even the film Little Days seem orderly. It was a scene more chaotic than even orthopedic drama. In the past, similar genetics problems would leave Song He-balled from pondering for over 10 minutes, painstakingly untangling relationships before cautiously calculating step by step. However, with the advent of the mental calculation capsule, Song He was astonished to find a virtual gene chain manifesting in his mind. Within mere seconds, the gene chain rapidly split, crossed, and rearranged, taking on various colors. And the final calculations became crystal clear. Incredible. This method of mental calculation is astonishing. Song He murmured to himself, feeling as though he had unlocked a new realm. The pen in his hand danced rapidly across the page like a typewriter, transcribing complex fractions with remarkable speed. What once took him over 10 minutes to solve could now be completed in under a minute. Biological progress detected, advancing from bronze level 22 to bronze level 23. Song He was elated. He resolved to seize the moment and intensively tackle genetics problems tonight, aiming to elevate his biological prowess to bronze level 30 or beyond. Study. An all-nighter. Bang. Suddenly, the dormitory lights went out, plunging everything into darkness. Song He paused, glancing at his roommate Yuan Guang across the room. Did the lights blow out? Yuan Guang chuckled. What blew out? Look outside. Song He turned to the window and saw that the opposite dormitory was also shrouded in darkness. He quickly realized that the school had cut the power. What the hell? Lights out at 10:30? Is high school a wellness retreat? I still want to study late into the night. In a panic, Song He wondered if the library was still open. Yuan Guang detected your intention to study late and gained 10 resentment points. Don't bother, man. Why push yourself so hard? Aren't you tired from military training? I can barely walk after marching in place, Yuan Guang yawned. The school turned off the lights at 10:30 to encourage early bedtimes, and the dormitory doors are locked. You can't go out now. Song He remained silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly grabbed his workbook, rushing to the balcony to face the window. The moon isn't bright enough tonight. Song He sighed melodramatically. Where is the moonlight shining upon my bed? Yuan Guang noticed your attempt to study by moonlight and gained 50 resentment points. Come on, man, don't be ridiculous. Yuan Guang retorted. It's the first day of school, not the eve of the college entrance exams. Do you know which dorm has a nightlight? The kind that runs on batteries? Song He inquired. A nightlight 1T do. The dorm supervisor makes rounds at midnight. Any dorm with light gets reported. They're strict about preventing students from staying up late to study, so they're alert for sleepy students the next day, Yuan Guang replied. After a pause, he added, but if you really want to study, what? Song He perked up. Bribe the dorm supervisor? No, the restroom, Yuan Guang said. The restroom was a public one on their floor, frequented by many students. It had motion sensor lights that turned on with a stomp, though the lighting was dim and inadequate. Holding his biology problems and a pen, Song He grimaced as he entered the restroom. Stinky. It reeked. The floor was stained with urine, reminiscent of a livestock pen. Song He had to tread carefully to avoid splashing. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure by the window. The figure turned and glared at him with an angry expression. Ding Yangza. Ding Yangza held a biology book that looked quite familiar. Song He glanced at the cover of his own biology workbook. Same series. Both were from Lu's collection. Ding Yangza noticed you are also in the restroom studying late and gained 100 resentment points. I will secure a spot on the biology competition team. Ding Yangza declared coldly, his expression fierce. Song He chuckled. If you want it that badly, call me dad, and I might consider letting you have it. Ding Yangza felt humiliated by your taunt and gained 200 resentment points. I don't need your charity. I will defeat you fair and square in the exam. Ding Yangza raised his voice, eyes blazing with determination. Don't hold your breath. You might end up regretting it. Song He smirked, then couldn't resist laughing. I was just teasing you. Such a precious spot. How could I give it away? I merely wanted to trick you into calling me dad. Ding Yangza felt mocked by your jest and gained 300 resentment points. I'll go inform the dorm supervisor about your late-night studying. Song He suddenly chimed in. Ding Yangza's eyes widened with fury, clearly agitated. How despicable. Isn't it shameful to report someone? Can a man be upright? Song He laughed heartily. I'm studying too. Why would I inform the supervisor? You're a bit dense, aren't you? Let us study together. When the exam comes, you'll be convinced. Foolish dream. The spot on the biology competition team will be mine. Ding Yangza nearly roared. Ding Yangza developed intense hostility towards you, gaining 400 resentment points. Song He was thrilled. Ding Yangza was like a top-tier rival, his temper explosive as a powder keg. These exchanges had garnered him a whopping 1,000 resentment points, making tonight's purchase of the deep sleep capsule practically free. Can you outlast me in studying late? Soon, you'll witness what it means to be an all-night warrior. Ignoring him, Song He found a corner and began solving problems. Chapter 10. The Showdown. You can't catch up with me in the dim restroom. An intense and exhilarating academic competition was underway. Song He and Ding Yangza occupied opposite corners, intensely focused on their biology problems. The motion sensor light above them turned off every minute, prompting them to kick the wall in unison, creating a sharp sound to reactivate the light. Initially, their approach was chaotic, often kicking the wall at the same time. However, they gradually fell into a rhythm. One kick from Song He, followed by a kick from Ding Yangza, alternating to keep the light on in a remarkably orderly manner. To an outsider, it might have seemed like two studious friends had agreed to take turns keeping the light lit. Occasionally, drowsy students would enter the restroom, only to be taken aback at the sight of two book-holding figures in the corner, exclaiming in disbelief. Song He noticed resentment points popping up. Du Yuqing was startled by your studying in the restroom, gaining 10 resentment points. Zhang Liao observed your rapid problem-solving and disdainfully thought you were just scribbling, gaining 10 resentment points. Nie Shuwen assumed the urine on the floor was yours, gaining 20 resentment points. Li Hua, bleary-eyed, mistook you for a ghost and was frightened, gaining 80 resentment points. Yin Juanji felt insecure about his size in comparison and couldn't urinate in front of anyone, gaining 60 resentment points. Ling Wen felt insecure about his size and was afraid to urinate in case it startled you, gaining 50 resentment points. Ridiculous. What on earth is happening? Song He was speechless. Time passed, and fatigue began to set in, his eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, his roommate Yuan Guang appeared at the restroom door, staring at Song He in shock. What are you doing, Song He? Are you crazy? It's 1 a.m. Studying at this hour? You'll collapse during military training tomorrow. Song He froze. Had it really gotten so late? Flipping through his workbook, it seemed accurate. He had completed over 40 pages. Biological progress detected, advancing from bronze level 23 to bronze level 30. The speed of his upgrade was gratifying. He had achieved his goal for the night. Song He turned to look at Ding Yangza, who was also staring back at him. Both of them looked exhausted, their faces pale as though they had been dragged into battle. What time did you study until? Song He asked. No matter what time you studied until. I studied half an hour longer. Ding Yangza's weary eyes glimmered with fire, proclaiming a night of intense study. You can pull an all-nighter if you want. I'm going back to sleep. Song He scoffed. Yuan Guang and Song He exited the restroom, navigating through the dimly lit corridor filled with the sounds of snoring. Returning to their dormitory. Brother, don't overexert yourself. Ding Yangza is just a hothead. Yuan Guang lay back on his bed. I woke up to use the restroom and saw your bed empty. It scared me to death. Not pushing it. I'm going for a solid sleep. Song He pulled out a blue deep sleep capsule, swallowing it with water. The room fell silent, soon filled with the rhythmic sound of their breathing. An hour later, amidst the rhythmic sounds of two steady breaths, one suddenly altered. In the darkness, Song He rose, stretching languidly. The system's marketplace truly lived up to its reputation. The deep sleep capsules were remarkably effective. Upon opening his eyes, he felt invigorated, as if he had enjoyed a full night of restful slumber rather than merely an hour. Glancing at Yuan Guang, who was blissfully lost in dreams on the opposite bed, Song He smirked, thinking, you keep sleeping. I'm fully charged and ready to dive into my studies. He retrieved his mathematics textbook, quietly slipped out of the dormitory, and headed towards the restroom. Just before reaching the restroom door, he heard the sharp sound of shoes striking the wall. Someone was activating the motion sensor light. Song He felt a jolt of surprise. Ding Yangza, the fool, was still studying at this hour? Was he not afraid of collapsing from exhaustion? Upon entering the restroom, however, he found the corner occupied by a different figure, a taller, leaner person. Upon closer inspection, he realized with a grin that it was none other than his old acquaintance. Ning Mo up early to study? Song he inquired. Ning Mo turned, his thick glasses reflecting a flicker of surprise. To him, Song he was quite inexperienced in mathematics and hardly a rival. He had come to study in the early hours primarily to outshine his nemesis, Zhang Zhilei, in the upcoming selection exam. However, seeing Song he with a book in the restroom was unexpected, and it sparked a flicker of camaraderie in Ning Mo, an understanding of shared struggles. You're studying too? Ning Mo gestured towards the mathematics textbook in Song He's hands. Just trying to pass the time. Song he replied with a smile, opening the textbook while discreetly swallowing another mental calculation capsule. They fell silent, both engrossed in solving problems, standing in the corner like players in a seance. Occasionally, fellow students entering for late-night bathroom breaks were startled, earning Song He a series of resentful glances. After a while, Song He suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, Ning Mo, you're quite proficient in mathematics. What topic are you currently studying? I've just begun learning Kramer's rule, Ning Mo replied, his tone airy, his face slightly pale, likely from waking too early. What on earth is Kramer's rule? Song He exclaimed, taken aback. Is that even part of high school mathematics? I've already completed the high school syllabus during the break. Kramer's rule is a university-level topic from linear algebra, developed at Tongji University, Ning Mo mumbled, somewhat drowsy. Linear algebra is a thin and straightforward book, and it's included in the competition topics. I plan to finish it before the selection exam. It might give me an extra 10 points. Ning Mo laid his cards on the table, sharing his study progress without reserve. After all, Song He posed no threat due to his lack of expertise, and there was no need for caution. Moreover, Ning Mo felt a twinge of sympathy for Song He, who, despite having no chance of qualifying, was still burning the midnight oil over mathematics, an act of sheer desperation. By revealing his own capabilities, he hoped to help Song He recognize the reality of his situation and encourage him to return to sleep. Was this a display of a strong person's pity for the weak? Though I am stronger, I must also be a good person, Ning Mo mused quietly. Wow, you're learning so quickly. Song He was genuinely taken aback. Does the competition material include calculus as well? Have you covered that? There's no time left. Before the selection exam, I can only master linear algebra. I'll tackle calculus once I'm on the competition team, Ning Mo yawned. Aren't you going to continue studying? Why not go back to sleep? I can't. You're already studying university-level material, while I'm still struggling with high school math. I need to catch up. Song He chuckled. You want to catch up? You might as well head back to rest. It's not too late to compete next year. Ning Mo chuckled back. Although your math level can't match mine, you stand out among your peers. With a year of hard work, you could have a shot at winning a provincial award in next year's competition. By then, I should have already won an award. And I could tutor you since we're in the same class. That sounds wonderful. What if I win an award this year? I could tutor you next year. Song He nodded earnestly. Ning Mo laughed as he exited the restroom, taking Song He's words as mere jest. Alone in the restroom, Song He took a deep breath and pulled 3 mental calculation capsules from his pocket. Before the selection exam, he needed to surpass Ning Mo. He aimed to swiftly complete high school mathematics and then dive into linear algebra and perhaps even tackle calculus to ensure a solid chance of securing a spot. Time was of the essence. He needed to enhance his focus. Were the mental calculation capsules not meant to be cumulative? He decided to test their effects. Moistening his mouth, Song He quickly swallowed all 3 capsules. Boom. An explosive surge of clarity shot through his mind. Wow, the combined effect is astonishing. Song He's expression twisted with the intensity of the experience. Chapter 11. Exhaustion and resolution. A refreshing and invigorating chill surged through him, igniting his mind. It felt as though his soul had transcended. Gazing down at his math textbook, he noticed a marked increase in his cognitive agility. Strings of formulas and numbers danced before his eyes, lightning flashing through his mind, swift and radiant, igniting a cascade of sparks, each representing derived knowledge and answers to problems. Perhaps due to the explosive surge in his mental calculation speed, the textbook's content suddenly appeared simplified, evoking a nostalgic sense akin to revisiting elementary school math. The difficulty plummeted. Song He's hands began flipping pages at an accelerated pace. His eyes scanned the pages like a scanner, processing information rapidly. He completed entire sections in under a minute. Flip, flip, flip. Simultaneously, a flurry of upgrade notifications erupted before him. Detected improvement in mathematics, advancing from bronze level 07 to bronze level 08. Detected improvement in mathematics, advancing from bronze level 08 to bronze level 09. Detected improvement in mathematics, advancing from bronze level 12 to bronze level 13. Time flew by. and soon an hour had passed. Suddenly, Song he jolted, his hand halting its relentless page-turning. The effects of the capsules waned, and the once vibrant sparks of numbers in his mind began to dim, reminiscent of a city losing power, its brilliance fading into darkness. Outside, the dawn broke, casting a grayish-white hue across the sky. Exhausted, Song he let out a long sigh, yet his heart brimmed with joy. He had achieved the feat of an all-nighter, successfully outlasting both Ding Yangzi and Ning Yamo, standing resiliently in the restroom until daybreak. This night's battle was indeed a solitary triumph. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously flipped to the end of his mathematics textbook, with only a few pages remaining. He had nearly completed the entire book. The results were remarkably evident. His mathematics level surged from bronze level 07 to bronze level 13, a remarkable leap of 6 levels. In disbelief, Song he murmured a soft exclamation, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the heat of the moment, he had not fully comprehended the magnitude of his accomplishment. Now, in the cool light of reason, he realized the terrifying nature of what he had achieved. In a mere half-night, he had self-taught the majority of a mathematics textbook. This could not merely be described as rapid. It was a miraculous feat in the restroom. Typically, mastering this content would take at least 2 months, yet he had completed it in just a few hours. Such a feat was too unbelievable to share. Who would believe it? Following a brief surge of excitement, Song he suddenly felt his shoulders slump. I'm so tired. So hungry. Despite the extraordinary speed brought on by the capsules, the side effects were equally daunting. An overwhelming hunger pang hit him, followed closely by dizziness and abdominal pain. Akin to being struck in the gut, he felt utterly depleted. But it was still too early. The school cafeteria had yet to open. Where could he find food at this hour? Dejectedly, he glanced around the restroom, wishing it could transform into a dining hall. The following night, at 10:30, Song he entered the restroom clutching a biology exam paper. As expected, Ding Yangzi was already in the corner, diligently solving problems. How late do you plan to study tonight? Old Ding, Song he provocatively inquired. Half an hour longer than you, Ding Yangzi replied, turning with a cold gaze, his expression brimming with determination. Song he chuckled as he returned to his problems, the foul-smelling restroom echoing with the familiar rhythm of their shoe strikes against the wall, mirroring the previous night's camaraderie. At 1 in the morning, Song he snapped the biology paper shut. Detected improvement in biology, advancing from bronze level 30 to bronze level 35. Turning to face Ding Yangzi, he noticed his adversary was visibly weary, stifling yawns and swaying slightly on his feet. Upon sensing Song he's gaze, Ding Yangzi stubbornly lifted his head, forcing a brave facade, resembling a beast baring its teeth in defiance. Come on, old Ding. It's only the second day and you're already worn out. I'm off to enjoy a good sleep. You can struggle on your own. Song he mocked before departing. An hour later, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Song he, invigorated and radiant, strode into the restroom, clutching a mathematics textbook. His demeanor belied the fact that he had only slept for an hour. Rather, he appeared as though he had just risen from a restful 8-hour slumber. You're here? The individual in the corner had changed to Ning Yamo, his thick glasses reflecting the light. Yes, Song he nodded in greeting, then opened his math book. The two tacitly kicked the wall, taking turns to illuminate the motion sensor light. At 5 in the morning, Ning Yamo finally succumbed to fatigue, yawning profusely. I'm heading back to sleep. You should rest early too. All right, Song he replied, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Ning Yamo furrowed his brow as he departed, secretly pondering why Song he seemed so resilient. On the third day, during the night, at 1 o'clock, Song he snapped the biology book shut. Detected biological progress. Advancing from bronze level 35 to bronze level 40. Ding Yangzi, looking haggard with disheveled hair, glared at Song he with feigned vigor, though his heavy breathing betrayed his weakness. The toll of daytime military training and late-night study was indeed formidable. Come on, old Ding, look at my rosy complexion. The floor is a mess. You don't need to urinate to see your reflection. Those dark circles under your eyes are practically akin to a panda's. Keep pushing yourself. Don't you dare quit early. We agreed you'd study for an extra half hour. Song he expertly taunted before turning to leave. After a moment, Ding Yangzi, exhausted, squatted down, gasping for breath. What the hell? Why does Song he look so vibrant? He can't be consuming tiger essence daily, can he? Regardless, he resolved to push through a few more days. He had to outperform Song he in the biology selection exam and show the entire class that he was the true biological champion. Ding Yangzi staggered to his feet and forced himself to continue studying. In the past, such intense cramming would have shattered him. But the thought of Song he's nightly mockery reignited his waning energy. At 5 in the morning, Ning Yamo, swaying slightly, packed away his math competition problems. his voice trembling. I can't take it anymore. I'm going back to sleep. Rest well. Military training is exhausting. Song He nodded. Ning Mo scrutinized Song He's complexion, then left the restroom, perplexed. Wait, this guy stays up as late as I do, yet he looks completely unfazed? Ning Mo muttered to himself. On the fourth day, at 1 o'clock in the morning, taunts echoed through the restroom. Old Ding, you're depleting your vitality. If you keep this up, you'll be impotent. Quit the nonsense and go back to sleep. I'm studying for an extra half hour. I'm determined to secure a spot on the biology competition team. Oh, are you urging me to sleep? Surely you can't hold out another half hour? If I stay up half an hour longer tonight, how will you respond? If you stay up half an hour longer, I'll stay up for an hour. I have plenty of stamina. At 4:30 in the morning, Ding Yangzi exclaimed, I can't do this anymore. I'm heading back to sleep. You should rest early too, Song He. Sweet dreams, Ning. Hey, Song, aren't you tired? Ning Mo paused at the restroom door, unable to resist the urge to ask. Tired? Of course I'm tired. Song He smiled, exuding vitality. On the fifth day, at 10 in the morning, the sun blazed down. The sound of the instructor's whistle and commands echoed across the playground, where over a dozen camouflaged military training formations marched in unison. In one corner, the instructor of Class 2, Elite, blew his whistle. That was a great march. Take a 5-minute break. The previously stiff formations dissolved into a liquid state, students collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Song He, thoroughly worn out, lay on the playground, staring up at the sky, raising a math test paper and marking the multiple-choice questions with his fingernail. In the distance, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei sat cross-legged together, observing the scene. That Song He is quite diligent. Is he genuinely studying, or just pretending? Zhang Zhilei queried skeptically. He's probably serious. He's been burning the midnight oil in the restroom for the past few days, Ning Mo replied solemnly. Though his current math level may not match ours. If he maintains such a fervent study ethic, he might catch up to us in a few months. He's been studying in the restroom late at night. Zhang Zhilei was taken aback. How do you know? Because I've been studying in the restroom late at night too, Ning Mo smiled. Shameless. Studying behind my back. Zhang Zhilei shot him a glare. How late did you two stay up? I studied from 2 o'clock until 5, but every time I left, Song He was still at it. Ning Mo's smile faded, recalling some unpleasant memories. I couldn't outlast him. I tried to hold on longer, but it was impossible. You and Song He stayed up studying? From 2 to 5? Ding Yangzi, lying nearby, suddenly sat up with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. That is impossible. Chapter 12 Approaching Science needs 10 episodes. What is impossible about it? I'll be studying in the restroom again tonight, from 2 to 5. If you go to the restroom at night, you'll encounter me, and no doubt Song He will be there too. Ning Mo felt a hint of pride, thinking his diligence had impressed his classmates. I was studying in the restroom too, from 10:30 to 1:30. Ding Yangzi exclaimed, when I was studying. Song He was there too. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo were momentarily stunned, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. What? Zhang Zhilei questioned in disbelief. What time did you say? I was in the public restroom of the dormitory, studying from 10:30 until 1:30. Ding Yangzi stated earnestly. Song He was only half an hour behind me. He studied from 10:30 until 1. It's been like this for the past few days? Ning Mo was bewildered. Yes, it's been 4 consecutive days. Ding Yangzi's expression was one of incredulity. No way, that can't be true. You must be joking. Ning Mo was utterly confused. From 10:30 to 1. Song He was studying in the restroom. From 2 to 5, he was with me? What kind of being is Song He? Nearby, Zhang Zhilei was equally flabbergasted. Her expression skeptical. Absurd. How could Song He possibly stay up all night for 4 consecutive days? He'd be dead by now. Is he an alien? As she glanced toward Song He, her expression turned doubtful. There is something off. Song He looks healthier than both of you combined. He doesn't have any dark circles under his eyes, as if he's been well rested. Meanwhile, you two look drained. Are you both trying to deceive me? The three exchanged glances, a crisis of trust erupting. I don't believe it. Ning Mo suddenly turned his intense gaze on Ding Yangzi. Old Ding, are you messing with me? If you don't believe me, I don't believe you either. Old Ning, are you pulling my leg? Ding Yangzi shot back, wide-eyed. Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi stared at each other, both pairs of eyes reflecting the stress of sleepless nights. On the 5th night, Song He, as usual, strolled into the restroom with his biology exam papers. To his surprise, Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo were both present. Song He paused, perplexed. Had he entered the restroom incorrectly today? Why was the script deviating from the previous days? Ning Mo, weren't you lurking only during the latter half of the night? What's with the sudden change in habits? Ding Yangzi turned to glance at Ning Mo, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I told you so. Ning Mo stood, dumbstruck. He had assumed this was merely a joke from Ding Yangzi. He never expected to see Song He walk in with biology questions at 10:30. The scene was utterly shocking, akin to encountering a ghost. Yet soon, Ning Mo's expression shifted back to suspicion. Could it be that Ding Yangzi and Song He conspired together? Are they playing a prank on me? Having Song He deliberately change his study time? Ning Mo thought. Turning to scrutinize Ding Yangzi. Ding Yangzi looked at Ning Mo with suspicion, secretly pondering how Song He, who came to study at this time, could possibly return in the dead of night, when he had seen him arrive and depart daily. By a mutual, unspoken agreement, both Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi decided they would not leave tonight. They would stay and observe whether Song He could indeed study through the night. Meanwhile, Song He, oblivious to the two competitors' inner thoughts, unfurled a biology exam paper and quickly immersed himself in his studies, lightning bolts of inspiration flashing through his mind. Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi also took out their own workbooks and began to write in silence. Time passed slowly, and soon the three developed a tacit understanding, taking turns kicking the wall to activate the sound-activated light. Occasionally, students going to the restroom noticed an increasing number of people studying inside, leading to an overwhelming sense of resentment. They thought, is it not enough to study in the classroom during the day? Now we have to come to the restroom at night to study. If this continues, the restroom will become a study hall. Students gritted their teeth in silent anger, while Song He received notifications of accumulating resentment points before him. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Song He snapped his biology book shut, detected improvement in biology, advancing from bronze level 45 to bronze level 50. Song He frowned. His progress seemed slow. His plan was to break through to silver level in biology before the selection exam and aim for bronze level 80 or higher in mathematics. To enter the examination room with confidence and a carefree attitude. However, upon checking the battle leaderboard, his progress was not encouraging. Biology, bronze level 50, mathematics, bronze level 36. The levels of his other subjects remained unchanged, still at the iron level. Song He turned to face his two competitors in the corner. Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo had bloodshot eyes. Both had visibly lost weight compared to the beginning of the semester, showing signs of exhaustion. At that moment, their breathing became heavy, and they struggled to hold Song He's gaze, displaying a fierce resilience. Old Ding, if you sleep at 1:30 and wake up at 6, you might end up needing intensive care to drink millet porridge. Don't let the ambulance take you away before the exam. Song He teased habitually. Old Ning, I'm going back to sleep. You should rest early too, Song He said kindly, nodding at Ning Mo. After that, he turned and left, yawning as he returned to the dormitory. In the restroom, Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo exchanged a complex glance. Every night was the same. Song He would inevitably feel drowsy and return to sleep after mocking them a couple of times. Ding Yangzi raised 3 fingers and swore, if I speak one word of falsehood, I'll end up in intensive care drinking millet porridge. But he will come back to study mathematics at 2 o'clock. Ning Mo swore with 3 fingers raised. The two looked at each other with skepticism before lowering their heads to continue studying. Thus far, they found it hard to believe Song He could study through the night continuously. It was too absurd enough to warrant at least 10 episodes of Closer to Science. Half an hour passed rapidly. Suddenly, Ding Yangzi stumbled, clearly unable to continue any longer. For the past few days, he had retreated to sleep at this hour, and now he had reached his limit. Continuing would mean pushing beyond his limits. If one had a meter for stamina, he had exhausted his reserves and was about to start losing health. Yet, stubborn Ding still pinched his thigh to stay alert. Damn it. If I hold on for another half hour, I'll know the truth. He thought defiantly. I don't believe it. How could Song He possibly study all night? Such a thing seemed impossible. It had to be Ning Mo tricking him. Meanwhile, Ning Mo suddenly crouched down, supporting himself against the wall. Damn. My stomach hurts from staying up. Ding Yangzi trembled and crouched down as well. Should we go back to the dormitory to get some chairs? Good idea, Ning Mo exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Why suffer standing here when we could sit on chairs? The two left the restroom together and walked towards the dormitory, only to return 2 minutes later with 2 small chairs, placing them by the window and sitting down wearily. At 2 in the morning, Song He entered the restroom, invigorated and determined, clutching a mathematics textbook. This was the last mathematics elective book, and he estimated he could finish it tonight, marking the end of his high school mathematics studies. This would undoubtedly be an exhilarating victory, completing his high school mathematics, after which he only needed to study a book on linear algebra to catch up with Ning Mo, significantly increasing his chances of success. Upon entering the restroom, Song He was taken aback. By the windowsill were 2 chairs, and leaning against each other were Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi, both sound asleep, their expressions blissful. Song He was perplexed. Why would they choose to sleep in the stinky restroom when they had perfectly good beds in their dormitory? Was there some peculiar quirk at play? Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the mathematics book, popping 3 mental calculation capsules into his mouth. Excitement and determination surged in his eyes as he gripped his pen tightly, veins bulging in his hand. High school mathematics. Tonight is your demise. Chapter 13. Tense and thrilling 10 consecutive draws. The sound-activated light went out. Song-hee, alone, kicked the wall repeatedly. The noise startled Ding Yongza awake. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the familiar silhouette of Song-hee studying in the corner. He really came back to study again. Ding Yongza's drowsiness vanished in an instant as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he opened them again, Song-hee was still there. This scene was truly shocking. Ding Yongza quickly pinched his thigh to confirm he was not dreaming. "Ah!" Ning Mo cried out in pain, waking up. "Who pinched my leg?" Mid-sentence, Ning Mo froze. Mouth agape, staring intently at the figure across from him. His pupils dilated in disbelief, and he stood up abruptly. He really came back. How could this be possible? Ding Yongza and Ning Mo exchanged glances, both seeing fear reflected in each other's eyes. The shock of encountering Song-hee in the restroom felt akin to seeing a ghost. They had both believed that Song-hee would not return tonight, and now seeing him sent shivers down their spines, making them feel as if they had summoned something supernatural. The intensity of their studies had escalated. Could it be that the Song-hee before them was not even human? At the same time, a flurry of system notifications suddenly flooded Song-hee's vision. Ding Yongza is startled by your appearance, his worldview shattered. Resentment points 500. Ning Mo suspects you are a foul entity. Resentment points 700. Ding Yongza, who previously thought he had the longest study hours, suddenly realizes he was mistaken. Resentment points 900. Ning Mo's thoughts become chaotic as he recalls various campus horror stories. Resentment points 1000. Song-hee was taken aback as well. Turning to look at the two by the window, he found them frozen in extreme shock, not moving a muscle, their eyes wide open. Over the past few days of intensive study, Song-hee had purchased a plethora of mental calculation capsules and deep sleep capsules from the system shop, spending nearly all his accumulated resentment points, leaving him with only 1,000 points. Today, he had been fretting over how to acquire more resentment points to ensure he had enough ammunition for battle. Now, he opened the system panel to see his resentment points skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate. 4,000, 4,500, 5,000. Song-hee was elated, watching the points swell to 5,000. Just enough to purchase all the deep sleep capsules he would need before the selection exam. Thank you, my 2 generous benefactors, for this carnival. Do you study like this every day? Ning Mo gathered his courage to ask. Do you study all night after sleeping for just 1 hour? Exactly, Song-hee replied succinctly. Don't you get tired? Ding Yongza exclaimed in agitation. You always say you're going back to sleep, but when I return to the dormitory, you come back to study. Old Ding, you can't accuse me falsely. I really did go back to sleep for an hour. When I say I'm going to sleep, it doesn't mean I'm going to sleep forever. I wake up and come back to study, right? Song-hee looked completely bewildered. You wake up after just 1 hour? Ning Mo was stunned, his expression dazed. You only sleep for 1 hour every day? Are you an alien? Don't you need to sleep to live? My nickname is the Night Warrior. Surely, it is not a title without merit. Song-hee's expression was one of disdain as he remarked, how can you youngsters even sleep? Without genuine skill, do you still aspire to join the competition team? Do you think I am not tired? Indeed, I am not tired. The moment I see a problem, I feel invigorated. With a mischievous smile, Song-hee continued, but come on, no matter how strong your willpower, you must at least conform to the laws of nature, right? Ning Mo was exasperated. I do conform. Song-hee feigned innocence. Conform my foot. Which human can survive on just 1 hour of sleep daily without feeling exhausted? Ning Mo was at his wit's end, cradling his head in his hands. The ADRB1 gene, present in 1 out of 25,000 individuals, is a rare mutation that has sleep duration and enhances alertness. The December 2nd gene, a naturally occurring short sleep gene, allows for a reduction of 1.5 hours in sleep time. Song-hee dismissed it with a laugh, noting the more common ABCC9 gene, which many possess. However, its expression can also alter sleep duration. Have you mutated genetically? Ning Mo was taken aback. I have evolved. Song-hee smiled, reiterating, I am the Night Warrior. A title not given lightly. Ning Mo and Ding Yongza were utterly astonished, left speechless for quite some time. It dawned on them that there are no miracles in this world, only the recognition of one's own limitations. Observing Song-hee's vibrant demeanor, it seemed he truly was the chosen one. The impact of his presence was a profound challenge to their worldviews. Both Ning Mo and Ding Yongza felt their life experiences over the past decade and more being upended, and the phrase "I've seen it all" unexpectedly surfaced in their minds. Song He lowered his head to continue studying, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was intrigued by the mechanics of the deep sleep capsules, having visited the school library a few days prior to research short sleep genetics, uncovering the only clue he had just mentioned. While the deep sleep capsules might not operate on the same principle, it sufficed to pacify his classmates. Song He did not wish to be seen as a monster. The nights of studying ahead were numerous, and he needed a scientifically sound explanation to avoid becoming the focal point of public scrutiny. Ding Yangzi fears your potential. Resentment value 500. Ning Mo regards you as a formidable adversary. Resentment value 500. Song He glanced up as the two top-ranking students departed the restroom, evidently realizing they could not endure the night, and wisely retreated to sleep. His resentment value had accumulated to 6,000 points, akin to a sudden windfall. With a bit more earning over the next few days, he could procure both mental arithmetic capsules and deep sleep capsules before the selection test, with some surplus remaining. An idea struck him. Since he was financially comfortable, why not indulge in an exhilarating 10 consecutive draws? With a resolute bite, he spent 1,000 points of resentment value, activating the high-tech lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 mental arithmetic capsule. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 mental arithmetic capsule. As expected, he began receiving the most basic mental arithmetic capsules. Nonetheless, it was not a loss. Each 10 consecutive draws included 2 free draws, meaning even if they yielded only mental arithmetic capsules, it equated to 12 capsules for 1,000 resentment points, a minor discount compared to purchasing them individually in the system mall. Especially since the demand for mental arithmetic capsules was increasing for him, he consumed them like candy while solving problems. Although low-end and inexpensive, they were essential supplies. Soon, the results of the first 10 draws were in, 10 mental arithmetic capsules, stowed away for future use. The following free draw segment was the true lottery. This 10 consecutive draws yielded 2 free draw opportunities. The lottery wheel spun again. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 neural growth capsule. Congratulations. You have obtained the qualification to purchase a combat power detector, now available in the system mall. Wow, the drop rate is impressively high. Song He was elated to discover 2 new items. His palm held a golden capsule, and as he focused, the system subtitle appeared. Rare item, neural growth capsule. Price. Purchase permission not yet available. Effect. After consumption, it promotes the growth of more dendrites and axons in brain neurons, slightly reducing cognitive energy expenditure, slightly enhancing cognitive speed, slightly delaying brain aging, and slightly increasing intelligence. Song He was beginning to suspect that the system was a pharmaceutical dealer, as the items provided were all variously colored capsules. However, the quality of the drugs was astonishingly advanced, pure black technology. As he swallowed the golden capsule, he couldn't help but fantasize. If he were to establish a pharmaceutical company in the future, reverse engineering the drugs provided by the system, even replicating the most basic mental arithmetic capsule, could potentially rival giants like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. With just this one capsule, ascending to the pinnacle of global pharmaceutical dominance would not be far-fetched. He opened the system mall to examine another lottery prize, the combat power detector. The system description appeared, and Song He's gaze sharpened. This item was incredibly timely, though the price was somewhat painful. Combat power detector, 1,000 resentment points each. The combat power detector can assess an individual's current subject-specific combat power. However, be advised that the combat power level is an estimated composite value, which may vary in actual examinations due to different questions. Thus, the combat power level is for reference only. Indeed, this was a valuable item. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents would be straightforward. However, the price was exorbitant, 1,000 for a single measurement. The most frustrating aspect was that measuring once was insufficient. Opponents would continually learn and upgrade. A competitor who appeared slightly weaker today could dramatically improve by tomorrow, necessitating repeated measurements, causing costs to spiral out of control. The following morning, on the playground, students sprawled in exhaustion under the scorching sun, nearly melting away. In a corner, 3 students huddled together, whispering, "Old Ning, old Ding, you two have gone too far. I am not a fool. Why are you trying to deceive me?" Zhang Jilei rolled her eyes. How could Song He possibly stay awake all night? He is not a monster. Indeed, we witnessed it firsthand. Ning Mo insisted. Song He studied all night. He claims he has evolved and possesses some short sleep gene. I wouldn't lie to you. If I did, may lightning strike us both. Ding Yang's avowed. Zhang Jilei quickly shifted aside, anxiously glancing at the clear sky. Relieved to see it was a sunny day. Why don't you believe it? If only the school allowed phones, I would have recorded a video to show you. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. Zhang Jilei scoffed, her smile laced with sarcasm. He evolved? Evolved into what? A golden immortal who does not sleep? Who could possibly believe that? Anyone with a sane mind wouldn't buy it. You two must have been hallucinating from staying up too late. I think you are both terrified of Song He. After previously boasting about securing a place on the competition team, now you feel he might outshine you. So you are fabricating myths. Old Ding, old Ning. You two need to pull yourselves together. How can you be so intimidated before even facing the exam? Ding Yangza and Ning Mo exchanged glances, sighing in exasperation. Their expressions quite helpless. It was understandable that Zhang Jilei harbored doubts. Had it not been for their first-hand experience the previous night, they too would have found it hard to believe. The Night Warrior sounded like an absurd joke at first glance, bursting with a sense of youthful bravado. Yet, witnessing the true existence of the Night Warrior left them unable to laugh at all, especially since the Night Warrior was now their adversary. Set to compete against them in just a few days, the pressure was mounting. Old Zhang, we are simply recounting how Song He tirelessly studies at night. It does not mean we are afraid. Ning Mo's expression turned serious. Though Song He's nocturnal study habits are intimidating, with only 4 days left before the selection exam, I have already begun studying university-level mathematics. He has yet to grasp high school mathematics, so he certainly won't secure a spot on the mathematics competition team. In mathematics, only you, Zhang Jilei, are my true rival. He won't stand a chance for the biology competition team either. Ding Yangza scoffed. If Song He were to focus solely on biology, he might indeed surpass me, but since he is juggling both subjects, it's essentially 2 against 1. What does he have to win? Over the past few days, I have studied biology for half an hour more than he has each night. He has mocked me these past few days, but once I secure my place on the competition team, I will return every ounce of that mockery. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza exchanged glances, and after expressing their sentiments, the shadow cast by Song He's all-night study sessions dissipated significantly, rekindling their fighting spirit. From the very beginning, Song He had made a grievous error in subject selection. Choosing mathematics was a misstep he would regret, as both Ning and I could easily outshine him in that realm. Furthermore, he compounded his mistake by selecting biology, a double blunder. Zhang Jilei nodded confidently, dismissing the so-called all-night study warrior as inconsequential. Together, the 3 of us would conspire to crush him, and in the selection exam 4 days hence, ensure his efforts would be utterly in vain. The trio exchanged smiles, as if victory was already secured. In the distance, Song He sat beneath a tree, pulling up his personal battle power leaderboard to assess his capabilities. Biology, bronze level 50, mathematics, bronze level 39, he accessed the system's marketplace, gazing at the battle power detector for a moment before gritting his teeth and making a purchase. A virtual handgun materialized in his hand, seemingly visible only to him. The handgun's rear featured subject options. Song He first selected biology and then aimed at Ding Yangza in the distance, pulling the trigger. Ding Yangza, biology bronze level 48. Song He furrowed his brow. Ding Yangza possessed some skill, being only 2 levels below him. Such a minor discrepancy was precarious, much like the previous mock exam, where unpredictable and peculiar questions could easily turn the tide, with luck playing a decisive role in the outcome. Determined, Song He opened the system marketplace again, biting the bullet to acquire 2 more battle power detectors. With dual guns in hand, both set to mathematics mode, he aimed at Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo, firing simultaneously. Zhang Jilei, mathematics bronze level 44, Ning Mo, mathematics bronze level 43. Truly, they were both math prodigies, their level surpassing his. However, their lead was slight. With the completion of linear algebra, he would likely catch up. Taking a deep breath, Song He resolved to push himself hard in the coming days. The level differences with his 3 opponents were minimal. A few hours of diligent study could easily reverse the tide. There could be no room for complacency. Suddenly, the sunlight vanished, and the weary students on the ground looked up. Leaden clouds rolled in from all directions, thick and heavy with moisture. Yuan Guang abruptly rose, kneeling with his knees together, hands clasped in prayer, bowing earnestly towards the sky while chanting incantations. Laughter erupted among the surrounding students. Yuan Guang, are you praying for rain? Ha ha, what are you doing? They roared with laughter. The weather forecast says no rain today. Don't make a fuss. If you really succeed in summoning rain, won't you shorten your lifespan? Go for it. Yuan Guang, if you succeed in calling forth rain, all the freshmen should lend you a day of life. Song He couldn't help but chuckle. His roommate always engaged in such whimsical antics. Suddenly, several laughing students froze, looking up at the sky with outstretched hands as white streams of rain began to fall. The military training students in the entire playground erupted in excitement. Wow, it's really raining. Yuan Guang is amazing. Yuan Guang the great priest. Yuan Guang. You're so impressive. Forget school and head to the northwest to aid in drought relief. A sudden announcement crackled over the loudspeakers. Military training is suspended. All students return to the classroom. Shortly, the instructors will screen a war film for each class. A thunderous cheer erupted, and students rushed towards the teaching buildings, elated. Yet, Song He turned his gaze towards the distant library building. As the rain washed over it, the library's white walls gradually darkened, resembling a structure rendered complete in a video game. 10 minutes later, at the school library, each floor of the library was identical, with bookshelves lining the east side and long study tables on the west. Song He found an empty table by the window and placed the 2 books he had just borrowed on it. College entrance examination mathematics real questions and linear algebra. He pulled out a chair and sat down, unloading his backpack onto the adjacent seat. His backpack was stuffed with various snacks and drinks, with his military training uniform resting at the bottom, freshly changed after returning to the dormitory. At this moment, all the freshmen were watching a movie in the classroom, while Song He had stealthily slipped away to the library, changing into his school uniform for the occasion. Fortunately, the uniforms from freshman to senior year were identical, allowing him to blend in seamlessly. Around him, several tables were occupied by students studying, most of whom appeared to be seniors. The characteristics of the seniors were unmistakable: disheveled hair, pallid complexions, and dark circles under their eyes from countless nights of late study, creating a scene reminiscent of a gathering of zombies. In stark contrast, Song He, with his rosy complexion, appeared somewhat out of place, like a scholar from a classic tale stumbling into a haunted abode filled with spirits. Suddenly, a figure sat down across from him. Song He looked up and nearly lost consciousness. Chapter 15. The College Entrance Examination Mathematics Paper. A senior girl with long hair, cascading over her shoulders, sat opposite him, her beauty undoubtedly rivaling that of a campus goddess. Her features were impeccably delicate, akin to a model, with porcelain-like skin. Perhaps feeling warm, she unzipped her school jacket, revealing a pristine low-cut tank top underneath. Although it was an ordinary outfit, the girl's form was so striking that the curves of her chest resembled majestic mountains, causing the tank top to stretch dramatically. As she pulled out a set of mathematics exam papers, the movement caused a delightful sway, captivating Song He's attention. He was momentarily dumbfounded. As a young man brimming with vitality, encountering such a scene was overwhelming, leaving his mind blank. After a few seconds of dazedness, his rationality returned, jolting him back to reality. No, this disrupts my focus. The Buddha says, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. The Buddha also states, all phenomena are illusory. If one perceives the non-phenomenal, they behold the Tathagata. The Buddha teaches, when the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara practices profound prajnaparamita, they see that all 5 aggregates are empty. Struggling to regain his composure, Song He hurriedly retrieved a mental calculation capsule from his pocket and swallowed it, opening college entrance examination mathematics real questions to divert his attention. Upon seeing the problems, a wave of surprise washed over him. He never expected that just a few days into the semester, he would be capable of tackling college entrance exam papers. Were it not for the myriad capsules provided by the system, even with relentless study, it would have taken him at least a year to reach this level of proficiency. Song He located some scratch paper and instantly entered a focused state, swiftly writing down answers. The effects of the capsule surged through him, unleashing a torrent of thoughts. Numbers flashing through his mind like a tempest, brilliant sparks illuminating the sky, with answers forming rapidly. Multiple choice questions, completed in 8 minutes. Fill-in-the-blank questions, completed in 4 minutes. Detected improvement in mathematics, leveling up from bronze level 39 to bronze level 40. As Song He gradually entered a frenzy of productivity, his speed in solving problems escalated. He became almost frenzied. For the average student, completing the mathematics section of the college entrance examination would take at least 30 to 40 minutes. But Song He accomplished it in merely 1/3 of that time. Notably, nearly half of that time was spent on the last couple of multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. He swiftly answered the earlier problems with barely a glance, akin to firing a rifle with precision. However, the subsequent large questions slowed him down. While the solution strategies were apparent, the meticulous steps required for mathematics were critical. He needed to write carefully and ensure he secured the points for each step. Most of his time was consumed in the act of writing, with his right hand moving in a blur. He scribbled the processes on scratch paper with the fervor of a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of calculations like an unstoppable force. Recalling the countless nights he had cried over mathematics problems, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Take that. The tables have turned. Mathematics. Today is your day of reckoning. The number of solved problems increased while the remaining ones dwindled. The initial large questions were dispatched with ease, swiftly advancing to the final two most challenging problems. His hand was beginning to cramp, but he gritted his teeth, maintaining his rapid pace. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The final two problems were notoriously cumbersome, laden with complex calculations, tedious steps, and numerous traps, with the questions often shifting unexpectedly. In a real college entrance examination, these final questions served as the dividing line between students from elite schools and their peers. For the first time, he paused his pen, staring intently at the question. Lost in contemplation, the scene unfolds like a blitzkrieg assault, where enemy infantry on the plains are laid waste, their blood flowing like a river. Suddenly, the attacking forces encounter a towering city, causing a momentary hesitation as they circle around, searching for a breach. They find it. He continues his offensive, furiously pinning down answers like a torrential downpour. Although his speed is not as swift as it was on previous problems, and he stumbles occasionally, he ultimately completes the final line. The first mathematics examination for the college entrance is finished. Total time taken, 1 hour and 14 minutes. Detected mathematical progress. Leveled up from bronze 40 to bronze 41. He is somewhat surprised. Having completed just one exam paper, he has miraculously ascended 2 levels. Could it be that the college entrance mathematics exam serves as a luxurious experience package for leveling up? He promptly reviews the mathematics paper he has just finished, cross-referencing it with the answer key. Regrettably, he did not achieve a perfect score, nor did he surpass 140 points, merely earning a modest 135. Furthermore, this paper is a local variant, categorized among the easier college entrance exams. Falling short of a higher score feels unjust. Am I truly this inadequate? He cannot help but frown in dismay. He swiftly corrects his mistakes, committing them to memory, and draws out the second mathematics paper. He retrieves several mental calculation capsules from his pocket and prepares for battle. Engrossed in his work, he draws the attention of several senior students at the neighboring long tables, who begin to whisper amongst themselves. Wow, look at that guy. His concentration is insane. His speed is incredible. Is he memorizing a liberal arts paper? No, wait, he seems to be working on mathematics. They are in awe, envious that if their math skills were this strong, they would surely secure a place in a top-tier university. A few flickering resentment points appear before He, stemming from the jealousy of nearby seniors, but their number is negligible. The seniors consider He merely a peer, if they were aware he was only a first-year student. The resentment points would surely multiply, potentially causing some seniors to experience a mental breakdown. Unperturbed by the fleeting negativity around him, He continues to write fervently, ultimately completing the second paper. Total time taken, 1 hour and 12 minutes. A slight improvement. Upon checking the answers, his score has marginally increased to 137. Yet he still fails to breach the 140-point threshold. He managed to solve the genuinely challenging problems, with deductions occurring from minor oversights. If this were a real examination setting, he would have over an hour left to review, during which he is confident he could catch his errors. However, rather than focusing on the mistakes he might uncover, he aspires to achieve a score exceeding 140 points on his first attempt, ideally aiming for a perfect score of 150. Unfortunately, upon finishing this paper, the system does not indicate a level up in mathematics. It appears that the college entrance exam is not the opulent experience package for leveling up he had hoped for. He speculates that the first paper's dual level increase might have been due to some unique bonus, such as a first-time completion reward. He sets aside the completed paper, placing it with his draft notes, intending to delve into the study of linear algebra. It seems challenging to achieve another level up with the college entrance papers. Yet delving into new content in linear algebra is certain to yield progress. Suddenly, a chubby little hand reaches over to snatch away the draft paper he had just completed. It's the senior girl across from him. He glances up and feels a rush of blood to his head, his thoughts in disarray. The senior's figure is simply too alluring. Who could withstand such a sight? Are you particularly good at mathematics, classmate? Could you help me with a problem? She asks in a lowered voice, a hint of charm in her smile. Of course, he replies decisively. The process of explaining problems to others is also a method of review. The renowned Feynman learning technique advocates for teaching what one has learned as a crucial step. Thus, He is more than willing to assist the senior girl. As for her looks and figure, those are merely fleeting impressions, completely disregarded in his thoughts. The senior beams, quickly grabbing her exercises and moving around to sit beside him. He hastily clears his backpack from the adjacent chair to make room for her. Class 1, Zhuang Qian. She introduces, extending her fair hand. Class 2, Song he replies, shaking her hand, his heart racing. Shui Yanwei observes your close interaction with the goddess-level classmate and feels a surge of jealousy. Resentment points, 200. Du Jingqing witnesses his crush taking the initiative to shake your hand, his mindset distorted. Resentment points, 300. Yizhou discovers you are seated next to the school beauty Zhuang Qian, feeling envious and jealous. Resentment points, 100. A series of resentment points suddenly flash before Song He, prompting him to glance around. Indeed, several envious gazes quickly avert. He suddenly understands the term femme fatale. The fault does not lie with beauty, but rather with the wolf's yearning for a taste of flesh. Do you understand this problem? It was set by our teacher. And there is no reference answer, Zhuang Qian says, moving her chair closer and flipping open a collection of mistaken problems, pushing it towards Song He. Chapter 16, Surpassing in Mathematics. Song He quickly examines the problem, recognizing it as a conventional major question likely adapted from the final exam. Such problems are daunting for ordinary students, but for Song He, they pose no challenge whatsoever. After a few seconds of contemplation, a series of steps spring forth in his mind, and he calculates the final answer almost instinctively. Do you understand how to find monotonicity? He inquires. I do. Zhuang Qian nods, but I don't understand the second part. For the second part, let me explain a common approach known as the separation of variables. The conventional method is cumbersome, while separation of variables is simpler, though it requires practice. Song He elaborates. Zhuang Qian eagerly grabs paper and pen, adopting an earnest demeanor akin to a diligent student seeking guidance from a teacher. The conventional method first sets g, x, equal to f, x, noting the range of x. That s 1 point. Song He writes swiftly on the draft paper, then derives g once, and again, noting that it is monotonically decreasing from 0 to ln3, and monotonically increasing from ln3 to positive infinity. That s another point. Zhuang Qian hurriedly keeps pace, jotting down notes with a tense expression. Song He fluidly fills an entire sheet of paper, discussing 2 cases methodically, even labeling each step with point values, ultimately arriving at a dazzling result. Do you comprehend this conventional method? Song He asks, turning to her. Zhuang Qian rests her chin in thought, gently biting her lip. Song He feels his blood pressure rise. They are so close that their legs nearly touch. The fragrance of Zhuang Qian is distinctly intoxicating, her complexion smooth and fair, and the way she bites her lip is almost unbearable. Song He finds himself in a bit of turmoil. Senior, as you ponder, could you refrain from biting your lip? I think I somewhat understand. Give me a moment to organize my thoughts. Is the second method simple? She asks, smiling sheepishly. The steps are straightforward for the separation of variables, but it requires keen observation. Song He explains, swiftly writing 2 inequalities. The upper equation holds true, leading to the conclusion that when x equals 2, there is a maximum value, thus delineating the range of A. Zhuang Qian is taken aback, having not expected the result to emerge so swiftly. I've seen this method before. It's astonishing. The first method requires writing a whole page and is prone to errors, while this method yields results with just 2 brief equations. Indeed, I usually employ the separation of variables to arrive at results almost instantaneously. Song He nods in agreement. But I don't know how to determine what to separate specifically. Zhuang Qian expresses her admiration. I feel that anyone proficient in this method is incredibly intelligent. Do you arrive at results purely through mental calculation? I usually do, but there are techniques to help identify the variables, Song He states, offering to teach her, and proceeds to write a few practice problems on the draft paper. Thank you. Zhuang Qian exclaims, visibly excited. Song He quickly writes out several example problems. Gesturing as he explains, Zhuang Qian leans in closer, her attention wholly absorbed in the problems, nodding repeatedly. The distance between them diminishes, their breaths mingling, when suddenly, Song He inadvertently brushes against a soft, yielding area with his elbow. His mind erupts in a cacophony, and he quickly retracts his elbow. Zhuang Qian appeared oblivious, her gaze fixated on the question, softly inquiring about the range of values for this particular region, which, while generally consistent with the above, does possess certain exceptional circumstances. Song He felt parched, enthusiastically suggesting, let me present you with a few problems to tackle on your own. The last question from the National Science exam 4 years ago. The penultimate question from last year's SU exam. The final question from last year's 5-school joint examination, and the last question from the second mock exam 2 years ago. Please retrieve the red-covered 100-day sprint mathematics problems from the shelf over there. Those questions can be found on pages 66 and 80. Song He's words flowed rapidly. Zhuang Qian cast him an admiring glance, exclaiming, Wow, Song, you're incredible. You can actually remember the questions and their respective pages. She produced a box of yogurt from her school uniform's pocket, placing it before Song-hee, saying, "I apologize for delaying your practice. Please enjoy this yogurt." Afterward, she dashed off to the bookshelf area in search of exercise books. Song-hee, picking up the yogurt and inserting a straw, began to drink eagerly. Du Jingqing, witnessing his longtime crush offering yogurt, felt his defenses crumble, resentment level, 300. Luo Lei, observing the close relationship between the campus belle and Song-hee, seethed with jealousy. Resentment level, 400. Zhao Kai, seeing Song-hee drink the campus belle's yogurt, twisted with envy. Resentment level, 400. A barrage of subtitles erupted, densely populating the air like a cinematic commentary. As Song-hee sipped his yogurt, he gazed contentedly at the soaring resentment levels. Zhuang, my dear senior, is indeed a golden goose. In mere minutes of discussing problems, the surrounding seniors had contributed over 3,000 resentment points, and the number continued to climb. This peculiar sensation made Song-hee feel as if he had stumbled into the company of a wealthy benefactor. After finishing the yogurt, he lowered his head and opened linear algebra, diving back into his studies. Initially, he had anticipated university mathematics to be quite challenging, yet as he engaged with the material, he unexpectedly discovered that linear algebra was rather manageable. Determinants, matrices, systems of linear equations, vector groups, and linear transformations flooded his mind like a rushing river of numerical formulas. Before long, he leveled up. Mathematical progress detected. Ascending from bronze level 41 to bronze level 42. Inner products of vectors, eigenvalues and eigenvectors, similar matrices, quadratic forms, and their standard forms. Mathematical progress detected. Ascending from bronze level 42 to bronze level 43. Excitement surged through Song-hee as he realized he had just begun studying linear algebra, and his level had already matched that of Ning Mo at level 43. He had not anticipated such rapid advancement. With the aid of mental calculation capsules, his mathematical prowess was indeed advancing at an astonishing pace. The clock on the wall chimed softly, revealing that it was already noon. His earlier immersion in problem-solving had rendered him unaware of time passing, but now, a sudden realization of hunger struck him with intensity. Song-hee rummaged through his backpack, extracting a bag of shikima to munch on, opting to snack lightly for lunch to save time for more problem-solving instead of queuing at the cafeteria. Dimensions, basis transformations, and coordinate transformations, matrix representations of linear transformations, positive definite quadratic forms. Mathematical progress detected, ascending from bronze level 43 to bronze level 44. At last, he had surpassed Ning Mo at level 43 and equaled Zhang Zhilei at level 44. The linear algebra book was nearing its final pages. Yet Song-hee had not fully comprehended its contents. He had merely grasped the concepts and examined example problems, leaving the exercises unattempted. Based on past experiences, mastering the knowledge points in the textbook typically resulted in a level increase, suggesting that completing the exercises could yield at least a 3-level rise. If linear algebra was a mine rich with mathematical knowledge, Song-hee had merely scratched the surface, with deeper veins of wisdom awaiting his discovery. Upon glancing at the clock again, he was astonished to find it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Time had flown by so swiftly that Song-hee nearly doubted the clock's accuracy. "Classmate, I must return for my lesson. Thank you for elucidating those problems." Zhuang Qian opened her backpack, producing several bags of potato chips to place on the table. "I noticed you skipped the cafeteria for lunch. It must have been tough, so I saved some snacks for you." "Thank you. I shall not be polite, as they will suffice for dinner," Song-hee replied gratefully. "Dinner, however, is not sufficient. Snacks cannot replace a proper meal. It could upset your stomach," Zhuang Qian remarked with concern, suddenly recalling something that ignited her enthusiasm. "Classmate, if I encounter any more math problems I cannot solve, may I come to you for help? Your explanations are exceptionally clear, even surpassing those of my teacher. I have asked many others, yet they could not elucidate the problem. Your explanation finally made it comprehensible. You are in Elite Class 2, correct?" "Yes, Elite Class 2, Song-hee readily affirmed. "I am truly grateful to you. Farewell." Zhuang Qian smiled, waved goodbye, and departed with her backpack. Feeling elated, Song-hee resumed his study of linear algebra, luxuriating in the vast ocean of mathematics, greedily absorbing knowledge and elevating his mathematical level. After a while, he suddenly raised his head in alarm. "Oh no, I only mentioned to Senior Zhuang that I am in Elite Class 2, but I failed to specify that I am in the first year. She must think I am in the third year's Elite Class 2. Chapter 17, Old Song. You are too ruthless. Exam day? At 6 in the morning, the sky was already bright. In the dormitory, Song-hee sat at his desk, engrossed in a biology textbook. The sound of creaking bed boards emanated from the other side of the room, as Yuan Guang yawned and sat up. Upon seeing Song he diligently studying, Yuan Guang felt a twinge of admiration. For several days now, this scene had been a morning ritual in their dormitory, and Yuan Guang, as a roommate, was unaware of how early Song he rose to study. My roommate is a true academic warrior. Are you prepared for the selection competition today? Yuan Guang inquired. Nearly ready. Song he replied quietly, discreetly checking his battle power rankings. Biology, bronze level 90. Mathematics, bronze level 68. His levels far exceeded those of his three competitors. Yet he felt a hint of regret for not reaching his previous goals. His aim was to break through to silver in biology and exceed level 80 in mathematics. In recent days, Song he had not slacked off, but as he progressed, leveling up became increasingly difficult. He could clearly sense that each subsequent level required an exponentially greater amount of practice, making future upgrades seem increasingly daunting. Feeling a slight headache, he reflected on the grueling 10 days of intensive study, which had left him feeling somewhat queasy, akin to consuming pig intestines for 10 consecutive days, leading to a physiological discomfort from overindulgence. However, even pig intestines were preferable. For many, the experience of studying felt akin to consuming excrement. What are our odds? Yuan Guang asked with concern. Do we stand a 60% chance? 100%. Song he declared confidently. Wow, such confidence? Yuan Guang was taken aback. Song, do not underestimate our classmates. We have hidden talents. Ding Yangze is particularly studious. Just the other day, during military training in the rain, while everyone else was watching a movie in the classroom, Ding Yangze was all alone in a corner, diligently working on practice papers. Can you guess what kind of papers he was tackling? The college entrance examination papers. That freak, old Ding, has completed all the high school biology curriculum. Now, everyone in class refers to him as the biology emperor. As Yuan Guang spoke, he recalled the rumors circulating about Ding Yangze, sending shivers down his spine. Not having yet studied the biology textbook himself, he found it difficult to fathom the terrifying strength of someone who had mastered the entire high school biology syllabus. Old Ding is tackling the college entrance biology papers? What scores do you think he gets? Song he inquired, intrigued. I don't know, regardless of the score. The mere fact that he can tackle them is astonishing. We, as first-year students, can only stare blankly at the college entrance exam papers, can't we? Yuan Guang expressed awe, clearly in deep admiration for Ding Yangze, but then shifted to a tone of earnest caution for his roommate. So, Song, do not hold overly high expectations. As the saying goes, great expectations lead to great disappointments. It is no shame to lose to a genius like Ding Yangze, who will undoubtedly ascend to the elite class next semester. Yuan Guang was about to continue, but suddenly fell silent. Song he picked up a problem set from the desk and handed it to him. It was none other than the college entrance biology true questions. Yuan Guang's face turned pale. Old Song, do not scare me. Please tell me you haven't begun working on the college entrance exam papers. Of course, I have not just begun. Song he shook his head. You gave me quite a scare. Yuan Guang exhaled in relief. I've already completed them all, Song he said with a grin. Yuan Guang was taken aback, his complexion growing even paler. Trembling, he extended his hand to accept the problem set from Song he, flipping it open. The pages were filled with dense black ink, accompanied by red corrections and scores. As he flipped through, he discovered an entire set of over 30 past college entrance exam papers, all meticulously filled out. Not only had he completed them, but his scores were also impressive. On papers scored out of 100, Song he consistently achieved over 90 points, with only 1 or 2 papers scoring in the 80s. Such high scores are not merely rare among first-year students. Even among third-year students, they are akin to a phoenix among chickens. I am utterly astonished. Yuan Guang, overwhelmed by shock, stood up abruptly. Old Song, when did you concoct such a formidable strategy? How on earth do you learn so rapidly? Have you unlocked some hidden prowess? I have indeed, Song he replied candidly with a nod. Yuan Guang is terrified by your biology exam paper. His resentment level is now at 500. I retract my previous statement. It appears you truly can contend with Ding Yangze. Yuan Guang trembled as he returned the paper to Song he, his gaze transformed, akin to a novice player in a game reverently regarding a boss character. However, both of you completed the college entrance examination paper, so your levels are only evenly matched. Brother Song, you must not underestimate the competition when you enter the exam room. Rest assured, I have studied far beyond this. I will undoubtedly prevail over Ding Yangze in this biology selection test. Song he maintained an air of calm confidence. Since you are assured in biology, why not concede in the mathematics competition? Yuan Guang presumed. Why should I concede? Song he smiled. I also intend to join the math competition team. My chances may be slightly slimmer, but I estimate about a 90 likelihood of success. That is unrealistic. Brother Song, Ning Mo, and Zhang Zhilei are exceptionally strong. Do you not realize? These two math prodigies have been immersed in university-level mathematics. Yuan Guang earnestly remarked. Song he picked up a copy of Advanced Mathematics from the desk and handed it to Yuan Guang. As Yuan Guang opened the book, the dense notes nearly covered every blank page. Silence ensued. Yuan Guang is astounded, his resentment level now at 800. Oh my goodness, old Song, you are too brutal. Yuan Guang nearly wept. Biology is one thing, but to grasp mathematics at this pace is astounding. In the classroom, during the morning reading session, all the students held their textbooks, the sound of reading resonating loudly, competing with the morning reading sounds from other classes in the hallway. However, today the atmosphere in the classroom was palpably tense, as if a great battle were imminent. Amid the resounding reading, whispers mingled in the air. Front row, today is the selection for the competition team. I am so excited. Excited about what? I feel absolutely nothing. Our class has many geniuses, and there is only one spot. When the gods clash, it is not for mere mortals like us to aspire. How can you be so defeatist? Without striving, how can you know you won't succeed? What if the questions happen to align perfectly with what I know, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? And I manage to secure that spot? That is pure wishful thinking. Just look at Ding Yangzi by the window. He scored over 70 on the biology entrance exam. Can you even comprehend half of the questions on that exam? Goodness, and look at Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei in the middle row. Their math entrance exam scores start at 130, and they are even studying linear algebra. Have you heard of it? That is university-level mathematics. My word, despair. What a bunch of talented classmates. Despair is warranted. As I said, our class has many geniuses, and the opportunity to join the competition team is far too precious for mere mortals to grasp. Only the creme de la creme among us stand a chance. Middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei sat together, surrounded by classmates who leaned in to whisper. The first period is math class. The competition team spot should come down to the two of you, right? Zhang Zhilei replied confidently, it will certainly be me. Old Ning has always been the second best, while I have consistently been the top. He has never surpassed me. What do you mean, always the second best? Ning Mo's forehead throbbed as he retorted, in the second year. During the monthly exam, I scored 1 point higher than you. See, old Ning is still clinging to that. I was running a fever during that exam, and he seized the opportunity to win by a hair's breadth and has held on to that memory ever since. Zhang Zhilei mercilessly mocked. This is something old Ning will remember for a lifetime. He might as well engrave it on his tombstone for future generations to admire. Laughter erupted among the surrounding classmates, while Ning Mo's expression shifted, clearly embarrassed. Since middle school, the rivalry between Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei in mathematics had begun. What was termed competition was, in reality, a one-sided domination by Zhang Zhilei, who consistently achieved perfect scores in various math tests. Not even the most skilled competitors from other schools could surpass Zhang Zhilei. And though Ning Mo had participated in several city-level math competitions, Zhang Zhilei emerged as the champion each time. This merciless math prodigy had left all her competitors in tears. No one could defeat old Zhang in mathematics. Ning Mo had formed a fixed mindset, having been overshadowed by Zhang Zhilei for so long that he was nearly resigned to defeat. Each time he felt he had a chance, Zhang Zhilei would remind him of his reality in the following exam. The two were always separated by a mere 1 or 2 points, yet that distance seemed insurmountable. Over time, Ning Mo could only cling to his one-time victory, desperately trying to preserve the little dignity he had left. I heard Song, he is quite impressive. Does he have a chance? A classmate whispered. Song, he is diligent, so of course he has a chance. However, this year is unlikely. He will have to wait until next year. Zhang Zhilei laughed. He has no possibility this time. Unless old Ning and I voluntarily withdraw. Even if I withdrew, old Ning's score would still far surpass his. Chapter 18, A Chaotic Slaughter. Back of the classroom. Let us take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Today is the opportunity for a leap into greatness. This annual grand chance must be seized. Seize what? The spot has essentially been predetermined. There is no chance for us. Predetermined? That can't be true. Isn't it based on scores after the exam? It is indeed based on scores, but the gap in ability is far too vast. Ding Yangzi has completed the biology exam paper, and Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo have already tackled the math exam. We have only just begun learning the first-year curriculum. How can we possibly compare? Exactly. I've heard the candidates for the biology competition team will undoubtedly be Ding Yangzi, while the math team will most likely be Zhang Zhilei, with Ning Mo being a long shot. Suddenly, a calm voice interjected. Song He. Classmates turned to find Yuan Guang in the corner. What did you just say, Priest Yuan? Song He has a great chance. He will secure a spot. Though whether it will be in math or biology is uncertain, Yuan Guang asserted, his tone unusually resolute. How could Song He possibly? Laughter erupted among the classmates. Yuan Guang gazed intently at the front row, his expression akin to a fervent fan of Song He. Just wait and see. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that Song He will secure a spot. Are you in? Classmates in the back exchanged glances, surprised. Betting on Song He to win? Is Yuan Guang eager to treat everyone to spicy strips? I'm betting. I'm betting on Ding Yangzi and Zhang Zhilei, 3 packs of spicy strips. I'll join in. Ding God and Zhang God, 4 packs of spicy strips. I'm betting on Ninggu. Why is everyone cheering for Zhang Zhilei? I think Ninggu is quite strong too. 3 packs of spicy strips. In no time, classmates in the back were placing bets. Yuan Guang pulled out a sheet of paper, getting the gamblers to sign in. The scale of the betting grew larger, and by the end of the morning reading session, over 20 classmates had placed bets. Yuan Guang calculated that if Song He won a match, he would net a total of 60 packs of spicy strips. Enough to last through the midterm exams. Yuan Guang was thrilled, quickly tearing off several sheets of paper, spreading them across his desk. With rapid strokes, he sketched a series of symbols, then struck a peculiar pose with both hands, chanting incantations. Priest Yuan, what are you doing? Classmates in the back stared in disbelief. Setting up a formation. I am invoking luck to aid my roommate Song He. Oh my goodness, Priest Yuan is cheating, casting a magical attack. Laughter erupted among the classmates in the back. The class bell rang. The classroom fell silent, an invisible tension gradually filling the air. The competition team was undoubtedly a coveted opportunity. Joining the team meant a chance for guaranteed admission to prestigious universities or significantly lowered admission scores. For high school students who toil for every point, the allure of such shortcuts is simply irresistible. Thus, even though many students felt they had no chance, they couldn't help but fantasize. What if the top students faltered? What if the exam questions happened to fall within my knowledge? Finally, Ban Jianya entered the classroom, clutching a thick stack of exam papers, exuding an authoritative presence. Prepare for the exam. This test is for the sole spot on the math competition team. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Ban Jianya's voice boomed. Listen carefully. Students in even-numbered rows, do not move. Students in odd-numbered rows, turn your seats around. Move the desks along the aisle outward to create space. The classroom was immediately thrown into chaos as students busily rearranged desks to prepare the examination hall, heightening the atmosphere of tension. Soon, the setup was complete, and silence enveloped the room. The teacher swiftly distributed the examination papers, passing them to the first row of each column before quickly relaying them backward. This lesson, along with the next, was dedicated to mathematics. It was imperative to approach the problems with diligence and seize this opportunity. The teacher's booming voice echoed, warning that missing this chance would mean waiting until next year. The examination was now underway. A cacophony of writing filled the classroom, akin to a sudden downpour, as pens struck the papers. However, this impressive sound lasted only a few seconds before fading into silence. Each student completed the identification section, only to gaze vacantly at the questions, dazed and confused. The selection examination paper was exceedingly brutal, devoid of even multiple-choice questions. It consisted solely of 30 daunting fill-in-the-blank questions, followed by 10 challenging problems, an arduous test of pure skill. Half of the students were overwhelmed, their hopes dashed. In a corner of the front row, Zhao Yi anxiously examined the paper. She adhered to a principle of swiftly skipping questions she could not solve, focusing first on those she could. The first question was skipped, the second, the third. She continued this pattern through to the 30th question. By the end, her expression was one of bewilderment. Not a single question was within her grasp, despite her extensive preparation. Beside her, the sound of rapid writing caught her attention. Light, swift, decisive. Zhao Yi glanced sideways, and indeed, it was Song He, diligently answering the questions. After a brief observation, her face paled. The sight before her was simply absurd. Song He was swiftly writing answers to the fill-in-the-blank questions, completing one every few seconds. Just minutes into the exam, he had already progressed to the 10th question, while his scratch paper remained utterly blank, untouched. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. Was this the legendary mental calculation for fill-in-the-blank questions? For ordinary questions, mental calculation was impressive enough, but for such difficult selection questions? Was he mad? While others struggled to comprehend the questions, he seemed to tackle them effortlessly. Surrendering to despair, Zhao Yi's flicker of hope was extinguished. She set down her pen, resting her chin on her hand. Lost in thought, while secretly observing Song as he continued to solve problems with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the sound of pages turning echoed through the classroom. Most students had already given up, so the act of flipping a page indicated someone was still working diligently and had just completed one side of the paper. Dozens of gazes shifted toward the source of the sound, and Zhao Yi couldn't help but turn her head. It was Zhang Jilei. Moments later, Ning Mo also turned a page. A collective gasp filled the room, as this display was overwhelming, leaving a psychological scar on the onlookers. While others struggled to comprehend the questions, some were completing them at lightning speed. Zhang Jilei turned another page. Dozens of astonished eyes fixed on the front row. Surprised to see Song, he also engaged in the examination. However, most gazes quickly lost interest, deducing from the speed of his page turning that he was lagging behind with little chance of success. Unfazed, Zhang Jilei maintained her air of absolute confidence. While Ning Mo couldn't help but glance up, his expression a mix of complexity before he swiftly returned to his work. Among the most confident candidates, aside from Zhang Jilei, was Song He. Completely oblivious to the page-turning sounds around him, he was wholly unconcerned with the other students. With 4 mental calculation capsules consumed, his focus was sharper than ever, his gaze sweeping over the questions as thoughts erupted like flames. He answered with an impassive expression, his hand moving with such speed that it left traces behind. This examination paper predominantly encompassed high school mathematics, with a fraction pertaining to linear algebra and advanced mathematics. The overall difficulty was manageable, primarily assessing mastery of knowledge points and extensive calculations. Fortuitously, Song He had thoroughly grasped the content, and his calculation speed was unyielding. Thus, he annihilated the fill-in-the-blank section. Within 20 minutes, he had conquered all 30 questions. Taking a deep breath, a slight smile crept onto his lips. He had expected the selection examination to be exceedingly challenging, yet it proved to be rather simple. To observe this selection paper is akin to encountering a mere chicken amongst hounds. He mused. Now, onto the final 10 problems. Here I come. In an unexpected twist, compared to the treacherous fill-in-the-blank questions, the difficulty of the major problems plummeted. The first few questions involved straightforward determinant calculations from linear algebra, so simple that Song He could produce results at a glance, albeit he dutifully wrote out each step. The subsequent major problems were reminiscent of college entrance examination questions, albeit with a slight increase in difficulty. Song He scoffed at the simplicity. I anticipated encountering formidable challenges. Yet it seems rather weak. All shall be vanquished. Meanwhile, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were also surging ahead, their pens moving at a rapid pace, producing sounds akin to a sewing machine. Initially, they struggled with the first few linear algebra questions, having only recently studied the material. However, they swiftly progressed to the conventional major problems, their speed escalating dramatically as if in a race. Zhang Jilei smirked. I will submit my paper first. Not if I can help it. Ning Mo retorted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The battle intensified in a fierce competition. The atmosphere charged with electric tension as 2 seasoned rivals wielded their pens as weapons, transforming the examination into a battleground. The overwhelming pressure from the academic elites permeated the air, leaving their classmates in awe and trepidation. I'm on the 9th major problem. Zhang Jilei whispered. So am I. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. I'm on the last question. Zhang Jilei's eyes gleamed with determination. Me too. Ning Mo hesitated for a moment. Finally, Zhang Jilei emphatically pinned down the last line and dramatically tossed her pen aside. Almost simultaneously, Ning Mo fervently completed his last line and flung his pen as though it were a grenade. Both raised their arms in triumph, their gazes fixed on the teacher's desk, akin to soldiers planting their flag on enemy territory. The next moment, both Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo froze. At the podium, the teacher was quietly reviewing a completed mathematics paper, filled to the brim with answers. Someone had already submitted their paper. Both Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, and simultaneously recalled something, turning their heads to a certain direction in the front row. There sat Song He, leisurely propping his chin on one hand, twirling his pen with the other, appearing utterly bored and idle. Sensing their scrutiny, he nonchalantly scratched his ear with his middle finger. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo's eyes widened. Had Song He submitted his paper even earlier? How could he possibly be so fast? He might have fewer questions he could answer. Many remain unattempted, Zhang Jilei suddenly thought. I hope so. Ning Mo's expression darkened, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. At the podium, the teacher finally noticed the raised hands of the 2 students and nodded for them to approach and submit their papers. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo hurriedly ran up, handing their papers to the teacher. Simultaneously, Both took a furtive glance at Song He's paper. It was a shocking sight. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo had only studied high school mathematics and linear algebra, leaving the advanced mathematics section blank, with only a couple of questions unanswered. However, Song He's paper was completely filled, showing even more content. He had answered all the advanced mathematics questions, returning to their seats after submitting their papers. Both Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo fell into a heavy silence, an ominous sense of foreboding settling in. The surrounding classmates had witnessed the entire ordeal, whispering reassurances to one another. Just because Song He submitted early doesn't mean he got them all right. Let us wait for the teacher to grade the papers. Indeed, it is not a race for speed, but a contest of scores. Had it been a matter of speed, I would have triumphed long ago, finishing the exam in an instant without hesitation. Fear not, Sister Zhilei, for I have unwavering faith in your prowess. The interminable wait ensued. At the podium, Mr. Ban Jianya busied himself meticulously grading the papers, scrutinizing each line of the major questions with remarkable diligence. It was evident that, given the significance of this selection, he approached it with utmost caution. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei were ensnared in a state of anxiety, while the entire class awaited to see who would emerge victorious. At last, Mr. Ban Jianya raised his head. Is there anyone still needing to submit their paper? If not, I shall announce the results. A profound silence enveloped the class as everyone looked up at their homeroom teacher. To their astonishment, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo had identical scores, both achieving 128 out of a perfect 150. Mr. Ban Jianya smiled, stating that had their incorrect answers not differed, he might have suspected collusion. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening. A glimmer of joy appeared on Ning Mo's face. Had he truly managed to draw even with Zhang Zhilei? This was a significant breakthrough. Another line could be etched on the tombstone. Had only Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo submitted their exams, matters would have become troublesome, necessitating a tiebreaker. Fortunately, Mr. Ban Jianya noted with a smile that Song He had also turned in his paper, and his score was noticeably higher. Indeed, significantly so. Song He scored 141. A thunderous uproar erupted in the classroom, exclamations of astonishment mingling with applause that cascaded like a tidal wave. What an astonishingly high score, 141. Could it be that such a challenging exam yielded a score exceeding 140? Initially, it appeared to be a duel to the death between Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo. But unexpectedly, they had both been eclipsed by Song He, the emperor of mathematics. Song He, the math sovereign. Surely, the rumors of the all-night warrior cannot be true? What a surprise, a dark horse. All hail the ascension of the math emperor, Song He. Among those applauding, none were more fervent than Yuan Guang, whose excitement was palpable. His month-end supply of spicy snacks was assured. Song He, this roommate, was indeed a veritable cash cow. The surrounding classmates cast him curious glances. Absurd. Had Yuan the great priest's earlier incantations truly worked? Yuan Guang possessed something extraordinary. Rain fell upon his summons, and by lending his luck to Song He, the latter's scores soared to the heavens. Teacher Yuan, do you still accept disciples? I wish to learn your magic. Yuan Guang, the old sage, with boundless powers. At the podium, Mr. Ban Jianya cleared his throat twice, and the class quickly settled down. He surveyed the room and began, I am immensely gratified. In previous years, while leading the elite class, the highest score on similarly difficult questions was merely in the 60s. When sent to the school's competition team, they were swiftly outperformed by the rocket class within a month. Yet this year, our class has produced 3 mathematical prodigies. Anyone scoring above 100 on this exam is bound to score at least 130 on the college entrance examination. Based on my years of experience as a homeroom teacher, those who can achieve scores of 130 to 140 in mathematics have a success rate exceeding 90 for entering prestigious universities. Song He, Zhang Zhilei, and Ning Mo have already placed one foot in the realm of elite institutions. Another round of applause erupted in the classroom, envy and admiration swirling among the students. Song He, there will be an inaugural meeting for the competition team at the school auditorium tonight at 8. Do not attend evening study, but go to the meeting instead. Mr. Ban Jianya's gaze lingered approvingly on Song He. Thank you, teacher. Song He responded succinctly. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo, do not be disheartened. Our final exams at Jinghai No. 4 High School offer opportunities for advancement. Your mathematics is commendable, with further effort in other subjects. You may secure a place in the rocket class for your second year. The rocket class has ample spots for competition. You could each claim a seat. The homeroom teacher's gaze shifted to Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo. Participating in competitions a year later may not be a disadvantage, but rather a chance for growth. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo echoed in unison. Their expressions were subdued, yet it was evident they were struggling to suppress their disappointment. After the results were announced, the two had already amassed a considerable amount of resentment towards Song He. Ning Mo's resentment was somewhat lessened. Having witnessed the prowess of the all-night warrior, he had long recognized that Song He might be a variable, though he had been reluctant to admit it for the sake of self-comfort. Now, faced with this outcome, he could only accept reality with a bitter smile. In contrast, Zhang Jilei was utterly bewildered, caught off guard by her unexpected defeat. She realized she had never even considered the possibility of losing. Fellow classmates, you have seen the caliber of the top students. The stark differentiation began as soon as the school year commenced. I hope everyone will recognize their shortcomings and strive for improvement. The homeroom teacher's tone grew stern as he admonished the class to acknowledge the gap between themselves and the top students. The combined scores of half the class did not exceed Song He's. Everyone must reflect. No sooner had he finished speaking than a flurry of resentment notifications floated before Song He, emanating from his classmates. Chapter 20. The Beast, Song He in the afternoon. During biology class, with 5 minutes remaining until the lesson began, Lulu entered the classroom, clutching the exam papers. It seemed that Ms. Lulu was quite affluent, as she appeared in entirely new attire every day. Today she donned a white knitted top paired with a black knee-length skirt. Her calves fair and her figure as proportionate as a fashion model. Simply standing there, she exuded an elegance akin to a fashion magazine cover. Upon her arrival, the classroom erupted in excitement. With hushed murmurs, the thrilling biology selection exam will commence in just a few minutes. Everyone, be prepared. The competition team is a once-a-year opportunity, with selected individuals rising above the rest. Mathematics may not be a true struggle, but one can surely fabricate a few words in biology, right? Such blind optimism. Had they forgotten the foundational assessment at the beginning of the school year? Let me tell you what will happen when the papers are opened. Lose, lose, lose. Song He had already entered the math competition. The biology competition was undoubtedly Ding Yangza's domain. We merely awaited Ding Guo's performance. What if Song, the math sovereign, also secures a spot in the biology competition? That would certainly be a spectacle to behold. Surely not. I have never heard of someone competing in 2 subjects simultaneously. Song He is not Superman. How could he possibly have the energy to excel in both competitions? Do you truly believe those rumors about the all-night warrior? Such tales are not without merit. Many who frequent the public restroom at night have reported encountering the math sovereign engaged in late-night study sessions, which is quite terrifying. Snippets of the back row students' discussions drifted to Ding Yangza's ears. He sat hunched over a collection of biology mistakes, his expression one of anguish. He wished he could stab Song He to eliminate him from existence. Throughout the afternoon, he had been trying to console himself, believing that Song He's entry into the math competition meant his chances of participating in the biology competition had plummeted. At least, that was the logical conclusion. Yet Song He defied all logic. Where, pray tell, is the existence of the all-night warrior? With the exam approaching, Ding Yangza was besieged by an unusual and unbearable pressure. While Song He sat in front, exuding an aura of formidable dread, Ding Yangza could not fathom why he felt such immense pressure. Even more so than during the high school entrance examination. Was he truly intimidated by Song He? Or had it simply been too long since he had led? The bell rang abruptly. Lulu instantly looked up, her expression serious. This class is an examination. The selection for the biology competition team. There is only one spot available, and I expect everyone to give their utmost. Ding Yangza clenched his fists beneath the desk, cursing inwardly. Why is there only one spot? Would it kill the school to provide an additional opportunity? Song He remained composed as he received the exam paper from Lulu, swiftly extracting one sheet and passing the rest back. The moment he laid eyes on the paper, his expression shifted dramatically, a fierce determination igniting within him. The first step, a comprehensive overview of the questions. The exam comprised a substantial 40 short answer questions, each worth 25 points, yielding a total perfect score of 100. The second step, assessing the difficulty. The questions primarily encompassed high school biology, variations of past biology competition problems, cutting-edge research in biology, and the use of various laboratory instruments. Song He scanned the paper and quickly grasped the level of difficulty, deeming it elementary. I, the all-night warrior, shall conquer all adversaries in this examination hall. With pen in hand, the battle commenced. The classroom atmosphere mirrored that of the previous foundational assessment. An eerie silence enveloped the room as the majority of students stared blankly at the questions, collectively entering a state of bewilderment. In the minds of many students, the philosophical trio inevitably arises. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Yet, from the front row, the sound of pen tips tapping in response emerges. Belonging to Song He and Ding Yangza, including the teacher Lu Lu at the podium, the entire class's gaze converges on the front, witnessing the remarkable prowess of these two biology prodigies. In the corner of the back row, Yuan Guang observes his roommate's performance with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Hurriedly pulling out several sheets of white paper, his pen flying across the page to sketch bizarre runes, while he chants incantations, commencing his own magical rites. Surrounding classmates chuckle softly, mocking him. Yuan Daxian, performing sorcery with draft paper and a 0.5mm black gel pen. You're the first in history to do so. Don't waste your life force, Yuan Daxian. Superstitions cannot alter fate. Song He has already secured victory in the math competition. There's no way the biology competition will follow suit. Ding Yangza has mastered high school biology. The chances of losing are non-existent. If you succeed with your magic this time, I might actually believe you possess some talent, and perhaps I would visit your fortune-telling booth. It's hilarious, Yuan Guang. Writing Darwin in the center of the array. What use is that? Darwin is a foreigner. His real name is Darwin. Even if the deity in heaven were to have spirit, he wouldn't comprehend your call. Cease your incessant chatter. If my roommate wins again, you all shall forfeit your trousers. Yuan Guang retorted with a cold smile. Time swiftly flew by. The speed at which Song He and Ding Yangza rode increased, their pens tapping away like a sewing machine, inscribing a dense tapestry of tiny characters on their papers. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class. The next class is study time. Continue answering, Lu Lu announced. In truth, it was unnecessary for her to speak. Neither Song He nor Ding Yangza showed any inclination to lift their heads, completely immersed in their papers. Their consciousness seemingly leaping into the ocean of questions, temporarily oblivious to the changes around them. Lu Lu could not resist descending from the podium, standing in the aisle to take a closer look at their responses. The difficulty of the previous year's exam questions was comparable. Yet elite class students rarely managed to answer beyond one class period. Even the most outstanding students would typically submit their papers after 20 minutes, having completed just 10 questions, which was already considered an excellent performance. Even in the rocket class, students would at most answer 20 questions, indicating rather commendable aptitude. This year, however, the elite class 2 surprisingly showcased two biology stars. Currently, both Song He and Ding Yangza had completed over 20 questions, far exceeding the levels of previous years. They could even compete with the top students from the rocket class. Lu Lu could not help but display a look of astonishment. Song He was progressing slightly faster, having reached question 26, while Ding Yangza lingered at question 21, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. Given the current circumstances, Song He held a clear advantage, and the likelihood of his victory appeared substantial, a truly unexpected turn of events. The class bell rang. Previously, the sounds of two pens striking the tabletop resonated in a competitive flurry, but now, the noise suddenly diminished by one. Ding Yangza had ceased answering. He finished question 23, but suddenly found himself at a standstill, panic washing over him as he realized he had never encountered the subsequent questions. Questions 24 to 30 involved operational procedures for various laboratory instruments. Yet, not only did he not know the procedures, but he had never even heard of the instrument names. What was a laminar flow hood? What was a spectrophotometer? What were a gel electrophoresis apparatus and a decolorization shaker used for? Questions 31 to the last one were filled with unfamiliar terms from cutting-edge biological advancements. Ding Yangza gripped his pen tightly, staring at the questions for a long time, only to suddenly realize that he had completed all the questions he could answer. However, Song He continued to write. A deep sense of dread gripped Ding Yangza's heart. The morning's math competition was a race to submit quickly, while the afternoon's biology competition was a contest to submit slowly. Song He showed no signs of stopping. The outcome seemed all but determined. Ding Yangza's face turned pale, his hands clenched tightly. Was this truly his moment of defeat? No, there was still hope. Chapter 21. The Moment of Defeat. Ding Yangza picked up his pen again, hesitating for a long while before continuing to write. Though his once confident strokes had transformed into uncertainty. One of the supreme rules of examinations is that no questions should be left unanswered. Even if one does not know the answer, one can guess, fabricate, list formulas, or babble. Under no circumstances should one leave a question blank. Just like suppressing firepower on a battlefield, whether the shots hit the enemy or not, one fires a few rounds first. Ding Yangza reread the questions repeatedly, relying on instinct to begin guessing, awkwardly concocting responses. Although he was fabricating, he felt no guilt. Was it possible that Song He could answer all the questions? Absolutely not. Perhaps Song he had already completed the questions he knew and had been aimlessly writing to fill the page. In the heat of battle until the final moment, before submitting, anything was still possible. Ding Yangzi temporarily suppressed his fear, embarking on a frenzied spree of fabrication, engaging in a desperate last stand. The previous confrontation was akin to a barrage of gunfire. Now, with ammunition exhausted, they were forced into a close-quarters melee. With 30 minutes remaining until the exam concluded. 20 minutes. 10 minutes. Sweat trickled down Ding Yangzi's forehead, his face flushed with anxiety. He had guessed all the questions he could, and he had written down everything he could fabricate, yet a few questions remained that left him utterly stumped. But Song he was still answering, his pen not only maintaining its speed, but accelerating. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom, although they could not see the papers of the two prodigies. Observing their state made it clear who was likely to triumph. Song he wrote with calm confidence at a rapid pace, hardly pausing at all, while Ding Yangzi's face grew increasingly distressed, holding his pen in confusion. In the back row, a group of students betting on the outcome had drastically different reactions. Yuan Guang's eyes sparkled, faintly sensing the opportunity for another windfall. Earlier that morning, after witnessing Song he complete the college entrance examination paper in their dorm, Yuan Guang had never believed his roommate could be this formidable. At this moment, he felt the thrill of insider trading. He had prior knowledge of his roommate's exceptional capabilities. And now, opening the betting was merely a matter of reaping the rewards. The other students were bewildered, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Initially, as Ding Yangzi answered rapidly, everyone felt assured of his victory, but suddenly Ding Yangzi faltered, and the tide of battle shifted drastically. Now, he appeared on the brink of collapse. Was Ding Yangzi truly about to lose? Another major upset? In the center of the classroom, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were left dumbfounded. The situation unfolding before them was as shocking as the morning's math exam. Song he was still answering, while old Ding seemed to have reached a dead end. Ning Mo gasped softly. Could it be that Song he is actually going to win the biology competition as well? That can't be, can it? He is excelling in both fronts. This is too outrageous. Zhang Jilei's complexion paled, but there is still hope. This ISNT and essay exam, it's not just about the number of words. We must also consider who has the higher accuracy between old Song and old Ding. Do you hope for Song he to win the biology competition or lose it? Ning Mo inquired. Zhang Jilei furrowed her brows for a long while. I hope he wins. Why? Ning Mo raised an eyebrow. If Song he wins the biology competition, it would demonstrate his extraordinary strength, setting him apart from the rest. Wouldn't that imply we aren't so inferior after all? If Song he loses and Ding Yangzi defeats him, then we are worse off than Ding Yangzi. Zhang Jilei analyzed with inner conflict. That makes sense. Since we've been defeated, we'd prefer to be beaten by the champion. Being defeated by a small fry would be too humiliating. Ning Mo sighed. Hurry up and win, Song he, so we can weep in despair with old Ding. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Song he placed his pen down with a decisive thud, exhaling deeply as he raised his hand. Ding Yangzi hesitated for 2 seconds before raising his hand as well. Lulu had been waiting patiently beside them, eagerly taking their papers and pulling out a red pen to grade them. The class fell silent, tension hanging in the air as everyone focused intently on the teacher. Lulu graded with remarkable fluidity, glancing over each question to assign scores, swiftly finishing both papers. Ding Yangzi performed exceptionally well on the first 20 questions, scoring 5 points more than Song he. Lulu paused, but the results for the last 20 questions were quite the opposite. Ding Yangzi evidently began to fabricate wildly, while Song he answered quite satisfactorily. Ultimately, the scores were announced. Ding Yangzi scored 63 points, while Song he scored 90 points. Lulu proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to Song he for being selected for the biology competition team." The applause erupted thunderously, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. The impact of this event on the entire class surpassed even that of the morning's mathematics lesson. Song he emerged as a dark horse once again, achieving victory after victory, astonishingly securing 2 competition spots all on his own. Throughout both examinations, the class witnessed Song he's formidable qualities as a top student. He could triumph with lightning speed in mathematics while maintaining composure during the lengthy battle of the biology exam, ultimately defeating his opponents by a wide margin. His prowess was truly fearsome. Many classmates found themselves thinking of him as a monster. While there were various discussions earlier in the morning, the class was now utterly stunned, mechanically applauding in awe. Ding Yangzi wore a dazed expression. Defeated? Indeed. The realization that Song he's score was so high struck him. He hadn't guessed answers. He had mastered every question. In contrast, his own last-minute, haphazard guesses felt like the desperate flailings of a clown, utterly powerless and laughable. A crushing defeat. Ding Yangza painfully grasped his head. The exhaustion and heartache from 10 days of sleepless study surged through him like a tidal wave, leaving his mind blank as he sat petrified in his seat. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei exchanged glances and raised their hands to applaud. Incredible, he actually did it. Ning Mo felt completely overwhelmed, goosebumps rising all over his body. This overnight warrior was indeed formidable. We three had hoped to team up against him. But instead, we were utterly outclassed. Zhang Zhilei sighed, reflecting on how she had just expressed her desire for Song He to win, and now he had triumphed again, leaving her feeling inexplicably unsettled. In the back row of the classroom, a group of students rummaged through their bags, pulling out spicy strips and passing them to Yuan Guang in the corner. Yuan Guang's desk was overflowing with spicy strips, almost spilling out of his bag. His grin was wide, reveling in a day of abundant good fortune. In the front row, Lu Lu gazed at Song He, her eyes sparkling with undeniable admiration and affection. She had considered the possibility of Song He winning, but never imagined he would score so impressively. Had she not just completed the test paper in the office at noon, she might have suspected that Song He had somehow obtained the exam in advance. After all, even students who had trained in the competition team for 1 or 2 months found it extremely difficult to score above 80 on this test. At 8 o'clock that evening, in the school auditorium, the competition team formation meeting was taking place, you know? Lu Lu smiled brightly. Yes, the homeroom teacher told me this morning. Song He replied promptly. I will arrive on time. The homeroom teacher informed you this morning? Lu Lu paused. Then her expression turned incredulous. You were also selected for the mathematics competition team? Yes. Teacher, Song He nodded calmly. Lu Lu was astonished. Could this child really have achieved a grand slam? A knowing smile crept onto her lips. In the auditorium tonight, mathematics competitors would sit on the left, biology competitors on the right. On which side would Song He choose to sit? Song He was taken aback. The seating was divided into left and right. I will definitely sit on the biology side, Song He declared hastily. A good child, Lu Lu nodded in satisfaction. During evening study time in the ordinary class 1 of the 3rd year, Zhuang Qian buried herself in a mathematics paper, her brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, her desk mate lightly tapped her shoulder, offering her a workbook. Will you be able to solve this major problem on conic sections, Zhuang Jia? Her desk mate blinked expectantly. Coincidentally, you can see which problem I'm working on, Zhuang Qian replied, handing over her paper. The 2 questions were identical. You can't solve it either? Her desk mate asked. Disheartened. Have you asked Lao Zheng and the others? Zhuang Qian suggested. This question was given to me by Lao Zheng. They spent half a lesson discussing it without reaching a solution. Her desk mate continued to feel dejected. Zhuang Jia, you're the top student in our class. If you can't solve this problem, who can we rely on? Zhuang Qian sighed, feeling quite helpless. The level of the ordinary class students was indeed inferior. Although she felt her mathematics skills were quite average, maintaining the top position in this class made her seem like a perpetual winner, when in reality, she was merely the tallest among the short. Whenever she encountered a mathematics problem she couldn't solve, she found herself in an awkward situation, with no one in the class able to assist her, forcing her to seek out the mathematics teacher. However, the mathematics teacher had recently welcomed a second child, and after class, he rushed home to care for the baby, making him virtually unreachable. Hey, didn't you run into a mathematics genius in the library a few days ago? Her desk mate suddenly recalled. Should we ask him for help? Zhuang Qian's eyes lit up. Just as the class bell rang, she grabbed her paper and dashed out of the classroom. Moments later, Zhuang Qian arrived on the upper floor, at the elite class 2 for 3rd-year students. The students in the elite class seemed to have selective hearing. Even with the bell ringing, they remained in class, engrossed in discussions. Zhuang Qian had to stand at the doorway, craning her neck to search for a familiar face. Suddenly, the school bell appeared outside the class, looking for someone, quickly drawing the attention of the entire class, and the discussions shifted from problems to admiration of her beauty. Wow. Isn't that Zhuang Qian? She is really beautiful. Is that figure real? I really want to ask her how she achieved such a figure. Oh my. Who is she looking for? It can't be that some pig from our class has offended that cabbage, right? Surely not. Who would dare touch the cabbage? They'd be cut into thin slices and served in a hot pot for the whole class. Finally, a brave soul mustered the courage to inquire at the door. Hello. Are you looking for someone in our class? Zhuang Qian, feeling slightly shy, nodded and spoke softly. I'm looking for Song He. Is he here? Song He? The curious students at the door exchanged puzzled glances. There's no Song He in our class. Are you looking for Song Jiang instead? Zhuang Qian froze. Song Jiang? The bandit leader from Liangshan? Before she could deny it, The inquisitive student had already turned and shouted into the classroom, Song Jiang. Song Jiang. A beautiful girl is looking for you. The entire class erupted in chaos, both boys and girls buzzing with excitement, their gazes converging on the back row, where a burly boy stood up, bewildered, and nervously approached the classroom door. The boy's heart raced. Could it be a dream? The school bell Zhuang Qian had come to find him? Zhuang Qian stared at the approaching boy, also taken aback. Was this Song Jiang or Li Kuei? No. I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for Song He. Song He is slimmer, fairer, and more handsome, as Zhuang Qian described. She noticed the darkening expression on Li Kuei's face and hastily corrected herself. Song He is excellent at mathematics. I'm looking for him to ask about a math problem. The burly boy was devastated, leaving with a sorrowful expression. He sat at the back of the classroom precisely because he struggled with math. In this Song He seemed to excel in every way. Our class indeed does not have a Song He. Perhaps you've made a mistake, the helpful student inquired. What problem are you facing? Although we can't provide you with Song He, we can offer assistance with the problem. Zhuang Qian hesitated, then pulled out her test paper. The helpful students instantly leaned in to see the question on her paper. Unfortunately, we just happened to be discussing that question in our class. But we haven't solved it yet. The helpful students exchanged awkward glances, apologizing. Sorry, classmate. It's all right. Thank you all for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Zhuang Qian said politely before quickly turning to leave. As she descended the stairs, Zhuang Qian wore a dejected expression. There was no way she could be mistaken. Song He had claimed he was in elite class too, and he had no reason to lie to her. How could he be nowhere to be found? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 22. The school bell is anxious, nowhere to be found? Song He had merely mentioned that he was in elite class too, without specifying his grade. Perhaps he was not in the third year, but rather in the second year S elite class? Students from the rocket class and some elite classes often took the college entrance examination early. If Song He was an advanced student, it would explain his exceptional mathematics skills. Zhuang Qian felt a sense of clarity wash over her as she hurried downstairs in search of the second-year elite class. Soon, Zhuang Qian arrived in the area designated for second-year students. In stark contrast to the silence in the third-year area, the second-year corridor was bustling with noise, filled with boisterous boys and girls, their shouts echoing like a kindergarten. As soon as Zhuang Qian appeared, the hallway quieted down significantly. The younger students were left in awe, captivated by the presence of Zhuang Qian. Upon her arrival, it seemed as though the very lights of the corridor shone brighter, perhaps due to her porcelain-like complexion and exquisitely delicate features, giving her an ethereal glow. Many students, who had been chattering jovially, turned to gaze at Zhuang Qian as she walked by, their voices fading into silence as they silently watched their school goddess depart. Zhuang Qian continued her path, seeking the elite class too, indifferent to the hushed astonishment surrounding her. As more students gathered in the corridor, those inside the classrooms emerged to witness her beauty, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Goodness, she is stunning. I need every detail about her in 3 minutes. You don't know Zhuang Qian, the school beauty? How can you be so uninformed? There are many school beauties. It's a title easily bestowed. This one is beautiful, and so is that one. The school doesn't display their photos. How am I to recognize them all? This one is not just a school beauty. She is also wealthy. The biology lab in our West Campus was donated by her family, and the equipment inside starts at 6 figures. My advice, if you encounter a rich girl, seize the opportunity and move into a lavish villa. If not, just admire from afar. She is a top-tier heiress, not someone we common folk can approach. Eventually, Zhuang Qian arrived at the elite class too and paused. The students within erupted in excitement, their classroom falling silent as they eagerly awaited her entrance. Students in the corridor quickly gathered around, hesitant to get too close, until the class monitor stepped forward. Zhuang, what brings you to our humble class? Hello, Junior. I'm looking for Song He, Zhuang Qian replied, feeling slightly awkward under their scrutiny. Why were the second-year students so enamored with the spectacle? The class monitor looked puzzled. We don't have anyone by the name of Song He in our class, not even a song. Really? Oh, I'm sorry for the disturbance, Zhuang Qian said, her cheeks flushing. The crowd quickly parted to let her through, and she left in haste. As the class bell rang, students retreated to their classrooms, their discussions growing louder. Who is this Song He that the school beauty sought out personally? It sounds like a boy's name. Could she be single now? Impossible. Did Song He save the city in a past life? What a joke. I hope my goddess isn't being deceived by a boy named Song He. Spread the word. Let us hunt down Song He and make him pay. In the school auditorium, Song He stepped through the door, immediately taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. The ceiling was adorned with golden spotlights, illuminating the space like an opera house. Rows of flowers graced the stage, their fragrance rich in the air. And even the walkway was lined with a red carpet. Only the presence of reporters was missing. The founding ceremony of the competition team at Jinghai 4th High School. A bright red banner proclaimed overhead. Students streamed in through the front and back doors, their faces glowing with excitement as if attending a victory banquet. And some even teared up with overwhelming emotion. This was the true gateway to success, the beginning of securing spots in prestigious schools. To attend this ceremony in the auditorium was undeniably the dream of every student in the school. It is not an exaggeration to say that for many, their destinies would change from this moment forward. Students participating in the founding ceremony, please take your seats promptly. The math team is on the left side of the venue, and the biology team is on the right. Hurry. A sharply dressed older gentleman stood on stage, microphone in hand, his tone commanding. He was robustly built, his head shaved to a gleaming shine, with prominent veins on his forehead and a fierce demeanor that seemed to radiate an aura of authority, reminiscent of a formidable being from a fantasy realm. Yi Lianghan, vice principal and head of academic competitions. As soon as he spoke, a palpable pressure swept over the auditorium, and the previously boisterous academic elites quickly settled down, quietly searching for their seats. Song He felt a bit conflicted. Participating in both competition teams left him wondering if he should split himself in two. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the back row, taking a seat on the biology team's side. Just as he settled in, a notification popped up before him. Zhuang Qian searched for you in both the elite class 2 and the senior class, but to no avail. Grievance value 100. Zhuang Qian suspects you have deceived her. Grievance value 400. Scratching his head, Song He realized his fears had indeed come true. Just as he thought the notifications would cease, a barrage of messages flooded the screen, and Haoyan heard that the school beauty specifically sought you out, consumed by jealousy. Grievance value 600. Yen who witnessed the school beauty searching for you, twisted by envy. Grievance value 500. Wu Yangbing believes you've stolen the school beauty's affections, consumed by jealousy. Grievance value 400. Over 20 notifications appeared in rapid succession, all with grievance values in the hundreds, and the onslaught of notifications continued with smaller values surfacing, some only in single digits. Song He was left dumbfounded, piecing together the situation. Zhuang Qian's search for him had drawn a wave of jealousy from onlookers, who were cursing him for being the boy in question. Before entering the auditorium, his grievance value had stood at a mere 1,000 points, but it now surged to an astonishing 12,400 points in a matter of minutes. Goodness! Song He exclaimed. This explosive increase was unprecedented. He had always thought grievance values stemmed mainly from mockery and disdain, never anticipating such a lucrative outcome could arise from mere admiration. Zhuang Qian truly was a fortunate charm. Song He mused. Even without meeting her, she could help him amass grievance points, more valuable than a money tree. I must find a way to cultivate this friendship. As more students filled the auditorium, unfamiliar classmates gradually surrounded Song He. To his left sat a petite girl, her excitement palpable as she extended her hand toward him. Hello, I'm Wu Xiao from the Senior Rocket Class 1. We'll be teammates in the biology competition. Let us defeat the math team together. When Wu Xiao spoke of defeating, her tone grew intense, her expression filled with a deep-seated animosity that suggested she was not joking. Hello, Senior. Song He from Elite Class 2. Song He awkwardly shook her hand. But, why do we need to defeat the math team? You wouldn't understand, Junior. I'm back for the second time this year. Last year, I was part of the competition team and personally experienced the rivalry between the biology and math teams. Our school's resources are limited, and we compete fiercely for them. It's a matter of enmity. Compete for resources? Song He asked, puzzled. There are all sorts of resources to fight over, like funding for materials, study room time, special training during breaks, and opportunities for mentorship from esteemed teachers, all of which require fierce competition. Wu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In short, Junior, remember this. The biology team and the math team are sworn enemies. Around them, students echoed her sentiments fervently, their voices rising in a chorus. Let us defeat the math team. Math team, your biology grandparent is here. Damn it. We'll not rest until we vanquish them. Chapter 23. School is not a battleground. Song He found the fervor around him somewhat unsettling. These were classmates, after all. Why the call for battle? School is about social dynamics. Seizing the opportunity presented by the crowd, Song He excused himself to the restroom and hurriedly moved to the mathematics team's area to sit down. Surely the rational and methodical nature of mathematics would provide a more sensible atmosphere, right? Just as he settled in, a large hand reached out to him. Welcome to the math team. Together, let us take down the biology team. Song-hee was taken aback, as hands from all directions extended toward him in a warm greeting. The biology team is a bunch of fools. They waste school resources. They should disband early. The math team is here. The biology grandchildren are in for a beating. Last year, the four kings of the math team entered Tsinghua and Peking University, obliterating the biology team. This year, we'll do it again. After the meeting concludes, shall we swear an oath of brotherhood and blood? Absolutely. The atmosphere around was fervent, with uproarious shouts echoing throughout the space. Song-hee found himself utterly bewildered. Where was his usual meticulous and composed mathematical reasoning? Was this truly a gathering of mathematical scholars? It appeared more akin to a band of ruffians. Fear took hold of him. This place was not suitable for prolonged stay. He excused himself to the restroom and hastily slipped back to the biology team. Returning to Wu Zhao's side, compared to the gang of ruffians across from him, his seniors seemed far more welcoming. As the crowd swelled, high school students from grades 1 through 3 filled the auditorium. Each grade had 4 rocket classes and 10 elite classes, theoretically amassing a total of 300 outstanding individuals. Soon, both teams settled into their respective places. On stage, Yi Lianghan surveyed the audience with commanding authority, but suddenly furrowed his brow. There were supposed to be 150 individuals on each side. Why was the mathematics team one person short? Which class had not yet arrived? A commotion erupted, with the biology team jeering, while the mathematics team frantically searched for their missing teammate. In the last row, a single arm weakly raised itself. Yi Lianghan's brow tightened. You there, do you know who is absent? Teacher, everyone should be here. I am from the mathematics team. Song-hee stood up and shouted. Preposterous. If you are from the mathematics team, why are you not seated in your assigned place? Yi Lianghan thundered. Get over there now. Startled, Song-hee hurriedly made his way across, leaving the biology team short one member. Yi Lianghan's expression darkened even further. The crowd erupted again. The mathematics team began to mock loudly, while the biology team scrambled to account for their members, creating quite a dramatic scene. Once more, in the last row, another hand shot up high. What is it this time? Yi Lianghan bellowed into the microphone. Teacher, the biology team is also complete. I am from the biology team. Song-hee shouted back. A roar filled the auditorium. Hundreds of eyes turned to fixate on Song-hee, filled with admiration. Incredible. He had openly mocked the vice principal. This fellow was surely courting disaster. How impressive. I do appreciate such audacity. But is he truly a member of the biology team or the mathematics team? On stage, Yi Lianghan's forehead throbbed with anger. Song-hee hastily clarified. I apologize, teacher. I was not clear. I am both from the biology team and the mathematics team. You participated in both teams? Yi Lianghan paused in disbelief. Yes, teacher. Song-hee declared loudly. How is that possible? You were the top scorer in both subjects during the selection exam for your class? Yi Lianghan questioned, perplexed. Yes, teacher. Song-hee answered. A sudden silence enveloped the hall. Hundreds of astonished gazes were fixed on Song-hee, many momentarily stunned. Some had yet to comprehend, while others who did were left questioning their auditory faculties. Simultaneously competing in 2 subject contests? Being selected for 2 competition teams? What extraordinary talent was this? In that instant, a notification of resentment values flashed before Song-hee's eyes. Liang Xiang knows you are a dual competition participant. He is exceedingly fearful. Resentment value 300. Zhong Huili is astonished by your prowess, feeling inferior. Resentment value 200. Zhong Xin believes your initial seating in the biology team was a betrayal of the mathematics team. Resentment value 100. Miao Qiao considers your move from the biology team to the mathematics team a betrayal of the biology team. Resentment value 100. Song-hee secretly noted that this maneuver had indeed amassed a considerable amount of resentment value. In just a few seconds, over 200 individuals contributed resentment values, causing the total to surge from 12,400 to 33,800. Song-hee was nearly moved to tears. It was a night of fortune. Yi Lianghan, momentarily stunned, soon furrowed his brow again. Which class are you from, and what is your name? Reporting. I am Song-hee from the first-year elite class 2. Song-hee replied loudly. Song-hee, feel free to find a place to sit. I will convene a brief meeting with your mathematics and biology teachers shortly, Yi Lianghan stated. Now that everyone is here, the meeting will officially commence. As Song-hee took his seat, he attentively listened to the proceedings. While curious glances continued to be cast his way, akin to gazing at a spectacle, Song-hee's expression remained impassive, but the attention made him somewhat uneasy. How audacious! How dare they stare so brazenly at me? Congratulations to all students for entering our school's competition team. Yi Lianghan began, his voice resonant. However, The competition team is merely the beginning. You will undergo the most rigorous selection process. From this day until the competition registration, you will face numerous tests. The minor tests will employ a barrage of questions, determining the allocation of the school's resources to you, while the major tests will be merciless eliminations. Those who do not qualify will be dismissed without exception. There is no elimination of the bottom ranks, only qualified and unqualified. If all of you are qualified, then 299 out of the 300 will be able to participate in the competition. Conversely, if you all fail to qualify, our school may not send a single student to the competition this year. Many in attendance turned pale, the atmosphere abruptly becoming oppressive, particularly for the second and third year students. Most had previously been selected for the competition team, but had faced fierce competition and been dismissed, some even returning for a second or third attempt. Yi Lianghan's words stirred dark memories among many students present. Seated in the last row, Song He remained unperturbed, even casually propping his leg up. A nearby classmate nudged him and whispered, "Dude, which side are you on?" "Of course, I am on the biology team. I am merely a spy in the mathematics team." Song He replied, then pondered, which team was this? The mathematics team. I misspoke. I am a mathematics ghost in life, but a mathematics demon in death. Yet I am a spy in the biology team. Song He quickly corrected himself. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued his address after delivering a slew of motivational slogans. He began to present the real substance. Next, I will introduce the reward mechanism of the competition team, academic rankings. Students who rank highly among the scholars will receive generous rewards from the school. As Yi Lianghan pressed the remote, the large screen behind him suddenly illuminated. Song He perked up, his eyes widening as he fixated on the screen. The students in the auditorium instinctively leaned forward, their faces alight with anticipation. Chapter 24. The Legend of the Mobile Phone. The screen displayed a series of photographs showcasing past competition team members receiving their rewards. Numerous conventional rewards were evident, such as one-on-one tutoring from esteemed teachers, access to foreign databases, boxes of expensive literature, and permissions to use laboratories, among others. Song He quickly scanned through the images, keenly spotting several items that made his breath quicken: secret manuals, titles such as Mathematical Analysis by Zhuo Lequi, Principles of Mathematical Analysis by Fei He-Jin-Gu RCI, Princeton Calculus Tutorial, Single Variable Calculus, Mathematical Analysis Tutorial by Ni-Ku RCG, Introduction to Advanced Mathematics by Hua Luoging, Analytic Geometry by Zhu Dingxuan, Linear Algebra Problem Set by Pu Luo Si Ku Lai Ko Fu, Advanced Algebra Problem Set by Fa Jie Fu, Ordinary Differential Equations Problem Set by Fei Li Bo Fu, Mathematical Analysis Problem Set by Feng Qi Qin, Examples and Exercises of Real Variable Functions by Yi Chang, and Geometry and Topology Problem Set by Ba Zi Lai Fu. These names, renowned in their own right, had only been heard of until now, and seeing them in person left Song He breathless. At his current level, many of these books and problem collections were still beyond his grasp. However, their presence among the past competition team rewards suggested he would soon be on the threshold of accessing such formidable texts. A surge of impulse struck Song He. He yearned to consume a handful of mental calculation capsules right then and there, to thoroughly devour these mathematical tomes and relish solving problems to his heart's content. The images on the screen continued to change, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Many students were shocked to discover such rewards existed. Song He gazed at the images, equally astonished, silently reading the captions below. Student Zheng Ruxue, who obtained the national first prize in mathematics competition, receiving a cash reward of 100,000. A student from the biology competition team, awarded a free summer camp opportunity to investigate in Sichuan, Tibet. Student Xiao Han, who signed an employment agreement with the school, will return post-graduation to serve as a competition team teacher. Members of the mathematics competition team gathered for a banquet after the competition at the Bird's Nest. Song He was taken aback. Such extravagance? The school was truly investing heavily. On the stage, Yi Lianghan pressed the remote control, and the image transformed into a box of mobile phones. It is well known that students at Jinghai No. 4 High School are strictly prohibited from bringing mobile phones. If caught, the devices are confiscated, and the students must reflect at home for a month, accompanied by disciplinary action, Yi Lianghan stated sternly. However, for those on the competition team, utilizing the internet for learning is essential, and thus, it is necessary to provide a learning device. These learning machines are limited in certain functions, but allow unrestricted access to resources and educational applications. The school has prepared a total of 100 learning devices. The quantity is limited and will only be provided to the most needy students. Next Saturday, we will organize the first small test, and based on the scores, we will rank the top students. The top 50 students from the biology and mathematics teams will each receive a learning machine for unrestricted use within the school. The competition students on stage were filled with excitement. The allure of this mobile phone reward was irresistible. Watching a Liu Bei drama or a short film is a necessity. Of course, researching materials for study is also exceedingly convenient. A classmate nudged Song He. Hey, have you heard the legend of the competition team's mobile phones? The legend of the competition team's mobile phones? Song He was taken aback. What is it? These phones are not brand new. They are left behind by previous competition students, and the school won't reset them. Just a simple cleaning and a new tempered glass screen protector. Song He's mind raced. Are you implying that there are remnants from previous competition students on those phones? Indeed, it is said to be unparalleled. Those who have seen it claim it is breathtaking. The classmate displayed a mischievous yet yearning smile. Is that true? How much could there possibly be? Song He's imagination began to wander. It depends on your skill and luck. Out of 100 phones, it is rumored that about a dozen are special, while the rest are rather mundane. Song He felt a surge of desire. He had initially wanted a phone for research, but now the temptation of mysterious content spurred him to strive even harder for one. However, the small test for the competition team would undoubtedly be several times more challenging than the selection tests in class. After all, those who could sit here were far from ordinary. They were valiant warriors who had fought their way through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This week, there will be no unified competition study sessions. The school has prepared competition question sets, which will be distributed to your classes shortly. I hope everyone studies diligently, announced Yi Lianghan loudly from the stage. Meeting adjourned. A few minutes later, in the vice principal's office, Yi Lianghan stood by the desk. While Ban Jianya and Lu Lu sat at either end of the sofa, the atmosphere was tense. What is the situation with your class? 2 competitions have selected the same student? Yi Lianghan frowned. Wasn't this a waste of slots? The list hasn't been officially submitted yet. You need to adjust the candidates and select another student. Song He is exceptional in mathematics. I must assert that I won't give up on this promising talent. Ban Jianya said immediately. Song He excels in biology as well. I've never encountered such a promising student before. I am determined to have him. Lu Lu raised an eyebrow, her tone becoming more assertive. Are you two at odds? Competing over one student? Yi Lianghan questioned. Can he handle 2 competitions? Securing a single competition would ensure a stable win. Splitting focus might lead to losing both awards. Is this beneficial for the child? Business as usual, Ban Jianya replied. Slightly angry. I had already confirmed Song He for the mathematics competition. There must be a first-come, first-served basis. Let me put it this way. In the biology selection test, Song He's score surpasses the total of the entire class. Lu Lu shot Ban Jianya a sidelong glance, her nose huffing disdainfully. If Song He participates in the biology competition, he is destined for Qingbei, who can afford to take responsibility for any delays. If the class teacher can bear the responsibility, then I have nothing more to say. Song He's mathematics is also of Qingbei caliber. Ban Jianya's voice suddenly escalated. Mathematics is more important than biology. Lu, prioritize accordingly. The 21st century is the century of biology. No matter how good mathematics is, can it surpass supercomputers? Lu Lu countered sharply. And you, with such poor standards, dare to aspire to cultivate a mathematician? Ridiculous. Lulu, Ban Jianya shouted in fury. Ban Jianya. Lulu refused to back down, slamming her hand on the armrest of the sofa. Enough. Yi Lianghan exploded. Arguing in my office? You two have quite the audacity. If you continue to bicker, I will revoke Song He's opportunity entirely. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu both erupted in anger, shouting in unison. How dare you take away my student? You have some nerve. Yi Lianghan was taken aback, caught off guard. Am I the vice principal, or are you two? After their outburst, Ban Jianya and Lu Lu became somewhat subdued, turning away in silence. Are you speaking out of anger or genuinely? Song He is Qingbei material? Yi Lianghan's tone softened. Did you bring the test papers? Ban Jianya pulled a crumpled test paper from his pocket and spread it on the desk. Lu Lu opened her backpack, took out the biology textbook, and retrieved a neatly folded test paper, laying it on the table. See, this is how the class teacher treats students' papers. Lu Lu disdainfully poked at the mathematics paper. Lu Lu, you think you have justification for stealing my student? Ban Jianya shouted in anger. You two have lost the Spirit of Civility Award for this month. Go ahead, keep arguing, Yi Lianghan said, pulling out his glasses and leaning over the desk to examine the 2 test papers. Lu Lu and Ban Jianya were taken aback, then resumed glaring at each other fiercely. Meanwhile, Song He was in the restroom when a sudden notification of resentment values appeared before him. Ban Jianya, due to your advocacy, has incurred a loss of rewards. Feeling immense regret. Resentment value 300. Lu, due to your advocacy, has incurred a loss of rewards. Feeling immense regret. Resentment value 300. Yilianghan, due to being confronted by subordinates, has lost his dignity. Resentment value 300. Song He's face turned pale. He was so startled that he nearly lost control. Wow. Thanks to the 3 teachers for the generous 900 resentment values. What on earth are you all doing? What have I done to provoke your ire? I am innocent. After a long pause, Song He finally regained his composure, finished his business, and left. It was precisely the time when evening self-study had just concluded, and the school was crowded with students heading back to the dormitories. Song He moved along with the flow of people, secretly worrying about the resentment values he had just acquired. This accumulation of resentment values was terrifying. The resentment from teachers and the vice principal was not worth the trouble. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Song He, why did you deceive me? Came a mournful voice. Chapter 25. The Thousand Resentments of a Bystander Turning Around. Song He found it was senior sister Zhuang. Zhuang Qian's expression was filled with sorrow, her jade-like face marred by dissatisfaction, and her delicate brows furrowed deeply. The surrounding crowd bustled by, students returning to the dormitory, many curious eyes attracted to the scene. Seeing Zhuang Qian's forlorn expression and glancing at the awkward Song He, misunderstandings began to arise among the onlookers. Didn't you say you were in elite class too? Why did I go to that class and they said there was no one by your name? Zhuang Qian complained. I not only searched for the elite class 2 in the senior year, but also for the one in the second year, which made me quite embarrassed. Did you check the elite class 2 in the first year? Song He inquired. Zhuang Qian was momentarily stunned. First year? What do you mean? Song He chuckled helplessly. This is my fault. I didn't clarify it with you. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me you are a first year. Elite class 2 of the first year. Song He nodded, pulling out his cafeteria card to display his class name. Zhuang Qian suddenly raised a hand to cover her mouth, unable to suppress a small gasp. Oh. Zhuang Qian, upon learning you are only a first year, reflected on her own third-year status, feeling inferior since your math skills surpass hers. Resentment value 100. Zhuang Qian feels a tinge of self-doubt and is somewhat angered by your overwhelming abilities. Resentment value 100. Oh my, you are truly impressive. You can tackle the high school mathematics exam already? Zhuang Qian was astonished, her expression momentarily dazed. Wow, I thought people like you only existed in movies. Zhuang Qian's gaze turned admiring as she stared at Song He, but a moment later, she inexplicably felt a pang of anger and playfully punched Song He's shoulder twice. Instantly, the resentment value notifications surged. Ling Quan witnessed the close interaction between the school beauty and you, feeling intense jealousy. Resentment value 100. Zhang Wenkong noticed the admiration in the beauty's eyes towards you, feeling slightly envious. Resentment value 50. A series of fragmented notifications continued to pop up, causing the resentment value to rise steadily. Suddenly, a bold notification appeared. Cold Xiangwen considers you a rival in love, generating 1,000 points of resentment. Song He was taken aback as a stranger passed by, unleashing a wave of resentment. What must the emotional state be to amass such intensity? He quickly scanned his surroundings, bustling with people, yet failed to spot a single glaring gaze or anyone lingering. It was impossible to identify the prominent figure, Cold Xiangwen. Nonetheless, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble from strangers. However, given the 4-digit donation, the likelihood of complications seemed rather high. Are you seeking assistance with a problem? Song He redirected the conversation. Do you have it with you? Let me take a look. There is a problem, but it's not needed right now. Zhuang Qian shook her head. Have you figured it out? Song He inquired. Not yet, but when I sought you out. The students from the senior elite class struggled with that question, so you likely won't manage either, Zhuang Qian replied with a bitter smile. The senior elite class couldn't solve it? Song He's interest piqued. Let me see which problem it is. Zhuang Qian crouched by the roadside, unzipping her backpack to retrieve a collection of incorrect problems, quickly flipping through the pages. Song He took the collection, squinting at the problem presented. It was indeed a bit challenging. Indeed, Zhuang Qian said, attempting to reclaim the book, since the senior elite class couldn't handle it. I never expected a freshman like you to solve it. However, I possess 2 methods to tackle it, Song He suddenly remarked. Zhuang Qian was momentarily stunned. Pass me a pen. Song He extended his hand. Zhuang Qian hurriedly retrieved a pencil, opting against giving him a gel pen, fearing he would struggle. Instead, she hastily scribbled in the error notebook, knowing that pencil marks could be erased. Upon receiving the pencil, Song He swiftly wrote down the answers with remarkable speed. detailing each step and complex result effortlessly, leaving Zhuang Qian in awe. Done. Here are 2 methods. Choose whichever you find more appealing to learn. Song He returned the notebook and pencil. If you have more intriguing problems, feel free to seek me out again. Good night. Zhuang Qian stood there, bewildered, her scalp tingling from the display she had just witnessed, watching Song He walk away. Such strength in a freshman these days? The problems that left the senior elite class puzzled were resolved in mere moments by a first-year student, and he even presented 2 solutions? Absurd. Why are some individuals endowed with such exceptional intellect? Pushing open the dormitory door, Song He was taken aback by the sight before him. An ocean of spicy snacks. Yuan Guang was sprawled on his bed, sorting through various types and flavors of spicy strips, an astounding 100 packages or more spread across the bed. Are you starting a business? Song He inquired. Come and pick. Choose whatever you like, it's on the house. Yuan Guang flashed a mischievous smile. Well then, I shan't be polite. Song He approached, grabbing a package. Yuan Guang immediately snatched up a dozen more of the same, depositing them on Song He's desk in a flurry, leaving him astonished. No need to thank me. This is all thanks to your victory, costing me not a dime. Yuan Guang exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh in delight. Thanks to me? Song He was perplexed. During morning reading today, the back row debated who would secure a spot on the competition team. I confidently asserted you would claim a spot. The blind fools didn't believe me. And when they mocked me, my temper flared, leading me to wager with them and have them sign. Yuan Guang boasted, you truly are reliable. Every spot you secure means I gain dozens of packages. Song He had not anticipated such a turn of events, exclaiming, goodness. Today, those from the back row were thoroughly impressed by you. They even bestowed upon you nicknames, the Emperor of Mathematics and the Emperor of Biology. By evening self-study, everyone agreed to call you the Great Emperor of Numbers and Biology. Yuan Guang continued. Song He felt a tingle of embarrassment. Wasn't he this sort of adolescent flamboyance supposed to emerge in the second year of high school? Wasn't he this early maturity rather premature? The Great Emperor of Numbers and Biology. I've heard that competition students receive study phones. Song He shifted the topic. Next Saturday, there will be a team quiz. The top 50 will win a study phone. Song He nodded. I plan to give it my all, but the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Go for it, brother. Yuan Guang's eyes sparkled with longing as he spoke in a hushed tone. They say that phone is a treasure, containing the remnants of the previous year's competitors. Song He chuckled. I've heard that too. It is said that past competitors left significant things within the phone. Do your best to bring back a phone. I'll be thrilled to witness it. Yuan Guang laughed. And I promise to surprise you later, ensuring you're utterly captivated. Song He smiled in agreement, just as the dormitory lights flickered off. He felt his way to the table, grasping a bottle of vitamins, extracting a handful of mental calculation capsules to pocket, and picked up his problem, set on his way to the restroom. Inside the dormitory, only Yuan Guang remained, quietly stowing away the spicy snacks before climbing into bed. Just as he was about to drift off, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked upon, then pushed open, revealing a burly figure illuminated by a phone's light. Yuan Guang glanced up, hastily sitting up in bed. Good evening, teacher. Standing at the entrance was none other than their homeroom teacher, Ban Jianya. Yuan Guang panicked. Why was the homeroom teacher visiting the dormitory at such a late hour? Had someone reported him for the spicy snacks? Ban Jianya shone his phone light into the dormitory, his expression darkening. Where is Song He? Teacher, he hasn't skipped out. He went to the restroom to study. Yuan Guang quickly replied. Studying in the restroom? Ban Jianya was taken aback, not expecting such a response. The dormitory lights go out at night, and the restroom has motion sensor lights, so Song He goes there to study, Yuan Guang explained. He has been doing this consistently? Yes. Since the beginning of the semester, he stays up late studying every night. Yuan Guang hurriedly praised his roommate, noticing the teacher's frown. Sensing urgency in Ban Jianya's search for Song He, perhaps indicating something concerning, Ban Jianya's expression softened slightly. This child is quite diligent? Well, then deducting my spiritual civilization award is not unwarranted. You should sleep now. I will go find him. Ban Jianya closed the dormitory door. In the restroom, as Song He entered with his problem set, he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar figures in the corner. Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi, both engrossed in their books. The 3 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere was starkly different from a few days prior. The competition had concluded, and their relationships had shifted from rivals to a victor and 2 vanquished. The air, once charged with tension, dissipated, as Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi's expressions revealed a mix of complexity, jealousy, disappointment, and a trace of admiration. Indeed, though they were reluctant to admit it, there was an undercurrent of respect for Song He within them. To study through the night, and emerge victorious from a dual-front battle was no ordinary feat. Here you are. Song he initiated, breaking the silence. He refrained from taunting, for although he could have reveled in their defeat, he preferred to maintain a semblance of camaraderie. We will strive to catch up to you, Ning Mo announced resolutely. Don't think you've won just yet. We've heard that first-year competition students are merely cannon fodder, Ding Yangza interjected. Cannon fodder? Song he was taken aback. The ones who truly win competitions are the second and third-year students. The elimination rate for first-year competition students exceeds 90% after several internal assessments. They all get weeded out. Only 10% make it to the end to compete, Ding Yangza elaborated, and that 10% is merely there to gain experience, not to win awards. After all, we are merely first-year students. We certainly cannot compare to the second and third-year seniors, who have studied for an extra year or two. Ning Mo concurred, gazing at Song He. I heard you have your first internal assessment upcoming. After that, you will see that first-year competition students are all at the bottom of the rankings, and during the major internal examination, it will be like cutting grass. Song He nodded. Thank you both for the intel. I will do my utmost to last until the end. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for words. They had shared this information merely to undermine Song He's confidence, hoping to reclaim some psychological advantage. However, Song He's calm and indifferent reaction only deepened the discomfort felt by the two. They could only inquire about the news, while Song He was genuinely engaged in combat within the competition team. Even if Song He were to be eliminated later, he would still possess more experience in the competition team than they did. In every conceivable way, this situation still favored Song He. Defeat after defeat, Ning Mo and Ding Yangza fell silent, their spirits low. We will soon distribute the competition team's textbooks. I can lend them to you, Song He said. Shifting the topic, the two were taken aback, gazing at Song He in disbelief. As you just mentioned, no first-year competition student has won a prize. So joining the competition team in the first year is merely a means of gaining experience, Song He smiled, continuing, by letting you borrow the competition team's textbooks. Wouldn't you be accumulating experience as well? Ning Mo and Ding Yangza were moved, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Song He's sudden generosity. Despite their previous adversarial relationship, after a brief silence, the atmosphere began to thaw. Thank you, brother Song, Ning Mo said earnestly. Thank you, Ding Yangza added softly. Once you can't solve the problems while I can, you two will fully recognize the worth of your loss. Song He grinned, then lowered his head to tackle the problems. Had they been mocked again? The two across from him wore expressions of dismay, yet surprisingly, no hint of resentment appeared. They realized that while Song He enjoyed domineeringly mocking others, he didn't seem to harbor malice. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Ban Jianya entered the restroom. The three students quickly stood up straight. Hello, teacher. Ban Jianya nodded, standing before Song He with a serious expression, feeling alarmed. Song He recalled how the homeroom teacher had previously deducted resentment points, sensing impending misfortune. Song He, I bring you grave news. I just returned from Vice Principal Ye's office, and the Vice Principal made it quite clear, one student cannot participate in two competitions simultaneously. And you must withdraw from one, Ban Jianya stated, his face grim. Song He was taken aback, urgency rising within him. I worked hard to qualify. Why should I withdraw? Vice Principal Yi is being unreasonable. Calm down. I can approach Vice Principal Song to advocate for you, Ban Jianya said, taken aback by the student's apparent influence. Vice Principal Song is abroad on an inspection and does not oversee the competition team. He may not be able to help you, Ban Jianya replied. However, this matter is not without hope. Teacher Lu and I have already argued with Vice Principal Yi, and now I am here to tell you the outcome. Nervously, Song He listened. Next Saturday, during the internal examination, your rankings in mathematics and biology must be within the top 80, Ban Jianya continued. If both subjects are in the top 80, the vice principal has agreed to continue monitoring your progress, allowing you to remain in both competition teams. However, if either subject falls outside the top 80, or both do, you will have to withdraw from the subject with the lower ranking. Song He suddenly understood. I see, teacher. I will strive to place both subjects in the top 80. You understand nothing. Ban Jianya snapped. Confused, Song He felt unjustly reprimanded. The mathematics and biology competition teams each comprised 150 students, with 100 from the second and third years essentially monopolizing the top spots. First-year competition students typically ranked in the lower 50. Only a select few first-year prodigies can break into the top ranks, and even they hover around the 90th position. Making it into the top 80 is extraordinarily rare, Ban Jianya asserted. Song He fell into contemplation. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Do you understand my point? Banjanya pressed. Achieving a top 80 position in just one subject is unrealistic. Accomplishing it in both is utterly impossible. Therefore, my advice to you is to focus on mathematics this week and set biology aside. I sacrificed my bonus to advocate for you. Banjanya suddenly erupted in anger. Let me be clear. If you are eliminated from the mathematics team, you are to sit by the trash can. Song Hye's face fell. Teacher, you can't keep threatening me like this. I passed the class selection exam, so I shouldn't have to be demoted to the trash can, right? You must keep your word. Then your position remains unchanged, and I will move the trash can next to you, Banjanya replied, his face dark. Song Hye was left speechless. Truly, he was exasperated with this homeroom teacher. Banjanya patted Song Hye's shoulder with a mix of encouragement and threat before turning and leaving. The restroom fell silent. Song Hye felt an immense pressure. What was once a seemingly harmless internal examination had escalated, now hinging on life and death due to Vice Principal Ye's meddling. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza exchanged furtive whispers. An opportunity has arisen. Ding Gu. Understood. If we prevent Song Hye from studying, he'll withdraw from one team, and we can take his place. Oh no. That might not be good. Song Hye interjected, his expression darkening. You two should stop conspiring so loudly. I can hear everything. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza laughed, clearly jesting. At 1 a.m, Song Hye returned to the dormitory, where his roommate Yuan Guang was already fast asleep. He accessed the system. Finding his resentment points had reached 37,000. A fleeting sense of financial freedom washed over him. There was no way he would withdraw from a team. It was merely a matter of achieving top 80 rankings in 2 subjects. Charging ahead was his forte. With a hard battle ahead, he needed ample ammunition. It was time for a frenzied round of lottery draws. Chapter 27. The Teacher Fights. The students suffer. Song Hye first purchased 10 days' worth of deep sleep capsules as a backup, each costing 1,000 resentment points, spending a total of 10,000 and leaving him with 27,000. He couldn't help but chuckle maniacally at the balance. When he first acquired the system, he felt pain at spending even 100 points on a mental calculation capsule. Now, he could afford them like they were meals. Opening the high-tech lottery, he decisively went for a 10 draw. Congratulations. You have won a mental calculation capsule. Congratulations. You have won a mental calculation capsule. As expected, familiar ordinary prizes. No matter, the exciting bonus draw was next. Congratulations. You have won a mental calculation capsule. Congratulations. You have won the qualification to purchase a master capsule. Now available in the system mall. Song Hye hurriedly opened the system mall, where a purple capsule appeared. Master capsule. 5,000 resentment points. Upon consumption, within 1 day, the host will explain problems to others. Once the other party learns, the host will receive double the new knowledge in return. The returned new knowledge will come from the edges of the host's knowledge base, effectively enhancing academic prowess. Another capsule. The system was indeed akin to a drug dealer. The item was beneficial. Explaining problems to others wouldn't be a waste of time anymore, as he could also gain knowledge. But was the price a bit outrageous? Recently, more students had been approaching him with questions. He could test the efficacy of the master capsule tomorrow. If the results were astounding, the steep price could be forgiven. Rubbing his hands together, Song Hye eagerly prepared for his second round of 10 draws. The lottery wheel spun, and mental calculation capsules appeared in his palm. Finally, during the bonus draw, something new emerged. Congratulations. You have won the qualification to purchase a brain neuron growth capsule, now in the system mall. Brain neuron growth capsule. 10,000 resentment points. After consumption, it promotes the production of more dendrites and axons in the brain's neurons, slightly reducing energy consumption during thought processes, slightly increasing thinking speed, slightly delaying brain aging, and slightly enhancing intelligence. He had tried this item before, and after consumption, he felt nothing. Song Hye doubted if it was just a health supplement. Grumbling quietly, it better not be a scam. Grumbling aside, the allure of enhancing intelligence was hard to resist. If the human brain were a laptop, the mental calculation capsule merely activated beast mode temporarily, while the deep sleep capsule shortened charging time. The brain neuron growth capsule, however, was like upgrading the processor and graphics card. Damn it, I won't hesitate. If I have the money, I'll splurge. After a brief moment of indecision, Song Hye gritted his teeth and spent 20,000 resentment points to purchase 2 golden brain growth capsules, consuming them cautiously. After taking them, his mind felt as blank as before, lacking the refreshing clarity that the mental calculation capsule provided. His resentment points dwindled to 5,000. Crap, I'm broke again. The brain-stimulating capsules. You better be of some use. Song He gritted his teeth. The next day, during the morning study session, Song He leaned over his desk, diligently tackling math problems. His pen moving with grace. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after consuming the capsules last night, he felt a slight smoothness in his problem-solving today. Zhao Yi arrived late, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She sat down and patted Song He on the shoulder. Song He, I ran into our biology teacher on the way here. She wants you in her office. Now. Song He sighed, anticipating this encounter. Especially after the math teacher had chased him to the restroom the previous night. Yes, she's waiting for you, Zhao Yi nodded. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood, so be careful and don't provoke her. Humph, interrupting my self-study. If I go, I'll give her a couple of slaps to set her straight. Song He exclaimed, tossing his pen down and rising. 2 minutes later, he stood before the biology office. He knocked and entered, bowing slightly, his face a mask of flattery. You called for me, teacher? Come in and close the door, Lulu instructed. Seated at her desk. Her pink dress accentuated her figure, her long, fair legs crossed elegantly, and her hair cascaded like a waterfall. She was quite a sight. Sit. Lulu motioned to a small stool beside her. Song He cautiously took a seat, eager to listen. This was the first time sitting so close to a teacher made him a bit nervous. He could detect a faint scent of shampoo. Do you prefer math or biology? Lulu rested her chin on her hand. Of course, I prefer biology. Song He replied hastily. How can math compare to biology? Then for this week, focus solely on biology and set math aside, Lulu said earnestly. Next Saturday, there's a small test for the competition team. You must ensure your biology ranking is within the top 80, understand? Song He felt a chill. It was as he suspected. Last night, class leader Jianya had ordered him to study math and abandon biology, and now Lulu commanded him to do the opposite. It seemed both teachers were at odds, doubting his ability to excel in both subjects. He felt trapped between two towering figures, lamenting that he was worse off than Sun Wukong. Don't worry, teacher. If I fail to place in the top 80 for biology, you can bring my head to see me. Song He vowed. Lulu smiled, suddenly reaching out to ruffle his hair gently, her tone softening. You're quite obedient. It's worth it for me to sacrifice my bonus for you. A jolt of electricity coursed through him. He suddenly found her demeanor surprisingly gentle. But the threat quickly followed. If you perform well, there will be rewards. However, if you do poorly, I can be quite petty. I assured the vice principal that you're a promising student. If you fail, I would be utterly humiliated. And if I am humiliated, you will not escape unscathed. Should you be cut from the biology team this time, you will have to stand during biology class thereafter. Lulu's smile concealed a sharp edge. Song He felt overwhelmed. Standing during class wasn't torture per se, but it was certainly embarrassing. And prolonged sitting could lead to health issues. Is that the extent of the punishment? Besides standing during class, your performance in the competition team will also determine the lab materials allocated to you. Lulu seemed to see through his thoughts, raising an eyebrow and intensifying her threat. Lab materials? Song He was perplexed. The biology competition requires practical work in the lab, like cell cultivation and animal dissection. In the final round, practical skills account for 10 points, Lulu explained with a smile. The school's budget is limited, and materials are barely sufficient for high-achieving students. If you perform poorly but still wish to practice more, you will have to buy the materials yourself. If you are cut from the biology team this time, even if you manage to join the team in your second year, you won't receive ample lab materials. Hearing about the costs, Song He instinctively tensed. Are lab materials really that expensive? Certainly. Lulu nodded emphatically. A student aiming for a full 10 points in practical skills would need to invest thousands in materials. Song He's face paled, and he quickly declared, I understand, teacher. There is no turning back. I will definitely break into the top 80. That's the spirit. Set math aside for now and focus on biology, Lulu said, once more ruffling his hair with a gentle smile. Now go study. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Song He left the office, perceiving Lulu as a beautiful ghost from folklore. Her smile was enchanting. Yet she was equally capable of being ruthless. During the mornings for classes, Song He didn't absorb a single word. While the teacher lectured, he secretly immersed himself in solving problems, vigorously preparing for the upcoming competition test. Finally, for classes came to an end, leaving only the last self-study session. Just as the bell rang, class leader Jianya appeared, holding a thick book, and made his way directly to Song He. Song He hurriedly concealed the biology paper he was working on, replacing it with the math one. Here comes the math competition workbook before the test, class leader Jianya said, placing the hefty tome on the desk. It's a total of 300 pages. Based on previous year's experiences, first-year competition students typically manage about 100 pages before the test. while second and third year students can complete 200. If you want to rank in the top 80, you need to complete at least 230 pages. Understood, teacher. I'll work hard. Song-hee opened the math competition textbook. After delivering the workbook, class leader Jinya surprisingly didn't leave. He stood with a commanding presence beside Song-hee, clearly intending to ensure he did not divert his focus to other subjects. With the homeroom teacher's intimidating aura, Song-hee dared not act up and humbly focused on math. Suddenly, Lulu appeared at the classroom door, holding a thick book. She marched straight to Song-hee, slamming the biology competition workbook down on top of the math one, then turned to glare at class leader Jinya. The two teachers exchanged a fierce glance, both radiating hostility. Class leader Jinya showed no sign of backing down, casting a threatening look at Song-hee that seemed to say, "If you dare neglect math, you're finished." Lulu's expression turned chilly. She too refused to back down, crossing her arms and glaring at Song-hee, clearly indicating, "If you dare neglect biology, you're done for." The two teachers loomed over him like ominous spirits, their presence palpable and intimidating. The classroom quickly buzzed with excitement. Dozens of astonished eyes fixed on the front, all students bewildered by the spectacle. Two teachers fixating on one student during self-study was truly a rare sight. What had Song-hee done to warrant such attention? Caught in a dilemma, Song-hee felt the pressure mounting as he hesitated to open the math competition textbook. Lulu's face remained stern. Song-hee quickly flipped to the biology competition book. Class leader Jianya's expression darkened. Song-hee thought to himself, "I'm utterly at their mercy. Can you two please let me off the hook?" Chapter 28. The engagement of Lung Xiangwen after a long standstill. Song-hee silently put away the competition books and pulled out his Chinese textbook from his backpack. Abandoning all hope, "I shall study neither math nor biology. I will study literature, the great traditional culture." Before both teachers, Song-hee brazenly began to read the text aloud, realizing that neither class leader Jianya nor Lulu could overpower the other. Rather than offend one, it was wiser to offend both, effectively neutralizing the conflict. The Jin Prince and the Qin Duke besieged Zheng because of its disrespect towards Jin and its duplicity towards Chu. The nation is in peril. If Zhu Jiwu encounters the Qin army, they will surely retreat. Having read aloud with fervor, Song-hee displayed a defiant attitude, unbothered by the teacher's glares. His deskmate, Zhao Yi, was left dumbfounded, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Song-hee, you're incredible. Both the math and biology teachers are glaring at you. And you're here studying literature?" If the Chinese teacher found out, wouldn't she exclaim in triumph? Class leader Jianya and Lulu exchanged glances, both filled with ire. Yet under the watchful eyes of the entire class, neither could directly hurl insults at the other. Such a display would be unbecoming. Maintaining the dignity of their roles was paramount. After a brief yet charged exchange of looks, both teachers turned their attention back to the classroom. The majority of the students were curiously observing, their faces filled with delight at the unfolding drama. "What are you looking at? Focus on your studies during self-study." Lulu reprimanded loudly. "If you're not studying, get out. Leave." Class leader Jianya roared, his voice booming. The two teachers unleashed their combined authority, causing the classroom atmosphere to plummet. In an instant, the entire class bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a sound. As Song-hee stood in front of the classroom, a torrent of resentment notifications flooded his vision. Xia Shiran was scolded by the teacher for watching you. Resentment value 20. Higulan was scolded by the teacher for observing you. Resentment value 30. The entire class quickly amassed resentment values, as these scoldings were nothing short of calamities. Mere outlets for the teacher's pent-up frustrations, unleashed upon the students. The source of this ire was undoubtedly the apathetic Song-hee. Many classmates inwardly cursed. How could Song-hee's indifference lead to their reprimands? What kind of world was this? In an instant, the entire classroom was shrouded in the shadow of Song-hee. Resentment values rising and falling like the tide. During evening self-study, the school library was brightly lit. Song-hee ascended the stairs with his backpack, exhaling a sigh of relief. After being scrutinized by two teachers for half a lesson during the morning study period, he felt utterly exhausted and decided to escape from the classroom, relocating to the library. Here, he could choose to study mathematics or biology at his leisure, free from anyone's oversight. Upon finding an unoccupied desk from his last study session, he placed his backpack down to reserve the spot and turned to head towards the restroom. Standing before the urinal, he began to relieve himself when he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on his shoulder, accompanied by an impudent inquiry. "Hey, you're Song-hee, right? What's your relationship with Zhuang Qian?" Fury ignited within Song-hee as he turned to glare at the intruder. Being accosted so abruptly in such a private moment was infuriating. A bespectacled boy with a dark expression stood adjacent to him, also engaged in his own business. Turning to glare at Song, he menacingly. "First, we have no relationship. We merely discuss problems." "Song," he replied, his voice low and firm. "Second, what our relationship is none of your concern." The tension in the air escalated instantly. "I saw you two last night, discussing problems by the roadside late at night. I warn you to stay away from her. Someone like you, an ordinary person, is not on her level." The boy declared haughtily. "I am Lung Xiangwen, and I have a betrothal with Zhuang Qiyan, arranged by our families. Both parents have agreed." "Both parents have agreed? Have you consulted me?" "Song," he retorted, incredulous. Lung Xiangwen paused, realizing he had overstepped, and his anger flared. "Who the hell do you think you are?" "Not very significant." "Song," he remarked casually, glancing sideways. "Just how significant do you think you are?" Lung Xiangwen shouted, but his voice faltered as he caught sight of something that rendered him speechless. "What is this?" Lung Xiangwen exclaimed in shock and rage, hastily pulling up his pants and glaring at Song, he with newfound animosity. Lung Xiangwen was taken aback by your stature, generating self-doubt. Resentment value 800. "Zhuang Qiyan sought me out last night, because I can help her with problems. Do you think she would even glance at you, a poor student?" Song, he scoffed. "In high school, grades are paramount. If your mind isn't on studying, how can you expect to excel? Instead of lurking here looking for trouble, you might as well practice some exam papers. I have outstanding grades. I'm on the mathematics competition team. I've been selected for 3 consecutive years." Lung Xiangwen exploded, veins bulging on his forehead. "Oh, you're on the competition team with that attitude?" Song, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He quickly accessed the system store and purchased a combat power detector, setting it to assess mathematics. Lung Xiangwen, mathematics silver level 01. Song, he brought up the rankings to check his own mathematics level. Mathematics, bronze level 75, a 26 level disparity. However, Lung Xiangwen was already in his senior year, relying purely on age to accumulate levels, not true strength. Genuine champions would need to take multiple attempts. They would have already soared to victories. With only 9 days until the exam, bridging a 26 level gap was easily achievable. Song, he even felt confident he could surpass some levels. The only uncertainty lay in the rank. Would advancing from bronze to silver present a bottleneck? Song, he scoffed. "You think you can challenge me in the exam? When? During this internal test. Are you willing to wager?" Lung Xiangwen's expression turned sinister. "What's the wager?" "If you rank lower than me, keep your distance from Zhuang Qiyan." Lung Xiangwen boldly declared. "If I rank lower than you, I will withdraw." "Withdraw? I have nothing to do with her." Song, he shook his head. "Aren't you part of a prominent family? If you lose, you will cover the materials for my biology lab. Whatever I use, you will pay for. That's it. Deal." Lung Xiangwen agreed decisively. Song, he turned to leave the restroom, both amused and infuriated. He sensed that he wouldn't actually lack materials for the biology experiment, as he was confident of securing a top position in the competition team. Yet, since this was an unexpected wager, he saw no reason not to take advantage of a wealthy heir to cover the costs, allowing him to conduct his experiments with greater abandon. With the system's assistance, Song, he speculated he had a chance to create something extraordinary in the lab, provided the materials were sufficient. Winning this wager would open up more possibilities on the experimental platform. Upon returning to his seat, he wasted no time retrieving his mathematics competition workbook, popping a handful of mental calculation capsules, and swiftly writing down answers. Perhaps having adapted to the high-intensity studying, or feeling the pressure from the upcoming competition team test, Song, he could now fully immerse himself in the task within 2 seconds, shutting out external distractions. The newly released math competition workbook contained a total of 300 pages, with the teacher requiring completion of 230 pages to have a chance at ranking in the top 80. True to his nature, Song, he aimed to finish all 300 pages before feeling at ease. The 300 pages were divided into 30 units, with 10 pages per unit. The first page covered theoretical knowledge about a certain type of problem, followed by 9 pages filled with exercises. The disparity in difficulty between the knowledge page and the problem pages was quite stark. Knowledge page, 1 rabbit plus 1 rabbit equals 2 rabbits. Therefore, 1 1 2. Do you understand? Now tackle the exercises. Problem page, ln, 88041229261, sine, 773, cosine, 585. Flipping through the workbook, Song, he found nearly all the problems presented in this manner, leaving him feeling bewildered. To prepare for the competition team test, he had no choice but to press on, resorting to more mental calculation capsules whenever he felt a headache, which proved far more effective than ibuprofen. He methodically tackled the problems, finding the first 3 units relatively smooth sailing. However, upon reaching the 4th unit, he suddenly hit a wall. The 4th unit taught the Cauchy convergence criterion. At first glance, he understood that if the sequence of terms and their absolute values approached 0, then the sum of the series equaled a constant plus a term that approaches 0, thus the series converges. Yet, when attempting to apply this understanding to the problems, he found himself at a loss. The questions were perplexingly odd. Previously, when encountering temporary blocks in learning, he often resolved them by reviewing the knowledge points a few times. Song-hee assumed this would be the case again. However, even after thoroughly reviewing the knowledge points a dozen times over 20 minutes, he still couldn't solve the problems. What was going on? Could the textbook be incorrect? This was only the 4th unit. Surely I haven't reached my intellectual limits? For the first time, Song-hee felt a pang of anxiety, scratching his head in distress. After taking 2 more mental calculation capsules, his mind felt as if it were on fire. Yet he remained utterly baffled. The seemingly simple lines of knowledge simply wouldn't stick. Suddenly, with a loud clap, the white workbook was slammed onto the table and pushed towards Song-hee. "There you are?" A familiar voice rang out. Turning around, he found Zhuang Qian standing there. She appeared to have just come from a run, her cheeks flushed and glistening with perspiration, exuding a certain allure. Pulling up a chair, Zhuang Qian naturally sat beside Song-hee and blinked, asking, "Are you free now? I've compiled several pages of incorrect problems." "Of course," Song-hee replied, swiftly accessing the system store, gritting his teeth as he spent 5,000 resentment points to purchase a Master S capsule. It was time to test the efficacy of this item. Taking advantage of Zhuang Qian's momentary distraction, Song-hee discreetly swallowed a capsule, clapped his hands, and took the error notebook, reviewing the problems within. Having just learned about the Cauchy convergence criterion, his mind was a muddled mess. Yet now, faced with the standard high school problems in the notebook, his thoughts flowed with remarkable clarity. Song-hee swiftly explained the problems, effortlessly jotting down steps on scrap paper, guiding Zhuang Qian through the vast sea of mathematics. For Song-hee, these ordinary high school questions were almost akin to leisure and entertainment. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened as she struggled to keep pace with Song-hee's explanations, striving to comprehend each problem. What was a seemingly impenetrable challenge for her became malleable in Song-hee's hands, solving the problems with little resistance, elucidating the key points with ease. As each problem in the error notebook was clarified, Zhuang Qian felt a surge of exhilaration, deeply understanding the thrill of being propelled by a master. As the discussion progressed, Song-hee's expression suddenly shifted. "You have taught Zhuang Qian several problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. Mathematical progress detected, leveling up from bronze 75 to bronze 76. A wave of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind, courtesy of the master capsule's feedback. Song-hee paused his explanations, silently counting the new knowledge in his mind. Remarkably, it pertained to the Cauchy convergence criterion. Wait, with the newly returned knowledge from the master capsule, the points he previously struggled with seemed to click. Hold on. Song-hee tossed out a remark and abruptly turned to rummage through the math competition question book. Zhuang Qian, unsure of what had transpired, remained silent and patiently waited nearby. Goodness, so that is how it is. The Cauchy criterion, it turns out, is a mere triviality. Song-hee was ecstatic. Problems that had baffled him just moments ago suddenly became crystal clear. A quick glance at the problems revealed the steps cascading through his mind like a flowing stream, with the crucial steps perfectly aligning with the knowledge returned by the master capsule. Song-hee was overjoyed. The 20 minutes he had spent in confusion were undoubtedly a minor bottleneck. Typically, overcoming such a bottleneck would require considerable effort. However, the master capsule's abrupt return of knowledge had shattered it entirely. Song-hee suddenly realized, could this be considered a clever loophole? When encountering a learning barrier, using the master capsule to push through could yield remarkable results, akin to employing a cheat code. This was the ideal way to utilize the master capsule. It served not merely as an auxiliary tool, but as a formidable weapon to break through barriers. Truly, there is wisdom in the value of the expensive. I've just grasped a new concept. Let me seize the moment to solve some problems. If I get stuck, I'll explain to you. Song-hee suggested to Zhuang Qian. All right, I also need to digest what you just taught me, Zhuang Qian replied understandingly. Song-hee dove back into the problems, continuing to tackle the math competition materials. Each time they encountered a new unit, Song-hee inevitably hit a snag. Thus, he would pull Zhuang Qian over to quickly explain one or two problems. Following this, he fully grasped the new unit's knowledge, tossing Zhuang Qian aside as he sped through the next set of problems. This method repeated with remarkable efficacy, resulting in a continuous stream of upgrade notifications. Mathematical progress detected. Leveling up from bronze 76 to bronze 77. Mathematical progress detected. Leveling up from bronze 77 to bronze 78. In just one evening study session, Song He completed all the errors Zhuang Qian had accumulated, while also reaping a plethora of knowledge points, culminating in a leap to bronze 81. This was an unprecedented rate of advancement, especially since leveling up becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Song He was pleasantly surprised, almost feeling like he was coasting on easy street. Such a rapid upgrade was largely due to Zhuang Qian's role as a tool. Fortunately, she was sufficiently lacking in understanding, providing him with ample problems to solve, and also remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts readily, like a sponge soaking up knowledge points. Truly a chosen tool. The exhilarating feeling of upgrading through teaching others became an addiction for Song He. The next day, during the morning reading session, Zhao Yi's voice gradually diminished until she suddenly flattened her textbook and buried her face in it. Dead. Song He turned to her. So tired, Zhao Yi mumbled. Her eyelids heavy and dark circles prominent. Did you stay up late? Song He inquired. I heard you were studying in the bathroom at night. I tried that too. But after midnight, my brain just wouldn't work. I couldn't solve a single math problem for half an hour. So frustrating. Zhao Yi lamented. Which problem are you stuck on? Upon hearing of a difficult question, Song He's eyes lit up instinctively. Let me explain. Zhao Yi rummaged through her desk, pulling out a test paper and pointing to the last question. This problem has 3 solutions. Song He immediately seized scrap paper, not hesitating for a second. Zhao Yi squinted her eyes, suddenly wide open. Huh, you've only glanced at the problem, and you say there are 3 methods? Pay attention and learn well. Song He declared, writing out the steps with flair. Minutes later, Zhao Yi understood, casting a sideways glance at Song He while muttering softly, weirdo. Song He, preoccupied with tallying the double knowledge points in his mind, paused momentarily. What? You're a big weirdo, Zhao Yi grumbled. I couldn't solve it in half an hour. And you just glanced at it and said there are 3 methods. It makes me feel so incompetent. Zhao Yi's confidence has been undermined, resentment level 80. As Zhao Yi dwelled on it, her frustration grew, and she turned to stomp on Song He's foot in annoyance. Math freak, you're going down, she declared, her fatigue evident. Stop it. I'm trying to solve problems. Song He dodged. No way. I'm determined to eliminate the math freak. Zhao Yi stretched her legs further. Song He, having dodged a few times without success, instinctively seized her outstretched leg and placed it on his own. The action was purely instinctive, and as soon as he did, it felt inappropriate. He expected Zhao Yi to react angrily, but to his surprise, she remained nonchalant, resting her leg comfortably on his as she buried her head on the desk and dozed off. Song He was taken aback, glancing down at Zhao Yi's leg. Tossing it aside felt wrong, yet leaving it there was surprisingly comfortable. Zhao Yi slept through most of the morning reading session, slowly waking up, withdrawing her long leg, and flipping open the math paper to continue working. The class bell rang, and the classroom erupted into noise. Zhao Yi, having awakened from her slumber, reached out to pat Song He's shoulder. Math freak, teach me a problem. During the break, Song He spoke up, his voice booming as he began explaining, instantly capturing the attention of many classmates. Midway through, Zhang Jilei suddenly emerged from the side. I didn't understand this problem either. Then listen along. Feel free to ask if you don't understand. Song He welcomed him, even displaying a hint of enthusiasm. Ning Mo quietly appeared, standing nearby to eavesdrop. Within minutes, Song He's vicinity was crowded with students. 7 or 8 classmates rushed over with their assignments, lining up to seek the wisdom of the math emperor. The effects of the master capsule consumed the previous day had not yet worn off, and the system notifications of return knowledge points continued to ring. You have taught Zhang Jilei several problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. You have taught Ning Mo several problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. You have taught Yuan Guang several problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. As he continued explaining, Song He suddenly discovered a new loophole. Chapter 30, What Teacher Song? Call him the Math Emperor. If multiple individuals learn simultaneously while he explains a problem, the master capsule actually grants multiple returns. Just after Song He finished explaining a problem, he received 4 notifications of knowledge point returns in quick succession. This loophole made him daydream. If he could become a teacher, lecturing to the entire class, the upgrade speed might rival that of a rocket launch. Wait, become a teacher? While he couldn't directly teach, he could certainly attempt to emulate a teacher's style. For instance, forming a study group to explain problems to the entire group, or becoming an online course instructor, posting explanations on the internet. Each post viewed by countless netizens would surely yield an endless stream of knowledge points. Song-hee grew increasingly excited as he contemplated the potential of this bug. If harnessed effectively, even his sleep time could be transformed into opportunities for advancement. He envisioned notifications for points and upgrades appearing before him in his dreams, much like those incessant and irksome pop-up advertisements. He reminisced about his first days in the dormitory when Yuan Guang claimed to have altered the feng shui. Allowing knowledge to flow effortlessly, scores could be increased even while lying down. Was Yuan Guang truly a prophet? Could it be that his roommate possessed some remarkable abilities? Tomorrow was Saturday, and he planned to study on the third floor of the library. He announced to the gathered classmates that anyone seeking assistance with difficult problems was welcome to join him for a mathematics session in the morning and a biology session in the afternoon. As he called for sign-ups, the students erupted in excitement, eagerly raising their hands. "I'm in. Brother Song, I'm signing up." "What do you mean, Brother Song?" "This is Teacher Song." "Teacher Song? He is the Emperor of Mathematics. With his great power, we shall learn to traverse the endless realms." Song-hee was both surprised and delighted by the overwhelming response. At least 20 students raised their hands. Nearly half the class wished to attend. Had he not acted impulsively, the scene could have easily been mistaken for a paid event orchestrated by hired participants. Since the beginning of the semester, Song-hee had been diligently studying, hardly interacting with his classmates. In fact, he could barely recall the names of those now approaching him with questions, only recognizing familiar faces, despite not being well acquainted with them. The trust they placed in him was truly moving and indicated that he had indeed established a reputation as a top student after the competition team selection exam. While the crowd enthusiastically signed up, Ding Yanzi remained seated, his expression conflicted as he anxiously rubbed his hands together. He yearned to join, having observed Song-hee's adept explanation of problems from the sidelines. Yet, he found it difficult to muster the courage to register, given their previously strained relationship. Ding Yanzi glanced up, his gaze meeting that of Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo. The three exchanged awkward smiles, understanding each other's sentiments. Just days prior, they had been rivals, and now they were seeking his guidance as a teacher. Finally, it was Zhang Zhilei who broke the silence. She had never directly clashed with Song-hee, only engaging in a subtle competition, harboring minimal hostility. "Teacher Song, are there any fees for attending your study group?" she inquired. Both Ning Mo and Ding Yanzi appeared tense, eagerly awaiting Song-hee's response. They were not hoping for a free session. Rather, they wished for him to charge a fee. If there were a tuition fee, they would feel no psychological barriers. Otherwise, attending for free might make them feel awkward. Song-hee hesitated momentarily. His intention in gathering his classmates to discuss problems was primarily to gain knowledge points, not to collect fees. What a curious notion, for students to willingly offer to pay. However, thinking it over, if I do not charge, am I not allowing them to take advantage of me? In ancient times, students would bring gifts to their teachers. A smile crept onto Song-hee's face as he replied, "When you come to me with questions, just bring along some snacks." The surrounding students eagerly agreed, laughing heartily. A small offering of snacks in exchange for guidance from a top student was a bargain indeed. On Saturday morning, the third floor of the library was bustling. While the other floors remained tranquil, the third floor had become a customary hub of lively discussions among students tackling problems. Most spoke in hushed tones, though occasionally, heated arguments erupted, sometimes escalating into physical confrontations, often involving those with fiery tempers, particularly among the top 50 students, where the probability of conflict was notably high. The stereotype that good students do not fight was a misconception. History is replete with brilliant minds who were also physically formidable, such as Pythagoras, the Olympic boxing champion, and Kolmogorov, who, frustrated by a debate, lashed out at his mentor. Song-hee had arrived early to secure a corner spot, the safest location should any fights break out. Soon, classmates began approaching him with their questions, each presenting a snack as they did so. The number of students surrounding him grew, and the pile of snacks before him grew higher. Song-hee's service attitude was difficult to assess. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching, ensuring that students grasped the material. Yet, when someone approached him with a simple question, he would often respond with sarcasm. "You dare disturb me with such a trivial problem? This shall be the last time I address such elementary queries. If you insist on asking questions like this, I suggest you repeat your first year." Those subjected to his sardonic remarks felt rather awkward but endured for the sake of their queries. In truth, Song-hee was not usually one to employ sarcasm, but he relished the thrill of garnering some resentment points. However, after a while, he realized how exhilarating this was. No wonder teachers enjoyed mocking students in various ways. As he continued to explain problems, the knowledge capsules offered him a continuous stream of points, and new information flooded his mind. The accumulation of knowledge propelled his mathematical prowess to unprecedented heights. Detected mathematical progress, advancing from bronze level 84 to bronze level 85. Detected mathematical progress, advancing from bronze level 85 to bronze level 86. By the end of the morning, Song He's mathematical level had surged from level 84 to an astonishing level 90. The speed of this advancement left him astounded, outpacing his solitary practice by at least double. At this rate, when the competition team held their exam, he would easily surpass Lung Xiangwen. As long as Lung Xiangwen did not back out of their wager, he would have no concerns regarding the materials for the biology lab. In the afternoon, he shifted his focus to biology competition questions. In stark contrast to the bustling morning mathematics session, the biology segment was eerily quiet. After all, the freshman biology curriculum was relatively simple, with most content being rote memorization easily found within the textbook. There were hardly any questions that students couldn't answer. They merely needed to memorize the material. With no students seeking assistance, He felt a pang of loneliness. In the morning, he had engaged with numerous classmates, earning knowledge points, resentment values, and snacks, 3 streams of income simultaneously, a resounding win. But now, in the afternoon, with no one showing interest, he faced a disheartening loss. Consequently, he would have to rely on independent study to progress in biology. Currently, his biology prowess stood at bronze level 99, merely a step away from advancement. The layout of the biology competition book mirrored that of the mathematics book, encompassing 300 pages and 30 units. However, within each 10-page unit, 4 pages were densely packed with knowledge points, leaving only 6 pages for questions. Having already studied 4 units, he began memorizing the knowledge points from the 5th unit. As he continued memorizing, a notification suddenly popped up, leaving him bewildered. Detected biological regression, decreasing from bronze level 99 to bronze level 98. Chapter 31. Errors in the Biology Workbook. He was dumbfounded. Could one's level actually decrease? What was happening? Shouldn't he memorizing knowledge points lead to an increase? Why was he regressing? Could there be inaccuracies in the material? Furrowing his brow, he began to scrutinize the knowledge points of the 5th unit. This unit primarily concerned the origin of life, a topic shrouded in ambiguity, with new explanations emerging each year, leading to constant shifts in understanding and unstable answers. If the teacher had overlooked recent developments while compiling the material, it was entirely possible that errors had crept in. After reading through the knowledge points several times and marking a few sections with his pen, he stood up and left for the 5th floor of the library. Compared to the previous floors, the 5th floor had the fewest people. This level housed the school's academic journals, showcasing cutting-edge research across various disciplines. However, high school students were content with textbooks and problem sets, showing little interest in the latest studies. Teachers rarely visited to peruse the materials either. He hurriedly sifted through the shelves, most journals still wrapped in plastic. It seems rather wasteful for the school to subscribe to these journals. Most of them go unread and end up as mere waste paper. Yet, I am grateful for this expenditure, as it has provided me with a source for the latest literature. He, what brings you here? A girl with short hair suddenly appeared at the door and curiously stepped inside. Wu Xiao, Senior? He looked at her. Recalling her name, Wu Xiao from the senior class 1, a veteran of the biology competition team. They had met once during the founding meeting of the competition team. This floor doesn't have any exercise books, so don't bother looking, Wu Xiao said, walking over. I'm not looking for exercises. It seems there's an error in the biology competition question set we received, and I want to verify it. He bent down to search. Error. Wu Xiao paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. There can't be an error. The biology competition question set was compiled by renowned teachers hired by the school, undergoing 3 rounds of review. Have you studied the 5th unit? Didn't you notice any issues with the knowledge points? He inquired. I've already progressed to the 12th unit, Wu Xiao replied, tilting her face with pride. Issues? What issues? Just study diligently. Upon hearing Wu Xiao's study progress, He was taken aback and immediately purchased a combat power detector from the system shop, secretly taking a shot at her. Wu Xiao, Biology Silver level 68. No wonder she is a senior. Her level is remarkably high. It's rather terrifying. In fact, the biology competition question sets are quite similar each year, merely adjusted in the number of questions based on the previous year's competition results. For example, if there were many genetics questions last year, this year's materials would include a few more genetics questions. Wu Xiao spoke with an air of authority. The knowledge points don't change annually. I studied them last year, so I can solve the questions quickly this year, which is akin to a review, you see? He seized upon a key point. This was where the issue lay. While the knowledge points in the question set remained unchanged each year, biological research continually advances, rendering many previously correct facts incorrect this year. Don't overthink it, little brother. There aren't that many overturned theories. If there are indeed knowledge points that need revision, the teachers will amend them. Wu Xiao shook her head with a smile. There are several teachers in the question-setting group and multiple reviewers. Do you really think they would miss errors just for you, a freshman? I'll keep looking, just to be sure, Song He insisted. Stubborn little brother. You are just wasting time, Wu Xiao said helplessly, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard you made a bet with Lung Xiangwen. How did that get to you? Song He was surprised. I'm in the same class as Lung Xiangwen, and he said you're his rival. You both decided to duel in the exam, Wu Xiao inquired with a gossiping expression. We're not rivals. I'm merely explaining questions to Zhuang Qiyan. He's just jealous and looking for trouble, Song He scoffed. Since he has come to me, I might as well take him down a notch. If I win, he'll owe me the material fees for biology experiments. That's not advisable, little brother. I suggest you figure out a way to reconcile with Lung Xiangwen. Wu Xiao shook her head. Why? You can't win, Wu Xiao concluded decisively. To surrender before even stepping into battle is not my style. We'll see who wins after the fight, Song He replied nonchalantly. Calm down, little brother. Lung Xiangwen is from the elite class. He's a seasoned competitor and has 2 more years of schooling than you. He can easily outmatch you even if he relies on his past experience. It's merely a case of the strong bullying the weak. If you truly bet against him, you'll be falling into his trap. What kind of duel is there between a senior and a freshman? If you lose, Lung Xiangwen will surely brag about defeating you everywhere, which would be quite humiliating. Wu Xiao earnestly advised. So, hurry up and seek peace with him. No rush. Who defeats whom is still uncertain, Song He replied confidently. Do you really believe you can surpass him? Wu Xiao was taken aback. Song He didn't respond, but suddenly brightened up. Reaching for a few copies of Nature from the bookshelf and cradling them in his arms, Wu Xiao observed in silence for a while. And seeing him engrossed in his search, she shrugged and left quietly. She had initially held a favorable impression of Song He, being a rare dual competition participant and quite a handsome junior. However, after their recent exchange, that favorable impression dwindled significantly. He was nothing but a stubborn little brother, futilely searching for errors in the competition question set, and foolishly challenging Lung Xiangwen to a bet. Wasn't he that simply self-deprecating? A student believing he could uncover a multitude of teachers' mistakes, a freshman in an elite class fantasizing about triumphing over a seasoned senior in an exam. Frankly, it seemed a bit unreasonable. With good advice falling on deaf ears, Wu Xiao felt she had done her utmost. Since Song He was such a stubborn mule, she decided to wait and see him make a fool of himself. At the bookshelf, Song He continued his search, quickly gathering more than 10 journals and placing them on a nearby table. Wu Xiao didn't believe in him. He could fully understand her skepticism, and there was no need for further discussion. Results would speak for themselves. He pulled out a copy of Nature and flipped it open. The dense English text made him feel slightly dizzy. His English proficiency was still at a basic level, struggling with textbooks, let alone tackling foreign journals. Especially with such specialized foreign publications filled with obscure terminology, prolonged exposure nearly caused him physiological discomfort. Song He sighed. Oh, Qin Shi Huang. If only you had a world map, I wouldn't have to endure this torment. Zheng He, if your ships could sail a bit further, I wouldn't have to suffer through these foreign texts. Moments later, gritting his teeth, Song He retrieved an English dictionary and began to painstakingly search for target vocabulary, laboriously sifting through the index. 10 minutes later, found it. Song He's face lit up with joy as he fished out paper and pen from his pocket, recording the page numbers and titles of the journal articles. In the 5th unit of the biology competition question set, there was a statement claiming that Asgard archaea all exhibit a mixed nutrition or heterotrophic metabolic pattern. This statement was accurate a few years ago, but subsequently, Professor Li Meng's team discovered older Asgard archaea, naming it Wukong archaea, which is an anomaly possessing the potential for hydrogen-oxidizing chemolithoautotrophic metabolism, vastly different from other archaea. Detected biological advancement, leveling up from bronze level 98 to 99. Song He clenched his fist in excitement. The system had validated it. Indeed, this was the point of error. He continued to peruse the journals, discovering that there were multiple errors in the biology competition materials. The knowledge points stated that eukaryotes originated from ancient, unidentified archaea, but the latest developments indicated that they originated from a common ancestor branch of Heimdall and Wukong. The system truly does not deceive me. The teachers at school lack competence. So many errors under the guise of renowned instructors. Isn't this misleading the students? Song He muttered to himself. Amidst a thick stack of journals, he was busy sweating profusely. The search was arduous, and the translation painstaking. He brought the biology competition question set over, simultaneously advancing his studies while identifying suspicious knowledge points. There were errors in the 6th unit, the 7th unit, and nearly every knowledge point in the 9th unit had mistakes. A white sheet on the table gradually filled with corrections of erroneous knowledge points, each correction accompanied by citations, detailed down to the page numbers of the journals. Finally, the system notification appeared, bringing Song-hee a delightful surprise. Chapter 32. Do you dare to criticize the teachers? The host has read a substantial amount of cutting-edge biological literature, gaining a vague understanding of the latest advancements in biology. Specially awarded Silver Level. Current Biology Level, Silver Level 01. He had broken through. Song-hee was thrilled, flipping through the thick biology competition questions set in his hands, nearly wanting to kiss it. Correcting errors could enhance his biological combat power, so having a question set filled with mistakes was indeed quite appealing. Once he compiled all the errors from the question set, he could report them to the teachers, prompting all biology competition students to relearn the correct content. At that point, consuming a renowned teacher's capsule should yield significant knowledge points, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, working even harder. 3 days later, during self-study in the morning, on the 5th floor of the library, Song-hee sighed wearily as he returned the last journal to the shelf. All done. On the correction paper in his hand, he had documented a total of 16 errors, having completed the entirety of the 300-page biology competition workbook. He has been diligently immersed in his studies these past few days, enduring significant hardship. Ultimately, he identified 16 errors, a struggle known only to himself. Typically, first-year students approach problem-solving at a slower pace. Achieving a mere 100 pages before the preliminary competition is already commendable. In contrast, second- and third-year competitors may manage slightly more, perhaps 200 pages at most. However, Song-hee accomplished the remarkable feat of finishing all 300 pages in one go, a rarity indeed. Coupled with his relentless correction of mistakes during this process, his pace is nothing short of astonishing, likely to astonish many fellow competitors. Indeed, his efforts bore fruit, as his proficiency level in biology surged from Silver Level 01 just 3 days prior to an impressive Silver Level 20. This ranking should suffice to secure a position within the top 50, thus concluding his biological studies before the examination. In the remaining days, he must urgently bolster his mathematics skills, which remain stagnant at Bronze Level 91. Now, he faces a singular task: to report the 16 errors in the biology workbook to his teacher. Once the teacher addresses these mistakes, all biology competitors will be required to revisit the pertinent knowledge, and upon digesting this newfound wisdom, he anticipates a substantial intellectual gain. With the correction paper securely fastened within the workbook, Song-hee left the library with eager anticipation. 5 minutes later, at Lulu's office door, Song-hee gently knocked and waited a moment, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sound from within. Hearing none, he reached for the doorknob, only to find it locked. "Song-hee, are you looking for Teacher Lulu?" A familiar voice called from the stairwell. Turning, he saw senior student Wu Xiao, who was cradling a biology competition workbook, passing by. "Yes, I've compiled a list of errors in the biology workbook to report to the teacher." Song-hee nodded affirmatively. Wu Xiao's expression shifted to one of surprise as she regarded him with an odd look. "Why are you still grappling with this? I thought you had let it go." "There are indeed many errors. I found 16. It is imperative to report them, or else the entire cohort of competitors will be misled." Song-hee opened the workbook and produced the correction paper. Wu Xiao, however, did not glance at the paper but rather regarded Song-hee with an increasingly peculiar expression, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. After a moment, Wu Xiao sighed with resignation and said, "Teacher Lulu is not responsible for crafting the questions. The competition workbook is prepared by specially appointed expert teachers who work in the testing room on the top floor of the office building. However, I advise you to reconsider. It is possible that the errors you identified are, in fact, incorrect." Wu Xiao shrugged midway through her sentence, seemingly giving up on persuading him. "Well, you can try it if you wish." "Thank you, senior." Song-hee expressed his gratitude and hurried down the stairs. Wu Xiao watched his departing figure and shook her head in exasperation. It seemed the obstinate junior was destined to encounter difficulties. Perhaps it is beneficial for the youth to face some obstacles. One learns through experience. Wu Xiao sensed that Song-hee's endeavor might not yield a favorable outcome. At the top floor of the office building, in the biology competition question-setting room, a spacious and lavish office housed 3 grand desks, while corners were filled with dusty boxes of books and materials that had not been touched in ages. 2 female teachers lounged comfortably in a recliner, their faces adorned with white facial masks, engrossed in a soap opera on the computer screen. Teachers Wan Qian and Tong Xian, responsible for crafting the biology competition questions, were completely absorbed in the drama, occasionally gasping or slapping their thighs in reaction to the plot twists. In contrast, at a desk in the corner, a middle-aged balding man intensely focused on his computer, his expression taut. The screen displayed fluctuating stock market graphs, a sea of green resembling a lawn, with prices plummeting relentlessly. He pinched a cigarette between his fingers, taking deep puffs to alleviate his rising frustration, nostrils flaring like a bull, his gaze reflecting uncontainable anger and disappointment. This was Cha Jingye, the head of the biology competition question review team, responsible for approving new questions before they were disseminated to students. Suddenly, there were 3 polite knocks on the office door. The 2 engrossed teachers chimed in unison, "Please come in." As the door swung open, a boy carrying a competition workbook entered. "Hello, teachers. I am Song, he from Class 2 of the first-year elite program. Here to see the teachers responsible for the biology competition questions." "We are." Teacher Wan Qian turned to him with a smile, her demeanor warm. Teacher Tong Xian paused her soap opera, visibly irritated by the interruption, but refrained from expressing her annoyance, instead scrolling through her phone with an impatient air. "I have completed the workbook and identified 16 errors in the knowledge points. I have come to report them for your review," Song he stated. Opening the workbook to reveal the correction paper, Teacher Wan Qian was taken aback as she accepted the correction paper. Teacher Tong Xian furrowed her brow, abruptly putting down her phone with a clatter, snatching the correction paper for a brief glance, her expression one of disdain, before returning it to Song He. "There are no errors in the workbook. We have meticulously verified it during the writing process," Teacher Tong Xian said impatiently. "You can simply memorize the knowledge points as outlined in the workbook, without concern for these details." Teacher Wan Qian smiled gently, explaining, "Our question set underwent 3 rounds of review and editing. There should be no errors. Your conscientious attitude is commendable, but you may trust your teachers." Both teachers appeared dismissive, eager to expedite his departure. "But, teachers, there are indeed errors in the content of the workbook," Song He insisted earnestly. "I have consulted relevant literature and listed the titles and page numbers. Many of these findings are from recent research that has overturned previous studies. I hope you can take a moment to verify them." With a scoff, Teacher Tong Xian turned to Song He with an exasperated expression, her tone increasingly irritable. "I have been a question setter for competitions for 6 years. Teacher Wan holds a biology master's degree from the University of Toronto, and Cha Jingye is currently pursuing a biology doctorate. Do you truly believe that the 3 of us would be outmatched by a first-year student? Simply focus on studying the workbook. Crafting the questions is our responsibility, and your role is that of a student. Among the 150 biology competitors in the school, you are the only one claiming there are errors in the workbook, and 16 at that. How is that possible? Why are the other students performing well? Is it only you who is making a fuss?" After a barrage of criticism, Teacher Tong Xian glanced at the paused soap opera with a heavy sigh. Picking up her phone to scroll again, her actions clearly laced with irritation. In a corner of the office, Cha Jingye also displayed a displeased expression, casting an annoyed glance at Song He before returning his focus to the screen. Teacher Wan Qian reached out to comfort Teacher Tong Xian, attempting to alleviate her frustration, then glanced up at Song He with a weary smile that seemed to question, "Aren't you leaving soon, student?" Song He frowned, perplexed by the teacher's aggressive demeanor. Was it truly so difficult to verify the errors in the workbook? Teacher Wan Qian decided to provide the student with a conciliatory explanation, her expression serious as she addressed Song He. "The knowledge points in the biology competition workbook pertain to cutting-edge fields in biology, extending beyond the scope of your high school curriculum. Your initiative in seeking out relevant literature is commendable. However, researching literature is not typical for high school students, and you may not fully grasp the nuances of the academic ecosystem. For instance, a single puzzle may have 7 or 8 conflicting theories. As teachers, we choose the most mainstream theories, while you may have access to lesser-known one. Moreover, the academic realm is rife with dubious publications filled with pseudoscientific nonsense, which we are trained to discern, whereas you may not be familiar with such distinctions. Therefore, it is best to return and study diligently according to the workbook." Teacher Wan Qian smiled warmly. "Surely Nature and Cell cannot be considered dubious publications?" Song He sighed, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. "I have already listed the references and hope you will verify them. The literature I consulted was sourced from the university library, which exclusively houses legitimate academic journals. I can affirm that the question paper contains several inaccuracies." Teacher Wan Qian was momentarily taken aback. Beside her, Teacher Tong Xian furrowed her brow in impatience, exclaiming, "Why do you keep going on and on? Teacher, I have meticulously listed the page numbers of the references, Song-hee replied, feeling powerless against the teacher's obstinacy. With a loud bang, Teacher Jia Jingye slammed his hand on the table, erupting in fury as he pointed at Song-hee, shouting, "You, student, get out. This is not a place for your incessant complaints. Teacher Wan Qian, there's no need to waste your breath on him. I've seen many such students. Questioning the validity of the questions with half-baked knowledge is simply outrageous. It's a wonder such students can perform well." Initially, Song-hee was taken aback, but his expression quickly morphed into one of anger. Was it not normal for a student to approach a teacher with concerns? Why was he being subjected to such unprovoked verbal assault? Ensuring the accuracy of the question paper was surely a teacher's responsibility. The multitude of errors was shocking, and instead of expressing remorse or correcting them, they displayed such arrogance? Song-hee's frustration surged, and he momentarily cast aside his respect for authority, raising his hand to point at Jia Jingye, cursing, "How dare you? It is your duty to prepare the questions, and I have diligently pointed out the errors for you. What is your attitude? 16 errors in a single question paper. What on earth were you doing? You are leading students astray." Jia Jingye stood up with a loud thud, his face flushed with anger. "You dare to insult a teacher? What class are you in? What is your student number? You are the one unworthy of being a teacher. I am indeed cursing at you." Song-hee retorted, rolling up his sleeves. "What is your student number?" Jia Jingye pounded the table, demanding an answer. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and teacher Lulu entered, her expression one of surprise as she glanced between Song-hee and the other teachers. "Teacher Lulu, is this your student? Look at what you have taught. Coming here to provoke the teachers." Jia Jingye roared. However, Lulu remained silent, her expression peculiar as she stepped aside, casting a respectful glance toward the door. "What is happening?" A commanding voice resounded from outside. With that single phrase, the atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically. Teacher Wan Qian and Teacher Tong Xian, who had been applying facial masks, hastily removed them, abruptly shutting down their computers, and stood in alarm. Jia Jingye also hurriedly typed on his keyboard, urgently shutting something down. "Principal, what brings you here?" Both Wan Qian and Tong Xian exclaimed in unison, their faces displaying a mix of fear and flattery. Song-hee's eyes widened in shock. Was the principal here? Chapter 33. Song-hee confronts the teachers. The silver-haired elder stepped in, exuding an imposing aura without displaying anger. Ren Ziyuan, the principal of Jinghai 4th High School, appeared. "I happened to pass by and heard quite a commotion in here. What is going on?" Ren Ziyuan's tone was calm. "Principal, this student is disrespectful. He has come here to cause an uproar and has even insulted the teachers. This is utterly unacceptable." Jia Jingye's face was flushed with fury. "I request that this student be reprimanded." "Oh, why is he being disrespectful?" Ren Ziyuan turned his gaze towards Song-hee. "Hello, principal. I am a biology competition student. The biology question paper we received contains numerous errors. I spent 3 days consulting over 100 authoritative journals from the university library, meticulously listing all the corrections to report to the teachers. Only this teacher was patient enough to discuss it with me." He gestured toward teacher Wan Qian. "This teacher was exceedingly impatient and insisted on dismissing me." He pointed at teacher Tong Xian. "And this teacher, in particular, resorted to slamming the table and insulting me, demanding that I leave with an exceedingly poor attitude." He raised his arm, pointing at Jia Jingye. Ren Ziyuan remained silent, extending his hand toward the correction paper in Song-hee's possession. Song-hee quickly presented the correction paper with both hands. Ren Ziyuan scrutinized it for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Teacher Jia, have you reviewed this correction list?" "No." Jia Jingye's expression flickered with a hint of anxiety, but he quickly regained his composure and firmly stated, "The biology competition question paper has been reviewed and approved by several of us teachers. It cannot possibly contain errors." Teacher Tong Xian shot a disapproving glance at Song-hee, then donned a conciliatory smile as she addressed the principal, chiming in. "The question papers have always been prepared by us, and there have been no issues in previous years. How could there possibly be so many mistakes this year? Out of 150 biology competition students, why is it only this student who has an issue?" The biology teachers of each class also review the competition papers. None of them have expressed any concerns. Lulu, standing at the back, furrowed her brow as she observed Song-hee, her eyes filled with reproach and helplessness. She seemed to have grasped the situation and felt a headache coming on. She couldn't believe that a mere first-year student could possess the capability to consult cutting-edge journals and identify so many errors. To her, Song-hee was simply being reckless and had created a significant problem. With a slight sigh, Lulu felt this situation was an unwarranted crisis, and she hoped it would not implicate her. Simply punishing Song-hee would suffice. I see this matter as quite straightforward. Ren Ziyuan surveyed the room. Since this student has provided detailed corrections along with their references, let us verify them at the university library. If the student is correct, the teachers shall face severe penalties. Conversely, if the teachers are correct, the student shall be punished and the teachers rewarded. Do you have any objections? Ren Ziyuan's tone was laced with suppressed anger. No objections. Thank you, principal. That was precisely my intention, Song He asserted decisively. The teachers exchanged glances, their smiles stiff, unsure of how to respond. Very well, if everyone agrees. Let us proceed now. The principal adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with a sharp light. As it happens, I have no urgent matters today, and I shall accompany you to review the literature. Everyone's expressions shifted in surprise. The principal personally taking charge of the matter doubled its severity. Whoever was in the wrong would face severe consequences. The group left the office building, hurrying toward the university library. As principal, Ren Ziyuan led the way, receiving respectful greetings from teachers along the route. Typically, he was amiable, engaging in brief conversations with the teachers he encountered. However, today he was unusually stern, nodding curtly or passing by without a word, leaving the teachers feeling uneasy and apprehensive, wondering if they had done something wrong to provoke such a change in the principal's demeanor. Song He followed closely behind the principal, and as they walked, Lulu suddenly pinched his arm. Song He looked up to see Lulu frowning at him, her eyes filled with reproach and urgency, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Trust me, teacher, Song He whispered. Lulu sighed, feeling helpless, and pinched him again, exasperated. This student was truly a handful. How could one student uncover errors that all the teachers had missed? Where did Song He derive this confidence? Last month, the award for spiritual civilization was deducted because of him. Would this month bring about further deductions? Was it possible that Song He was a hex upon the teachers? At the rear of the group were the three question setters, Jia Jingye wearing a scowl, glaring hatefully at Song He, radiating resentment. Teacher Tong Xian and Teacher Ruan Xian wore uneasy expressions, whispering among themselves. What if many errors are indeed uncovered in the question paper? The principal will surely be furious. Ruan Xian fretted. Let it rest. I refuse to believe a mere first-year student possesses such capabilities. We, a group of teachers, have worked hard to prepare the questions. How can he possibly surpass us? Tong Xian's eyes were cold. The principal knows how to handle this. The one to be punished will undoubtedly be the student, not us. Ruan Xian hesitated, her face etched with anxiety. She had thoroughly reviewed Song He's correction paper, and it appeared he had genuinely put in considerable effort. Moreover, the knowledge points in the question papers had not been updated much in the past 2 years, so it was possible that errors could arise. Suddenly, she began to regret the escalation of the situation. Perhaps it did not need to become so severe. They soon arrived at the university library. Ren Ziyuan pushed the door open, and the guard immediately stood up. Principal, you have arrived? Please inform Director Zhao that we need to check the literature on the 5th floor. The western side of the 5th floor bookshelf area will be temporarily closed for 1 hour. Ren Ziyuan instructed in a low voice, turning toward the elevator. The guard nodded eagerly, promptly taking up the intercom to relay the message. The library was bustling with activity, as the principal led a procession of students up the escalator, drawing the astonished gaze of many. Whispers of the event spread like ripples across a tranquil pond, quickly reaching every corner of the school. In Class 2 of the first-year elite students, a self-study session was underway, with all students engrossed in their assignments. Suddenly, the class monitor from the neighboring Class 1 rushed in, exclaiming with excitement, "You won't believe this. A huge scandal. Your classmate Song He clashed with a teacher. And even the principal has intervened." The room erupted in shock, with students lifting their heads in disbelief and some rushing to the door to inquire about the news. What happened? What is wrong with my roommate? Yuan Guang asked anxiously. Please, elaborate, Zhang Jilei urged, her expression one of astonishment. I heard it through the grapevine that Song He, a member of the biology competition team, identified numerous errors in the competition questions and reported them to the teacher, leading to a heated argument. The class monitor from next door expressed admiration. Wow, what is Song He thinking? Zhao Yi covered her face, sensing that her desk mate was in deep trouble. How did the principal get involved? Ding Yanzi questioned, while Song He and the teacher were exchanging heated words. The principal happened to pass by and stepped in to mediate. The monitor explained excitedly. Now, the principal is taking Song He and the teachers to the library, apparently to verify which side is correct. Song He has really gone too far, daring to challenge the experts of the question-setting group. Has he lost his mind? Zhang Jilei remarked, her tone laden with surprise. If Song He is indeed correct, would he still face punishment? Zhao Yi pondered, her brow furrowed with worry. I wish he were right. But how could that be? So many teachers haven't noticed any errors, and the senior competition students are seasoned veterans, Ning Mo said. Glancing back at Ding Yangza. Old Ding, you might have a chance. Ding Yangza was taken aback. What do you mean? If the principal is furious, it's not impossible for him to revoke Song He's biology competition qualification. Ning Mo analyzed. Insulting a teacher is far too serious. Ding Yangza wore a complex expression but remained silent. He sensed an opportunity, yet it was one born not from his own merit, but from Song He's recklessness. He still desired a fair chance rather than a windfall. Not necessarily, Yuan Guang interjected, counting on his fingers as if calculating something. I foresee a fortuitous outcome. Song He might be fine, or even end up with a stroke of good luck. Fortuitous? How could that be? He's in deep trouble, the class monitor chuckled. Song He is definitely in hot water. It's just a question of how severe the consequences are. A minor consequence would mean losing his competition qualification, while a major one could lead to expulsion. Please, let us not have Song He expelled. Zhao Yi's face fell. I calculated again, and it still looks favorable. Yuan Guang insisted. Instead of waiting here, why don't we skip class and head to the library to witness the spectacle? Let us go. Everyone chimed in unison. Chapter 34, The Laughingstock of the School. On the third floor of the library, a sudden commotion arose in the self-study area, as some students rushed to inform their friends. Soon, clusters of students abandoned their pens, faces alight with excitement, and dashed towards the escalator. In a corner, Zhuang Qian looked bewildered, observing the dwindling crowd in the study area. Yin Yin, come on, let us go see the commotion. A girl exclaimed, grabbing Zhuang Qian's arm. What is happening? Is there a fight? Zhuang Qian remained seated, unwilling to leave her chair. I can't go. I need to finish my exercises. It's your little master, Song He. The girl said. He's made headlines. Zhuang Qian was taken aback, instinctively rising as she was pulled towards the escalator. The escalator was packed with students, all animatedly discussing the events. Wow, that guy is so brave. He went to the teacher's office and berated the teacher. My classmate was in the neighboring math group, and even through the wall, they heard him cursing. What a bold move. The last student who insulted a teacher was from class 6, and they were sent home for a month to reflect. Now that the principal is involved, it's likely not just a simple reflection. Zhuang Qian felt a surge of anxiety and turned to the girl beside her, asking, what exactly happened with Song He? He claims to have identified errors in the biology competition questions, more than a dozen. The teacher started cursing at him, and the principal happened to walk by? The girl explained. The principal is currently with Song He and the teachers on the 5th floor, verifying the facts. Everyone is gathering to see what unfolds. Such a major incident is rare. Zhuang Qian's heart sank. So there is still hope, right? If Song He is correct, he won't face any consequences? How could that be, Yin Yin? He's just a first year. How could he possibly know more than the experts from the question-setting group? The girl shook her head, laughing lightly. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the crowd was unexpectedly large, a veritable sea of students. The western bookshelf area was cordoned off, with students crowding into the eastern self-study zone, peering curiously at the scene. Zhuang Qian strained to see, and indeed spotted the principal and Song He, along with several teachers, all busy searching the shelves. The expressions of both Song He and the principal were grave, casting a heavy atmosphere over the bookshelf area. Zhuang Qian felt her heart tighten and sighed. Song He is likely to be expelled this time. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Turning to the speaker, she felt a wave of disdain as she recognized Lung Xiangwen. He wore a smug expression, arms crossed, reveling in the drama. I warned you not to associate with Song He. He is not a good person, Lung Xiangwen taunted. Now you see I was looking out for you, right? Get lost. Lung Xiangwen. The outcome isn't determined yet, so stop with the snide remarks. Zhuang Qian snapped. Lung Xiangwen was taken aback, surprised by her sudden outburst. He had always known her to be demure and polite, and this was the first time he had heard her use such language. The outcome isn't determined? You actually think Song He will be right? So many question-setting teachers and distinguished experts can't possibly be outdone by a mere freshman. Lung Xiangwen exclaimed, incredulous. Let me call an expert for you. He waved to a petite girl squeezing through the crowd. Allow me to introduce our Class S biology whiz, Wu Xiao. Last year, she missed the provincial award by just 1 point, and this year, she is aiming for national recognition. Lung Xiangwen grinned. Wu Xiao, you've seen the biology competition questions, right? Are there really that many mistakes? Not at all. The questions from last year and this year are fundamentally the same. It's improbable they could both be wrong. Wu Xiao replied with a resigned smile. Song He mentioned he wanted to correct the questions a few days ago, but I advised him to avoid causing trouble. He didn't listen. I've seen many like Song He. Impractical and stubborn, Lung Xiangwen scoffed. I initially planned to outshine him in the competition, but now it seems he might not even make it to the exam. He is likely to be expelled. Shut up, Lung Xiangwen. The outcome isn't determined yet. Zhuang Qian retorted angrily, turning to rejoin the crowd. Lung Xiangwen's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. He gazed toward the bookshelf area, his eyes filled with resentment. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhuang Qian display such unwavering trust and support for a boy. The situation was evident. The principal's involvement signified a severe punishment for a rebellious student. Yet, Zhuang Qian continued to cling to the hope that Song he would emerge unscathed, which struck him as utterly foolish. However, the thought of Song he facing harsh consequences and becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the school brought a smile to Lung Xiangwen's face. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the principal and teachers would publicly berate Song He, envisioning the public humiliation that would follow. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly make him the pariah of high school, someone everyone would avoid at all costs. The corners of Lung Xiangwen's mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. At this moment, eager gossips were disseminating news across various classes in the school. High school life was monotonous and pressurized. Students, akin to cattle, were submerged in a sea of problems from dawn till dusk, rendering them almost wooden. The school imposed strict prohibitions on mobile phones and nearly all forms of frivolous entertainment. Thus, the primary source of amusement for high school students became campus gossip. Even the slightest rumors, such as a boy and girl from a class purportedly becoming a couple, could elate students from neighboring classes for quite some time. The incident where Song he challenged a teacher was akin to a thunderclap amidst such a dull, academic atmosphere. Even if a student were to attempt detonating an atomic bomb on the playground, it would not cause as much of a stir. Within a remarkably short span, the news spread across a significant portion of the school, leaving many students in a state of excitement. Particularly, students from the mathematics and biology competition teams were the quickest to learn of the news and subsequently took it upon themselves to spread the gossip throughout their classes. Song he became an overnight sensation on campus, albeit not for commendable reasons. Most students viewed his challenge to the teacher as an act of futility, anticipating a dismal outcome. Consequently, Song he remained a figure of infamy, with thousands of students eagerly awaiting his downfall. In the dreary landscape of high school life, the tale of a stubborn individual confronting a teacher, only to face expulsion, proved to be quite the entertaining gossip. On the 5th floor of the school library, "I found it," Principal Rin Ziyuan suddenly announced. He spread an English journal across the table, prompting all the teachers to gather around. Song He, standing politely at the back, cast a distant glance and confirmed it was the article he had sought, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Despite his age, Rin Ziyuan's proficiency in foreign languages remained impressive, as he pointed to a segment with his wrinkled hand and began translating. Professor Li Ming's research team was the first to discover the 6th phylum of Asgardarchaea in the sediment of mangrove wetlands in our country, specifically noting that Wukong archaea possessed the potential for hydrogen-oxidizing chemolithoautotrophic metabolism, significantly distinct from the mixed nutrition or heterotrophic metabolic modes of other Asgardarchaea. The 3 teachers who had formulated the questions turned pale, whereas Lulu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Once Rin Ziyuan completed the translation at a measured pace, he pulled out a correction sheet and marked the first line with a tick. The first item had been verified. Song he was indeed correct, and the competition question was erroneous. Rin Ziyuan's expression remained inscrutable as he continued to verify further. Though he did not exhibit anger, the 3 question-setting teachers appeared increasingly ashen. They understood that the principal was the type who appeared calm on the surface while harboring intense fury within. His simmering wrath was akin to a fire wrapped in cardboard, ready to ignite and burst forth at any moment. Chapter 35. An emergency meeting of all competition students in the bookshelf area. The teachers quietly dispersed. Rin Ziyuan stood alone in front of a shelf, searching for journals with a stoic expression, though his face was subtly tinged with anger. His knuckles protruding as he gripped the books, clearly suppressing extreme fury. Lulu and Song he retreated to a corner shelf, whispering to one another. "Are you certain your corrections are accurate?" Lulu inquired softly, her face glowing with excitement. "Rest assured, teacher, my corrections are absolutely precise," Song he replied with calm assurance. Lulu hesitated momentarily before conspiratorially whispering, "Song he, I need to discuss something with you." "You command, teacher," Song he replied, taken aback, sensing a request in Lulu's tone. "If the principal inquires later, you should say that you've reviewed my corrections and confirmed their accuracy. Encouraging you to report them to the question-setting group," Lulu said, her tone tense, a hint of ingratiation evident in her smile. "Is that agreeable?" Instantly, Song he grasped her intention, nodding affirmatively. You needn't worry, teacher. I am your devoted student, and any credit will surely be shared with you. If you can successfully challenge the question-setting teachers and earn the principal's praise, I will reward you handsomely, Lulu said, her affection evident as she gently ruffled Song He's hair. Song He was her cherished student. If he erred, she would bear some blame for inadequate instruction. However, if he were correct and the question-setting teachers were wrong, the situation would be entirely reversed. Although Lulu was a leading figure in the biology competition, her primary role remained the arduous task of teaching, training competition students each year to the point of exhaustion. Beyond teaching, she aspired to join the question-setting group, which offered additional stipends and bonuses, enhancing her chances in the upcoming competition for the position of grade director. The principal's fury and Song He's composure illuminated a glimmer of hope for her entry into the question-setting group. If this opportunity materialized, this student would undoubtedly be her stroke of fortune. At the end of the bookshelf area, the three question-setting teachers huddled together. Teacher Ruan Qian appeared flustered and spoke with a tremor in her voice. What should we do? The principal has already identified the error. Teacher Tong Xian's complexion also turned pale, her hand trembling as she held the book. What should we do? You asked me what to do. You two set the questions. Zha Jingye exclaimed, his face contorted with anger as he struggled to maintain his volume. Why didn't you verify the latest research when formulating the questions? Now we're all in trouble because of you. I don't appreciate that, Teacher Zha, Tong Xian retorted, fear and anger mingling in her voice. We inevitably have oversights when creating the questions. Shouldn't you bear some responsibility as the reviewer? You didn't catch the errors, so you bear at least half the blame. Tong Xian, frightened yet furious, warned, when the principal queries us, don't even think about shifting the blame onto us. What do you mean by that, Tong Xian? Zha Jingye's eyes widened in shock. Literally, Zha Jingye, don't throw us under the bus as scapegoats. Tong Xian shot him a fierce glare. Don't think we're unaware. You never review the question sets every year. You do nothing in the office. What have you two done? Last year you copied the question set from the year before, and this year you copied last year's. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Zha Jingye trembled with rage. The primary responsibility lies with you. Teacher Ruan Qian, pale-faced, interjected, you two, calm down. This is not the time for infighting. The principal has only identified one error. There is still a chance. Tong Xian and Zha Jingye locked eyes, both turning away to continue searching the shelves. Teacher Ruan Qian, you mean there's still a chance? Are you suggesting we hide the reference journal? Tong Xian suddenly inquired. Hiding it is impractical. If the principal can't find the journal, a quick phone call will have the library director retrieving it from storage. Ruan Qian shook her head. We can find opposing conclusions. You mean, if Song He found the journal and overturned the knowledge point in the question set, we should find a journal to refute Song He's knowledge point? Zha Jingye frowned. Exactly, Ruan Qian nodded. The three question-setting teachers, as if grasping a lifeline, abandoned their previous lethargy and began fervently flipping through journals, engaging in a desperate self-rescue. The class bell rang. The fifth floor of the library became increasingly crowded with students from various classes eager to witness the spectacle. The security guard had to step in to maintain order, urging students to disperse. However, just as one group of students left, another flock arrived, leaving the guard feeling utterly helpless. Yuan Guang mingled among the crowd, busily conducting business. Does anyone need lunch delivered? A 5 yuan delivery fee for any meal from the cafeteria. Order takeout, classmates. I guarantee it will be delivered to the 5th floor. If you go to the cafeteria now, there won't be any seats left when you return. You can't miss this grand spectacle. You can't starve while watching. You enjoy the show, I'll run errands. Have lunch before indulging in gossip. A throng of curious students surrounded Yuan Guang, cash in hand, requesting him to deliver their meals. Yuan Guang enlisted over a dozen classmates, jotting down names and meal preferences on paper, then began collecting money with fervor. In just half an hour, more than 100 students had requested meal deliveries, allowing Yuan Guang to earn over 500 yuan in an instant. He promptly shared 100 yuan of profit with his classmates, sending them to the cafeteria to fetch the meals while he remained on the 5th floor to attract more business. Soon, the entire 5th floor began to smell like a cafeteria, with study tables transformed into dining tables, and many students standing to eat, feasting on takeout ordered from Yuan Guang. Time ticked away, second by second. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the students on the 5th floor were growing weary of waiting. Suddenly, the principal departed from the bookshelf area, heading down the elevator without a backward glance. Song He followed closely behind, whispering something to the principal. Shortly thereafter, several teachers also exited. The students gathered on the 5th floor erupted in confusion, their voices tinged with bewilderment. What was happening? Did they not see Song He tailing the principal? It seemed he was about to be summoned for a reprimand in the principal's office. Disappointment washed over me. I had anticipated a dramatic confrontation between the teachers and students, yet it had ended so abruptly. Just as the students began to feel disinterested, the school's loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention! Attention! All competition students are to report to the school auditorium immediately for a meeting. All competition teachers, please arrive at the school auditorium by 2 o'clock. The principal will personally preside over the meeting. All are required to attend punctually. The announcement repeated twice. Once again, the fifth-floor students were abuzz, realizing that something significant was indeed unfolding. In the auditorium, the competition students streamed in through the front and back doors, their faces alight with excitement. The air was filled with chatter, as hundreds of curious minds ignited with speculation. Where was Song He? Had he arrived? Scanning the crowd, I counted the members of the biology and mathematics teams. Everyone was present except for Song He. It seemed he would not be joining us. After all, he had dared to confront the teachers and even question the exam papers, an audacious move that could very well seal his fate. The uproar he had caused was bound to have caught the principal's attention, making it unlikely for him to remain in the competition team. He was probably already dismissed. Calling us for a meeting was likely an opportunity for public reprimand, a cautionary tale for others. How amusing. During the team formation meeting, I had thought that Song He, joining two teams simultaneously, was a formidable contender. I never expected his bravado would lead him to clash with the question setters. The contrast between his earlier prominence and this impending humiliation was stark. Perhaps, at this moment, he was already trudging out of the school with his backpack. The competition students reveled in the misfortune of one less member, which meant a slightly reduced chance of elimination. Moreover, since most of them were unfamiliar with Song He, there was no emotional burden in their ridicule. Among the crowd, Lung Xiangwen was particularly delighted. He believed this meeting would unequivocally serve as a public censure for Song He. Soon, the meeting would commence, and Song He's reputation would be thoroughly tarnished. Could Zhuang Qian afford to associate closely with a boy of such ill repute? That was certainly not advisable. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, two figures, one aged and one youthful, sat side by side at the desk, engrossed in their lunch. The elderly man was, of course, Principal Rin Ziyuan, while the young one was Song He. While the entire school awaited the spectacle of Song He's downfall, little did they know that he was sharing a meal with the principal. On the table lay several takeout containers, filled with dumplings from a local eatery. The principal had ordered these takeout meals personally, even requesting double portions. The school had a strict no takeout policy, but with just a phone call, the principal had dispatched the senior grade director to retrieve the food from the school gate. The director, filled with excitement, noted the double portions and couldn't help but wonder if the principal intended to treat him to a meal. Perhaps his promotion was imminent? He hurried to the office, and upon entering, saw Song He beside the principal, causing a sudden unease in his heart. After placing the takeout down, the director glanced at the two sets of chopsticks in the bag, then at Song He, who calmly picked up one set. His foreboding feeling was confirmed. The principal was indeed treating this student to lunch. Realizing the significance of the moment, the director discreetly exited, casting a lingering envious glance at Song He. Having worked at the school for nearly 8 years, he had never had the opportunity to dine with the principal in his office. What remarkable fortune did this student possess? As Song He savored the dumplings, he felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. The principal footing the bill and the director delivering the meal made him feel as though he were in an extraordinary narrative. Song He, are your parents scientists? Or perhaps university professors? The principal suddenly inquired, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. No, Song He quickly replied, my parents run a mutton restaurant, and they have little formal education. Oh, what about your grandparents? Are they educated? The principal pressed, intrigued. Just farmers, with at most a middle school education. Song He shook his head. My grandfather fought in the war, serving as artillery, tirelessly loading shells from dawn until dusk, eventually suffering from rhabdomyolysis. He often urged me to study hard, to become a scientist and build artillery for the military. So, there are no researchers or educators in your family. The principal continued. Is your grandfather's influence what drives your ambition to develop weaponry? Song He nodded. Fascinating, truly fascinating, the principal mused with a smile. In recent years, our school has only had 3 students who qualified for dual competitions. One was Yuanbong, another Qiu Xinyue, and now you. Yuanbong's family farms corn. Qiu Xinyue's family is in renovation, and your family runs a mutton restaurant. Not exactly a scholarly lineage. More like a mutton lineage, Song He jested. When the principal visits Beicheng, he must come to our mutton restaurant, Song's mutton shop at the intersection of Xingjilu and Binhai Road. I would treat you to mutton. Huh. I look forward to it, the principal chuckled. How did you discover the errors in the exam papers? I read some reports on recent advances in biology during the break, and I noticed some discrepancies with the content in the exam papers. I approached Teacher Lu, who informed me that the library could access journals. Teacher Lu was immensely helpful. After I identified the errors, I verified everything with her, and she supported my decision to report them to the question-setting group. He recounted, maintaining his composure. The principal nodded, pondering. So, these corrections were a collaborative effort between you and Teacher Lu? Yes, I found the literature, and she reviewed it. He affirmed. How long did it take you both? About 3 days, he replied. I believe we addressed all the errors in the first set of papers. But after the competition team's mock exam, a second set will be issued. Would you be willing to partner with Teacher Lu to oversee the review of the subsequent papers? The principal suddenly asked. He was taken aback, his expression momentarily faltering. As if reluctant, he certainly desired to review the papers, not merely desired, but was eager for the opportunity. After all, engaging in this process would allow him to delve deeper into biological studies ahead of his peers. However, he knew he should not agree too readily. It was wise to negotiate some benefits, hence his feigned hesitation. I won't let you work for nothing, the principal assured him, revealing that the school offered a principal scholarship. He's face brightened instantly. Contributing to the school was a student's duty. All right, once we finish eating, you can take me to the meetings where I can receive some rewards, the principal stated. You have put in considerable effort regarding the exam papers, and it is only right that you are compensated for your hard work. In the auditorium, all competition students had gathered, filling the space with lively chatter. Suddenly, the front rows fell silent, with many students sitting up straight. The back rows quickly followed suit, straightening as if a line of dominoes had been reset, and moments later, Principal Ren Ziyuan hurried into the auditorium. Then, hundreds of eyes turned toward the principal, and there he was, He, maintaining his usual demeanor. He casually seated himself in the empty front row. The hundreds of competition students were taken aback. After an extended absence, they had presumed he had been expelled. Yet here he was, still present? A glaring example of a misfit. He was surely to be called up for public reprimand. Lung Xiangwen smirked, keenly assessing the unfolding situation. The surrounding students nodded in agreement, endorsing Lung Xiangwen's predictions. When the time came for jeers, they would all join in. Lung Xiangwen's excitement was palpable. Amidst the crowd, students displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Ren Ziyuan ascended the stage, his kind yet authoritative voice resonating throughout the auditorium. Dear students, we have convened this urgent meeting to discuss the matter of the competition question papers. As members of the competition team, you will receive numerous question papers from the school, guiding you through various stages of learning from the moment you join the team until you officially step into the examination hall. The majority of the questions in these papers have been crafted by experts commissioned by the school, as competitions lack a fixed scope of assessment. The questions in mathematics competitions exhibit yearly trends, while those in biology competitions relate to the latest breakthroughs in the biological sciences. Typically, it is the responsibility of teachers to compile these papers, leaving students without the capacity to question their accuracy. Thus, you have been training according to the papers provided by the school, ultimately leading you to the examination hall. As Lung Xiangwen listened from the audience, a smile of incredulity crept across his face. The principal's message was unmistakable. The formulation of question papers is the domain of experts, while students are merely to follow and learn. Lung Xiangwen shifted his gaze towards He in the front row, anticipating a critique of the negative example. Oh, principal, please do not be lenient. Such disrespectful students should be dealt with decisively. Ren Ziyuan paused momentarily before shifting his tone. However, dear students, have you ever contemplated what might occur if there were errors in these papers? Upon finishing, he deliberately took a lengthy pause to allow time for contemplation. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically as many students began to realize the implications, their expressions changing. Lung Xiangwen's smile faltered, shock evident as he turned to the principal, questioning the meaning behind his words. The perceptive students began to murmur amongst themselves, sensing a shift in the principal's discourse. Wait, is the principal going off on a tangent? Could it be that He confronted the teacher successfully? Is this not a meeting for criticism, but rather one for commendation? Hundreds of gazes converged on He, who remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the principal's address. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as Ren Ziyuan revealed, "You may not have considered this." But one student did. He from Class 2 of the first-year elite. In last week's biology competition, He astutely noticed several errors in the question paper during his studies. Remarkably, Instead of ignoring or glossing over them, he diligently consulted numerous journals from the school library, correcting a total of 16 inaccuracies. In recognition of his efforts, the school has decided to award Song He a special scholarship of 600 yuan, at a rate of 100 yuan per error corrected. Please welcome Song He to the stage to receive his award. Song He rose and strode confidently to the stage, receiving the vibrant cash from Rin Ziyuan's hands. Under the principal's guidance, he turned to face the hundreds of competition students, proudly displaying his scholarship. Photographers rushed forward, capturing the moment, with the images set to be published in the school's newspaper and bulletin board next week. The auditorium erupted in applause, with hundreds exclaiming their admiration, followed by a rousing ovation that crescendoed, lifting the atmosphere to a euphoric high. Lung Xiangwen's face darkened, as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, his shock palpable. How could this be possible? Not only did he confront the teacher without facing repercussions, but he was also publicly awarded? Surrounding students engaged in excited discussions, drowning out his thoughts. Incredible. Who would have anticipated such an outcome? I would call it divine. To scold the teacher and emerge unscathed is no ordinary feat. Wait, did Song He complete the entire biology competition paper and find 16 errors? I've been burning the midnight oil, barely covering 250 pages, while he accomplished so much so quickly. I've exhausted myself just to reach 230 pages, and now I learned there are 16 errors? What have I been studying? This guy is phenomenal. He has even impressed the principal. If he becomes someone significant in the future, this will certainly be a noteworthy chapter in his biography. Is this really a first-year student? What about us, the seasoned seniors in our third year? The applause continued for an extended period, as everyone had come to witness the spectacle. Initially expecting a minor reprimand for confronting a teacher, but instead witnessing an extraordinary twist where the student was awarded for his boldness. As Song He descended the stage, he gleefully counted his money. Your expectation of Lung Xiangwen's ridicule has fallen short. Resentment points 500. Lung Xiangwen feels disheartened by your award. Resentment points 500. 2 lines of resentment points appeared, making him the sole contributor of such points in the hall. Song He recalled his wager with this wealthy peer and realized he must now devote himself to mathematics in the coming days, preparing to excel on the examination and perhaps garner even more resentment points from Lung Xiangwen. On the podium, the principal continued his address. While expressing gratitude to Song He for identifying the errors, he also raised questions regarding our teaching staff and the entire competition team. Why were the teachers responsible for setting the questions unable to detect these errors? Why did hundreds of students also overlook them? Had it not been for Song He's timely corrections, would the students present have entered the examination hall with erroneous knowledge? Another long pause ensued as Ren Ziyuan surveyed the students. To prevent errors during the learning phase, I hereby announce the implementation of a reward mechanism. Any student who identifies an error in the competition question papers will receive a reward of 100 yuan in campus dining credits for each mistake found. I encourage you all to thoroughly examine the papers upon receipt and correct any inaccuracies. The 16 errors corrected by Song He will be printed and distributed to each of you tonight, and I urge you to study them diligently. This concludes our meeting. You are dismissed. Applause erupted once more as competition students rose to leave. Song He remained in his seat, languidly yawning, waiting for the next meeting. Many unfamiliar students passed by, casting admiring glances in his direction. Wu Xiao walked past, pausing to give Song He a thumbs up. Impressive. You truly identified the errors. Thank goodness you didn't heed my earlier advice. When the next question paper arrives, I shall also seek errors to earn a scholarship. Wu Xiao declared with enthusiasm. Shall we compete to see who finds them faster? Finding errors? No chance, senior. I will be responsible for reviewing the next question paper before it is issued to you. Song He replied lazily. The principal assigned you to review it? Wu Xiao asked, surprised. Yes, I'm partnering with the teacher for the review. Song He nodded, predicting that when the next question paper arrived, his name would be prominently displayed on the information page. Wu Xiao was taken aback, realizing the implication. Is this junior really entering the teaching ranks? She then smiled. But can you guarantee there won't be any mistakes after your review? I doubt it. I'm sure I can find any errors you might overlook. Such wishful thinking, senior. The papers I review won't even have punctuation errors. Song He replied confidently and leisurely. Wu Xiao was momentarily stunned. Although Song He was merely a first-year student, he exuded an aura of profound wisdom and authority when he spoke. Suddenly, she realized that this junior seemed rather charming. Don't be too cocky. Just wait. Wu Xiao flushed, making a playful gun gesture with her hand, hastily turning to leave. Soon, the auditorium emptied, leaving only Song He and Rin Ziyuan. 5 minutes later, the first teacher arrived for the subsequent meeting, followed by a steady stream of faculty members. Before long, the entire competition teaching staff had gathered, totaling over 40 individuals. The head administrator, Yi Liang-han, sat at the front, seemingly aware of the unfolding events, his brow furrowed in a serious expression. Lu Lu and Ban Jianya were present. Yet the two teachers maintained a strained relationship, seated at a considerable distance from one another. Cha Jingya, Wan Xian, and Tong Xian also attended. Their faces ashen as they sat in the corner, expressions resembling a haunting specter. Prior to the meeting, they had frantically sifted through documents, desperately seeking any research that could refute Song He's corrections, yet their efforts yielded no results after an exhausting afternoon. Now, seated below and gazing at the principal, they felt utterly unmoored, panic causing their hands to tremble. As the attendees gathered, the meeting commenced. On stage, Principal Ren Ziyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been amiable with the students, but now, his gaze emanated a feral ferocity, his expression terrifying, with every wrinkle on his face brimming with suppressed rage, radiating an unsettling pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Bang! Ren Ziyuan slammed the table, causing the white porcelain teacup to rattle violently, emitting a jarring sound. The entire assembly recoiled in alarm, and Song He shivered in response. We have encountered a grave teaching incident. The first volume of the biology competition team's question bank contains 16 errors. The question setters, Wan Xian, Tong Xian, stand up. Ren Ziyuan's voice thundered. Like a tempest, Wan Xian and Tong Xian trembled as they rose, utterly flustered. The reviewer, Cha Jingya, stand up. Ren Ziyuan pounded the table again. Cha Jingya stood, his face pale as a ghost, sweat beading on his forehead. He dared to glance at Ren Ziyuan, immediately filled with trepidation, hastily diverting his gaze. Then feeling it was inappropriate, mustering the courage to look up again, only to be cowed once more by the principal's terrifying stare. The other teachers in attendance were equally horrified. They had rarely witnessed the principal in such a fury. The teachers were collectively bewildered, some bowing their heads to the table, others turning to glance at the three standing colleagues, and still others casting fearful glances at the principal. Song He sat in stunned silence, wide-eyed. It became evident that even the usually formidable teachers appeared as vulnerable as fledglings before the principal. Chapter 38. Lulu's mysterious reward on the podium. Ren Ziyuan's gaze was glacial, each muscle in his face taut with fury, his anger sweeping through the room like a storm. Song He felt an uncontrollable wave of fear. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly intimidating. This was indeed the principal's true form. The previous amiability had merely been a facade of restraint. You three, what is there to explain? Speak now. Ren Ziyuan bellowed. The three teachers nearly crumbled under the weight of his wrath. After a long pause, Cha Jingya summoned what little courage he had. His voice quavering as he spoke softly, I apologize, Principal. We were negligent in our duties. We will rectify this immediately and ensure it never happens again. And now you offer apologies? What happened to that vigor you displayed when scolding students? Ren Ziyuan erupted in fury. The school hires you at a high salary for you to merely say you're sorry. What use is your apology to me? Are you accountable to the students? To their parents? Cha Jingya's complexion shifted erratically, visibly pale, then flushed, then pale again, his blood pressure spiraling. Wan Xian and Tong Xian fared no better. Standing for a mere 30 seconds, they were drenched in sweat. The principal's terrifying pressure bore down upon them, while the other teachers merely felt the residual tremors, their hearts racing in fear, let alone the three at the eye of the storm. Song He internally lamented that he was fortunate not to be the target of this wrath. Otherwise, he would have surely lost control. Wan Xian, your attitude towards the students is acceptable. I will deduct 1 month's bonus. Tong Xian and Cha Jingya, I will deduct a year's bonus. You will also lose your eligibility for this year's awards. Return and write a 5,000-word reflection. Present it at next week's staff meeting. Ren Ziyuan took a deep breath, pulling out quick-acting heart pills, taking 2, followed by a large gulp of water. The auditorium was engulfed in a chilling silence. Everyone afraid to breathe, the sound of Ren Ziyuan drinking audible. Cha Jingya, I believe you should relinquish your position as the head of the biology competition review group. You will join Wan Xian and Tong Xian in the question-setting group. Ren Ziyuan continued to deliver his merciless edicts. You three, this punishment is merely a warning. If there are further instances of significant errors in question setting, you need not remain at Jinghai No. 4 High School. I am unaware of the situation regarding the mathematics competition question bank, but I will soon arrange for an inspection. If there are issues, the punishment will be identical. The teachers felt their hair stand on end. The principal was genuinely furious, threatening to dismiss teachers. Let me reiterate to all present. Ren Ziyuan's voice was grave. The competition team is the pride of Jinghai No. 4 High School. It represents the hope for hundreds of students to change their destinies. A widespread error in competition questions is intolerable. This is an exceedingly serious teaching incident. We are fortunate that student Song He identified the errors. But what if he hadn't? Would all the students have faced a barrage of mistakes when entering the examination room? Ren Ziyuan rarely used such coarse language. For the next 20 minutes, he relentlessly emphasized the importance of their responsibilities, announcing a slew of new punitive measures with an iron fist. The teachers below were left in a daze, fervently taking notes. Song He silently observed, his mouth agape, realizing that meetings for teachers unfolded in such a grim manner. How unfortunate. This meeting is now adjourned. Let this serve as a cautionary tale, Ren Ziyuan finally declared. Oh, and before I forget, I have 2 personnel adjustments to announce. Lulu will temporarily take over as the head of the biology competition question-setting group. Lulu, I did not inform you in advance. Do you have any objections? A chorus of astonished gazes turned towards Lulu. Lulu rose in delight, struggling to contain her joy as she solemnly assured, no objections, Principal. I will ensure a rigorous review. I promise no further errors will occur. Excellent. Ren Ziyuan nodded, then turned his attention to Song He. Song He, you will assist your teacher, during your free time, review the biology question bank, which will serve as a form of advanced study. Song He promptly stood, vowing to fulfill his duties. After maintaining a serious demeanor for half an hour, Ren Ziyuan finally revealed a hint of a smile, clearly appreciative of talent. Director Zhao. Ren Ziyuan turned to the other side of the assembly. Please issue Song He a new meal card, granting him the same privileges as the teaching staff. The teachers collectively stared, astonished at Song He's sudden fortune. This child is exceptionally favored. The teacher meal card allowed for 300 yuan worth of free meals daily in the cafeteria, considering most dishes cost under 10 yuan. It was essentially a free meal card. Some of the substitute teachers without official positions did not even enjoy such privileges, and here was a new student being granted one. Song He quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling elated. The principal was indeed generous, bestowing both monetary rewards and a meal card. How forthright. 10 minutes later, in Lulu's office, Song He glanced around the empty corridor, as it was still before afternoon classes, and upon seeing no one, he swiftly entered the office and closed the door with agility. Lulu's eyes lit up upon seeing Song He, her smile radiant. After many years of teaching, she had never felt such fondness for a student, who had effortlessly secured a position in the question-setting group, and not just any position, but that of the review group leader. Teacher, you mentioned previously that there would be a grand reward for me. Song He inquired eagerly. What is this grand reward? I initially intended to provide you with a meal card loaded with money, allowing you to dine for free at school, but the principal beat me to it. Lulu replied with a smile. Thus, I have yet to decide what reward to give you. Monetary rewards, then. Song He exclaimed, pulling out 600 yuan in cash. Although the principal has already rewarded me, I wouldn't mind receiving something from you too. Directly handing over cash seems rather mundane, doesn't it? Lulu raised an eyebrow. Mundane is great. Who doesn't appreciate the mundane? Song He replied eagerly. Besides money, is there anything else you desire? Lulu tilted her head. Song He pondered for a moment. How about a luxury apartment? You'd have to sell the teacher to afford that. Lulu retorted. Then her eyes brightened. I just thought of a reward for you. Something exceedingly useful that you will undoubtedly appreciate. It won't be another question bank, will it? Song He grimaced. Of course not. You have greatly assisted the teacher, and she will not be stingy. Lulu suggested that the reward should remain a mystery for now, and that she would reveal it after the upcoming minor exam. Oh, come on, teacher. Just tell me what it is. I can't bear the suspense for several days. Song He chuckled wryly. Then let the suspense torment you. Lulu replied with a discreet laugh. As Song He sought his reward in Lulu's office, his gossip swiftly spread throughout the school. Just before the afternoon classes commenced, students gathered in their classrooms, and the competition participants returned from their meeting, immediately mobbed by eager classmates seeking the latest news. In one sophomore class, a biology competition participant had just taken his seat when classmates surrounded him, buzzing with excitement. How was the meeting? Was Song He expelled? Did the principal scold you? They inquired. Song He's mistake shouldn't make you all suffer. What did the principal say? I bet when he mentioned a negative example, he didn't say Song He's name, but just referred to a certain student. Hurry up and tell us. We're dying to know. Chapter 39, The Whole School's Gossip. The biology competitor shook his head vigorously, cutting through the surrounding noise. You would never guess. It's a colossal twist. What? The students' eyes widened in anticipation, collectively holding their breath. Song He is not a negative example. He is a positive one. He corrected 16 mistakes, all verified by the principal. The biology competitor's expression turned complex. The principal personally awarded him a scholarship of 1,600 yuan in cash. After our meeting, the teachers had their own meeting, and someone eavesdropped. The principal slammed the table in anger and scolded the question setter for half an hour. The students momentarily fell silent, then erupted with excitement, their expressions reflecting the schadenfreude of seeing a teacher outmatched by a student. Wow, what a roller coaster. Just at noon, we thought Song He was done for. But who would have thought the teachers were the ones in trouble? The freshmen marveled at the rapid turn of events. Does this mean all the biology competition students will have to relearn their material? That 1,600 yuan scholarship makes me envious. I've been too broke to even recharge my meal card these past few days. In the senior class of Rocket 1, Long Xiangwen entered the classroom, and immediately many classmates gathered around him. During the lunchtime gossip, he had energetically promoted the spectacle, subtly urging classmates to prepare for an exciting show. Now, with the mystery unveiled, they naturally gravitated towards him for information. Brother Long, how was the meeting? What punishment did Song He receive? Need you even ask? Of course. He was expelled. Isn't that a bit harsh? A probationary period is quite likely since insulting a teacher is a serious offense. Song He was so reckless, daring to offend even Brother Long. Now he is facing divine retribution. Indeed, it's divine retribution. The principal took care of him without any need for Brother Long's intervention. The students chattered excitedly for a while, but soon noticed something amiss. Long Xiangwen's expression was devoid of joy, his demeanor dark, and he had not spoken to anyone as he quietly returned to his seat to study. The students awkwardly fell silent, sensing that things were perhaps not unfolding as they had anticipated. Could something have gone awry? But how could such a situation deviate from expectations? Suddenly, Wu Xiao entered the room, and upon sighting him, everyone rushed over. Wu Xiao glanced at Long Xiangwen, then lowered his voice to succinctly relay the outcome. Upon learning the truth, the crowd gasped in disbelief. What? Song He is that impressive? He outsmarted the teachers and won? One dazed student exclaimed. Nearby classmates quickly nudged him to keep quiet. The stunned student suddenly recalled something and glanced back at Long Xiangwen, realizing he had misspoken, and awkwardly sought to amend his words. Finding a few mistakes isn't that impressive. Scoring high is the real skill. The minor exam for the competition team is this Saturday. How well do you think Song He will perform? A chorus of agreement followed, as many were aware of Long Xiangwen's class. Even if many admired Song He, they still felt compelled to side with their peer. Yeah, Song He is just showing off. He thinks he is so great for joining the competition team as a freshman. He'll soon realize his place on Saturday. Have you heard? Rumor has it that Vice Principal Yi has ordered Song He to rank in the top 80 in both subjects to remain. Otherwise, he must drop one competition team. Then he is doomed. He has been focusing on correcting biology mistakes all week. He probably hasn't studied math at all. Dropping the math team is inevitable. How hilarious. Song He won't even have the chance to compete with Brother Long. That pathetic Song He is nothing but an ant. Brother Long could crush him with a single finger. Unintentionally, the words resonated with Long Xiangwen, who refocused his empty gaze, resolutely turning his attention back to his math problems. All the talk of mistakes and gossip was merely a side note. The real stakes lay in the exam room. The competition team's minor exam must decisively crush Song He. Failure was not an option. In Class 2 of the elite first-year students, Song He's seat remained empty. The atmosphere in the classroom was somber, mourning their classmate. They had finally witnessed the rise of a math prodigy, only for him to fall like a shooting star, swiftly extinguished by the forces of fate. The students were heavy-hearted, particularly those who had previously sought Song He's help with problems and had formed some bond with him. Many whispered softly to each other, occasionally letting out a sigh. Zhao Yi rested her head on her desk, feeling somewhat melancholic. At that moment, she suddenly thought that if only Song He could avoid expulsion, she would gladly continue to be his little meal card. Although he often teased her, his relentless drive for academic excellence was undeniably infectious, and her recent hard work in studies was largely inspired by him. Ding Yang's aside, his emotions a turbulent mix. As he stared at a workbook, unable to bring himself to write down any answers. If Song He were expelled, there was a chance the competition slot could fall to him. Yet, such an inheritance felt unearned, akin to living off the spoils of another's misfortune. Ding Yangza would rather not take it. He recalled the hours spent studying in the restroom and realized that without the top scorer Song He would not have worked so diligently. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo also wore glum expressions. After all, they had finally encountered a worthy rival, only for him to be eliminated. What a pity, Zhang Zhilei sighed. He's not out yet. Let us wait for more news. He might not be expelled directly, perhaps just sent home for a month of reflection. Ning Mo offered a more optimistic perspective. Old Ning, do you have any connections at school? Could you speak to the principal and help save Songhee? Zhang Jilei asked desperately. The highest authority I know at school is our homeroom teacher. Ning Mo pondered, then suddenly brightened. What if we wrote a joint letter with the whole class signing it? Could that sway the principal? Hey, you might be onto something, Zhang Jilei exclaimed, pulling out an A4 sheet of paper. Your handwriting is beautiful. You should write it. What should I write? Ning Mo picked up a pen. Just write. Dear Principal, Songhee is helpful and noble, assisting his classmates with difficult problems. If Songhee is expelled, the entire class's performance will plummet. Who will take responsibility for that? Remind the principal to think carefully, show mercy, and spare his life. If there is any mishap, our elite class too will march to the principal's office and demand your position. Ning Mo nodded, beginning to write, Dear Principal. The entire class was in a gloomy mood, except for one person, Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang had somehow acquired a lottery drum and was shaking it in the back row, occasionally dropping a slip. Why are all the slips good omens? Yuan Guang wondered. It matches my calculations. Songhee will turn misfortune into fortune and achieve great success. How nice it would be if that were true. Students around him sighed. Why don't you cast a spell to do something about the principal? Stop talking nonsense. I'm a righteous person. How could I practice such dark arts? They consume a lot of life force. Yuan Guang retorted angrily. Moreover, my divination suggests that the principal seems to be a benefactor for Songhee. Where can one find such a benefactor? After the dismissal of Songhee, the classmates in the back row shook their heads in disbelief. Just as the mood in the class soured, the class monitor from the adjacent class suddenly appeared at the door, his face a portrait of astonishment. Wow, your class's Songhee has done something incredible. This will reverberate throughout the realm, he exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, the entire class lifted their heads, their gazes converging at the doorway. Many rushed over to surround the class monitor, asking for news. What punishment did Songhee receive? Surely he wasn't expelled? Chapter 40. The school bell brings lunch expelled? The principal did indeed threaten expulsion, but not towards Songhee. It was directed at the teachers responsible for the exam questions. The class monitor replied, trembling with excitement. What? The classmates gasped in confusion. Songhee corrected 16 errors in the biology competition paper. The principal verified it and confirmed that Songhee was right. During a meeting for competition students, the principal publicly awarded Songhee a scholarship of 1,600 yuan, urging all competition students to learn from him. Then, during a teachers' meeting, someone was eavesdropping outside the auditorium, where the principal angrily reprimanded the teachers, declaring that the multitude of errors constituted a serious teaching incident, exclaiming that thanks to Songhee, they were saved from disaster. Once the class monitor finished speaking, the classmates were collectively stunned. The news was too astonishing, an unexpected twist that left everyone in shock. So, Songhee is fine? Zhang Jilei asked. Of course there's something. Rumor has it that next week, during the flag-raising ceremony, Songhee will be invited to give a speech as a positive example for the whole school, the class monitor said with a hint of jealousy. The flag-raising speeches are mostly reserved for school leaders, with opportunities for students monopolized by the top students in the senior year. For a first-year student to be allowed to speak is simply extraordinary. The entire school will know that your class has produced a celebrity. What speech? How come I didn't know about this? I won't spread rumors. A voice suddenly piped up from the back. Not knowing means you are out of the loop. The class monitor began, but suddenly noticed who was speaking and widened his eyes in surprise. The classmates turned around in unison and saw Songhee, who had stealthily approached the edge of the crowd, eavesdropping with a curious expression. After a brief moment of astonishment, the entire class erupted into excitement. Songhee beamed, and everyone could see that he was indeed fine. They cheered and applauded, a tide of applause welcoming their hero back in triumph. Songhee was surrounded as he returned to his seat, the area immediately becoming congested. His classmates clamored for him to recount the events. Unable to refuse, Songhee succinctly narrated what had transpired. He spoke of having lunch with the principal, mentioned the scholarship and the teacher's meal card, and also stated that he would assist in reviewing competition papers in the future. He deliberately omitted the promised rewards from Teacher Liu, as promoting Liu's credit felt somewhat dubious and inappropriate to broadcast. Yet, this was already enough to astound his classmates, who erupted in renewed admiration. That's amazing, Yuan Guang exclaimed. I knew it would turn out splendidly. Incredible, you even received a teacher's meal card. My cousin has been teaching here for 6 months and hasn't received one. Another classmate complained. Wow, Songhee, you've become part of the principal's inner circle. If you weren't a student, He'd probably appoint you to a position. Unbelievable. Just this afternoon in the dorm, we were discussing whether you'd be expelled, and it turns out you were dining with the principal all along. Speaking of lunch, I saved you a portion of pig's trotter rice. It's in your desk. Yuan Guang suddenly slapped his forehead. Song He quickly bent down to check his desk, exclaiming in surprise. It was not just one meal. The compartment was stuffed with takeout containers. Each meal had a sticky note attached. The first was the pig's trotter rice from Yuan Guang, followed by fried noodles from Zhao Yi, 2 hamburgers from Ning Mo, stinky tofu from Ding Yangzi, and 3 fresh dumplings from Zhang Zhilei. It didn't end there. There were 4 more lunch boxes from other classmates, their names familiar, likely from previous discussions about the questions. A total of 9 meals filled the compartment. Now it was Song He's turn to be astonished. Wow, this is incredibly heartwarming. Suddenly, someone shouted, Song He, someone is looking for you at the door. The crowd parted instantly, all gazing towards the classroom entrance, and then everyone froze in place. A radiant girl stood at the door. Although she wore loose-fitting school attire, her figure was stunningly apparent, her skin glowing brilliantly in the midday sun, exuding a star-like beauty. Song He hurried to the door. Zhuang Qian, what brings you here? Zhuang Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully glared at Song He. What an odd way to address me. You shouldn't call a girl that. Just call me elder sister, okay? Elder sister Zhuang. Song He quickly corrected himself. Zhuang Qian rolled her eyes and sighed, pulling out a plastic container from behind her. Did you have lunch? I packed some pan-fried dumplings for you. Thank you. I had lunch with the principal, Song He replied. The principal? You had lunch with him? Zhuang Qian's eyes widened. Not just that, he treated me, Song He said proudly. Wow, that is something. I was worried about you getting punished at noon, but instead, you've become a legend, echoing throughout the school. Keep the dumplings. I can't eat too much because I'm on a diet, Zhuang Qian said, shoving the container into Song He's arms before turning and running away. As Song He watched her leave and was about to return to the classroom, he turned around only to be startled. The entire class stood neatly behind him, wearing peculiar expressions and grinning mischievously at Song He. His face turned crimson. Don't think nonsense. We're just ordinary friends. Did we ask you? You're confessing on your own. Someone shouted from the back. A thunderous uproar erupted, followed by enthusiastic applause. Dozens of thumbs pointed at him. Song He felt mortified. No, please stop. It's not what you think. It would be inappropriate if news spread. His classmates continued to cheer, even more fervently than when they heard about him dining with the principal. I can't believe this. Song He returned to his seat, sighing as he buried his face in the dumplings. The bell rang for class, finally silencing the uproar. This lesson was history, and Song He discreetly took out the math competition paper to work on. He had focused on biology for the past few days, achieving high marks in that subject. But his math scores still lagged behind. With an exam approaching, it was crucial to excel. No amount of campus gossip could alter the importance of the test. He had 3 major tasks for the upcoming exam. First, ensure that both math and biology scores were in the top 80 to avoid being dropped from the team. Second, surpass Lung Xiangwen in math, ensuring that Lung would pay for the biology experimental materials. Third, aim for a top 50 finish in biology to earn a phone reward. Achieving a high score in biology seemed feasible, as he had thoroughly reviewed the competition paper, and the exam topics would likely be derived from it. However, math posed a significant challenge. Having completed only 60 out of 300 pages of the math workbook, he was bound to struggle in the exam. With only 2 days remaining, he needed to finish the math workbook, tackling at least 120 pages each day. Song He picked up his pen and plunged into the math problems. Compared to the fixed patterns and relatively straightforward questions of the college entrance examination, the math competition paper was of infernal difficulty, with bizarrely varied question types and an excessive amount of calculations, each question laden with traps. After 10 minutes, he felt a wave of nausea. Having completed only 1 page in that time was far too slow. System. Chapter 41. Loss of control. He opened the system store and selected the brain neuron growth capsules. With 52,800 points of resentment remaining, Song He bought 5 capsules at once, each costing 10,000, leaving him with a mere 2,800. 5 golden capsules appeared in his palm, and he hesitated to consume them, feeling reluctant. Damn, these things are too expensive. More costly than gold. Song He tore open a dumpling, hiding the brain growth capsules inside, and discreetly lowered his head beneath the table to avoid the teacher's gaze, swallowing each dumpling with tears in his eyes, the pain akin to parting with a property deed. Oil spilled on my pants. Zhao Yi, filled with indignation, murmured her protest. Not at all. Do not falsely accuse me. Song He reached out to wipe the oil stains from his desk partner's thigh, finding the texture rather pleasant. Zhao Yi's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare. Yet she remained silent. After swallowing 5 brain enhancement capsules, Song-hee still felt no change in his cognition. He furrowed his brows and resumed tackling the problems. As he began to work, he instantly sensed a difference. His thought process was evidently more agile, though only slightly enhanced. The improvement was palpable. Song-hee's brows gradually relaxed. It seemed the brain enhancement capsules were not merely a scam, but indeed had some efficacy, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would persist for years until cognitive decline set in. The desire to earn points must be pursued diligently. Once sufficient points were amassed, he could indulge in more brain enhancement capsules, eventually achieving the pinnacle of human intelligence. As Song-hee immersed himself in his studies, Zhao Yi grew bored. After a prolonged period of ennui, she could no longer resist the urge to instigate trouble. She produced a fruit knife and, using the back of the blade, poked Song-hee sharply in the waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Song-hee exclaimed, startled. "Hey, little one, lend me a bit of cash." Zhao Yi squinted mischievously, playing the role of a petty thief. Surprisingly, her performance was quite convincing, as she seamlessly transformed from a beautiful classmate into a mischievous ruffian. However, Song-hee had no time for her role-playing antics. "I have no money, just a worthless life," he muttered, returning to his work. Feeling disinterested, Zhao Yi put away the knife and laid her head on the desk, staring blankly at her textbook. Suddenly, Song-hee snapped back to attention and delivered a firm punch to her thigh, his expression stern. "This cannot continue, Zhao Yi. Why aren't you studying in class? I see you slipping into the abyss of mediocrity. Focus on your studies immediately and halt this detrimental trend." "No, I want to play." Zhao Yi shook her head, puffing her cheeks like a dumpling. "If you don't study, I'll make you regret it. Do you hear me?" Song-hee reached into her desk and retrieved the fruit knife, snapping it shut with a menacing glare. "If you wish to survive, study." Zhao Yi, taken aback, hastily flipped through her textbook, exclaiming, "All right, I'm studying." The fruit knife was confiscated and remained with him. "Don't let me catch you slacking off. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use this knife," Song-hee threatened, adopting the demeanor of a local thug. The class bell rang, but the teacher heartlessly extended the lesson, dragging it out until the next class began. The second period was chemistry, yet Song-hee remained engrossed in his mathematics problems, his gaze intense. Zhao Yi, once again disinterested, lay down and yawned. Song-hee glanced at her and quickly threw 2 punches into her thigh. Zhao Yi's face clouded with discontent, curling up as she protested, "You really are hitting me. It hurts. Study." "No studying means punishment," Song-hee declared ominously. With a defiant glint in her eyes, Zhao Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "I won't study. Go ahead and hit me. Haven't you eaten? It doesn't hurt at all." "Doesn't hurt?" Song-hee responded with 2 more swift punches. "What the heck? You're really laying down the law." Zhao Yi clenched her fists and retaliated. The two engaged in a brief yet fierce scuffle, but their strengths were not on the same level. Zhao Yi's resistance crumbled rapidly, her face contorted in pain as she surrendered. "Still talking back? No more talking back. I was wrong, I will study." She quickly opened her chemistry textbook, gritting her teeth as she began to learn. Song-hee, feeling a sense of satisfaction, continued to focus on his work. Throughout the entire afternoon, Song-hee dedicated himself to mathematics, advancing his level from bronze 90 to 93. He also progressed 30 pages in the competition problem set, moving from page 60 to 90. The pace was relatively slow. After all, the teacher was still lecturing, and Song-hee could not afford to be reckless, occasionally having to conceal his math notebook beneath the textbook, akin to guerrilla warfare, with his thoughts repeatedly interrupted, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. During evening study hours, as Song-hee began to write math problems, a voice rang out from the doorway. "Song-hee, come here." The entire class turned to see Ban Jianya standing at the door, his expression furious. Feeling a surge of panic, Song-hee immediately deduced the reason for the teacher's ire. Just as he stood to leave, he heard another command. "Bring your math notebook." Song-hee's face paled as he picked up the notebook from his desk and approached the door. Ban Jianya seized the competition problem set from him, flipping through it and discovering he had only completed 90 pages, which intensified his anger. "What did I tell you?" Ban Jianya shook the notebook vigorously, the pages rustling ominously. "The exam is the day after tomorrow, and you've only reached page 90. Have you been focused solely on biology these past few days? Correcting errors in the biology problem set? How impressive. Have you mastered your math yet? Please calm down, teacher. I promise to finish the problem set before the exam." Song-hee quickly replied, "Studying biology does not hinder my math. I am certain I can rank in the top 80. You can dream." Ban Jianya slammed the problem set back into Song-hee's arms, his expression resembling that of a furious deity. Teachers cannot afford to be lenient. Song-hee thought to himself, feeling like a chick retreating into its shell. The storm of rage was palpable, mixed with an air of disappointment as if he had been betrayed. Please, do not be angry. I truly can finish it. I intend to complete not just 230 pages, but all 300. Song, he earnestly proclaimed. How will you achieve that? You've only completed 90 pages, and with less than 2 days left. You plan to tackle 210 pages? Do you think competition problems are child's play? It's normal to be stuck on a single problem for half an hour. Banjanya roared in frustration. Believe in me, teacher. I have a plan. I will complete 30 pages during evening study, pull an all-nighter to finish 80 pages, and dedicate a whole day tomorrow to finish 100 pages. I will have ample time left for revision. Song, he insisted, his desperation evident. Still stubborn and unrepentant. Banjanya fumed, pointing a finger at Song He's nose, barely restraining his urge to strike him. You will accompany me to the office. I will supervise your work, and we shall see if you can complete 30 pages during evening study. If you do not finish, you will witness my wrath. Chapter 42. The mathematical bottleneck in the mathematics office. Banjanya's treatment was clearly not as favorable as Lulu's. 6 mathematics teachers were crammed into a single room. Songy took a seat behind the desk and silently opened his problem set, diligently working. Hurry up. Ask me if you encounter difficulties. I want to see how many pages you can complete in one evening study. Banjanya gritted his teeth, his anger palpable. Several math teachers at nearby desks glanced up. Intrigued. You're bringing a struggling student in for one-on-one tutoring? Guan Qingfu remarked with a chuckle. Guan Qingfu was the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Stout and round like a ball. Upon seeing him, Song He's mind was filled with formulas for the surface area and volume of spheres. Not a struggling student. This is our class's top math student, Song He. Banjanya retorted, his face reddening with rage. The competition exam is the day after tomorrow, and this brat has only completed 90 pages. He even deceived me into thinking he could finish before the exam and catch up 30 pages during evening study. Is he pulling my leg? Wow, 30 pages of competition problems in one evening study? No wonder he is a student from the elite class, so ambitious. Guan Qingfu laughed heartily, clearly skeptical of such speed. My ordinary class S slow students struggle to finish 10 pages of the simplest homework over the weekend. How many? 30 pages in one evening study. This kid is either incredibly bold or just ignorant of the challenge, remarked a bespectacled female teacher in the corner, Chu Zhu, who taught the rocket class in the first year. In her class, the math competition students could only manage 5 pages in a lesson, and it was not uncommon for them to be stuck on a problem for half an hour without progress. Chu Zhu chuckled. If he didn't put in the effort before, relying on last-minute cramming for the exam is certainly unrealistic. This brat is driving me insane. He never listens to me. He makes all these promises to finish, Banjanya said, lifting his water cup and gulping down water as if to quell his rage. He will be lucky to finish 10 pages in an evening. Chu Zhu erupted into laughter, exclaiming that 30 pages were merely a figment of imagination. Teacher Chu was overly optimistic. 10 pages were the realm of your elite class. Song He was merely in the advanced class, and completing 7 or 8 pages would be commendable. Guan Qingfu chuckled in agreement. The entire mathematics office was filled with mirth, as the teachers seemed to regard Song He as a source of amusement. The laughter at Song He did not linger long, after all. The teachers had encountered numerous eccentric students before and had grown accustomed to the absurd. Soon, the office fell into a hushed silence as the teachers immersed themselves in their work. Song He mused to himself, grateful that these chattering teachers had finally quieted down. Their clamor was truly disruptive to my rapid computations. On his way here, he had discreetly consumed 6 mental calculation capsules, propelling his calculating speed to an unprecedented level. Coupled with some brain-boosting capsules he had taken recently, his cognitive abilities had risen, and the mental calculation capsules compounded this effect, further enhancing his speed. Ideas flashed through his mind like lightning, and armed with a pen, Song He fervently tackled the competition problems, quickly finding his rhythm. By the 91st page, he had finished in 2 minutes. The 92nd page followed suit, completed in another 2 minutes. Upon reaching the 93rd page, his assault on the challenging problem slowed. Yet he pressed on with unwavering determination, his pen dancing across the paper, filling the blank spaces with black ink as if they were the fallen bodies of defeated foes strewn across a snowy battlefield. After 5 minutes, he had conquered the 93rd page's formidable problems. Gasping for breath, he seamlessly moved on to the 94th page, a full page of fill-in-the-blank questions, where his speed surged once more. Suddenly, Banjanya's phone vibrated. He unlocked the screen to check a message and patted Song He on the shoulder. I must attend a meeting. I shall return before the end of evening study. Focus on your work and circle any questions you find challenging. I will explain them upon my return. Thank you, teacher, Song he replied without lifting his gaze. Ban Jianya sighed and hurriedly exited the office. With unwavering focus, Song he continued, growing increasingly exhilarated, akin to a warrior in a frenzied battle. His pace quickened, and the system notifications rang out repeatedly. Detected mathematical progress. Advancing from bronze level 93 to bronze level 94. Detected mathematical progress. Advancing from bronze level 94 to bronze level 95. Detected mathematical progress. Advancing from bronze level 95 to bronze level 96. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, only to be followed by the beginning of another. Song he was oblivious to the bells, the concept of time having blurred. All his attention was absorbed in the problems. Countless knowledge points and problem-solving strategies intertwining in his mind like a writhing mass of serpents. At last, his mathematical level ascended to bronze level 99. He had reached a breakthrough. Just days prior, his biology level had surged from bronze to silver, achieved through diligent corrections on competition problems. He had translated a plethora of cutting-edge biology papers using a dictionary, successfully breaking through the barrier and entering the silver realm. However, the same method could not be employed for mathematics. Thus far, Song he had not identified any erroneous mathematical problems, and the advanced literature in mathematics was incomprehensible to him, like deciphering an alien script, an abyss too profound for mortals to fathom. With no alternative, Song he was left with no choice but to persistently tackle more problems. Perhaps after a certain volume of practice, a qualitative transformation might occur, leading him to automatically break through to silver. Meanwhile, Guan Xingfu stretched lazily, his stout figure resembling a wobbling toy as he did so. I'm done for the day. I'm heading home, he announced cheerfully as he rose. Take care, Teacher Guan, Chu Zhu said, adjusting her glasses and continuing her work at the computer. Guan Xingfu ambled leisurely towards the door, only to catch a glimpse of Song He, diligently battling the problems at his desk. Curiosity compelled Guan Xingfu to halt and stealthily observe from behind. His initial glance turned to shock. Song He had already completed 121 pages. Previously, Ban Jianya had mentioned this child had only managed 90 pages, and now he had astonishingly reached 121 pages. Had he really written 31 pages during evening study? He had far exceeded the task. How could he possibly be so swift? Guan Xingfu instinctively thought that perhaps Song He had left some blank pages earlier. However, after holding his breath and observing for a minute, his expression shifted. It truly appeared that Song He was working at an extraordinary speed. The fill-in-the-blank questions were answered in mere seconds, requiring no written calculations, and even the larger problems were tackled with mere moments of contemplation before he fluidly inscribed the steps, the ink flowing effortlessly across the page. While it was typical for top students to complete ordinary math homework at such speeds, these were competition problems. The difficulty of competition problems could give even teachers headaches. Reflecting inwardly, Guan Xingfu realized he himself could not match such a pace. Teacher Guan, Chu Zhu lifted her gaze, surprised to find he had not departed. Guan Xingfu gestured for silence, pointing to the engrossed Song He, then gave a thumbs up, his expression clearly indicating that this child was impressive. They should come and see. Chu Zhu raised her eyebrows in astonishment. She had never witnessed Guan Xingfu act in such a manner, igniting her curiosity towards Song He. Quietly, she rose and stealthily approached Guan Xingfu to share in the covert observation of Song He's problem-solving. Soon, Chu Zhu too wore a look of disbelief. This speed was utterly outrageous. How could this child be so rapid? Chapter 43. Why are the teachers envious of me? As the mathematics teacher of the elite class, Chu Zhu was acutely aware of the terror that competition problems posed. She had attempted them herself and could not even come close to the speed Song He was exhibiting, not even half as fast. Even the top students in the elite class paled in comparison. Could it be that this student from the advanced class possessed exceptional mathematical prowess? Isn't using scratch paper, Guan Xingfu whispered. Are competition problems not supposed to require scratch paper? That shouldn't be the case. Chu Zhu noted, her brow furrowing. The problems contained numerous calculations. How could he possibly forego scratch work? He wouldn't be fabricating answers, would he? Just putting down random responses to fool the teacher? Guan Xingfu frowned, a seasoned educator who had engaged in a battle of wits with students for years, unable to suppress his suspicions. Chu Zhu hesitated for a moment before reaching out to pat Song He on the shoulder. Startled by the sudden touch, Song He turned to face the two teachers. Why aren't you using scratch paper for your problems? Chu Zhu inquired sternly. I do all my calculations mentally, Song He replied calmly, unfazed by their astonishment. Mental calculations? You can solve competition problems mentally? Guan Qingfu's face was filled with skepticism. Surely he wasn't just fabricating random answers? Are you really proficient in mental calculations? How about I give you a test? Chu Zhu proposed. Song He nodded, exuding a nonchalant attitude. What is 753 multiplied by 951? Chu Zhu asked. 716,103. Song He replied instantly. Chu Zhu and Guan Qingfu stared wide-eyed. His response was far too swift, catching both by surprise. The two teachers simultaneously retrieved their phones to calculate, and after a few seconds, confirmed that his answer was indeed correct. What is 44 cubed? Guan Qingfu suddenly posed. 85184. Song He replied without hesitation. Now divide that by 22 squared. Guan Qingfu quickly followed up. 176. Song He answered, unfazed. The two teachers scrambled to compute the answers once more, and when they did, they both gasped in astonishment. Chu Zhu and Guan Qingfu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as if they were witnessing a marvel. Is this a human being? Or an extraterrestrial in disguise? These problems are far too elementary. Song He shrugged, smiling casually. I'll continue with my work now. Wait, let me test your limits. Guan Qingfu exclaimed, hastily grabbing a piece of paper and swiftly writing down a lengthy calculation. 910867231530698762111204940. Song He glanced at the equation, frowning slightly, and after a brief pause, he responded. The digits before the decimal point are 328458228876507107753. The digits after the decimal point are 8703416149068322981136. The two teachers were flustered. As Song He recited the answers while Guan Qingfu frantically jotted them down with his pen, and Chu Zhu busily verified the calculations with her phone. In merely 2 seconds, Song He completed his mental calculation and began to announce the answer, while Chu Zhu Guang, relying on a calculator, took half a minute. The two teachers then huddled together to verify the results, consuming another minute as they squinted at the lengthy digits. Ultimately, the answer was correct. Wow! Guan Qingfu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Song He, you are a prodigy. After over a decade of teaching, this is the first time I have encountered a student with such remarkable mental calculation skills. Chu Zhu was as ecstatic as a young girl, covering her mouth in disbelief. I had no idea there were individuals like you. Last year, during a business trip for research, a teacher from the 8th middle school had told me that their school's math champion could calculate 6 to the 12th power in 5 seconds and multiply numbers in the hundreds of thousands in just 2 seconds. At the time, I was skeptical and thought the teacher was exaggerating. Guan Qingfu sighed, realizing that our school, too, had such extraordinary talent. Basic skills are not everything, teachers. In truth, mental calculation has limited utility. It merely saves one the expense of purchasing a calculator. Mathematical thinking is far more crucial. Song He remained composed throughout. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Ban Jianya appeared with a stern expression. How many pages have you written? He shot a glare at Song He, questioning him pointedly. I have completed 31 pages, teacher. I finished the task ahead of schedule, as the problems were easier than I anticipated, Song He replied. I just left for 2 hours, and you've written 31 pages? Ban Jianya was taken aback, his anger flaring. You little rascal, are you trying to deceive me? The two teachers beside them burst into laughter, casting strange looks at Ban Jianya. Sensing something amiss, Ban Jianya inquired, what are you two looking at? You are Song He's mentor. Yet you remain oblivious to how extraordinary this child is. Zhai Zhu regarded Ban Jianya with a smile that resembled one aimed at a jester. You are overthinking, Ban. As long as Song He is willing to tackle problems, he could score high even while lying down. 30 pages of competition problems in a single night is a breeze. Guan Qingfu added, his smile reflecting a fondness for the naive. What is going on with you two? Ban Jianya was perplexed. Look at this. Song He solved it in mere seconds. Guan Qingfu brandished the calculation paper, exclaiming, his mental prowess rivals that of a calculator. He was faster than my calculator. It took me half a minute to compute this string of equations, and Song He did it in 5 seconds. Zhai Zhu chimed in, her tone that of a devoted admirer of Song He. Ban Jianya examined the equations on the paper and then flipped through Song He's math notebook. His expression shifted drastically, disbelief etched on his face. What is 12 to the 6th power? He challenged, locking his gaze on Song He. 2985984. Song He replied without hesitation. And if we multiply this by 125,648? Ban Jianya's lips moved swiftly. 375182917632. Song Hee sighed, exasperated. Is this tedious mental calculation really entertaining? Wow. Ban Jianya pulled out his phone to verify the calculation, the result confirming Song Hee's answer. Unable to contain his astonishment, he swore. This student had astonished him since the first day of school. He had not anticipated that this would continue to challenge his worldview repeatedly. Ban Jianya suddenly had a premonition. Could one of his students be destined for greatness? You needn't be too proud. For Song, he will undoubtedly be promoted to the rocket class by the end of the term. Your elite class is too small to retain such a genius. Zhaizhu suddenly had an idea, her gaze fixed intently on Song Hee. Song Hee, you could join my class. I will speak with the subject teachers to give you special attention. Though her tone was playful, her expression was earnest, especially when she directed her fiery, sincere gaze at Song Hee, as if she had encountered a rare diamond and longed to possess it immediately. After all, she was a math teacher herself, and her desire for talent was strong. Which teacher wouldn't wish to claim such a prodigy? If the student became successful and famous in the future, the teacher would bask in reflected glory. The school year had just begun, and the final exams were still far off. How could she poach a student right before him? Ban Jianya, who had just imagined nurturing a future mathematician, felt his fantasy shatter and was filled with indignation. Teacher Ban, accept reality. Would you really keep this child in your elite class? That would be a waste of his potential. Zhaizhu smiled, then turned to Song Hee. Unable to resist reaching out to touzle his hair, Ban Jianya suddenly intervened, swatting Zhaizhu's hand away. What are you doing? Keep your hands off my prized student. Your prized student is wonderful, but he will soon be mine, Zhaizhu retorted, moving to stand behind Song Hee, her hands resting on his shoulders as she provocatively glared at Ban Jianya. Ban Jianya was furious, yet found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Song Hee truly deserved to join the rocket class, and it would be a disservice to keep him in the elite class. But the sight of his prized pupil being taken away was undeniably frustrating. Ban Jianya turned away, his expression complex as he regarded Song Hee. Zhaizhu also tilted her head, her gaze warm and inviting as she looked at Song Hee. Caught in the middle, Song Hee felt exceedingly awkward. Ban Jianya was his current mentor, and he could not afford to offend him. Yet, there was a strong possibility he would be placed in the rocket class led by Zhaizhu next semester, which also made her an important figure not to upset. Previously, Lu and Ban Jianya had experienced similar conflicts. Why do all the teachers seem to be competing over me? Song Hee felt a headache coming on. Is this the burden of being a top student? I'll continue working on problems, teacher, he said, turning back to his notebook, decisively retreating into his shell. At 2 a.m, in the restroom, Ding Yangza and Ning Mo could no longer bear it and returned to their dormitory, leaving only Song Hee alone, kicking the wall to turn on the light. He held his math notebook, his expression grave as if facing a formidable foe. He was stuck at a level. During evening study in the math office, he had reached the bronze level 99, and now it was already past 1 a.m. Yet he remained at the same level. Despite having completed many problems, his rank had not budged. System, aren't you going to update my level? System Dad. Surely I should be at silver by now. This is outrageous. I've stayed up late to tackle 50 pages of problems. Shouldn't that qualify me for silver? Do you not have any perception? Song Hee grumbled internally. The system remained silent, indifferent to his complaints. Some systems were quite clever, chatty even, capable of insulting their hosts. However, Song Hee's system was like a cold, unfeeling vending machine, with only the function to purchase items with grievances, utterly unresponsive. Unfortunately, he had only 6,000 grievance points left in his account, needing to spend 5,000 on a master capsule, leaving him unable to attempt a breakthrough through forceful means. Stuck at this level for the first time, Song Hee felt somewhat at a loss, yet he had no other options. His most advanced material was his math notebook, so he could only persist in solving problems. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 150 pages, 180 pages, 200 pages. The voice-activated light turned off again, and Song Hee suddenly realized that dawn was breaking outside. He could see the problems without the light, perhaps eager to make a breakthrough. He had immersed himself in study throughout the night, and time seemed to fly by. Song Hee felt a surge of urgency. Today was Friday, and tomorrow he would face the exam. Last week, when he had challenged Lung Xiangwen in the restroom, that fellow had already reached silver level 1. Given the days that had passed, he was certain to have made progress, while Song Hee remained trapped at bronze level 99. This was infuriating. What was even more frustrating was not knowing what actions would elevate his rank. If the system were to reveal that soaking math textbooks in water and consuming them would lead to a higher level, Song Hee would have no qualms about having a couple of books for breakfast to fill his stomach. Filled with anxiety, Song Hee studied until 5:30. then left the restroom for the cafeteria. While waiting in line to buy buns, he spotted a familiar figure in the adjacent line for fried dough sticks. Lung Xiangwen. Lung Xiangwen seemed to sense someone watching him, turning around to see Song He, immediately adopting a disdainful expression of hostility. Song He remained unfazed as he pulled out his combat power detector. Lung Xiangwen, Math Silver Level 0. 8. This guy had indeed leveled up again. Now only 9 levels ahead. The action of pulling the trigger on the combat power detector was meant to be discreet, but Lung Xiangwen caught sight of it. Lung Xiangwen paused momentarily, then raised his arm, making a dramatic gesture as if to shoot Song He dead. Tomorrow at the exam, he proclaimed, his battle spirit ablaze. Don't forget our wager. His actions were so conspicuous that curious onlookers in line turned their attention towards them. In the midst of a heated exchange, Song He, drenched in sweat, scoffed at the overly dramatic gesture of cold Xiangwen, questioning his maturity. Despite feeling embarrassed, Song He maintained his composure in front of their peers, reminding Cold not to forget their agreement. Cold Xiangwen, dismissive, let out a derisive snort and turned away, taking with him a fried dough stick from the window. Compared to their last encounter, he appeared more haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot sclera, a testament to his relentless study in pursuit of their wager. Anxious, Song He hurriedly purchased buns and dashed to the classroom, where he immediately immersed himself in solving problems. As classmates trickled in, they were struck by the sight of Song He fervently working, which inadvertently heightened their own stress levels, giving rise to murmurs of discontent. The morning reading session passed swiftly. The first class was mathematics, and the teacher, Ban Jianya, rushed in with a stack of exam papers. I must attend a meeting. Today's lesson involves working through these papers, he declared. The questions are challenging and will be assigned as homework. Tomorrow, I will call on students to explain their answers. Those who struggle, please stand at the back. With authority, Ban Jianya distributed the papers before hastily exiting. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the classroom as students examined the daunting problems, and complaints erupted. What are these absurd questions? Clearly, my skills are insufficient. I can't even tackle the first one. I give up. Why must mathematics be this difficult? Do you know how to solve this one? Yes. The classroom was filled with groans of despair. Fortunately, it was daytime. Had it been midnight, the accumulated frustration might have summoned malevolent spirits. Song He took the exam paper, furrowed his brow, and meticulously reviewed it, taking 10 minutes before slipping it into his textbook and discarding it into his desk. Noticing her deskmate's actions, Zhao Yi looked on in astonishment. Why aren't you writing? Don't tell me you can't do it either. I'm done, Song He replied, not looking up, as he quickly worked on competition problems. Finished already? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Have you done this paper before? No, I just calculated it mentally, Song He casually remarked. The answers for the multiple choice questions are ACBBC, BECA. The fill-in-the-blank answers are COS 60, 1084, 114514, 25, and the answers for the major questions are 775, 8, 206, 95, and 2600. Zhao Yi, stunned by your speed, felt a surge of disbelief. Resentment value 100. Ding Yangza, eavesdropping on your answers, was equally shocked. Resentment value 300. Freak, math genius, Zhao Yi said angrily, nudging Song He with her foot. Stop messing around. I need to focus on these competition questions. The exam is tomorrow. Song He urged anxiously. Suddenly, a note was passed to him from behind. Curiously, he unfolded it to find neat handwriting. Teacher Song, do you know how to solve the last 3 multiple choice questions? Please explain. Zhang Zhile, how audacious. You dare address me as Teacher Song? I am the Emperor of Mathematics. Song He chastised himself inwardly for such ridiculous thoughts, and quickly penned a reply. You can't solve such simple questions? When did you become so incompetent? The last 3 answers are DCA. He finished writing and casually passed the note back. Zhang Zhile, annoyed by your mockery, felt a simmering anger. Resentment value 50. The note returned. Expecting a reply from Zhang Zhile, he was surprised to find a different sender. Best roommate, this math exam is impossibly difficult. I beg for answers. Many thanks. Yuan Guang. Before he could respond, several more notes arrived, all pleading for help. Emperor of Mathematics, I can't do the multiple choice, fill in the blank, or major questions. Please teach us. Desperately seeking answers for the math exam. To save a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This test paper left the boys in silence and the girls in tears, all hoping for the Emperor of Mathematics to save them. The flood of notes overwhelmed Song He. Initially annoyed, he suddenly saw an opportunity in the chaos. With enough resentment value, he could purchase a capsule from the master teacher. Since so many classmates struggled, he could explain the exam collectively, leading to an explosion of knowledge. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed to ascend beyond the silver tier. A new approach was necessary. Without hesitation, he retrieved a large sheet of paper and meticulously listed the question numbers. With so many students confused, it was impractical to explain each problem individually, so he instructed everyone to mark a 1 next to the questions they found difficult, promising to address the most frequently marked ones. Once the survey was complete, he passed it to Zhao Yi. Biting her lip, she glanced at it, then wrote 1 after the first question, followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth. Wait, are you saying you can't do any of these questions? Song He watched in disbelief as she marked every single one. Zhao Yi shot him a resentful glare, silently passing the survey back. 20 minutes later, the survey returned, and Song He was taken aback by the sheer number of ones. The entire page was filled with them. Goodness, is it all Zhao Yi's fault? Everyone here is a complete slacker, he thought. See, it's not me being a fool. Zhao Yi glanced at him, her expression brightening, gaining newfound confidence. Being a fool in a class full of fools makes you think you're clever, Song He remarked bluntly. Zhao Yi shot him an exasperated look, her resentment value rising. Taking a deep breath, Song He realized that since everyone was struggling, he would have to teach the entire exam. He devised a plan, uncertain of its success. But if it worked, he could surely break through the silver tier. Digging through his backpack, he produced several blank answer sheets, sufficient in size for ample writing space. He wrote the question numbers on the sheets, leaving ample space between them, even providing room for the major questions. Then he began to write. The correct answer to this question is A. The solution approach for this type of sequence problem typically involves 2 steps. First, identify the type of sequence, whether it is arithmetic or geometric, and second, transform the numbers to fit. Song He's explanation was straightforward, akin to a tutoring guide, detailing the thought process, relevant knowledge points, and steps in meticulous detail, striving to ensure his classmates could easily comprehend. If teaching was akin to feeding someone, a reference answer without steps resembled a raw piece of meat, forcing students to figure out how to cook it themselves. In contrast, a step-by-step guide was like a perfectly cooked bowl of rice, ready for students to enjoy. What Song He was currently writing was even more detailed, akin to trimming the sharp edges of the rice before cooking to prevent discomfort for his classmates. It could be said that Song He was chewing the food and feeding it directly to his classmates, even thoughtfully providing a digestive aid afterward. After considerable time, Song He finally completed the explanations for the multiple-choice questions. As expected of me, this is so detailed and easy to understand that even a fool can grasp it, he mused, admiring his work before handing it to Zhao Yi. Simultaneously, he consumed a master-teacher capsule, filled with anticipation. Zhao Yi began reading intently. The explanations clearly suited her taste, as she frequently exclaimed in wonder, "So this is how it works. How incredible, I understand now." After some time, she finished reading the multiple-choice explanations and passed the notes back. The students in the back quickly gathered together, focusing intently on the explanations, soon expressing their own admiration. The feedback for the multiple-choice explanations was overwhelmingly positive. Without pausing for rest, Song He rapidly completed the fill-in-the-blank explanations and passed them to his deskmate, then continued diligently with the major question explanations. A smile gradually spread across his face as system notifications began to appear. 2 students have partially learned from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. 5 students have partially learned from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. 12 students have partially learned from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. Song He was elated. While previously discussing problems with my classmates, the knowledge shared felt scant, like a mere trickle. Yet now, my mind is flooded with an abundance of new insights, surging forth like a mighty river, accelerating in pace. A few handwritten solutions by him circulate endlessly among us, with students gathering to read the analyses. Each individual gradually masters various problems, and together, the collective effect is astounding. Indeed, the teachings of a master can flexibly impart the essence of problem-solving, whether spoken or written. Sharing elucidations undoubtedly constitutes a form of teaching. Before long, whispers fill the classroom, as everyone engages in fervent discussions about the handwritten solutions by Song He. The prowess of the mathematical sage is undeniable. To my astonishment, I comprehend it. This feels even more enlightening than our teacher's explanations, particularly the method for the third problem. This is my first encounter with such an approach. Is this the exhilaration of being guided by a genius? I am filled with goosebumps. With a little guidance, mathematics now seems so accessible. Accessible? The solutions appear quite daunting. How could such intricate strategies and audacious methods emerge? Perhaps, indeed, mathematics relies heavily on innate talent. If one is not born with it, can they ever possess it? I have attended a few math study sessions before, but the atmosphere in our class was disheartening, as math problems tend to sap the energy of most students. The initial half of this class mirrored that lackluster ambience. However, the latter half transformed dramatically, as numerous students excitedly congregated to discuss math problems. With jubilant cheers erupting upon solving challenging questions, an energetic scene teeming with life. The catalyst for this remarkable shift was undoubtedly the handwritten analyses by Song-hee. Without exaggeration, my classmates regard his solutions as rare and precious tomes of wisdom, akin to a divine artifact basked in holy light. Their spirits are uplifted, and after reading, they feel their understanding of mathematics has advanced significantly. While outsiders may view it as mere entertainment, those in the know recognize the depth of insight. Most students simply follow the analytical thought process, striving to solve the problems, before reverently idolizing Song-hee. In the center of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Ji Lei gaze at the solutions, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. No way. Can this problem truly be solved this way? Ning Mo is stunned. It appears it can. Zhang Ji Lei begins to calculate, exclaiming, "What an outrageous approach! How could Song-hee conceive such an ingenious method? It's utterly baffling." The more Ning Mo reads, the more he feels a sense of dread. This seems like sorcery. If I master this technique, I could save half the time. Zhang Ji Lei's face pales, her hand pressed against her forehead. I've been diligently grappling with mathematics, hoping to bridge the gap with Song-hee. But now I feel the divide has only widened, perhaps even doubled. Ning Mo's expression darkens, and the thought weighs heavily on him. I share that sentiment. Song-hee is indeed a prodigy, isn't he? Not merely doubled, it's practically squared. Zhang Ji Lei sighs, overwhelmed. Having someone so superior in mathematics looming over me is quite unbearable. Ning Mo remains silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. A sense of relief washing over him. What are you complaining about? I've been overshadowed by you for years. Thankfully, Brother Song, he has stepped in, allowing you to taste this feeling of being thoroughly outmatched. Old Zhang, today you find yourself in this position. The bell rings, signaling the end of class. Song-hee, who had been smiling moments ago, now wears a serious expression. Why is it so challenging to break through to a higher rank while still at bronze level 99? Must one endure a tribulation to ascend? At the classroom door, the class leader from the adjacent class saunters over, seemingly keen on networking, often lingering near our classroom. Are you all working on this exam paper too? The keen-eyed class leader notices the math papers of students at the door. Did your class receive it as well? A curious voice inquires. What nonsense. It's far too difficult. None of us can solve it. Even our top math competitor, Old Zhao, has been banging his head against the wall. The class leader from the first class grimaces. We were given this paper during last night's study session, and many students stayed up all night, with half the problems remaining unsolved. Then you must be quite pathetic. I've completed the entire paper. A boastful student brandishes their filled-out exam paper. The first class leader is taken aback. No way. A genius. Teach me. Save our class of 52 lives. I cannot teach you, but someone in our class can. He taught us all for this exam. The boastful student replies with a grin. Who could that be? Surely not me. The boastful student retorts, realizing the humor. Brother Song, he is far too busy. Do not go empty-handed. Perhaps bring a gift to seek his guidance. He may grant you a secret technique to revive your class. Chapter 46. The stunned grade director in the adjacent class. The class leader conveys the news, igniting a heated debate. No way. Someone bangs the table furiously. I, an esteemed student of Class 1, must gather gifts to curry favor with Class 2? Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Others chime in, equally incensed. Do we lack talent in Class 1? It is merely an exam paper. How infuriating. The class leader's incompetence leads to disgrace. The class leader, enraged, retorts, how can you be so ungrateful? If we cannot solve the problems before math class, we all face failure. You think you're useful, and I should beg for help with gifts? Is it possible that no one in our esteemed Class 1 can solve this paper? How laughable. We have our own experts. Someone shouts. Old Zhao. A bespectacled boy named Old Zhao decisively shakes his head. I can't do it. Go beg for help next door. Old Zhao, lend us a hand. Song-hee is a competition student. You are also a competition student. Surely you are not inferior to him? We believe in you. The crowd grows animated. Ability is not something that can be altered merely by confidence. Old Zhao dismisses them. This paper has drained me completely. Go ask Old Song next door. Silence falls, and the atmosphere becomes quite awkward. The class leader pulls out a large plastic bag and dramatically opens it. Moments later, dozens of bottles of beverages are tossed into the bag. Stop. This is too humiliating. I oppose this. A voice rises defiantly. If this gets out, How will our class maintain its dignity? Will we be mocked by other classes for lacking mathematical prowess? You may be lofty, but when it comes time for answers, do not come asking, the class leader warns. The defiant voice remains silent for 2 seconds before reluctantly tossing a can of cola into the plastic bag. Meanwhile, Song-hee is furrowing his brow in his seat, immersed in solving problems. Suddenly, a massive plastic bag crashes onto his desk, filled with an array of beverages, including cola, orange juice, and green tea, an impressive sight, as if assembled by many hands. Mathematical sage, I am the class leader of Elite Class 1. We offer this humble gift, beseeching the mathematical sage to bestow upon us the secrets of mathematics and rescue my classmates from peril. Song-hee gazes at the offering of the class leader from the adjacent class, momentarily speechless. The title of mathematical sage has even spread to the neighboring class. Is everyone truly this melodramatic? I still prefer the title of Night Owl Warrior. Being from brother classes, this is too courteous. I cannot accept such a grand gift. Song-hee politely declines. Do you think the title of mathematical sage is too little? That is not my intention, and please do not call me that anymore. Then you must accept. If you do not, how can our class improve? The class leader states with conviction. Song-hee finds the dialogue increasingly peculiar. After some negotiation, he learns that the neighboring class also seeks the analysis of the same math paper, instantly filling him with joy. He hastily rewrites the solutions he had previously crafted and sends them to the adjacent class. During the noon study period, the neighboring class begins to circulate Song-hee's analyses, and suddenly, he is bombarded with a barrage of knowledge points. 8 students have learned parts of the problems from you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 14 students have learned parts of the problems from you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 39 students have learned parts of the problems from you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. A continuous stream of new knowledge floods into his mind, propelling Song-hee forward as he makes a final sprint towards mastering the competition problems. The last few units of competition questions are particularly challenging, featuring dozens of entirely unfamiliar problem types. Fortunately, the knowledge points from the neighboring class flow in abundantly, and Song-hee hardly encounters any obstacles, progressing smoothly through the problems. With his efforts in problem-solving coupled with the influx of knowledge points, his mathematical abilities soar. Finally, with just 5 minutes remaining in class, Song-hee writes down the last group of numbers in the math competition booklet and tosses down his pen. A 300-page competition workbook. Fully completed. Almost simultaneously, a long-awaited system notification appeared. The host has completed a substantial number of mathematical exercises and significantly broadened their knowledge boundaries through the insights provided by esteemed instructors, advancing their understanding of mathematics to a new level. Awarded the silver rank. Current mathematics level is silver 01. Song-hee was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was nearly brought to tears. After such a long struggle to break through his rank, he finally did. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher had distributed an exceptionally challenging test that left all the students in tears. And thanks to his innovative approach of writing problem analyses en masse to earn knowledge points, it felt like a super acceleration. Otherwise, even if he studied diligently until tomorrow, he might not have reached silver. Reflecting on this, Song-hee broke out in a slight cold sweat. His first attempt at ranking up had been fraught with challenges, and he had cut it too close. This was undoubtedly a lesson learned. Next time he would need to allocate ample time for the endeavor. If ascending from bronze to silver was this difficult, the leap to gold would likely be insurmountable. In a flash, Song-hee's mind raced with calculations, and he was alarmed to realize that time was slipping away. There were roughly 20 hours remaining until the mathematics exam. After deducting an hour for sleep and another hour for meals and travel, he was left with a mere 18 hours to study. Cold Xiangwen, currently at mathematics silver 08, would not be idling. It was likely that he would reach silver 09 before the exam, and should he have a sudden breakthrough, he might even soar to a level far beyond that. Therefore, Song-hee needed to elevate his mathematics level by more than 10 tiers within the next 18 hours, merely to start the exam on equal footing with Cold Xiangwen, and he dared not say he would secure a victory. Suddenly, the class bell rang. A figure darted out of the classroom and quickly vanished from sight. The classmates were momentarily stunned. Who ran that fast? Who just left? Was it a flash? It was Song-hee. His seat was now empty. Could it be that the great math emperor possesses sprinting talent as well? His takeoff speed was astonishing. What about Song Bingtian? I would rather call him the god of the canteen. Contrary to what his classmates expected, Song-hee did not head to the canteen, but rather sprinted straight to the school library. Having completed the competition workbook and exhausted the college entrance exam questions, he had no further mathematics problems to tackle and needed to seek out new resources in the library. Students trickled out of the library, and surprisingly, Some unfamiliar faces greeted him warmly. Song he responded with a puzzled expression, only to realize moments later that during his last visit to the 5th floor of the library, there had been too many onlookers, and someone must have remembered him. Soon, Song he arrived at the mathematics section. At least 80 of the books were high school mathematics problems, easily bypassed as unworthy of his time. He reached the end of the bookshelf, where university mathematics textbooks were concentrated, pristine, and largely untouched by students. A vaguely familiar figure stood beside the shelf and turned to look at him. Song he recalled suddenly. It was the grade director. The grade director recognized Song he as well, recalling the time he had delivered takeout dumplings to the principal's office. Initially thinking he was invited to dine with the principal, only to find it was for this student instead, leaving him feeling disappointed afterward. You are Song he, right? Here to find problems to solve? The grade director's demeanor was amiable, unable to discern the background of this student. Yes, director, you are a mathematics teacher? Looking for resources to prepare lessons? I'm a physical education teacher, aiming to pursue a graduate degree, and I'm here to find some university mathematics materials to study. After explaining, the grade director kindly added, this section contains university mathematics. If you're looking for high school mathematics problems, they're on the front shelves. I'm indeed here for university mathematics. I've completed linear algebra and calculus, and I'm looking to study a book on probability and statistics. Song he casually remarked, scanning the bookshelf. The grade director's eyes widened in astonishment. You've already learned university mathematics? Yes, I'm a mathematics competition student. Song he replied nonchalantly. Can you really comprehend calculus? The grade director hesitated to ask. I understand the textbook and have completed the exercises, but they are quite elementary, aren't they? I still need to find problem sets for reinforcement, Song he stated lightly. The grade director nearly choked, having been laboriously studying calculus himself, finding many chapters difficult, and struggling with numerous exercises. Yet, to hear the student refer to them as simple was disheartening. Are mathematical problems merely cabbages? Can they be solved so easily? The grade director felt a wave of despair wash over him, suddenly questioning his ability to succeed in graduate school. Should he consider giving up altogether? I found it. Song he exclaimed with delight, pulling out a blue and white covered book. Director, I'm off now. Yes, study well, the grade director replied, his voice lacking confidence. Ascending to the 3rd floor of the library, Song he returned to his familiar spot and settled down to study. With 5 heart calculation capsules ingested, his learning speed surged. And since the book on probability was not particularly challenging, he flipped through pages roughly every 2 to 3 minutes, only pausing at exercise sections. Song he, right? A gentle and cultured male voice resonated from across the table. Song he looked up in surprise. A slender male with a balding head sat opposite him. Not completely bald, but with hair approximately 2 to 3 millimeters long, his scalp clearly visible. The boy smiled, exuding an aura that was distinctly powerful. This aura was difficult to articulate. Perhaps it stemmed from his calm demeanor, an unmistakable confidence in his gaze, and the commanding presence of his bald head. I see you are studying probability. You're only in the 1st year of high school. Have you reached this level already? The bald boy inquired amiably. I'm just starting to learn, Song he nodded. If you encounter any problems, feel free to ask me. If you're uncertain about which exercises to tackle, you can also consult me. I'm Chu Long from the 1st class of senior year, the bald boy offered kindly. Noting the impressive pace of Song he's 1st year progress and hinting that he might be a contender for a national award. Upon hearing that name, Song he was taken aback, a rush of admiration swelling within him. He had heard of the legendary figure, but had never met him. It turned out this bald boy was Chu Long. Chapter 47. Is this blind worship? Although Song he was busy studying, his deskmate, Zhao Yi, often sought him out to gossip. Thus he had a vague awareness of the most renowned figures on campus. Chu Long was the highest echelon among those academic prodigies. Last year, in the mathematics competition, Chu Long had advanced through the ranks, winning a national silver medal, making him the only student from Jinghai No. 4 High School to achieve such recognition. It was said that several prestigious mathematics institutions had extended invitations for Chu Long to be exempted from entrance examinations. While his ultimate choice remained uncertain, it was clear he was already set for a top-tier university, even bypassing the need for the college entrance exam, much to the envy of his peers. For the younger students, he was a legendary figure deserving of fervent admiration. Chu got. Song he exclaimed excitedly. Are you still on the competition team this year? Yes. Chu Long replied with a calm smile, accustomed to the admiration of younger students. Weren't you awarded the national prize last year? Why are you still competing this year? Song he asked curiously. I won a silver last year. This year I aim for the gold, Chu Long explained in a gentle tone. The school has tasked me with participating for another year to mentor the younger students. They likely want to use me as a benchmark to identify others who might be capable of achieving a national award. Keep it up. If you master your studies, feel free to challenge me anytime. If you can defeat me, the national award is yours to claim. Chu Long smiled, mentioning that many new competition students had arrived this year, but he had the highest hopes for Song He. After saying this, Chu Long stood up and left, resembling a celestial being who had just bestowed enlightenment upon the mortals. Song He felt a thrill at the words, "I have high hopes for you." Knowing that Chu Long likely said this to every younger student, yet he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, this was the living embodiment of a national award champion. Being a living national award champion meant that if he could surpass this champion, he would become the new champion himself. Watching Chu Long's retreating figure, Song He gritted his teeth and purchased a combat power detector, ready to pull the trigger. Chu Long, Mathematics Gold Level 28. Truly formidable. This was the first time Song He had encountered a gold rank, and it was terrifying. The further one advanced, the more challenging it became. Breaking through ranks was a significant hurdle, and the gap in levels could not simply be measured by tiers. At Song He's current rank, he could only ascertain that Chu Long was exceptionally strong, yet the exact extent of that strength remained unfathomable. He suddenly found himself eagerly anticipating tomorrow's examination. Following the minor test, he would be able to discern the exact gap between himself and Chu Long. All he needed to do was to strive relentlessly to bridge that divide. Inspired by this thought, Song He, with a fervent desire to surpass the esteemed Chu, immersed himself in his studies. As he diligently progressed through the chapters, system notifications began to appear. Detected improvement in mathematics, rising from silver level 01 to silver level 02. Detected improvement in mathematics, rising from silver level 02 to silver level 03. A pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Turning his head, he noticed Zhuang Qian had seated herself beside him. Her school uniform jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a cool white tank top that accentuated her figure, almost causing a nosebleed. "Help me, Song He," Zhuang Qian exclaimed, pulling out her error notebook. With bright eyes and a playful tone, she continued, "We have a mock exam in our senior year, and the last math problem is incredibly difficult. We asked the teacher, and even they couldn't solve it." Song He quickly glanced at the notebook, surprise flickering in his eyes. No wonder the teacher struggled. It was indeed a challenging problem, a variant he had never encountered before, leaving him at a loss for how to approach it at first glance. "Can you do it?" Zhuang Qian asked, nervously biting her lip. "I'll take a look and get back to you with an answer," Song He replied, taking the notebook and plunging into thought. "Give it a try. If you can't solve it, it's fine. Such a difficult problem won't be on the college entrance exam. If it were, no one would manage to solve it, and the question setter would be in trouble," she joked, moving aside to continue her assignments. Song He, however, did not register her jest, as he was already engrossed in the problem. It appeared to be a monstrous amalgamation of sequences, inequalities, derivatives, conic sections, and normal distributions, with a lengthy and convoluted prompt that exuded an aura of insurmountability. Most candidates would likely give up after a minute of contemplation upon encountering such a conundrum. Yet, Song He was not one to be easily intimidated. What bizarrely difficult high school math problems hadn't he seen before? He was quite accustomed to them. In fact, upon seeing this peculiar and grotesque problem, he felt a rush of excitement. He began dissecting the question, tackling what he could manage first. He summated the sequences, constructed inequalities, derived the equation of the conic section, and realized he needed to incorporate the value range from the normal distribution in the prompt. Once he listed the value range, he could substitute it into the previously derived inequality, allowing him to finally determine the conic section S equation. Ultimately, he would derive and graph it to ascertain the eccentricity. Without the use of scratch paper, a flurry of calculations unfolded in his mind, as if he were viewing a holographic projection. The labyrinth constructed by the problem gradually crumbled, and the path to the solution became clearer. Meanwhile, a girl approached Zhuang Qian and poked her. "Qian, I asked around in the math department about that problem, and none of the teachers could solve it. They said they might remove it from the exam. It's just too obscure and odd, perhaps even unsolvable." Zhuang Qian paused, realizing Song He was already analyzing the problem and would likely have a result soon. The girl glanced at Song He and whispered, "But he is capable of solving it." Zhuang Qian blinked. "You have too much faith in Song He, don't you?" The girl remarked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why do you think he can do it? He looks completely stumped right now." Suddenly, Song He spoke up. "I've figured it out. The answer is 7 over the square root of 33. I only know one method, so I'll write down the steps and thought process for you to share with the class." Zhuang Qian beamed. "Thank you. You really can do it. Do you have any snacks?" "I didn't eat lunch," Song He inquired. Zhuang Qian quickly rummaged through her backpack and handed him a meat floss bun and a yogurt. Song He took a blank answer sheet and, while sipping the yogurt, began to write out the problem analysis with fluid strokes. Zhuang Qian leaned in to watch, and the girl who had just approached hesitated before also coming closer to see. Song He wrote on, one side, two sides, three sides, four sides, until the entire sheet was filled with the solution to that one problem. Zhuang Qian and the girl beside her were left in shock. Unable to keep pace with Song He's rapid writing. They hadn't even grasped the previous line before he was finishing the next. This problem was indeed formidable. Equivalent to 10 regular questions, integrating numerous high-stakes knowledge points crucial for the college entrance exam, like a concoction of various elements culminating in a master problem. Song He pushed the analysis towards Zhuang Qian, instructing, make sure to share this with your classmates. Just show them this sheet. Song He calculated astutely. This single problem held immense value. If Zhuang Qian presented it to her classmates, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial return in knowledge points. All right, Zhuang Qian responded eagerly, accepting the analysis with delight. Song He glanced at the time, realizing the afternoon had slipped away, leaving only 20 minutes before class. He headed towards the library to borrow probability theory and mathematical statistics, returning to the classroom. He had no intention of attending the afternoon lecture. He aimed to seize every moment to further advance his mathematics skills. At a desk by the window, Zhuang Qian and the girl watched Song He leave, then turned their attention to the analysis. This problem is impressive, the girl exclaimed. The teacher shouldn't cancel it. If we understand it, it could reinforce so many knowledge points. It's like a hodgepodge of everything, balanced and nutritious. Indeed, Zhuang Qian agreed. We have math class tomorrow morning. When the teacher arrives, I'll show this to her. Perhaps she'll explain it to the whole class. Hey, now that you mention it, that's kind of strange. The girl said suddenly. What is strange? That the teacher couldn't solve this problem. Yet we need to look at the analysis written by a first-year student for her to explain it to our senior class. Zhuang Qian chuckled softly, her tone unassuming. What is strange about it? He is not just any first-year student. He is Song He. And what of Song He? Isn't he just a freshman? Qian, you're exhibiting blind admiration. I am not blindly admiring. Zhuang Qian's cheeks flushed. I merely acknowledge his mathematical prowess. Chapter 48. The Gaze of the Strong Examination Day. On that early morning, Song He was buried in his studies within the dormitory, his expression betraying a sense of anxiety. The probability theory and mathematical statistics book, which he had borrowed from the library just yesterday, was already 1/3 complete. Such a pace was rarely matched in high school, and even when compared to university students. It was exceedingly remarkable. Typically, an ordinary university student would require over 2 days to achieve the same progress in their review. Not to mention that Song He was not merely reviewing, but rather self-studying. In truth, he could have advanced even faster, but an unexpected event had occurred yesterday. The 4 classes in the afternoon had been consumed by examinations. The first 2 were English, followed by 2 in Chinese, resulting in a complete loss of an afternoon's study time. To make matters worse, during the evening study session, both the chemistry and physics teachers had commandeered the class for impromptu quizzes, leaving Song He with no opportunity to engage with mathematics that evening. His already scarce study time had been nearly halved. Feeling dejected, Song He longed to echo a quote from the esteemed scholar Ji Xianlen. Damn it, these professors. Not only do they remain oblivious to their own demoralization, but they also incessantly test us. Either it's you, or it's me. What on earth are we being tested for? Detected improvement in mathematics, rising from silver level 07 to silver level 08. At last, a system notification appeared. Song He checked the time. It was time to leave. After toiling through the night, he had merely caught up to Lung Xiangwen's level from yesterday morning. Anxiety gripped him, and he couldn't help but feel regret for having devoted too much time to biology over the past few days, which had indeed delayed his progress in mathematics. Lung Xiangwen would not have paused his studies yesterday. His level was likely a tier or 2 higher now. In the bronze tier, a 1 or 2 level difference might not be significant, and careful attention during the exam could compensate for it. However, in the silver tier, the progression was notably slow, with each level having clear boundaries. When it came to examinations, this could translate to a difference of 5 or 10 points. The more Song He pondered, the more anxious he became. Was he destined to fail this time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was still time. He could still make a desperate push. Song He rose from his dormitory, flipping through probability theory and mathematical statistics. His head bowed as he walked, his gaze fixed on the pages. The stairwell was crowded with students, as it was peak time for them to rush to the cafeteria. As Song He descended the stairs with the book in hand, he drew many curious glances. His peers intentionally parted ways, granting him a spacious corridor. This avoidance bore a hint of reverence, akin to how fragile creatures in a game maintain their distance from formidable foes, fearful of being snatched away in an instant. Is that Song He? Indeed, his fervor for studying is astounding. I saw him studying in the restroom at 2 in the morning yesterday. Goodness, what a peculiar individual. Is he aiming to ace the college entrance examination as a freshman? There's no need to rush so much. The great Song He is intensifying his efforts. Even studying while walking, it's simply extraordinary. Whispers filled the stairwell. I heard rumors that he's qualified for the dual competitions. But Vice Principal Yi is hesitant and set a threshold. He must place in the top 80 in both subjects today to remain on the team. The pressure is overwhelming. It's impossible for a freshman to achieve that. Why even bother? Just surrender. Song He remained oblivious to the chatter. Typically, he would not study while descending the stairs, as he cared about his image. However, the urgency of the moment, his need to elevate his performance before the examination, overrode his concerns about appearances. Half an hour later, in the school auditorium, the examination for the competition team commenced. The morning's subject was mathematics, with only 10 minutes remaining before it began. One by one, competitors entered, gnawing on buns and fried dough sticks, clutching their mathematics competition booklets, their eyes bloodshot. Over 100 students had already gathered, a bustling crowd. Yet silence reigned. Only the rustling of pages could be heard. All eyes were glued to the test papers, fierce determination evident in their expressions, as if they wished to consume the problems whole. The atmosphere of intense study was palpable, though today was merely a minor examination with no eliminations. Not a single participant took it lightly. Many second and third year students were returning for another round, fueled by the frustrations of past failures. Eager to prove themselves in this first examination of the year, freshmen also sought to establish their reputation, with many among them displaying the strongest fighting spirit, hoping to break into the top 100 and surpass some of their elder peers. What is so great about the upperclassmen? Are they really that impressive? I'm here to challenge them. Numerous freshmen harbored similar sentiments, embodying the audacity of youth. Song He nestled in a corner of the back row, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly flipped through pages. Ever since he acquired the system, he had faced exams with composure, except for today, which rekindled a long-lost sense of tension. To say he was nervous was an understatement. It felt as if disaster loomed over him. Hurry up and level up. Why hasn't it happened yet? He gritted his teeth in frustration. At the front of the examination hall, 2 figures sat apart from the rest, calmly surveying the scene like spectators. The boy on the left was slender, his prominent bald head gleaming, exuding a gentle and scholarly aura, yet radiating an intimidating air of a genius. It was none other than Chu Long. Beside him, the girl was equally thin, her hair cropped close to the scalp. Her expression disdainful as she surveyed the crowd, her chin held high, embodying the demeanor of a true victor. She was Chiu Lingshan from the third-year rocket class. Indeed, she was a victor, having earned a provincial gold medal in last year's mathematics competition and signed an agreement with Fudan University's mathematics department, guaranteeing her admission if she scored above the benchmark in the college entrance examination. For students in the rocket class, even answering questions with their feet could secure them a place above the threshold. Both Chu Long and Chiu Lingshan were seasoned champions. Their participation in this year's competition was merely to embellish their already illustrious records, and whether they would win additional awards mattered little to them. Thus, they were relaxed, engaging in brief conversations before the exam. I wonder if a dazzling newcomer will emerge in this first test of the year, Chiu Lingshan mused, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. I just took a quick look around, and it seems quite dire. Many freshmen are still working through their problem sets, hardly having completed 200 pages. Freshmen are merely cannon fodder. We were once in their shoes, Chu Long remarked, dismissive of the newcomers. Even if they are cannon fodder, we were successful in our own right. We both made it to the competition hall, merely missing out on awards by a few points. Chiu Lingshan replied proudly. I remember in our first minor exam, you placed 70th, scaring many second and third year students. You weren't too shabby yourself. You finished 90th, right? We indeed both excelled as freshman cannon fodder, Chu Long chuckled. This year, however, there are a few freshmen with notable potential. Who? One is Nie Junren. I saw him in the library a couple of days ago, and he has already completed calculus and is practicing mathematics problems for the graduate entrance exam with decent accuracy. The other is Gong Sha, who is also nearing the completion of her calculus studies and working through after-class problems at a rapid pace. These two should be the dual kings among the newcomers. Nie Junren should easily place in the top 80, and Gong Sha should also be able to break into the top 100. Chiu Lingshan nodded. I know those two. They certainly stand out. After Chu Long spoke, His gaze drifted to the back row, where he spotted a familiar face. Oh, aside from Nye Junrin and Gong Xiaxia, there's another newcomer who seems quite impressive. Who? Xiao Lingshan inquired. Curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze to the back row. The 23rd from the left in the last row, Chu Long replied after a quick glance. There's a handsome guy in the math competition team? Xiao Lingshan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the student. What do you mean by that? Chu Long frowned. Am I not handsome? You're handsome too, just not quite as much as him. Xiao Lingshan laughed heartily. What's that handsome junior's name? Chapter 49, The Super Problem. Song He, Chu Long introduced. He has begun studying probability theory and mathematical statistics, but I didn't ask if he has studied calculus yet. If he has, he might surpass Nye Junrin and Gong Xiaxia. Though that is unlikely, Xiao Lingshan remarked. So he is indeed Song He, she exclaimed, pulling out her glasses to take a closer look. No wonder he seems familiar. I didn't see him clearly when he received his scholarship last time. Tell me honestly, is he truly more handsome than me? With that bald head of yours, don't you have any self-awareness? What's wrong with being bald? It's all about the charisma. Do you understand? Your sense of aesthetics is seriously lacking. You should visit an art gallery to cultivate it. Xiao Lingshan retorted dismissively. Even with hair, you still can't match up to Junior Song He in looks. Chu Long placed a hand over his heart, feigning injury. Feeling hurt. Lies don't wound. But the truth is a sharp blade. Xiao Lingshan delivered another playful jab. Chu Long sighed. Let him be handsome. I want to see how well he performs this time. Last year at this time, I had already finished studying probability theory and started on calculus. What if his sequence is reversed? What if Song He finishes calculus and linear algebra first, and only then studies probability theory? That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The normal order is to start with the easy subjects, then progress to the harder ones, linear algebra, probability theory, and finally focus on calculus. Who studies in reverse? Chu Long rejected the notion. The strongest freshman this year should be Nye Junrin. He has a chance to break my record from last year. Song He should take it easy. Xiao Lingshan nodded. I don't think Song He can surpass your record, but he is a dual competition student. He is not just studying mathematics. Chu Long rubbed his bald head thoughtfully. That is true. Being a dual competition student indeed carries some weight. Why does it feel like we've already lost before the exam even starts? What is the use of being a dual competition student? In the end, it all comes down to the awards. Chuluo, with his obstinate demeanor, opined that if he were to fail to secure any accolades in both competitions, it would indeed be a foolish strategy. It would be far wiser to concentrate his efforts on a single contest. This assertion bore merit. Xiao Lingshan nodded in agreement. Yet she added, regardless of how poorly Song He performs, the undeniable fact remains that he is more handsome than you. Chuluo, upon hearing that others deemed Song He more attractive, felt a surge of indignation, his resentment growing to a level of 100. Song He, engrossed in his studies, was suddenly jolted by a notification of resentment. Bewildered, he pondered the strangeness of this animosity. Was it not entirely reasonable to be deemed less attractive? What was there to be upset about? Suddenly, a commotion arose in the front row as many students stood up. Song He looked up to see Yi Lianghan entering, flanked by several teachers, each carrying thick bundles of examination papers, a scene that exuded an air of authority. Yi Lianghan ascended the stage, grasped the microphone, and declared in a commanding voice that the examination was about to commence. All students, place your backpacks and reference materials at the front, and ensure there is no scrap of paper left on your desks. Otherwise, disciplinary measures will be enforced. After placing your bags, quickly take your seats according to the seating chart displayed on the screen. Remember to leave an empty seat between you and your classmates. Do not sit too close together. The large screen illuminated, revealing an extensive seating chart. All students craned their necks to locate their assigned positions. Song He quickly identified his. He was seated at the very front, in the first chair. His sole desk mate was none other than Lung Xiangwen. A grimace crossed Song He's face. What a stroke of bad luck. The auditorium erupted into chaos as candidates hurried to rearrange their seats. The seating arrangement for each examination varied, randomly shuffled by the school to deter cheating. Finding his seat with ease, Song He promptly sat down. Just as he settled in, Lung Xiangwen took the seat beside him. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Lung Xiangwen, appearing particularly haggard from sleepless nights of studying, bore dark circles under his eyes and a gaunt complexion, resembling a villain from a fantasy tale. Driven by their wager, he had engaged in an intense training regimen, nearly exhausting himself over the endless stream of questions. He wore a confident smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Song He, as if regarding a defeated foe. Remember the wager? Lung Xiangwen's lips curled into a slight smirk. If you lose, You must maintain your distance from Zhuang Qian. All my biological experiment materials depend on you. Song he retorted with a sharp tongue, and my success hinges on your failure. Lung Xiangwen scoffed, turning away dismissively. Song he quickly purchased a combat power detector and pulled the trigger. Lung Xiangwen, Mathematics Silver Level 09. Song he's expression darkened, with the examination looming. His own level remained at Silver Level 08. Just a mere rank away. Was he truly destined to lose? He could only adapt to the circumstances in the examination hall. Level did not equate to guaranteed scores. If he minimized errors and maximized his points, perhaps he could still triumph against the odds. The invigilators swiftly distributed the papers. 6 teachers moving in unison from 6 directions, their actions remarkably synchronized, reminiscent of well-trained soldiers. When Song he received his examination paper, he was momentarily taken aback. It resembled not so much an exam paper, but rather a compendium of questions. The examination booklet, a compilation of A4 sheets brimming with questions, totaled 25 pages, with an astonishing total score of 1,000 points. No wonder the examination duration spanned for consecutive class periods. Song he suddenly grasped the rationale behind the rumors of the competition team's examination strategy being akin to a deluge of questions. Such an intense examination would surely overwhelm many less academically inclined students. Indeed, the competition team members were renowned for their formidable prowess, as evidenced by this thick booklet of questions. After a brief moment of shock, Song he quickly set to work, answering with composure. The difficulty of the questions was manageable, slightly more challenging than the practice papers. Having prepared intensively over the past few days, Song he had acclimated to this level of difficulty. And after consuming 6 calculation capsules prior to the exam, he was in peak condition, racing through the questions with remarkable speed. He completed the first page. Flipping the page, he noticed, almost simultaneously, the sound of page turning from the adjacent seat. Glancing over, he saw that Lung Xiangwen had also just finished the first page and was directing a hostile glare at him. Motivated by a surge of adrenaline, Song he thought, "So you wish to compete in speed?" He immediately accelerated his pace, determined to outstrip his rival. With fervor, he completed the second and third pages in record time. Flipping the page, the rustle of pages turning from Lung Xiangwen's direction indicated he was not lagging behind. The atmosphere intensified as the two engaged in a fierce competition. Their pens flying across the pages, the sound of writing echoing like a rapid drumbeat. Thankfully, the examination paper was made of paper. Had it been metal, sparks would surely have flown. Initially, Lung Xiangwen kept pace, but after 5 pages, fatigue began to set in as he rubbed his temples vigorously. However, Song he, bolstered by the formidable effects of the calculation capsules, found himself invigorated, his speed only increasing as he pressed on. The gap between them widened swiftly. As Song he surged ahead, unknowingly racing to the 10th page, while Lung Xiangwen remained mired in contemplation on the 7th. Upon reaching the 11th page, Song he's expression shifted. The nature of the questions had dramatically changed, with the difficulty escalating considerably. If the first 10 pages had been akin to foam board, from the 11th page onward they transformed into solid wood. Song he adjusted his focus, striving to adapt to the newfound challenge. Despite having tackled numerous problems since the start of the school year, this level of difficulty was unprecedented, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, Lung Xiangwen appeared to regain his momentum, hastily closing the distance as he too entered the realm of challenging questions. As a seasoned veteran, having participated in the competition multiple times, Lung Xiangwen navigated the difficult questions with composure, writing methodically without a hint of panic. Song he, however, struggled to maintain a lead of nearly 3 pages, stubbornly pushing forward. An ominous feeling began to creep in. The examination format and question difficulty for the competition team were entirely new to him, while Lung Xiangwen had encountered such challenges numerous times before, leaving Song he at a distinct disadvantage. Nonetheless, he refused to be daunted. There was nothing to fear. He would press on. Pages 17, 18, 19, and 20 passed in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, 2 class periods had already elapsed, and the atmosphere in the examination hall had noticeably soured. Many candidates sinking into a state of anxiety and exhaustion. The second and third year competitors managed to hold their own, but the first year students were on the brink of collective collapse. With half the time elapsed, most first year students had barely reached the 8th or 9th page. At this pace, many would inevitably leave vast swathes of questions unanswered, a guaranteed ticket to the bottom of the rankings. Among the 6 invigilators patrolling the room with vigilant authority, particular attention was directed towards the first-year students. as they were the least proficient and the slowest to progress, making them susceptible to resorting to unscrupulous methods. Students like Song Hee, who were racing ahead, stood out as anomalies. As invigilators passed by, they cast astonished glances in his direction. Finally, he reached the last 5 pages. Once again, Song Hee was taken aback. The preceding 20 pages had interspersed small and large questions, with each page containing at least 7 or 8 items. Yet the final 5 pages contained only one major question each, leaving an entire page blank for answers. These were not merely significant questions, but superlative ones. The difficulty had soared, shifting from the hardness of wood to that of steel. As he carefully read through the questions, a weight settled in his chest. The problems on page 21 were indeed formidable, and he found himself devoid of any strategy to tackle them. As he continued to scan pages 22, 23, 24, and 25, he realized he was utterly at a loss. It seemed he had entered a realm of knowledge beyond his reach. Last week's mathematics competition paper had not touched upon these topics. It appeared these pages were designed as advanced questions, intended to filter out the truly strong contenders while mercilessly challenging the less capable students. Frustration washed over Song Hee as he contemplated the examiners. Each one of them seemed to embody the epitome of torment. He anxiously revisited the questions, desperately seeking a breakthrough. He did not require a complete solution. Merely obtaining a few points for steps would suffice. With each question valued at 80 points, even partial credit could prove significant. Beside him, Lung Xiangwen finally advanced to page 21. He paused, furrowing his brow as he flipped back to scrutinize the final few pages of the daunting problems. His expression contorted in discomfort. After all, he was only at silver level 09, a mere rank above Song Hee, and his struggle with the formidable questions was palpable, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Song Hee felt a slight relief. If Lung Xiangwen struggled, it offered some consolation. However, this respite was short-lived. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, Lung Xiangwen suddenly put pen to paper, tackling the first challenging question on page 21. Chapter 50, Where Does Knowledge Come From? Lung Xiangwen scrambled on his scratch paper, anxiously crossing out large sections. It was evident that he was grappling with the problems. Nevertheless, he pressed forward, gradually revealing his steps, the writing lengthening until it occupied most of the page. Finally, after 30 minutes, Lung Xiangwen completed the first daunting question on page 21. He glanced over at Song Hee's paper, which remained a blank canvas, save for a solitary character scrawled in a pitiful manner, a laughable sight. The outcome was decided. Lung Xiangwen beamed with relief, casting a mocking glance at Song Hee. What was the point of working quickly? Speed without accuracy garnered no points. Only correctness earned rewards. Song Hee, too, began scribbling on his scratch paper, laboriously listing a multitude of formulas in search of a breakthrough. After half an hour, he had filled most of his scratch paper, yet remained utterly fruitless. His thoughts were a tangled mess, spiraling into confusion. It felt as if he were trapped in an endless loop, perpetually returning to the starting point. Taking a deep breath, he realized there was no alternative. To score the 80 points from the formidable question, he had to solve it. There were only 45 minutes left until the exam concluded. Time management was crucial. On stage, Yi Lianghan activated the microphone. The pressure mounted for Song Hee. 45 minutes sounded ample, yet mathematics often devoured time. Becoming stuck on a single problem for hours was not uncommon. He was on the verge of exhausting the last 5 pages of challenging questions, yet remained clueless. These problems were undoubtedly beyond the syllabus, likely unresolvable due to insufficient knowledge. If one didn't know, they simply didn't know. Even mental calculation capsules couldn't save him from this predicament. With only 45 minutes remaining, without a miracle, he would lose the wager and have to resign from the mathematics team. Meanwhile, in class 1 of the senior year, a plump female mathematics teacher stood at the podium, reviewing a test paper. The students below wore expressions of struggle, their faces reflecting severe discomfort, a form of self-preservation, as the teacher often called on students to solve problems. An overly confident demeanor could make one an obvious target. After half a lesson, they finally reached the last question. Yesterday, our math group discussed this, and the teachers were all puzzled. This type of question will definitely not appear on the college entrance examination, so let us skip it, the teacher casually remarked. Has anyone solved it? She asked, glancing unconsciously toward the front row where Zhuang Qian sat. Zhuang Qian was the top student in the class. If she couldn't solve it, the entire class would be doomed. Zhuang Qian raised her hand. Teacher, I obtained an answer from someone else, and it's very detailed. Oh, someone actually solved it? The teacher was taken aback as a paper filled with explanations was handed to her. Upon seeing the detailed breakdown, the teacher gasped in astonishment. How could there be so much written? The steps to solve this one question rivaled the complexity of 8 or 9 major problems. Upon closer inspection, the teacher's surprise deepened. The genuine solution only occupied 1.5 pages, while the rest detailed various approaches, strategies for breaking down the problem, knowledge points involved, and potential pitfalls for scoring, everything meticulously noted. The author of this breakdown was clearly highly skilled, with a level of clarity that surpassed ordinary understanding, as well as an exceptional grasp of the examination grading criteria. After reading for a few minutes, the teacher suddenly understood. This question was not beyond the syllabus. It integrated the knowledge points of 6 or 7 major problems. A brilliant question. I'll project this onto the whiteboard. Everyone should take a good look. It can significantly enhance your understanding. The teacher swiftly set up the projector, and the solution appeared enlarged on the whiteboard. The entire class tilted their heads, curiously reading. Some skeptical students who had previously struggled with the question had suffered significant setbacks and had been forced to abandon it, even believing the question to be flawed and unsolvable. Now that the answer was revealed, their curiosity about the true solution was piqued. The teacher remained silent, simply projecting the material. The explanations were remarkably clear, even more so than a lecture. A few minutes later, the students in the front row were the first to express their astonishment. Finally, I understand. Who on earth came up with this question? Impressive, such a clever angle to tackle the problem. If I encounter something like this again, I doubt I could figure it out. Reading the solution is easy. Doing it myself is impossible. Amazing. Honestly, this question is quite ingenious. And the one who designed it is a true genius. The teacher, reminded, turned her gaze to Zhuang Qiyan. From whom did you get this solution? A teacher from another class? Or a student from the elite class? I got it from a junior, Zhuang Qiyan replied. A junior? From the elite class in the second year? The teacher was taken aback. She could tell this analysis was crafted by someone exceptional, not a teacher, but certainly a student from the third-year elite class. For a second-year student to produce such an analysis was extraordinary. It's not from the second year. It's from Song He, a student in the first-year elite class. Zhuang Qian added, fearing the teacher might not believe her. He is on the math competition team. A first-year student. The same Song He who received the principal's scholarship just a few days ago? The teacher gasped. Yes, that's him, Zhuang Qian nodded. The teacher inhaled sharply. How long had it been since the first-year students started school? This question involved a myriad of difficult points typically found in college entrance examination problems. And yet a first-year student could grasp it so proficiently? This was no longer just a matter of excellence. It was a clear sign of genius. Let me take this for a moment. I'll return it to you tonight. The teacher waved the analysis in her hand. While teachers from ordinary classes struggled to solve this question, it was indeed worth exploring. I'll make a few copies for other teachers to share with their classes. Zhuang Qian nodded obediently, readily agreeing. She remembered that Song He had asked her to bring back the analysis to share with other students, likely including those from different classes. He had meticulously crafted this analysis, surely hoping for a wider audience to comprehend it. Zhuang Qian pondered for a moment. Yes, it should be so. The students in the class were still craning their necks to view the projection, attempting to grasp the extensive analysis of the question, occasionally emitting sounds of admiration as they began to understand. In the school auditorium, a notification suddenly popped up. 10 students have learned parts of the problem from you. Double the mathematics knowledge returned. 28 students have learned parts of the problem from you. Double the mathematics knowledge returned. Song He was taken aback. Where did this knowledge feedback come from? In a fleeting moment of recollection, he suddenly recalled Zhuang Qian. He had written a detailed analysis for her the previous noon, and until now, he hadn't received any feedback notifications, likely because she had just shared it with her classmates. Given the density of the knowledge feedback, she must have presented it to the entire class during the lesson. This was a remarkable stroke of fortune. Overwhelmed with emotion, Song He quickly organized the flood of new knowledge surging through his mind. He had been on the brink of depletion in this examination hall, staring down a likely disastrous defeat, and yet Zhuang Qian had delivered a bounty of fresh insights. Old Zhuang was truly a savior. Chapter 51. The chuckling mathematics teacher with a wealth of new knowledge absorbed, Song He re-entered a state of combat readiness. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, igniting his brain cells. As a flurry of thoughts swirled like a flock of birds, breaking through the mental block he had faced in problem-solving. Eureka! He had found the solution. Overjoyed, Song He flipped back to the challenging questions on page 21, trembling slightly before putting pen to paper, rapidly outlining his steps. Yet, after writing just a few lines, he suddenly found himself stuck again. However, after a mere 5 seconds of hesitation, new knowledge surged into my mind, followed promptly by a system notification. 35 students have been taught parts of the problems by you. returning double the mathematical knowledge. Detected improvement in mathematics, advancing from silver level 08 to silver level 09. At last, I had finally caught up to the level of Lung Xiangwen. With the newly acquired knowledge freshly imprinted in my mind, the problems before me became strikingly clear. With confidence, I set to work, rapidly filling an entire page, making a few minor adjustments to details, and performing a quick mental verification. The monumental problem on page 21 was complete. Another 80 points secured. I had leveled the playing field with Lung Xiangwen. In my heart, I fervently thanked Zhuang Qiyan. The situation was akin to being on the brink of collapse only to be revived by a legendary teammate's timely support. Zhuang was truly a divine healer. Archimedes once proclaimed, "Give me a powerful ally, and I can move the earth." I glanced sideways, and the once arrogant expression on Lung Xiangwen's face had vanished, replaced by shock, anger, and anxiety. In that moment, he was undoubtedly bewildered, even suspecting that I had been performing for him. A situation that appeared firmly in his grasp had suddenly reversed. It was like a long-distance runner nearing the finish line only to be overtaken by a rival. As I surged forward, cold sweat broke out on Lung Xiangwen's brow. He fixated on the final few monumental problems, knowing he had to make further progress before the end of the exam. This gamble could not be lost. After a brief moment of elation, I swiftly regained my composure. Time was running short, and our progress was nearly equal. The outcome hinged on whether I could achieve a breakthrough on the last few monumental problems. Securing even one more problem, or half of one, would guarantee victory. Conversely, if Lung Xiangwen managed to solve even one more problem, the result would be a resounding defeat. Anxiety gripped both our hearts as we gritted our teeth for the final sprint. In the mathematics office, the school housed many such offices, and this particular one was filled with teachers from the senior year regular classes. Desks, corners, and windowsills were piled high with stacks of test papers, resembling a cityscape of white paper towers. Suddenly, the office door swung open. The teacher from class 1 appeared, exhilarated, holding a large sheet of paper. I managed to procure a secret solution from a student. The last monumental problem from yesterday's paper is explained in great detail. Before the teacher's words could settle, 6 teachers in the office stood up in unison, eagerly gathering around to take a look. Having been teachers for many years, it was rare for a problem to stump an entire office. Naturally, they were eager to see the answer. The teachers read quickly, grasping a few key points that illuminated the solution. Within 2 short minutes, exclamations of astonishment filled the room. Impressive. The analysis of this problem is outstanding. What a humiliation. The answer doesn't seem too difficult. Why didn't I think of it yesterday? Surely, this wasn't written by a student? Was it a teacher from the advanced class? The mathematics teacher from class 1 shook his head with a bitter smile. We should all be ashamed. It was written by a first-year student, Song He. The room fell silent. The teachers exchanged incredulous glances before bursting into laughter. Impossible. How could a first-year student tackle this problem? This must be a joke. The class 1 mathematics teacher sighed in resignation. It's true. It was indeed written by Song He. I didn't believe it at first, but I confirmed it with my students, who witnessed him complete this analysis firsthand. He came up with the solution in under 10 minutes. Silence enveloped the room. The teachers stared at one another, uncertain of how to respond. If a student from the senior year advanced class had penned this analysis, the teachers could accept it. After all, the brightest students in the senior year often surpassed their teachers, possessing youthful minds that thrived under high-intensity training. Teachers could only ensure that each test paper achieved a score above 140, while some senior students in advanced classes often scored near-perfect 150s, surpassing their instructors' abilities. But Song He was a first-year student, not even part of the advanced class, merely an elite class. This left the teachers perplexed, grappling with the question of whether they were too lacking or if Song He was simply exceptional. May I borrow a copy to project in my class next lesson? The class 4 teacher broke the tension. I'd like a copy as well. My class has PE next lesson, and I'll have the PE teacher take a sick day. The class 7 teacher decisively added. What a coincidence. My class also has PE next lesson, and the PE teacher is also unwell, chimed in the class 8 teacher. Is there an outbreak in the PE department? Laughed the class 3 teacher. It's spreading to the art department. My class has art next lesson. The group of mathematics teachers erupted into laughter, gathering around the photocopier to reproduce the problem analysis. Their smiles were menacing, akin to villains relishing in the spoils of a dark art. A few minutes later, in the regular class 4 of senior year, the last monumental problem from yesterday's paper, I brought a detailed analysis. Let us project it for everyone to see, and then I'll have a student come up to solve it. In regular class 7 of senior year, students, I have both good news and bad news. The bad news is that the PE teacher is ill, so we'll postpone that class. The good news is that I have an excellent problem analysis to share. I'll project it for you. In regular class 3 of senior year, the art teacher isn't feeling well. We'll have mathematics this lesson to tackle some difficult problems. Quiet down. No lamenting. This analysis is incredibly well crafted. I believe you will be enthralled. One by one, the senior classes relinquish their PE and art lessons, the corridors echoing with lamentations, swiftly quelled by the teacher's unwavering reprimands. On several classrooms' whiteboards, the same photocopied problem analysis was projected, while students sighed in despair, craning their necks to view the problems. In the school auditorium, only 10 minutes left to submit your papers. Yi Lianghan stood on stage, microphone in hand, announcing, "Those who have finished may submit their papers." Instantly, over a dozen students rose, papers in hand, led by Chu Long. I was taken aback. I had been struggling for so long while others had finished early. What a stark contrast. The bad news was that I had made no progress in the last half day. The last 4 monumental problems remained elusive. The good news was that Lung Xiangwen beside me had also made no advancements. I felt a sense of surrender creeping in. With mathematics, if you don't know the answer, simply staring at the problem 1t yield results. Having solved the problem on page 21 was already miraculous. Miracles couldn't be expected to happen consecutively. I flipped to the front of the problem booklet, preparing to review once more to ensure I scored full marks on what I could solve. As long as Lung Xiangwen made a mistake, victory would be mine. Just as I turned the page, I noticed Lung Xiangwen doing the same. It seemed he was adjusting his strategy as well. The examination hall was filled with the rustling of pages turning, echoing the similar mental struggles shared by countless students. Although the volume of problems was vast, time was also ample. Those who had yet to finish were essentially stymied by the challenging problems. With the time remaining, there was little hope for a turnaround. They could only cling to the points they had secured and check their answers to the simpler problems. As I finished reviewing a page, a familiar system notification appeared before me once more. What is happening? I was taken aback. This time, the notification was unprecedented. Chapter 52, Selling Problems for Profit? 100 students have been taught parts of the problems by you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 170 students have been taught parts of the problems by you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 200 students have been taught parts of the problems by you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. I was bewildered. Where did all these students come from? 100? 200? Had the system made an error, mistakenly adding a zero? There were not even this many cabbages on a vendor's cart. I was utterly perplexed. The only avenue left for knowledge return was Zhuang Qian's problem analysis. But it had already yielded a knowledge return once. Why was it happening again? Surely, the analysis had not circulated to other classes? How had Zhuang accomplished this? Before I could ponder further, my mind was inundated with a flood of thoughts. A torrent of knowledge surged into Song's mind, overwhelming him with a tempest of information unlike anything he had ever experienced. Each second felt as though dozens of pages of text were being forcibly crammed into his skull. His brain threatened to overheat, his eyes uncontrollably trembling as he clutched the table, striving to digest the influx of new knowledge. Mathematical progress detected. Advancing from silver level 09 to silver level 10. Mathematical progress detected. Advancing from silver level 10 to silver level 11. Mathematical progress detected. Advancing from silver level 11 to silver level 12. He ascended 3 levels in a row, all within the silver rank. For a brief moment, he shuddered, a spark igniting in his eyes as he feverishly flipped through pages, reaching the 22nd. With only 5 minutes remaining, he wrote with reckless abandon, disregarding the elegance of his handwriting, pouring every ounce of energy into his task. 1 line, 3 lines, 5 lines. His thoughts burst forth like a ruptured pipe. This exhilarating sensation sending shivers down his spine. Beside him, Lung Xiangwen was immediately alarmed, staring at He with wide eyes. The situation had spiraled out of control. Lung felt a chill as he observed he transform into a veritable beast, who had previously seemed utterly lost, but was now answering questions with fervor. This was the second time such a phenomenon had occurred. Had he experienced an epiphany? Such sudden clarity during mathematical endeavors was indeed rare. To achieve it once in an examination was a miracle, twice was utterly unfathomable. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. As he continued to write with unimpeded speed on the second challenging question, fear surged within Lung Xiangwen. Time was running out. Put down your pens. Continuing to write will be considered cheating, called out Yi Lianghan from the front. Reluctantly, he set down his pen with a sigh of disappointment. He had just completed the super question on page 22 and had formulated ideas for the next on page 23, but it was too late. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Throughout the exam, he had made rough estimations of his score, with the tackling of the two major questions. He was confident of achieving at least 700 points out of a possible 1,000. Turning to meet the astonished gaze of Lung Xiangwen, he broke into a smile. As if to ask, surprised, aren't you? At noon, in the library, Song He crouched before the biology section, diligently studying. The morning's mathematics examination had caught him off guard. He had anticipated the questions to remain within the confines of the syllabus. Yet the subsequent major questions had exceeded the limits. The examiners had been exceedingly ruthless, showing no regard for the students. If all proceeded as expected, the afternoon's biology exam would be equally daunting. Seizing the midday opportunity, he aimed to cram in some last-minute preparations. The criteria for the mobile phone reward required him to break into the top 50. Achieving this in mathematics seemed precarious, at best maintaining a position in the top 80. Thus, he had to rely on his strength in biology, which must secure him a spot in the top 50 without fail. As he wandered through the shelves, seeking an appealing biology book, he turned a corner and unexpectedly spotted a stunning senior standing across from him. Zhuang Qian's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, exclaiming, "I finally found you. I suspected you would be in the library. Did you come specifically to find me?" Song He inquired, surprised. "Is there a question you need help with?" "No. The teacher sent me to ask if you would be willing to sell some questions." Zhuang Qian shook her head. "Sell what questions? To whom?" "The analysis you provided for that question last time. The teacher mentioned it could be sold to a question bank, potentially earning you a few dozen yuan." "A question bank?" Song He became increasingly intrigued. "What kind of question bank?" "There are many, such as search question apps, learning software, tutoring materials, etc. If you sell the copyright of your analysis to educational companies, they can utilize it," Zhuang Qian explained quickly. "In the end, you receive payment, and your analysis appears on search question apps and as a reference answer in certain tutoring materials." Song He suddenly grasped the concept, feeling as though he had opened a door to a new world. Previously, when using his phone to search for questions, he had never considered where the questions originated. It turned out that educational companies acquired questions much like vegetable vendors buy potatoes from farmers, collecting them in bulk to create powerful learning apps. "You can sell your analysis for 30 yuan. That seems a bit low, doesn't it?" Zhuang Qian casually added. "If you could create new questions and provide analysis, you could earn hundreds from each." "Is it really possible to sell random questions for hundreds?" Song He caught the scent of opportunity. "Of course not. They must be innovative. If you churn out a bunch of simple problems like 1 + 1 = 2, you won't make any money. Those search question apps aren't naive." Zhuang Qian observed his subtle expressions, her eyes sparkling. "So, do you want to create questions for profit?" Song He nodded, his gaze intense. Selling questions to search question apps was secondary. The key was earning knowledge points. If users saw the questions and learned from the analyses, wouldn't that translate to points? This was the dream Song He had longed for, lying in bed while knowledge flowed from the heavens. If thousands of users encountered his questions, the knowledge points could accumulate to an astonishing degree. Should he happen to create a wildly popular question, with hundreds of thousands of students attempting it, wouldn't he ascend to mathematical greatness? "If you genuinely wish to create questions for sale, I can help connect you," Zhuang Qian said thoughtfully, her words surprising. "You have connections?" Song He was taken aback. "My family is also venturing into the online education sector and is currently investing in acquiring question banks," she continued. "If you can produce some good questions, I can speak to my family about offering you a premium." Song He was momentarily stunned, envisioning Zhuang Qian transforming into a wealthy benefactor. Acquiring question banks sounded like a venture only a financially robust company could undertake, far beyond the reach of a small business. What kind of ransom could one demand for kidnapping a wealthy heiress? Song He's thoughts drifted as he gazed at her, akin to staring at a prime prize. "What kind of look is that?" Zhuang Qian blushed. "All right, after I finish my exam today, I will thoroughly investigate the rules for selling questions." Song He firmly grasped Zhuang Qian's hand, sealing their agreement. "Is the competition team taking an exam today? Is there a reward of mobile phones?" Zhuang Qian suddenly recalled. "The top 50 earn a phone. I will do my best to achieve that," Song He asserted confidently. "If you manage to get a phone, it will be convenient." Zhuang Qian's eyes brightened. "The phones awarded by the school come pre-installed with an app created by my family, in collaboration with the school." Song He was astonished again. Zhuang Qian's family had a partnership with the school? What level of affluence did she represent? A learning game? He questioned, puzzled. How can learning be intertwined with gaming? Aren't they fundamentally different? "You will understand when you receive the phone. It's an addictive game designed to enhance learning." Zhuang Qian smiled. I won't disturb you further. Focus on your studies and aim for the top 50 this afternoon. She clenched her fists and waved encouragingly at Song He, urging him to persevere. Chapter 53. Invincible Su Tingfeng at 2 in the afternoon, in the school auditorium. The doors swung open dramatically as the robust, bald vice principal, Yi Lianghan, entered, leading a team of proctors. They swiftly displayed the seating chart on the large screen. Song He, drenched in sweat from anxiety, searched for his seat. This time, he was seated in a corner at the back, a secluded spot, with Su Tingfeng as his only desk mate. Finding his place, Song He was surprised to see his desk mate, a plump girl with a round bun hairstyle. He had assumed Su Tingfeng was a boy based solely on the name. It appeared he had jumped to conclusions. The presence of the character Feng did not necessarily indicate a male. After all, even teacher Feng Huayan had Feng in her name. No, I, Song He, am a pure-hearted youth, and I am completely unacquainted with any teacher Feng Huayan. Su Tingfeng's pockets bulged, and she occasionally pulled out a chocolate wafer, munching with delight. Her cheeks puffing out like a dumpling, her eyes gleaming like a squirrel hoarding food for autumn. Exam papers, Yi Lianghan commanded, and the proctors swiftly distributed the papers. Like the morning's mathematics exam, the biology test also consisted of a 25-page booklet. Song He, having been taken aback by the experience, immediately turned to the last few pages and, upon closer inspection, felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Indeed, it was a colossal challenge. The questions were utterly beyond the syllabus. Was the examiner some sort of sadist? Why, when there were perfectly reasonable questions available, must they devise such grotesque, excessive ones to torment the students? Was it truly gratifying to make things difficult for students, a way to showcase the examiner's prowess? Angered, Song He wished fervently to confront the teacher responsible for the exam. With a long sigh, he picked up his pen and began working through the questions from the very first page. The initial 10 pages flowed smoothly, revealing many questions identical to those in the biology textbook. To his delight, all 16 of the questions he had corrected appeared on the exam. He could answer those with his eyes closed. However, by the 11th page, the intensity increased, and some bizarre, tricky questions began to surface. Maintaining his composure, Song He reminded himself that his biology proficiency was at a silver level 30, significantly higher than his silver level 10 in mathematics, allowing him to tackle this section with somewhat less pressure. As he worked diligently, he glanced sideways and was taken aback to see Su Tingfeng, his senior, had yet to put pen to paper. Instead, she casually flipped through the exam booklet as if browsing a magazine. Simultaneously, she munched on wafer snacks. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's, seemingly engrossed in her feast. It appeared as though she had come not to take an exam, but to enjoy a buffet. Her eyes gleaming with excitement. Confused, Song He pondered how, after an entire class period, the squirrel senior had yet to write a single answer. Was she merely here for the experience? Surveying the room filled with over 100 anxious competitors, all flushed and fervently scribbling away in a fierce battle, he found Su Tingfeng's leisurely snacking utterly out of place, as though she were seated in a popcorn-filled theater amidst a battlefield of machine guns and cannons. Could it be that this squirrel senior was an underachiever, merely blending in with the competition? A master of coasting through? Suppressing his curiosity, Song He continued to focus on his exam. As the second class period concluded, he had completed another 10 pages, leaving only the last 5 pages filled with exceedingly difficult questions. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, he realized that this was not due to any personal weakness. The volume of questions in the competition was akin to a physical endurance test, and many of his classmates were utterly drained after just one exam, while he had to endure 2 in a single day. During a brief respite, he stole a glance at Su Tingfeng, who was still munching away, her eyes sparkling with delight and her focus unwavering, occasionally glancing at the exam booklet, her long eyelashes fluttering down like delicate brushes. The relentless battle around her seemed to hold no significance. She was simply there to enjoy her meal. Song He's curiosity piqued. Could she genuinely be an underperformer, merely blending in? Gritting his teeth, he purchased a combat power detector and pulled the trigger. Su Tingfeng, biology gold level 19 gold rank. Song He was astonished. She was not an underachiever, but the ultimate boss. Just as he was absorbing this revelation, Su Tingfeng suddenly sprang into action, brushing crumbs from her hands, grabbing her pen, and flipping to the first page of the exam booklet, her writing swift and decisive. Without a moment's hesitation, she wrote answer after answer, her hand moving with such speed it seemed to leave a blur. The biology exam featured few short answer questions, mostly consisting of fill-in-the-blank items, requiring minimal writing. Song He watched in amazement as she filled page after page, flipping through them in mere seconds, advancing with lightning speed. In just 10 minutes, Su Tingfeng completed the first 20 pages, catching up to Song He's pace. Realizing he had misjudged her, Song He understood she was not simply a glutton. She was multitasking, snacking while mentally solving the questions and now merely transcribing her answers. This was the mark of a true expert, effortlessly surpassing everyone while enjoying her snacks. After matching his progress, she showed no hesitation and dove into the formidable questions, her writing maintaining its fluidity as she tackled each challenging problem with ease. 5 minutes later, Su Tingfeng slammed her pen down, raised her arms in triumph, and submitted her paper. Song He was completely taken aback. The aura of a genius radiated from her, an overwhelming presence that left him breathless. From the moment she began writing to the instant she finished and handed in her exam, she had taken a mere 15 minutes, smooth, assertive, and unstoppable. The invigilator approached swiftly to collect Su Tingfeng's paper. As she rose to leave, she unexpectedly turned to glance at Song He, raising an eyebrow and flashing a smile that resembled a blooming magnolia. Her fleeting radiance left Song He momentarily speechless. Was this the true allure of a genius? Taking a deep breath, he refocused and continued to tackle the difficult questions, having experienced the terrifying swiftness of a genius up close. He suddenly realized how far he still had to go. He needed to maintain his composure and persist in his studies. The difficult biology questions proved manageable, and he successfully completed the first 2, though he could not finish the last 3 entirely. He managed to write something down, likely earning 2 or 3 points. Gradually, a number of high achievers began raising their hands to submit their papers, swiftly departing amidst a flurry of envious and astonished glances. Song He remained steadfast, showing no inclination to turn in his paper early. Instead, he pivoted to review the earlier questions. While he had solved most of them, several answers remained uncertain and required careful reconsideration. As he examined his responses, he silently calculated his score: 100, 200, 400. Upon completing his review, he estimated a score of 750. With a total score of 1,000, he estimated 700 in mathematics and 750 in biology, both exceeding a 70% pass rate. This seemed quite satisfactory. As it was his first competition exam, Song He felt content but wondered how his classmates performed. The exam concluded. All students, put down your pens. Any further writing will be considered cheating. Yi Lianghan suddenly activated the microphone. The invigilator quickly collected the papers, signaling the end of the lengthy examination. Students rose to leave, casting glances at one another, assessing their competitors' performances. Though the exam was over, the wait for results would be equally arduous. Every competitor yearned for a higher ranking. Competition was a ruthless battlefield where only the exceptional could grasp the opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Top 100, top 50, top 10, each tier leading to vastly different fates. This was merely a small test for the competition team. The next would be a significant examination. A poor ranking in this preliminary assessment often indicated a greater risk of being eliminated in the larger test. Conversely, those who performed well could earn the coveted rewards of mobile phones, truly powerful tools for study. The upperclassmen in the competition team knew that the study phones provided by the school were unparalleled assets, offering benefits far beyond the imagination of first-year students. Chapter 54. Grading in progress. In the evening study session, Song He focused intently on math. With probability theory and mathematical statistics in his left hand and cell biology in his right, interweaving his studies. What? The small test had ended? Absurd. Was learning merely for the sake of examination? He was simply addicted to learning. Moreover, examinations were never truly finished. After one concluded, another awaited. An endless array of papers lay ahead, akin to a long military campaign. As he studied, a long leg casually draped over his. The elasticity of the fabric palpable through his school uniform. What was going on? Song He, a mixture of surprise and shyness, turned to face his desk mate. I'm tired. Give me a good pinch to wake me up, Zhao Yi said, her head lowered, her expression nonchalant, yet her eyes shimmered with unspoken anticipation. Don't you have hands? Hurry up. I can't pinch myself. Resolutely, Song He grasped her thigh through the thin school uniform and pinched hard. Zhao Yi instantly recoiled, curling up in her seat. Her face flushed deep red. After a moment, she slumped over her desk, gasping for breath. Her body relaxed as if she had experienced an immense release. Did the exam go well? Will you be kicked out of the team? Zhao Yi whispered, for as her deskmate, she was well aware of Yi Lianghan's harsh conditions imposed on Song He. At that very moment, the teachers were likely engrossed in grading papers. Song He felt a sense of trepidation. The final evening self-study session was to feature a competition where results and rankings would be announced. What questions did you all have on the exam? Share a biology question. Let me see if I can solve it. Zhao Yi inquired with curiosity, tilting her head. Why not ask about math instead of biology? Is it because deep down you know you struggle with math? Song He responded. Zhao Yi felt indignant at your mockery. Resentment level 15. You insufferable Song He. Do you have to taunt me to feel alive? Zhao Yi retorted, her cheeks puffed in anger. In fact, you needn't inquire about biology questions, as you're inept in both math and biology, Song He added, delivering a sharp jab. Don't underestimate me. I've been studying hard lately. Don't think being on the competition team makes you all that special. Zhao Yi threatened, her small fists clenched in indignation. During the early to late Cretaceous period, amber fossils were exceedingly abundant. Why? Where have the amber fossils been predominantly discovered? What is typically found in the strata containing amber fossils? Silence ensued. Zhao Yi kicked her legs in frustration. Are you perhaps fabricating a nonsensical question just to mock me? You don't know the answer either, do you? Intentionally trying to make things difficult for me? During the Cretaceous resin period, the atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gases was high, and volcanic activity frequently altered atmospheric composition, creating a favorable environment for coniferous plants to thrive, resulting in copious resin production, which in turn led to amber. Amber fossils are primarily concentrated in the Laurasia of the northern hemisphere and the northern edges of the Gondwana of the southern hemisphere. Strata containing amber fossils typically feature lignite, a type of coal formed from the combustion of plant material. Song He swiftly recited the answer, deeming it a mere formality. Stop humiliating me. This is clearly a difficult question. How could it possibly be a freebie? Zhao Yi exclaimed, exasperated, as she angrily struck Song He's thigh. Song He deftly seized her small wrist, rendering her unable to retaliate, and then pinched her thigh sharply. Zhao Yi curled up as if electrified, instantly subdued. Feeling a sense of comfort, Song He lowered his head to continue his practice. Having a princess like Zhao Yi as a deskmate was a delightful source of stress relief. Child, shall we find a place after school to have a proper fight? Zhao Yi extended her delicate fist, playfully poking Song He's face. No way, focus on your studies. Song He dodged her punch. Next semester, I'll be in the advanced rocket class. If you don't study diligently, you'll fall to the regular class, and a pitiful wall will stand between us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's eyes widened. Her expression froze for a few seconds, a flicker of fear flashing in her gaze. Then she abruptly straightened up, grasped her pen, and focused intently on her work. In the school's administrative building, the grading room resembled an internet cafe, with rows of computers illuminating the teachers' faces with a pale glow. The exam papers for the competition team had all been scanned and uploaded, and 50 teachers were summoned to grade them. Although there were only 300 exam papers in total, each paper was a hefty 25 pages, making the task a monumental endeavor. On the computer screens, scanned images of questions popped up incessantly, obscuring the identities of the students who wrote them, effectively preventing favoritism and unfair grading. In a twist of fate, Lu and Ban Jianya's computers were merely separated by an aisle. When the two teachers sat down, they exchanged a glare, devoid of any communication. Once seated, their expressions were rigid, yet their hearts raced with anxiety, both pondering the same question: how did Song He perform? Worry etched itself upon their brows. Song He was a promising student they could not afford to lose, but Yi Lianghan's authority loomed large, and the exam results would undoubtedly determine Song He's fate. Lu silently resolved that if Song He's performance fell short and he was cut from the biology competition team, she would plead with Principal Ren Ziyuan on his behalf. The school had many vice principals, yet only one principal. Yi Lianghan was nothing compared to the true authority of Principal Ren. If he nodded in agreement, Song He would surely be safe. Ban Jianya felt a surge of tension as he contemplated the worst-case scenario. In his years of teaching, he had never begged anyone, but if Song He flunked math, he would have no choice but to appeal to Principal Ren. He had even devised a plan to take Song He to the principal's office and showcase his extraordinary mental arithmetic skills, dazzling enough to sway even the hardest of hearts. Both teachers were in a state of agitation, eager to learn of Song He's results. Yet, their urgency was in vain. Each candidate's exam paper would be distributed among several teachers for grading, and they could only wait for the final results to be compiled. The grading room was silent, save for the rhythmic clicking of mice. At last, one teacher rose, grasping a thermos brimming with goji berries, indulging in a moment of respite. Having completed the questions assigned to him, more teachers began to stand, leaving only 2 or 3 to continue grading. Once the last teacher finished, the results for all students would be instantly displayed. Little brat, you better not have messed up. If you did, I'll make you pay. Ban Jianya murmured anxiously. Song He, you did study biology diligently, didn't you? Lu whispered to herself, waiting in silence. Meanwhile, in the scanning room, Several massive scanners and printing devices loomed. Boxes of exam papers and answer sheets piled high in the corner, the lingering scent of ink reminiscent of a bookstore's warehouse. All examinations conducted in the school originated from this very place, and the answer sheets were sent here post-exam to be scanned and entered into the computer for the teacher's grading convenience. Several teachers were busy organizing the exam papers submitted by the competition students today, stacked neatly on the tables. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a burly, balding middle-aged man entered, exuding an air of authority. Yi Lianghan. Principal Yi. The teachers inside donned ingratiating smiles, despite being a vice principal. The omission of the title was a hallmark of seasoned professionals. I'm here to see how this year's competition students are faring, Yi Lianghan nodded, his gleaming bald head reflecting the light. The competition students' papers are all here. A teacher hurriedly gathered the exam papers from the desk. Chapter 55. Astonishing first battle results. Yi Lianghan stood by the table, rapidly flipping through the exam papers. He was adept at pinpointing key details, skimming only the last few pages of each paper, discarding them with swift motions, as if slicing through vegetables. The majority of the exam papers had blank pages at the end, with only a few containing a few lines of nonsense. A desperate attempt to snag a couple of points, a futile endeavor. Very few managed to tackle a few challenging problems in detail. And Yi Lianghan's focus was precisely on these rare gems. He first examined the math papers. One after another, he came across papers that tackled the challenging problems. Recognizing familiar names, mostly seasoned competitors from the second and third year, Yi Lianghan nodded in satisfaction. His attention was on these experienced students who, having faced the trials of multiple competitions, had finally reached a level of mastery. This year, they were the ones likely to claim awards. Chu Long was the only one to complete all the challenging problems, a true gem among competitors. Qiu Lingshan had only one challenging problem left unanswered. While the rest were all solved, she was a strong contender for this year's national award. Other familiar names, such as Jiang Xingye, Zhang Yuzhen, Zhang Ji, and Qiu Yun, had also solved more than 3 challenging problems, solidifying their status as this year's award favorites. After perusing the second and third year papers, Yi Lianghan casually flipped through the first-year math papers. His demeanor relaxed considerably. He clearly did not hold them in high regard. What significant achievements could first-year students possibly make? Not to mention tackling challenging problems. Most first-years hadn't even completed half the exam paper, far from the final questions. The exam papers were swiftly discarded, each with a resounding thud. Suddenly, Yi Lianghan's brow furrowed. The motion of tossing papers halted. Remarkably, one paper had 2 challenging problems solved. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the name, Song He. Yi Lianghan's expression reflected surprise as he picked up Song He's exam paper and flipped through it from beginning to end. Was it merely an illusion, or did he actually perform quite well? He could even compete with the upper middle tier of students from the second and third years. It seemed that Ban Jianya was not mistaken. This child possessed a mathematical talent. Reflecting on the remarkable problems solved during the first examination, Yi Lianghan could not help but recall Chu Long from 2 years ago in the first year. Could it be that Song He was poised to become the next Chu Long? As he continued to peruse the paper, more delightful surprises awaited him. He uncovered 2 other first-year students who had also tackled the challenging problems, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha. Yi Lianghan compared the 3 exemplary first-year papers side by side. And for a moment, he found it difficult to discern who had the greater advantage. They seemed evenly matched. A smile crept onto his face. It appeared that the quality of students in this grade was promising, with 3 promising candidates of Chu Long's caliber. Having finished reviewing the mathematics papers, Yi Lianghan proceeded to examine the biology papers. A few minutes later, he had gone through the biology papers of the second and third year students, and found them lacking dark horses. The ones solving the major problems were all familiar names. Yi Lianghan felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for more unexpected talents to emerge, rather than a scenario where the strong remained strong and the weak remained weak. Without any dark horses to spur competition, the students would surely lose their motivation. Finally, he was left with a pile of biology papers from the first-year competition students. Yi Lianghan harbored no hopes. Dark horses had never emerged from the first-year cohort. Thus, he casually flipped through 2 papers before preparing to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and returned to the table to continue searching through the first-year biology papers. Soon, he specifically unearthed Song He's paper. Given that Song He's performance in mathematics had been commendable, it suggested that he had focused intensely on mathematics, leaving biology in disarray, right? With keen interest, Yi Lianghan flipped to the last page. In the next moment, he froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. To his surprise, Song he had tackled even more of the major biology problems. He had completed the first two entirely and had written a few lines on the last three. Remarkably, he had attempted all 5 major problems. Noticing Yi Lianghan's unusual expression, several teachers nearby gathered around, curious to inquire. Principal Yi, have you found a promising student? Yi Lianghan remained silent for 2 seconds, then flicked the exam paper before him, stating, there is a student in the first year named Song He, a dual competition student, who has solved major problems in both mathematics and biology. A chorus of astonished voices erupted in the room as the teachers eagerly rushed to examine Song He's paper. It had been several years since a dual competition student had appeared, and moreover, this one seemed not to have a bias toward either subject, excelling in both. Isn't this the student who made headlines for criticizing teachers harshly? One teacher recalled. This child is indeed remarkable. I've heard he can be quite fierce. Talented individuals often possess strong personalities. The group of teachers engaged in lively gossip. However, Yi Lianghan did not partake in the animated chatter. He abruptly turned and left without looking back. Moments later, in the grading room, Yi Lianghan hurriedly pushed the door open. Has the grading concluded? Are the rankings out yet? Almost there. The last teacher, sweating profusely, quickly clicked on the computer screen. Yi Lianghan shifted his gaze and soon spotted Lu Lu and Ban Jianya, both teachers looking back at him. The three exchanged knowing glances, and Yi Lianghan decisively approached the 2 teachers. Ban teacher, when the results come out, please pull up Song He's ranking for us to see. Yi Lianghan instructed Ban Jianya, then turned to Lu Lu. You too. Ban Jianya sensed something was amiss and cautiously inquired, Principal Yi, have you seen the papers? Did Song He perform well? Yi Lianghan nodded. He solved the first 2 major mathematics problems. Ban Jianya was instantly elated, his face radiating a victor's smile as he glanced at Lu Lu, filled with pride. Lu Lu's complexion paled. Principal Yi, Song He's biology paper was even more impressive. He completed all the major problems and made significant progress on the last 3. Yi Lianghan responded, a twist indeed. Lu Lu initially stood in shocked silence before joyfully turning to Ban Jianya. Ban Jianya's smile froze, and his expression grew grim. Silence enveloped the grading room as everyone anxiously awaited the results. It's out, someone suddenly exclaimed. All computer screens flashed with the freshly released score sheets. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu nearly simultaneously typed on their keyboards, entering Song He's name and hitting the enter key. What a talented boy, Ban Jianya exclaimed, excitement causing him to pound his thigh as he beheld the score and ranking. Song He scored 712 in mathematics, placing 48th overall. Excellent, Lu Lu shouted in unison. Song He's biology score is 759, ranking 40th. A fleeting moment of shock crossed Yi Lianghan's face before he bent down to scrutinize the computer screen, lost in thought. Instantly, the entire grading room's attention was drawn to him, as a group of teachers hurriedly gathered around, craning their necks to glimpse the scores displayed on Ban Jianya and Lu Lu's screens. The surrounding teachers were left astounded, the commotion was intense, and gasps of disbelief echoed throughout. Song He was remarkable. A first-year student had broken into the top 50. It was the first time witnessing such a capable first-year student. Scoring in the top 50 in one subject was impressive enough, but to achieve it in both? This child is a genius. Has he been tested for IQ? Is it over 180? There's no way he cheated. I was right next to him during the exam, and he worked through the problems swiftly. At that moment, I suspected his performance would be outstanding, but I never imagined it would be to this extent. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu relaxed, sighing in relief while also being subtly awed by Song He's performance and ranking. Neither teacher had anticipated that this child could break into the top 80 in both subjects, let alone the top 50. All right, in the next class, we will announce the results in the auditorium. Please, all teachers, proceed to the venue to assist in distributing the exam papers and answers. Yi Lianghan clapped his hands. Amidst the astonished discussions, the teachers departed, swiftly immersing themselves in the next task. The grading room was left empty, except for the 3 individuals, Yi Lianghan, Ban Jianya, and Lu Lu. Principal, does this mean Song He won't have to withdraw from the teams? Ban Jianya asked with a beaming face. Chapter 56. The plague god is too powerful. Yi Lianghan pondered for a moment, his gaze complex as he nodded. I was mistaken. This child possesses significant potential, exceeding my expectations. For now, let him remain in both competition teams. He may become the second Yuanbong. You two must pay close attention to him. As per the principal's directive, if Song He maintains strong performance under your guidance, when he advances to the rocket class next semester, you may also move up a grade. This revelation left Ban Jianya and Lu Lu utterly astonished. First and foremost, they were taken aback by the principal's attention. Ren Ziyuan, The esteemed principal held a status akin to that of an emperor, overseeing the grand affairs of the school, such as student recruitment, acquiring high-level educators, and securing funding for new classrooms. What are students? Merely numbers to the principal. They had never heard of the principal taking a specific interest in a mere first-year student, let alone issuing personal directives. Such micromanagement resembled the popular meme of a marksman moving 5 meters to the left. Secondly, they were astonished by the principal's directive regarding advancing grades. While it was common for students to be promoted, it was unheard of for teachers to follow students up a grade. It sounded as if the principal was assigning Song He 2 personal aides, bestowing upon him princely treatment. Had it not been for their knowledge of Song He's prior interactions with the principal due to the error incident, Ban Jianya and Lu Lu might have allowed their imaginations to run wild, speculating that Song He was the principal's secret illegitimate child. What are the standards for not performing poorly? Ban Jianya snapped back to reality and quickly inquired. Teacher Zhai Zhu from the rocket class had long coveted Song He, occasionally mentioning in the office her desire to have him in her class, which left Ban Jianya feeling both humiliated and helpless. Now, he had finally found an opportunity to turn the tables. No one could take my treasure boy away from me. The top 10, Yi Lianghan mused. The top 10? Are you suggesting Song He should be in the top 10 overall in his class? Lu Lu pressed for clarification. No, I mean the top 10 in the dual competition teams, Yi Lianghan clarified, shaking his head. For instance, if Song He ranks in the top 10 in the mathematics team, then Ban teacher, you will advance with him. If he ranks in the top 10 in the biology team, then Lu teacher, you will advance with him. The competition team, comprising Ban Jianya and Lu Lu, both experienced a moment of mental lapse, suspecting an issue with their hearing. How could this be possible? Ban Jianya was the first to regain his composure, feeling incredulous. Did the principal really believe the top 10 of the competition team was as commonplace as cabbage? The top 10 represents a provincial award level. Have there been any first-year students achieving provincial awards in recent years? Not a single one. Could the principal genuinely expect Song He, a first-year student, to secure 2 provincial awards? Lu Lu exclaimed, utterly stunned, noting that even Yuan Bong did not achieve such results in his first year. Has the principal lost his senses? Just then, a robust voice echoed from the entrance. I just passed by and heard someone speaking ill of me. Ren Ziyuan entered, holding a glass thermos, his demeanor radiating authority. The atmosphere turned awkward immediately. Lu Lu quickly attempted to rectify the situation. Principal, you must have misunderstood. I just remarked on your profound insight, visionary perspective, and seasoned experience. Lu Lu's flattery was not to be underestimated, as Yi Lianghan and Ban Jianya quickly chimed in. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Song He has made it into the top 50 in both subjects this time, right? With just a bit more effort, the top 10 is almost within reach. Ren Ziyuan said with a smile. Teachers Ban and Lu, you must pay close attention. There's only a month left until the competition team's major examination. If we can place Song He in the top 20, there will be rewards for completing the task and penalties for failure. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu were left speechless, incredulous at the notion of mere effort leading to such lofty expectations. Principal, have you lost your mind? The top 50 is impressive, but it is leagues apart from the top 10. There exists an unfathomable chasm between them. Countless students have strived with all their might only to fall short of the top 10. Is it merely a matter of verbal agreement? Although Song He possessed innate talent, what about the other top 10 competitors? The competition team was a realm filled with geniuses, where high achievers were as common as weeds. Why do you all look so troubled? Do you not trust my judgment? Ren Ziyuan smiled kindly. I have worked in education for 30 years and witnessed countless students. If Song He can break into the top 10 in both subjects, my judgment will not be in error. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu felt even more overwhelmed, not daring to contradict him. Yi Lianghan awkwardly maintained a smile from the sidelines. It was not the fierce leadership that was feared, but the whimsical nature of leadership that posed a threat. Ren Ziyuan seemed to have become overly enamored with Song He, lost in unrealistic aspirations, perhaps showing signs of cognitive decline. Yi Lianghan felt a twinge of joy at the thought. If Ren Ziyuan were indeed losing his faculties, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to rise in rank. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu were infuriated, seeing Song He as a hot potato, and it was clear the principal needed to seek timely medical attention. You still do not believe? Just wait and see. Ren Ziyuan laughed heartily, disregarding the gloomy expressions of his subordinates, leaving in high spirits. Meanwhile, in the biology competition question drafting room, 3 teachers were huddled over their computers, overwhelmed with resentment and sporting dark circles under their eyes. The work had once been leisurely, passing the time with dramas and stock trading. But since the emergence of the troublesome Song He, The teachers were in constant turmoil, obsessively verifying the accuracy of competition questions day and night, poring over literature until their eyes watered, dangerously close to needing an ophthalmologist. Teacher Ruan Qian yawned and casually remarked, "Today is the competition team's exam. The grading should be wrapping up now, right?" Teacher Tong Xian, recalling something, furrowed her brows in anger. How did that little brat song he perform? Across from her, Zha Jingye scoffed dismissively. He's just a first-year student. How could he possibly score high? He'll likely be outside the top 100. Destined to be eliminated in the major exam. The major exam is in a month, right? Eliminate him. The sooner, the better. Once he's gone, we can finally catch a break. Teacher Tong Xian sneered, relishing the thought of Song He being expelled from the competition team. Ruan Qian remained silent, harboring no deep-seated animosity towards Song He. However, she too hoped he would be swiftly eliminated, as he was like a double-edged sword. As long as he remained in the competition team, he could potentially unearth errors in the question drafts and create trouble for the teachers. The results have been announced. Teacher Tong Xian suddenly exclaimed. Zha Jingye, without raising his head, asked, "What place did he get?" Teacher Tong Xian clicked her mouse, and, upon seeing the results, her face turned pale as if she had just witnessed a horror scene, her pupils trembling in disbelief. Sensing something was amiss, Ruan Qian quickly leaned closer to see the computer screen, and in the next moment, she too was struck dumb, rendered speechless by the shocking news. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, Zha Jingye looked up to find the two female teachers' expressions were ghostly pale, realizing something was terribly wrong. What? Did Song He make it into the top 100? Zha Jingye's expression soured, suppressing his anger as he continued to focus on the computer screen. It's fine. Even if he scores in the 80s or 90s, he'll be eliminated by the end of the term. 40th. Teacher Ruan Qian struggled to articulate, her throat tightening. How many? Zha Jingye abruptly lifted his head, his voice rising involuntarily. Song He scored 759 points, placing 40th. Teacher Tong Xian's face was akin to a nightmare, realizing that this rank made elimination nearly impossible. Impossible. Zha Jingye leapt up, rushing over to check the score sheet, his complexion shifting dramatically. How could he score so high? When did a first-year student manage to break into the top 50? Zha Jingye still could not believe it, widening his eyes in disbelief. Is it a case of mistaken identity? Are there two Song He's? Class 2 of the first-year elite, it's definitely him. Ruan Qian ruthlessly extinguished his last glimmer of hope. Silence enveloped the office, stretching into an agonizing stillness. The three-question drafting teachers felt a wave of despair wash over them. They had assumed this troublesome student would be eliminated quickly, but his strength far exceeded their expectations. If this ranking held, it would be challenging to expunge him. The shadow of Song He would loom over them indefinitely. In the school auditorium, competition students filed in, the air thick with tension and unease. The announcement of exam results felt akin to facing execution. As soon as Song He took his seat, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Wow. Thank you to the three teachers for their generous rewards. Song He read the notification, secretly rejoicing. Zha Jingye learned of your excellent biology score and has developed a heart ailment. Resentment value 800. Tong Xian was startled by your biology ranking. Resentment value 500. Ruan Qian is worried that your presence in the competition team will lead to her working overtime. Resentment value 300. Song He eagerly anticipated the potential to induce heart ailments among the teachers. Just how high was his biology ranking? His palms began to sweat slightly, as his fellow students around him were also tense, whispering among themselves. Don't panic. This time, I must ace it. It's all right to falter once. There will be more opportunities to improve. We, as first-year students, are merely here to observe. The results will likely place us outside the top 100. So there's no need to compare ourselves. Indeed, it was said that previous first-year competition students were often eliminated within 2 or 3 major exams. Without a fight. You all lack ambition. How high must one score to avoid elimination? At least the top 50 to be secure. Isn't there a reward of a study phone for those in the top 50? The school's underlying message is clear. Only those who can obtain a study phone are deemed worthy of training for the battlefield, while others will gradually be filtered out. The top 50? Clearly, this is a challenge meant for me. How could a first-year student possibly break into the top 50? Surrounded by fellow first-year competition students, Song He remained silent, choosing not to partake in their complaints. Lions do not play with dogs. Their failures held no relevance to him. On the eastern side of the venue, Chu Long and Xiao Lingshan sat together, their expressions forlorn, feeling the chill of isolation. This exam was far too easy. I could hardly keep my eyes open, Xiao Lingshan remarked with a proud yet indifferent smile. I should be nearing a perfect score. Chu Long nodded. his demeanor warm and refined. I consulted with everyone from the second and third years with any capabilities. Their performances were mediocre. Qiu Lingshan cast her gaze toward the opposite side of the venue, pondering if there were any dark horses among the first-year students. What constitutes a dark horse? Chu Long inquired curiously. Anyone who surpasses our initial competition exam records qualifies as a dark horse. Qiu Lingshan stated matter-of-factly. You scored 70 on your first exam, while I scored 90. If 70 serves as the benchmark, then surely there will be no dark horses. Chu Long chuckled, his tone gentle yet imbued with profound confidence. Should 90 be the standard, it will depend on the performance of Nie Junren and Gong Shasha. And what of Song He? Qiu Lingshan could hardly forget the handsome junior. Song He should place after Gong Shasha, perhaps just above 100, making him a standout among the freshmen. Chu Long did not underestimate him. If Song He were to focus on just one subject, he might indeed break records, but with two subjects on the line, I doubt his capability to enter the top 90. Qiu Lingshan nodded, entirely in agreement with Chu Long's conjecture. On the west side of the venue, Long Xiangwen sat upright, his expression fraught with anxiety. Beside him were several old acquaintances, laughing and chatting. Brother Xiang, will you make it into the top 50 this time? You still have that wager with Cold Brother regarding Song He, right? What's the verdict? Is victory assured? Is that even a question? It must be a sure win. You underestimate Cold Brother too much. A senior defeating a freshman is a foregone conclusion, isn't it? Ha ha. Let that little brat Song He witness the prowess of us, seasoned third years. The surrounding chatter was raucous, yet Lung Xiangwen wore no smile, remaining silent throughout. He had witnessed Song He's explosive performance firsthand and knew he held a significant advantage with a major question. This time, he was likely to falter. The situation had spiraled out of control. The wager initially intended to oust Song. He now felt like a noose tightening around his own neck. The incessant chatter around him was bothersome. Did these oblivious fools not notice his grim demeanor? Did they need him to voice his discontent for them to cease? With a grim expression, Lung Xiangwen clenched his teeth and held back. The results had yet to be revealed. Perhaps there was still a chance. If Song He made several errors on the preceding questions, he might still have an opportunity for a comeback. Taking a deep breath, he silently prayed that the grading teacher would be stringent with Song He and lenient with him. Until the very last moment, there remained hope. In the back row of the venue, Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao sat together, their acquaintance born purely from their competition team. Su Tingfeng was a champion in biology competitions, while Wu Xiao often sought her assistance, and through this camaraderie, they became friends. Su Tingfeng busily cracked open nuts, while Wu Xiao chose to ignore her, showing no inclination to reach for a snack, well aware that Su Tingfeng was akin to a protective squirrel. As long as her eating was respected, their relationship flourished in harmony. Squirrel, will you still secure first place this time? Wu Xiao inquired. What else could it be? Su Tingfeng replied casually, her tone radiating absolute confidence. She had every reason to be confident. Having clinched a national bronze medal in the biology competition last year and maintaining a stellar record of first-place finishes in numerous assessments, a true apex predator. Is there no one capable of challenging your authority? Wu Xiao asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Su Tingfeng pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting in a certain direction. Actually, there is. Who? Wu Xiao perked up instantly. Is it Qiu Guang? Zhang Liangkai? Qiu Guang is perpetually the runner-up. He has insurmountable shortcomings in computational skills. Rather dull-witted, Su Tingfeng scoffed. As for Zhang Liangkai, he stands no chance either, merely a small fry. Wu Xiao's expression soured. Zhang Liangkai had won a provincial award last year and had consistently been a top 10 contender, outpacing her by a good 20 points. If he was a small fry, what did that make her? What am I then, a blade of grass? After a brief moment of awkwardness, Wu Xiao's curiosity intensified. So who could possibly challenge you? Who surpasses both Qiu Guang and Zhang Liangkai? Su Tingfeng's eyes gleamed mischievously. Give me the lollipop in your pocket, and I shall divulge the name. Wu Xiao swiftly relinquished her treat. Su Tingfeng smiled brightly, unwrapping the candy and savoring it with satisfaction. Don't just eat. Speak. Wu Xiao urged. I'm familiar with all the top performers from the second and third years. None can challenge me. However, there is one remarkably talented junior in the first year, surpassing my own prowess at that stage. Su Tingfeng licked her lollipop, making a smacking sound. Yet, I must emphasize that while this junior possesses the potential to challenge me, he is merely a first year, and time is not on his side. He may achieve higher scores than I in the following years, but by then, I shall have graduated. Who is it? Wu Xiao demanded eagerly. Stop keeping me in suspense. Song He, Su Tingfeng replied. Wu Xiao's eyes widened with realization. You hold him in such high regard? You were already formidable in your first year. Surely he cannot match your caliber? In my first competition, I ranked 60th in the biology team. While Song he might well rank higher, Su Tingfeng admitted, gnawing on the lollipop. Though he is still quite inexperienced, his potential is impressive. That said, you should be cautious. For Song, he may very well surpass you. Su Tingfeng suddenly turned to look at Wu Xiao. Impossible. Even if I perform poorly, I will still land within the top 40. A first year making it into the top 100 is commendable. The top 40 is entirely out of the question. Wu Xiao shook her head vehemently, unable to accept that assessment. You have overestimated him. Is it because he helped correct the biology questions? Shall we wager? Su Tingfeng raised an eyebrow. What if Song he makes it into the top 40? Chapter 58. Score scatter plot. Wu Xiao's face froze, sensing a sudden whiff of danger. Su Tingfeng was usually not a gambler. Why was she acting so unusually today? No bets. Wu Xiao felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Yet she maintained that Song he could not possibly breach the top 40. Then let us wager. Su Tingfeng threw down a challenge, her eyes glinting provocatively. 10 bags of chocolate beans. Are you afraid? Wu Xiao hesitated, nearly succumbing to impulse. But that ominous feeling caused her to sharply shake her head. Not interested. Su Tingfeng, disappointed, resumed rummaging in her pocket for snacks. As the class bell rang, the atmosphere in the auditorium shifted dramatically. Countless whispering competition students ceased their chatter and sat up straight with solemnity. A robust middle-aged man with a bald head hurried onto the stage, Vice Principal Yi Liang'an. This is the first minor assessment for the competition team this year, and the papers have been graded, he announced. Let us first discuss the mathematics results. With authority, Yi Liang'an clicked the mouse, and the large screen lit up instantly. A plethora of question numbers appeared, each accompanied by a percentage indicating the correct rates. The initial questions boasted correctness rates above 90, but as the questions progressed, the rates plummeted, culminating in the super questions, which only had a mere 20% accuracy. The author of the super question must have been thoroughly cursed by the examinees. Song he calmly estimated the scores, his eyes scanning the accuracy rates for each question. He multiplied the number of correct answers by the question value, summing up all scores, and then divided by the total number of participants. The average score is 519. Song he declared. Several classmates nearby were momentarily taken aback. Someone in the back poked him. How do you know the average score, bro? I calculated it. Song he pointed towards the screen with his chin. Each question's score rate multiplied by the number of people and the question value, all added together to form a total score pool, then divided by the total number of participants. The surrounding students stared in disbelief before erupting into laughter, dismissing his claim as a joke. The screen displayed 185 questions. To calculate as Song he suggested would necessitate 741 computations. Although the calculations were relatively straightforward, memorizing such a multitude of results was simply impossible, especially since the data on the screen was only displayed for mere seconds. Complete madness. On stage, Yi Liang'an's face flushed with anger. With a perfect score of 1,000 in mathematics, the average score is only 519. Did you all go to the exam hall to sleep, or were half the papers not distributed? The laughter surrounding Song he abruptly ceased, plunging the hall into silence. Students gaped at Song he, chills running down their spines. The average score really is 519. This can't be possible. Did he truly calculate that in mere seconds? The disbelief among the classmates was palpable. Such computational ability exceeded their comprehension, leading them to suspect that Song he had received advanced information. Let us take a look at the score scatter plot across the 3 grades. The differences are staggering. Yi Liang'an clicked the mouse again. The entire assembly strained forward, peering intently at the scatter plot on the screen. The scatter plot for the senior year students is adorned with green dots, predominantly clustered in the upper middle section of the screen, with scores generally hovering around 600. Each dot is accompanied by a name. Yet more than half of the names are jumbled together, obscured by the floating green dots, indicating that the majority of the students' scores are closely aligned. At the top of the screen, a handful of small green dots stand out, remarkably exceptional. Leading the pack is Chu Long, astonishingly perched on the line of 950 points. Nearing perfection, the second green dot belongs to Chiu Ling Shan, resting on the 920-point line. Several other green dots also exceed 900 points, including the renowned academic prodigies Jiang Xingye and Zhang Yuzhen, elevated above the fray, casting a stark contrast to the crowded green dots below. The scatter plot for the second-year students features blue dots, predominantly concentrated in the middle of the screen, clustered between 500 and 600 points, resembling a sea of azure. A few solitary blue dots emerge at the top, such as Zhang Ji and Xiao Yun, also surpassing the 900-point mark, standing out like cranes among chickens. The scatter plot for the first-year students is characterized by red dots, densely packed at the bottom of the chart, akin to embers sparking from the ground. The vast majority of first-year students score only in the low 300s, a stark contrast to the second and third years. There are also some red dots in the middle, with a few students achieving scores in the 400s and 500s, already commendable, barely catching up to the trailing edge of the second and third years. Further up, amidst a considerable gap, two solitary red dots emerge, instantly capturing the audience's attention. Nie Junren, with his red dot floating at the 620-point line. Gong Shasha, with her red dot at the 610-point line. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. This performance surpasses many second and third-year competition students. Wow! Two exceptional talents from this year's first year. The second-year students exclaim. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education. How come these two soar so high? The first-year students are nearly brought to tears. This score rivals that of Chu Long from their year. The third-year students find this scene eerily familiar when they were freshmen. During their first exam, Chu Long's score was already soaring high above everyone else. Suddenly, someone sharp-eyed notices something amiss and calls out, "Wait, there's more above." In an instant, all eyes shift upward, followed by an eerie silence. The red dots of Nie Junren and Gong Shasha are separated by a significant expanse, revealing yet another solitary red dot. Above the 710-point line, a red dot soars high, compared to the crawling mass of red dots at the bottom of the scatter plot. This dot appears to float in outer space. Beside it, the name Songhee. Instantly, a barrage of envy notifications pops up before Songhee. Bao Yonchong is envious of your score. Envy value 100. Xiaya is filled with despair upon witnessing your high score. Envy value 300. Duan Sheng is intimidated by your high score. Envy value 200. Countless gazes converge on Songhee, emotions running high. The first-year competition students collectively seethe with envy. As if a red-eye epidemic has erupted, consumed by jealousy. The sentiments from the second and third years lean more towards awe, devoid of jealousy. The upperclassmen maintain a mature perspective, acknowledging that there are always a few extraordinary individuals, their only thought being to commend Songhee's brilliance. In a brief span of half a minute, over 70 envy notifications have flashed. Songhee's envy value, which had previously dwindled to a few hundred points, skyrockets to 14,000. Experiencing the thrill of sudden wealth, Songhee genuinely thanks the teacher who created the scatter plot. Teacher, you truly understand the art of showcasing. This scatter plot serves as an exceptional public tool for garnering envy. Next time, I hope my little red dot can be bolded and highlighted even further. Currently, only the math scores have been revealed. When the biology scores are announced shortly, he anticipates yet another windfall. The corners of Songhee's mouth involuntarily curve into a smile, but he quickly suppresses it, maintaining composure. This is a public setting, and he cannot allow himself to appear overly smug. At the podium, Yi Lianghan clicks the mouse, and the overall math score sheet finally appears on the big screen. Songhee swiftly locates his name, 712 points, overall ranking 48. He has broken into the top 50. Songhee is taken aback. He had presumed his math skills were far from the top 50, estimating his rank to be around 70 or 80. Being in the top 50 signifies that he has surpassed more than half of the second and third year students. Turning to the area where upperclassmen are gathered, a flicker of disdain crosses his eyes. Did you all think you were formidable? Turns out, you're just a bunch of underachievers. Suddenly, he remembers something and turns back to the screen in search of another name. Lung Xiangwen, where are you? Finally, Songhee's eyes light up upon spotting the name Lung Xiangwen. Meanwhile, on the west side of the venue, Lung Xiangwen stretches his neck, sweating profusely as he searches for his ranking. His friend quickly finds it and points to the big screen. Lunga, there you are. True to your name. You did extremely well, scoring more than 20 points higher than I did. Chapter 59. The heights are cold and lonely. Lung Xiangwen, 678 points, ranked 65th. Excitement wells up within Lung Xiangwen. Last year, he hovered around the 80th rank, struggling to advance. Little did he know the countless nights of hard work and sweat would lead to this breakthrough. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. He finally achieves significant progress. He clenches his fist tightly. He quickly scans from his name backward, searching for Songhee's score. After a lengthy search, he is unable to find it, and the joy he had felt moments ago freezes in an instant. Trembling, he searches forward from his name. Suddenly, his expression hardens, his pupils constricting as he truly sees that nemesis's name. Songhee, 712 points, 48th place. Lung Xiangwen falls silent, his complexion gradually paling, radiating intense resentment and unwillingness. How is it possible that he has been bested by a first-year student? How did he achieve this? Even Chu Long, the math team's legend, did not achieve such a score on his first exam. Could it be that Song He possesses even greater aptitude than Chu Long? Lung Xiangwen's friends also noticed Song He's ranking, momentarily stunned before turning to express their concern for him. ISNT that the guy you made a bet with, named Song He. Lung Xiangwen remains silent. Lung Go, his ranking. A friend cautiously reminds him. I see it, shut up. Lung Xiangwen's forehead veins bulge. Don't be disheartened. Winning and losing are common in battle. A friend sincerely pats him on the shoulder, attempting to console him like a kindergarten teacher soothing a child. Get your hand off me. Lung Xiangwen suppresses his fury. He's seething, replaying the scene in his mind when he challenged Song He, initially believing victory was assured, only to face a crushing defeat, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Lung Xiangwen now desires nothing more than silence. His oblivious friend is insufferable. Does he not see the displeasure on my face? Lung Xiangwen turns his gaze to Song He across the venue. Remarkably, Song He is also looking at him. Their eyes meet, and Song He raises an eyebrow, gesturing with his fingers in a way that suggests, don't forget to reimburse me. With gritted teeth, Lung Xiangwen nods, then turns away, feigning indifference. Since he initiated the challenge, he cannot afford to lose. Reimbursing Song He for the biology lab materials is merely a few thousand yuan. As a quintessential rich second generation, he can easily brush it off. However, Song He's impressive score undeniably elevates his standing in Zhuang Qian's eyes. This, indeed, is the crux of the matter. He must not allow the flowers to bloom in the muck. That is my fiancée. Anyone who wishes to take her from me must first step over my dead body. Lung Xiangwen clenches his fists, his eyes aflame with determination. He and Song He are only 34 points apart. In an exam with a perfect score of 1,000, this gap is negligible, merely one significant question. The battle is not over. He will study diligently for a few more days and confront Song He. I refuse to believe I can be outperformed by a first-year student. The scene unfolds on the east side of the venue. Chu Long turned his head, casting a deep glance at Song He on the opposite side of the venue. Lost in contemplation. Beside him, Qiu Lingshan was utterly dumbfounded, leaning forward intently to scrutinize the rankings displayed on the screen. To her astonishment, Song He had actually made it into the top 50. How did he manage that? She gasped softly. It seems your unfortunate prediction has come true. He may have already completed his advanced mathematics studies. Chu Long's expression was complex, finding it both intriguing and amusing. How alarming. He is indeed a dual competition student. Qiu Lingshan was bewildered. He is more handsome than you and studies better too. Chu Long's face darkened instantly. You can admire him, but there is no need to disparage me in the process. Just stating the facts. Qiu Lingshan blinked, deliberately provoking him. To say his academics surpass mine is still premature. There are countless instances of talent being squandered in the competition team. He may have a solid foundation, but can he sustain his progress? I highly doubt it, especially considering he has biology to contend with. Chu Long paused, emphasizing, as for being more handsome. That too is debatable. I agree with the first part, but we cannot yet claim he outperforms you academically. That remains to be seen. Qiu Lingshan nodded in approval. And the latter? Chu Long fixed his gaze on her. Huh. Qiu Lingshan scoffed, glancing at his bald head. Chu Long, unfazed, retorted. I keep my baldness to save on study time. Once I score over 990, I'll let my hair grow long. Even Wu Yinzu will have to regard me with awe. Qiu Lingshan could no longer contain her laughter. Chu Long, with a scowling face, could not help but glance once more at the distant Song He. Damn it, why is this guy so handsome? Shouldn't the school heartthrob be surrounded by a horde of admirers, lost in early romance and floundering academically? Song He, oh Song He, what exactly are you up to? Chu Long felt an overwhelming sense of threat, akin to an emperor discovering that a mere commoner was adorned with auspicious clouds. On the podium, Yi Lianghan continued the meeting, his tone serious. Now let us review the biology scores. The average score is merely 525. Those with low scores need to reflect seriously. A month from now, the competition team will have a major examination. Those who do not pass will be eliminated. Yi Lianghan pounded the table in frustration. Not a single teacher could muster a smile during the announcement of the results. The atmosphere in the hall turned solemn. While the recent test was embarrassing for those at the bottom, the impending major exam would ruthlessly cut down the contenders, leaving many students stripped of their opportunity to compete this year. Amidst the harsh eliminations, only the finest would remain. Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse, revealing the scatter plot of scores for the first, second, and third years. Song He craned his neck to gaze at the big screen, immediately spotting his name at the pinnacle of the first-year scatter plot. In the mathematics scores, he noted two potential rivals, Nie Junren and Gong Sha, who warranted caution. However, in the biology scatter plot, none of the other first-year students surpassed 500 points. All were languishing over 200 points behind him, appearing woefully inadequate. It's lonely at the top. How solitary it is to be invincible. Song He basked in his moment of triumph, then shifted his gaze to the scatter plots for the second and third years. There, he quickly recognized a familiar name, Su Tingfeng. Her dot was alarmingly high, nearly touching the perfect score line, approximately 970 points. Fear surged within him. Senior Squirrel was terrifyingly formidable. He felt a profound sense of respect, realizing that there were always those who excelled beyond his comprehension, prompting him to strive even harder. Next, Song He's keen eyes caught sight of Wu Xiao's dot, which was slightly above his own. Senior Wu Xiao has some merit, but not by much. She's in her third year and has only outscored me by a little. I can mock her when we meet again. As Song He scrutinized the scatter plots, the first-year competition students around him were despondent. Oh no. I'm actually fifth from the bottom. I'm in the bottom 10. Should I consider taking you on as my mentor? I can impart all my knowledge to you without reservation. The second and third years are truly remarkable. They monopolize the top spots while we first years are left to languish at the bottom. They had to concede. Their extra years of study were not without merit. They easily trounced the freshers. The spirits of the first-year students plummeted, enveloped in despair. On stage, Yiliang Han continued clicking the mouse, revealing the detailed score sheets and rankings. What the heck? A first year has made it into the top 50. This revelation stirred a commotion among the audience. How is that possible? No way, there really is one. In an instant, the first-year competitors were in a frenzy, wide-eyed as they scanned the list for the name. Song He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, akin to an ant scorched under a magnifying glass. The first-year competitors were collectively bewildered, as if encountering a ghost. The math scores were announced, and Song He was among the top 50. How could this be? To excel in one subject was already remarkable, but to dominate in two subjects was beyond comprehension, a level of absurdity that was simply outrageous. Many first-year competitors glared at Song He, their minds brimming with indignation. What gives? How is it that we all toil tirelessly in our studies while you leap ahead? The second and third years began to notice the anomaly as well. A newcomer had infiltrated their ranks, and the uproar was immediate. What is going on? I've been overtaken by a first year? Damn, this year's first years are extraordinary, managing to pierce through our defenses and enter the top 50. This name looks familiar. Wasn't he on the last score sheet? Fear spread through the ranks. I'm getting goosebumps. Isn't Song He the one who corrected the biology test papers? Truly remarkable. What a humiliation. If he scores just 10 more points, he'll surpass me entirely. I must study relentlessly before the major exam. I cannot afford to be outdone by a first year. A wave of resentment surged towards Song He, igniting a storm of emotions in the auditorium. Yun Jifei has diligently studied for 2 years, yet has not surpassed a mere first year. Your mentality crumbles. Resentment points. 500. Qi Ning Xin is horrified by your ranking, struggling to breathe. Resentment points. 300. Wu Xiao realizes you are only 10 points behind her, feeling threatened. Resentment points. 100. At the back of the hall, Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao simultaneously shifted their gazes toward the distant Song He. I almost got surpassed. Wu Xiao felt a cold sweat break out. What is happening? After 2.5 years of hard work, I'm only 10 points ahead of that first-year brat? Next time, he might just surpass you, Su Tingfeng remarked nonchalantly, pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds, as she was almost perpetually snacking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Xiao fumed. From now on, Song He and I are on the same starting line. I still have a slight advantage. I will study fiercely for a month and 1T allow him to surpass me in the major exam. He studies for just 1 month and is already a match for your 2.5 years. Su Tingfeng delivered a ruthless blow. People evolve at different rates. Some have been quietly improving. You can evolve all you want. Wu Xiao shot back, her eyes wide. I will not be surpassed by Song He. How about a box of snacks? Are you willing to bet? Su Tingfeng sneered, intentionally provoking Wu Xiao. I'm in. Who is afraid? Wu Xiao lost her composure, banging the table as she declared, in the upcoming major exam, Song He will be chasing after me. All right, I bet you will be the one trailing behind him. And you might not even catch a glimpse of him. Su Tingfeng laughed lightly. In the first major exam for the first years, I'll likely break into the top 20, while Song He might barely graze the edges of it. What about you? It's utterly impossible. Wu Xiao, cheeks puffed in frustration, clenched her tiny fist until it cracked. Suddenly, the doors of the auditorium swung open, and several teachers entered, carrying a massive transparent plastic box filled with phones. The entire audience was captivated, as the top 50 rejoiced while the others sighed in despair, with those just scraping into the top 50 wishing they could bury their heads in shame. On stage, Yi Liang-han continued the meeting, having merely announced the scores. The true content of the meeting was yet to begin. Now, we will present the rewards for this minor examination, learning phones. The phones have been custom-made at a high price by the school, so those who receive them should take care to keep them safe. Any damage will incur a penalty. Once you depart from the competition team, these mobile phones must be returned. Before distributing the phones, allow me to introduce the features of the study phones. Yi Liang-han extracted a phone from his pocket, raising it high for all to see, a 6.76-inch screen with an eye-protective tempered glass. A wave of excited applause erupted in the room, accompanied by a few enthusiastic squeals, primarily from the top 50 students, each of whom was utterly captivated. The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to a smartphone launch event, which prompted Song He to quietly scoff, yet he too raised his hands in applause, willingly taking on the role of a cheerleader. After all, the school was handing out phones, so showing some support seemed appropriate. However, as he clapped a few times, Song He suddenly sensed that the ambience was askew. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the vast majority of the audience consisted of first-year students, all wearing grim expressions and sitting in silence, with only himself standing out, isolated in his enthusiasm. Momentarily taken aback, Song He flashed a mischievous grin and raised both hands even higher, clapping more vigorously. Hao Wenlin observed your arrogance with envy, accumulating a grudging score of 400. Zhu Shi believes you are deliberately showing off and wishes to confront you, accumulating a grudging score of 300. AI Liangsa, yearning for a phone but unable to obtain one, feels as if ants are crawling over him upon seeing your display, accumulating a grudging score of 300. The notifications of grudging scores flowed in like a stream, as the first-year students glared at Song He with jealousy, their noses scrunched in disdain. He realized he needed to make a swift exit after the meeting, as lingering too long could lead to trouble. Dear classmates, my applause stems from genuine joy. I am not attempting to disrupt your mindset. Song He exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, reveling in the thrill of living dangerously. Yi Liang-han, noticing the audience's reaction, felt quite satisfied. The school's intent in awarding prizes was to inspire students to strive diligently in their studies. The more fervent the reactions, the better, ideally. The winners would be ecstatic, while those who did not win would lament their fate. Once the applause and restlessness began to subside, Yi Liang-han continued his presentation. The study phones have certain functional restrictions. They can only use the built-in apps and cannot download additional ones. Now, let me introduce the primary apps available on these study phones. The first app is the mobile version of CNKI. Our school, Jinghai No. 4 High School, has entered into a strategic partnership with Jinghai University, and we are grateful for the access to CNKI provided by them. Students can freely access papers. A smile crept across Song He's face. Research in biology competitions often involves cutting-edge studies, and accessing the latest papers was indispensable. Ordinarily, accessing papers through CNKI incurs exorbitant fees, especially for a mere high school student like him, where simply reading a few papers could lead to financial ruin. Now, with the school covering the costs, he could indulge freely. The second app is the campus forum. This evening, upon returning to the dormitory, I will establish a competition group. All students are encouraged to join. Various announcements will be made within the group. Additionally, the campus forum on your phones may also feature a surprise group chat with alumni. In that alumni group, you will find seniors who have previously used this very phone. Past alumni downloaded the campus forum on their phones upon graduation, securing lifetime access. Although scattered across different parts of the world and pursuing their own lives and careers, many alumni occasionally log into the campus forum to check in on this year's newcomers. Song He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the existence of such a remarkable group chat. The idea of conversing with past competitors who shared the same phone was enchanting. Soon, other students began animated discussions. The alumni group, he had heard, was an impressive tradition. Students who received these phones could engage with distinguished seniors. It sounded almost fantastical, akin to possessing a relic imbued with the lingering essence of great masters from a bygone era. The alumni group presented an exceptional opportunity for networking. Graduates from the competition team often hold impressive credentials, having succeeded in various fields, and cultivating relationships with them could prove invaluable in the future. Rumor has it, however, that the alumni group's quality is contingent upon luck. Some phones are deemed unlucky, leading to connections with less successful alumni. Securing a fortunate phone would be delightful. Ensuring connections with exceptional individuals, scientists, entrepreneurs, and the like making it easy to forge powerful alliances. What is the point of discussing this? Someone grumbled. We're just getting excited over nothing. None of us will get a phone. Chapter 61. The reward that pained Lu Yi Lianghan tapped the microphone, silencing the noise in the auditorium. The first two apps were merely appetizers. The third app was the main course. The renowned Zhuangzhou Technology Company has signed a strategic partnership with our school. The learning game Question C Continent, developed by Zhuangzhou Company, has been downloaded onto all study phones. This is a highly versatile strategic game set in the vast expanse of the Question C Continent, where students can choose different professions and skills, engaging in activities such as mining, hunting monsters, and challenging bosses to strengthen their abilities. A crucial feature of the game is its ability to accelerate learning. Students can improve their skill development through continuous practice. The specific gameplay is left for students to explore. I only ask one thing of you. Do not become overly engrossed in the game. There have been instances in previous years where competition students stayed up all night playing the game and fainted during morning study sessions, requiring medical attention. The atmosphere in the auditorium shifted dramatically, with all eyes filled with curiosity. Song He wore a look of sudden realization. Zhuangzhou Technology Company. Zhuang Qiyin shares the same surname. Was it possible that she hailed from a prestigious family? The notion of fainting from staying up all night playing a game seemed absurd. Could Question C Continent truly be that engaging? Song He harbored doubts. A game centered on answering questions hardly sounded appealing, akin to a bizarre culinary combination. Several other apps were standard educational tools, which need not be elaborated upon. Students could explore them independently. Now, let us invite the top 50 students from the mathematics and biology teams to the stage to receive their study phones. As Yi Lianghan's words fell, the long-awaited award recipients promptly stood up. In the senior student area, a throng of students surged to their feet. In the second-year student area, another wave of students rose. Yet, in the first-year student area, a palpable silence reigned, with only one individual standing. Jealousy tinged the hearts of the students, as Song He, amidst countless envious gazes, joined the throng of second- and third-year competitors, walking confidently to the stage to receive his award. Soon, it was his turn to approach the podium. The teacher, quick and efficient, swiftly retrieved 2 phones from the box, placing them into a tote bag, along with 2 pairs of headphones and a charger, before handing it to him with a flourish. Song He was taken aback as he left, astonished to have received 2 phones. Although he had secured a place among the top 50 in 2 subjects, he had anticipated receiving only 1 phone. Such generosity exceeded his expectations. Upon returning to his seat, a circle of classmates gazed longingly at his tote bag, envy etched across their faces. Song He couldn't help but reflect on the unfairness of the world. While many were left empty-handed, he had been bestowed with 2 phones. Do you want to play? Song He asked with a look of mock compassion. Instantly, a multitude of classmates nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with interest. Not a chance. Song He replied gleefully, relishing in their dismay. The collective expressions of his classmates darkened, eyes blazing with indignation as grudging scores began to surface. Observing the system's background, Song He noted his grudging score rising steadily, reaching an impressive 46,000, filling him with a sense of elation. Tonight's competition team meeting had turned into a lucrative affair, netting him over 40,000 in grudging scores, with rewards continually flowing in. Every student present qualified for entry into the fan group. At the conclusion of the meeting, Yi Lianghan proclaimed the schedule for the upcoming month. Starting this weekend, the school will organize classes for the competition team, held in the auditorium, mathematics in the morning and biology in the afternoon. Students, please attend punctually. Next week, the first batch of biology competitors will be scheduled for practical training in the lab. Await further notifications. In a month's time, there will be a major examination for the competition team. All students should prepare diligently. The meeting is adjourned. Song He leapt up and dashed out, fearing that lingering too long might result in being cornered and confronted. As soon as I rushed out of the auditorium, I was struck by the sight of a statuesque beauty standing in the corridor. Her slender legs were accentuated by a beige skirt that fell just below the knee, while a crisp white shirt highlighted her curvaceous figure. Her exquisite features framed by silky hair captivated me instantly. It was Ms. Lulu. Upon seeing her beloved disciple emerge, her eyes instantly lit up as she beckoned him to follow. I hurried to catch up, trailing behind her as we descended the stairs. Could it be that the teacher was about to reward me? My heart raced with anticipation. It pains me to part with it. Let's hurry and get it. Lulu lamented. It cost me a month's salary. I am already beginning to regret it. I was taken aback, my emotions stirred, unable to contain my curiosity. Surely, the teacher's salary must be substantial. What kind of reward could be so extravagant? Could it be a lavish set of exam papers adorned with golden edges? We made our way to her office. Lulu fumbled for her keys, opened the door, and pointed to her desk. That one, take it. I gasped in astonishment. A brand new laptop sat on the desk, still in its packaging, and it bore the prestigious Alienware brand. I could hardly believe my eyes. Such a luxurious item was being offered to me for free. Hurry and take it. I need to leave soon. Lulu sighed, covering her face, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. When she purchased the laptop, her enthusiasm for her talented students had overwhelmed her. She believed that outstanding students deserved exceptional tools. However, after the payment was made, she realized that a high school student hardly needed such a fine computer. My salary, all that hard-earned money, just like that, it's gone. I quickly grabbed the laptop box, its weight filling me with excitement. But then I recalled something. Teacher, we aren't allowed to use electronic devices in the dormitory. Would you mind writing a note stating that the laptop is a gift from you? I wouldn't want the dorm supervisor to confiscate it. She's quite the tyrant. I warned dramatically. Lulu shook her head with a sigh, displaying an expression of someone who had become a free caretaker. That was taken care of long ago. The laptop has been registered with the school. The dorm supervisor won't bother you. As for the broadband account and password, I'll send them to your phone later tonight. Thank you, teacher. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds. I beamed, leaving her office in high spirits. As Lulu locked the door behind us and we descended the stairs, she reminded me, remember, the computer is for your studies, research, and online classes only. If I find out you're goofing off, I will take it back. Understood. I promise to honor your dedication. I assured her, vowing to put in the effort for biology, no matter the cost. The principal has set a task. You must place within the top 20 in the upcoming major exam in a month, Lulu stated with a serious tone. Top 20? I paled momentarily. I'll do my best. Not just your best, you must achieve it. If your rank doesn't improve, I will face repercussions. Lulu raised an eyebrow. Her voice tinged with sorrow. I invest so much in you. Do not let me down. The pressure weighed heavily upon me as I glanced at the laptop box in my arms, promising, rest assured, teacher, if I fail to reach the top 20 in biology, I will come to see you for guidance. Next week, the first batch of students heading to the biology lab will be selected, and it will be the top 25. Would you like to break the rules? Lulu shifted the conversation. Are you suggesting that I could be arranged for that? I responded quickly. I'll see what I can do to get you in early. The first group will have the most time and resources in the lab. Lulu nodded, her tone becoming more earnest. Prepare yourself by visiting the library to study relevant biology texts, especially on fungi cultivation. Thank you, teacher. I am profoundly moved. Really? Yes, indeed. I made an effort to stifle my tears, but failed to do so. You must play that game. Question C continent. I have learned that this year, rewards for the competition team will be tied to the game. I was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? Rewards for playing games? Once you start playing, you'll see. The time spent playing is minimal. Most of it is devoted to solving questions. If you work quickly, you can level up rapidly and dominate the game. It's highly addictive. Lulu explained. The laptop I gifted you can also serve as a powerful tool, understand? In the dormitory, the door burst open as I rushed in with the laptop box. Yuan Guang, sitting on his bed sipping soda, nearly choked in shock at the sight of the box I had brought back. Where did you get this treasure? He exclaimed, his expression revealing a mix of awe and disbelief. It's a gift from my teacher, I replied, placing the laptop on the desk and pulling out a phone from my pocket. What? You have another? Yuan Guang was astonished. I smiled softly, continuing to retrieve a second phone. Yuan Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly realized he didn't know much about me beyond my exceptional grades and good looks, and my connections with the school's elite. I began setting up both phones for charging while I opened the laptop's packaging. Yuan Guang leaned in closer, his eyes growing wider. This laptop must be worth over 10,000, right? I have no idea, but it's definitely not cheap, I shrugged, knowing that I had paid nothing for it, having effectively received it from Ms. Liu. 2 phones. That's quite a haul. Yuan Guang exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Yes. These are the rewards for the math and biology competitions, I confirmed. Impressive. You carry on. I'll take a look later. Yuan Guang said, his envy evident. I was equally envious as I plugged in the laptop, and the dormitory was suddenly illuminated with a dazzling light, a true testament to its high value. Both of us were entranced, gazing at the screen as if we were beholding a rare beauty. Never did I imagine that within the confines of such a strict high school dormitory, I would have access to a gaming laptop. Yuan Guang refrained from questioning the laptop's origins, understanding that everyone has their own paths. He even resolved to help me keep it a secret. Such a remarkable item could attract the envy of the entire dormitory. Yuan Guang recognized his position and resolved to be the supportive friend. If I feasted, he would savor the leftovers, hoping to occasionally enjoy a few minutes on the laptop. That was all he desired. Even a few minutes of gaming each week would feel like a divine gift. As he settled back onto his bed, anticipation danced in his eyes. I sat at the desk, diligently fiddling with the laptop and phones. Moments later, both phones powered on automatically, displaying a minimalist interface with just a handful of study apps. I registered on the school forum, entering my student ID to create a new account. Upon successful login, I received 2 notifications. Lulu has sent you a friend request, and Yi Lianghan invites you to join the competition group. I accepted both requests but was puzzled to find no sign of the rumored alumni group. What is happening? Is this phone new? I wondered. Just then, a message from Lulu popped up. The network account is under my name, and the password is 88s. Once you turn on the laptop, find the campus network, and you'll log in immediately. As I navigated the laptop's network settings, I found Jinghai number 4 high school listed. I clicked on it, and, following Lulu's instructions, logged in effortlessly. The laptop is online. Do you want to use it? I asked Yuan Guang. Absolutely, my good friend. He was thrilled, rushing to wash his hands before sitting down at the laptop to type on the keyboard. Moments later, wait, are you serious? I exclaimed in disbelief. What? Didn't you say so? Yuan Guang replied bashfully. I'm meant to watch movies, the kind that starts with a dragon logo, not those that begin with a warning. I clarified. Yuan Guang, utterly flustered, conceded. All right, let me find a proper movie. He lowered his head to continue fiddling with his phone. He indeed wished to view the clips that Yuan Guang had discovered. After all, high school boys are brimming with youthful vigor. However, he harbored concerns that peculiar websites might be laden with viruses. Having acquired an expensive computer through much effort, it would be a shame for it to be rendered useless by a virus. Would Lulu be furious if she found out? Nonetheless, he had discreetly glanced at the website name a moment ago. He surreptitiously opened the Notes app on his phone, intending to jot down the website name. Upon opening the notes, he was astonished to see it brimming with over 2,000 entries. The oldest note dated back 6 years, while the most recent was from the previous year. The vast majority of the notes consisted of various knowledge points and organized mistakes, primarily pertaining to mathematics and biology. He felt a surge of excitement. He had stumbled upon a treasure trove left behind by predecessors. These seniors had truly been battle-tested, their experiences invaluable, perhaps even more so than certain admonitions from teachers. Diligently reviewing these notes would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for his own cultivation. Soon, he noticed a note that had changed color. Clicking to read it, he was taken aback by its content. To my junior students, I am your senior, Yuan Ba. As I pen this note, I have already obtained a national award and secured a guaranteed admission. Fate has brought us together here, and as your elder, I sincerely hope you can overcome all obstacles to achieve victory, gain admission to your desired university for further study, and, upon completion, serve our country. In 1920, the Great Ma met the esteemed Gu Hongming, who shared a thought that has become increasingly clear in today's reality. This thought has also been a source of motivation for me throughout my high school battles, and I hope it can inspire you as well. Below was a lengthy passage in bold, evidently a quotation, which he read intently. Have you surpassed us in art or literature? Do our thinkers lack the depth of yours? Is our civilization not as complete and excellent as yours? While you were still dwelling in caves, clad in animal skins, living a life of savagery, we had already become a civilized nation. Do you know that we conducted unprecedented experiments in human history? We sought to govern this great nation with wisdom rather than force, and for many centuries, we succeeded. Yet why do you white-skinned people look down upon the yellow-skinned? Should I tell you? It is because you invented the machine gun. That is your advantage. But do you not realize that we are a nation inherently gifted with mechanics? Do you not know that we possess 40 million of the most pragmatic and industrious people in the world? Do you truly believe it would take us a long time to master your technology? When the yellow-skinned can produce equally fine firearms and fire upon you, what advantage will remain for you white-skinned? You rely on machine guns, yet in the end, you too will face judgment at their barrels. In that instant, he sensed Yuan Bang's character, a person imbued with a strong fighting spirit. This feeling was extraordinarily marvelous. Years apart, a junior using the same phone, encountering the message left by a distant senior. At that moment, it felt as though the hand of the senior's thoughts reached out from the screen, firmly grasping the hand of the junior. Next, the text returned to normal font, reverting to Yuan Bang's message. I have created a group chat. The group number is 123456778. A lucky number, right? Because I was the first to create a group chat on the campus forum. Any junior who possesses this phone is welcome to join. Seniors from past years will be present in the group, and we can have a chat. We old folks may have some experience to share with you. Chapter 63. Guidance from the Tactical Master. Upon joining the group with the number Song, he indeed found himself in a small chat group. The group name was exceedingly corny, a loving family. Goosebumps rose on his skin. The group leader was Unknowingly, and there were only 3 members, all using pseudonyms: Cold Beauty Senior, Tactical Master, and Diving Champion. This phone had evidently been passed down for at least 6 generations. Logically, there should be more members. Perhaps some seniors felt embarrassed to remain in the group after failing competitions. As soon as Song he entered the group, someone jumped out to welcome him. Tactical Master, a newcomer has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Math competition or biology competition? Song he replied, hello senior. I participate in both competitions. Tactical Master, both competitions? No way. Really? Song he assured him, absolutely. Tactical Master, impressive. After all these years, a dual competition genius has appeared. Our group leader Unknowingly was also a dual competition participant, but unfortunately, he now works in a confidential department and rarely comes to chat. The mention of the confidential department startled Song he. He recalled Unknowingly's note in the app. This individual seemed to have an obsession with weapons. Could he be involved in arms manufacturing? Oh my. Song he felt a sense of reverence. Once Unknowingly logged on again, he would have to express his admiration. Tactical Master, I won a provincial award in biology and can guide you in that subject. Cold Beauty Senior is a provincial award winner in mathematics, but she seldom speaks up. She's a bit of a lurker. Cold Beauty Senior, I am not a lurker. Tactical Master, Song he, Tactical Master, Diving Champion, true to his name, can dive like nobody else. I've been in this group for 3 years and have never heard him speak. He might have passed away, just treat him as if he doesn't exist. Song he broke into a sweat. Tactical Master was rather blunt, seemingly a straightforward fellow. But the fact that he dared to claim that Diving Champion was no longer active indicated that the latter had indeed been silent. With Unknowingly busy at the confidential unit, Cold Beauty Senior being a lurker, and Diving Champion possibly deceased, was Tactical Master the only one left to converse with? Hastily, Song he opened another phone, searching through the notes for past group messages. The other phone contained merely over 300 mathematics notes, appearing somewhat sparse. After a thorough search, he found a message in the corner that made his face pale. Dear Juniors, this is a cursed phone. For 6 years, none of its users have set foot in the competition arena. 3 users have seen their academic performance plummet, prematurely eliminated from the competition team. 1 user died in a car accident, while another was killed by a falling steel bar while working at a construction site during summer. The person who wrote this note has developed a severe aversion to study and has dropped out. The past group has disbanded. A gathering of failures only breeds sorrow. Our fates are cursed by this phone. I hope someone can break the curse, use this phone, and enter the competition arena. If anyone succeeds, please recreate the past group. A chill ran down Song he's spine as he quickly reached out to tap Unknowingly beside him, showing him the cursed message. Unknowingly scoffed dismissively, no big deal. We can dispel the evil and change our luck. Leave it to me. Yuan the Great picked up the phone, placing it on the floor, and dragged out a cardboard box from under the bed, rummaging through it to produce a bundle of red thread, copper coins, candles, and yellow paper. Busily drawing talismans and setting up an array. Suddenly, the dormitory lost power, plunging into darkness. With a whoosh, the talisman ignited, illuminating Unknowingly's face, his gaze sharp. Song he stared in awe. Unknowingly seemed to possess some skill in metaphysics. If he could drive away the evil, it would be reassuring to use that phone. The 2 phones he had received were polar opposites. One, a fortunate device, had led to the emergence of a super genius like Unknowingly, while the other, a cursed device, had seen all its previous holders meet grim fates, some even in the most literal sense of the term. I should be safe. I have a system. Song he reassured himself. Suddenly, the lucky phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Tactical Master, Song he, have you entered the game yet? Song he replied, the sea of questions? Not yet. Tactical Master, hurry and join the game. Time is of the essence. Get in there to level up, loot, and develop. Tactical Master, the game is incredibly addictive and will greatly enhance your studies, especially as you face bosses later on. Rewards will be linked to the competition team. From now on, you must practice leveling up with all your might. Tactical Master, I can guide you. My skills are top-notch. Back in the day, I dominated the competition team, striking fear in the hearts of rivals, truly a force to be reckoned with. Song he was filled with anticipation as he discovered the T-Hide-a-Lu app and launched it. Welcome new users. Please select either mathematics or biology. Relevant exercises will be provided in the game. Song he attempted to select both but was unsuccessful, so he casually chose mathematics. After all, he had 2 phones. He could simply create another account to select biology on the other one. Please enter your game nickname. Song he typed All Night War God and clicked confirm. Please choose your profession. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Gunner, zombie, mage, swordmaster. Song he was taken aback, realizing the game was more complex than he had anticipated. Even the choice of profession was required at the outset. He quickly sought assistance from the group chat, addressing the tactical master, his senior. Which profession should I choose among the four? The tactical master replied, each has its strengths and weaknesses. It depends on your personal preference. Let me give you a brief overview. The gunner has decent attack power but low health and is fragile, relying on metal ores to upgrade and craft firearms. In the early stages, they can hide and ambush, while later they can unleash a torrent of armored firepower. The zombie regenerates health quickly but has low attack power. However, they can turn defeated monsters into puppets, leading to a horde of zombies in the later stages, conquering territories. The swordmaster wields a large sword recklessly. But the downside is that they cannot attack from a distance in the early game, making them easy targets for gunners and mages. The upside is that they are visually impressive in the late game, capable of cleaving mountains with a single strike and soaring through the skies on their sword. The mage is more supportive, often chosen by the upper echelons of teams, providing buffs to teammates. During team battles, both sides protect their respective mages while launching attacks on the opposing mage. Song he was astonished. There are teams? This game allows for team play? I thought it was a single-player game. The tactical master responded, of course, you can form teams. All competitors band together, overpowering the weak, and it's exhilarating. Once you enter the game, you should find 4 teams. Which 4? Song he inquired. The second mathematics army, composed of the second-year mathematics competition team, and similarly, there is the third mathematics army, the second biology army, and the third biology army. Is there no team for first-year students? Song he asked. That's a joke. How could a first-year newbie have the right to use a phone? By the way, which year are you in? I'm a first year. The tactical master fell silent for a moment, retracting his previous message. Well, young brother, you are in trouble. In this game, everyone forms groups. If no team accepts you, you'll have to wander alone like a drifter, constantly bullied by others. Can I fight my way through them alone? Song he questioned. That's unrealistic. 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. Once you enter, you'll only be on the receiving end of attacks. I suggest you choose either gunner or zombie. The gunner can hide in the grass and ambush, while the zombie can develop easily in the wild. All right, then I'll choose gunner and zombie. Thank you for your guidance. Senior. What? You can choose 2? How can you select 2? Don't tell me you have 2 phones. Yes. Wow. Young brother, please don't joke with me. A first-year student, and both mathematics and biology are in the top 50? Are you an alien? Yu Xiangyang also competed in both subjects. But he only made it to the second year. Song he did not respond, returning to the game interface and selecting gunner. In an instant, the game screen appeared. Chapter 64. We were instantly defeated. The main city, despite its name, lacked pavilions and towers, consisting instead of wooden huts resembling those of bandits. Exuding a sense of a mountain stronghold, the muddy dirt roads were bustling with NPCs. The main city served as the home for players to accept quests and purchase equipment, where weapons were prohibited, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Song he tapped the screen to control his level 1 gunner, All Night War God, whose appearance was rugged. A muscular bald figure dressed only in shorts, wielding a handgun. Players streamed through the streets of the main city, with new players occasionally spawning, indicating that classmates were busy logging in after returning to their dormitories. Mages donned long cloaks, exuding an air of mystery, while swordmasters carried gleaming swords. And zombies appeared as grotesque green creatures, repulsive to behold. A few zombies passed by, leaving behind a sticky green residue on the ground, and to make matters worse, they were defecating everywhere. After a brief moment of confusion, All Night War God began to explore the main city, approaching various NPCs to interact with them. He quickly discerned the functions of several NPCs, a pharmacist selling health potions, a blacksmith purchasing metals, and a butcher acquiring monster pelts. Song he noted that the butcher's purchase list also included zombie meat. Could zombie players indeed sell their flesh for profit? For now, these NPCs were of no concern to him. As a new player with an empty backpack, devoid of even a single coin, his immediate priority was to locate the NPC offering quests. Wandering around, he arrived at the main city square, where he was astonished by the throngs of people. A sea of players gathered, tightly packed in layers. The crowd was so dense that it felt as though they might glitch through the game. And his phone was noticeably lagging. Biology players, get out of the way. Math players, perish. Biology folks, charge forward. Damn it, push all the math players out. Tonight, we must level up quickly. Boss Chulong has given the order for us to attack the 3rd Biology Army at dawn. Numerous agitated classmates shouted in voice chat, and players jostled against one another. If weapons were not prohibited in the main city, chaos would have ensued, leaving a trail of devastation. At the center of the square stood the NPC of the city lord, a stern old man with white hair. All-Night War God hopped excitedly through the crowd, and indeed, this was the place to accept quests. Newbie quest, mine copper ore. Please head to the desert of Sand Sea to find the open copper mine, diligently extract copper ore, and deliver it to the blacksmith for trade. Warning, copper ore is limited in quantity. Those who mine more will receive higher rewards. Beware of fellow players who may kill for loot. Having accepted the quest, All-Night War God noticed the map instantly marked the desert of Sand Sea, and he hurriedly jumped away from the crowd, rushing towards his destination. The copper ore was up for grabs. Arriving even a minute early would yield extra rewards, while being late meant no soup to drink. After walking a few steps, a prompt appeared before him. Normal travel will take an additional 5 minutes. Do you wish to choose high-speed teleportation? Yes. Song he clicked decisively. As expected, a math problem popped up. What is the term for a permutation with an odd inversion number? And what about one with an even inversion number? Odd permutation. Even permutation. Song he quickly typed. This was a concept from linear algebra, utterly elementary. Upon answering correctly, the scene transitioned instantly. A vast expanse of yellow sand, rolling dunes, and a scorpion scuttling across the sand, with a dead tree buried in the dust. The desert of Sand Sea. As All-Night War God landed, a fierce black scorpion charged at him. It was level 5, and a sting could easily kill him. New players had no dignity, their levels lower than the wild monsters. All-Night War God hastily dodged, drawing his revolver and firing wildly. With 3 shots, the scorpion's health dropped by a third, and it fled in panic, disappearing into the dunes. Only 3 bullets remaining. This area is fraught with danger. Do you wish to reload? Yes. If the rank of matrix A equals the number of its columns. What is this type of matrix called? Full rank matrix. His handgun was instantly reloaded. In Song he realized the underlying mechanics of the game. Young man. Do you crave power? Solve this problem. Cautiously, All-Night War God advanced, searching for copper ore among the dunes. The game environment was remarkably realistic, with occasional gusts of sand blowing his way. Although seated in his dormitory, Song he could almost smell the scent of sand. Finally, a massive copper mine came into view. Song he had never seen a copper mine before, but at that moment, several gunners were gathered at the mine, vigorously hammering away with pickaxes, copper or dropping all around, which the gunners eagerly collected into their backpacks. As they mined, a player with the ID Laughing Killer suddenly leveled up, his shorts transforming into military green pants. In the moment of leveling up, Laughing Killer suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at a nearby level 1 gunner, pulling the trigger. At close range, the unfortunate level 1 gunner was instantly taken down, collapsing in a spray of blood and scattering copper ore across the ground. The 2 nearby level 1 gunners were startled, quickly fleeing to the other side of the mine for cover. Laughter and murder intertwined, yet there was no pursuit. Unhurriedly, the spoils were gathered, and with a swift turn, the shovel was brandished anew in relentless excavation. How dark it was. The audacity to commit murder and theft in the open. Does a higher level bestow the right to bully others at will? Not on my watch. I must hasten to level up and seize that villain, Laughing Killer. To uphold justice. To punish the wicked and promote the good. Song he swiftly maneuvered the Night Warrior, retreating to the secluded side of the mine, drawing out a shovel to dig clandestinely. After just a couple of strikes, a mathematical question emerged. What is a linear space of dimension n called? An n-dimensional linear space. The image space T, Vn, of a linear transformation T, is referred to as what? The image space. Song he quickly answered the questions. With each correct response, the mountain wall crumbled, and an abundance of copper ore cascaded down, propelling the excavation progress into super acceleration. The copper ore in his backpack multiplied, each correct answer yielding 10 pieces, while the experience bar for Night Warrior surged upward, bringing him closer to leveling up. Song he, exhilarated by the challenge, realized the addictive nature of the game. He was already hooked. Moments later, a deep chasm emerged in the copper mine, dust swirling in the air. The figure of Night Warrior vanished into the cavern, where the sounds of crumbling rock echoed, dust billowing skyward. In the female dormitory, Wu Xiao donned a pristine silk nightgown, sprawled on her bed with a pillow in her embrace, her fingers tapping furiously on her phone. The character she controlled was a sharpshooter, now leveled up to 3, bearing the ID Laughing Killer. Laughing Killer diligently excavated the towering copper mine, with faint traces of blood on the ground beside her, having already dispatched 3 unsuspecting players, rapidly gaining experience through their demise. Qianqian, Man, come over here. Wu Xiao activated the team voice chat. 2 level 1 sharpshooters rushed to her side, feigning a diligent endeavor in mining, maintaining an appearance of camaraderie. After a brief moment, a level 1 sharpshooter passed by from a distance, evidently a newcomer. Upon spotting the level 3 laughing killer, the new player was taken aback, hesitantly observing from a distance, reluctant to approach. However, noticing the 2 level 1 sharpshooters diligently mining without issue, the scene appeared harmonious. The new player cautiously drew closer, only to find laughing killer engrossed in her task, unresponsive, which allowed him to exhale in relief. Approaching the mountain wall, the newcomer attempted to mine, quickly turning to observe laughing killer with vigilance. Yet, she remained oblivious, wholly focused on extracting, or, seemingly, a benevolent figure. The new player, reassured, boldly began to dig. Wu Xiao, slyly grinning from her bed, suddenly struck the screen with a flurry of commands. The level 3 sharpshooter had switched to a rapid-fire pistol, pivoting sharply to unleash a barrage of bullets upon the new player, blood erupting in a mist. The newcomer fell instantly, without a moment to react, as a cascade of copper ore spilled forth, marking a humiliating exit from the game. Shameless. In his final moments, the new player shouted in despair. A gust of wind carried yellow sand, gradually burying the body, leaving only flecks of blood to testify to the evil of this place. In the instant of the kill, the 2 level 1 sharpshooters sprinted away at lightning speed, feigning panic. They were mere bait orchestrated by Wu Xiao, their frantic retreat a carefully crafted act. There might be other novice players passing by. Should they witness the 2 remaining still, they would deduce this was a trap. Realizing the sharpshooters were all in cahoots, if that information spread, their fishing would be in vain. After a brief interval, seeing that the coast was clear, Wu Xiao activated the voice chat. Qianqian, Man, come back. The 2 level 1 sharpshooters returned to laughing killer's side, resuming their mining with nonchalance. Look over there towards 170. There seems to be smoke. Man suddenly exclaimed. Wu Xiao shifted her perspective, and indeed, at the mountain's rear, a plume of solitary smoke rose steadily, continuously. Someone was clandestinely mining at the back of the mountain. It must be a lone player, just one trail of smoke. Wu Xiao promptly assessed. You 2 go check it out. I'll continue fishing here. That catch belongs to us. We'll go over and deal with it. Man responded excitedly. Be cautious. Approach from behind for a sneak attack. 2 against 1 should suffice. The game has just launched, so we likely won't encounter any high-level players, Wu Xiao advised. After you take care of it, hurry back to fish. The 2 level 1 players promptly set off towards the direction of the smoke. Wu Xiao resumed mining, awaiting her catch, while she focused intently on solving questions, shattering the rock face before her. Suddenly, urgent exclamations rang out in the team voice chat. I'm dead. I was taken out in an instant. Man exclaimed in terror. It was a sharpshooter named Night Warrior. I was also eliminated. The opponent is level 2. Lying in ambush in the mine. What a schemer. Qianqian yelled in frustration. Wu Xiao, avenge us. That fiend wiped us out. And we lost the 200 copper we had gathered. Damn it. Wu Xiao fumed. Once you respawn, come quickly. I'll gather strength, and we'll go confront it together. We'll reclaim our ore. Chapter 65. Never disturb the sand scorpion's nest. Deep within the mine, 2 level 1 sharpshooters lay lifeless in a corner. Copper ore scattered around them. Dare to ambush me? You seek death. Songhe scoffed. The Night Warrior shimmered, donning a camouflage skin, having reached level 3. You have reached level 3. You may choose the following rewards. Weapon upgrade. Equip a more powerful weapon. Health upgrade. Increase health limit and regeneration speed. The same prompt had appeared when he leveled from 1 to 2. The game's logic was straightforward and brutal. Either increase attack or enhance health. Songhe decisively selected the weapon upgrade, transforming his handgun into a larger and presumably more satisfying firearm. Just as he completed the weapon upgrade, the rock face before him suddenly trembled, emitting a deafening roar. A cave-in? Night Warrior quickly retreated, but the next moment, the wall erupted, and a dark figure emerged, brimming with menace. A level 5 scorpion. Songhe's expression faltered. Could it be the same one from earlier, holding a grudge? Had it followed him underground? The Night Warrior fled in terror, simultaneously drawing his weapon to retaliate. The rapid gunfire struck the scorpion, causing significant damage. To his surprise, the scorpion did not pursue but instead lunged towards the corpses, voraciously devouring them, consuming half of one body in mere moments. The scorpion's health bar surged as it feasted upon the remains. A sudden realization struck Songhe. This must be the game's mechanism for corpse clearance. sending a monster to consume bodies while simultaneously healing itself, growing ever more formidable. Since the monster was preoccupied with its meal, perhaps it would not resist? Seizing the moment, he rapidly tapped the screen. The fleeing Night Warrior halted abruptly, raising his gun to unleash a torrent of fire upon the Scorpion. The Scorpion was hit multiple times, blood gushing forth, its health bar halved in an instant. After expending his ammunition, a mathematics question appeared before him, a linear algebra multiple-choice query. In a flash, he discerned the answer, responded instantly, and was rewarded with a full magazine. The Night Warrior resumed firing, emptying his weapon once more. The Scorpion was left with a sliver of health, having finished the corpses. It flicked its tail and attempted to flee. He would not let it escape. A new question emerged, and he answered it swiftly. The Night Warrior's gun was once again fully loaded, and without hesitation, he aimed at the Scorpion. Boom! The Scorpion exploded, its health bar depleted. A single green venom sac fell, emitting a faint glow in the darkness of the mind, akin to a motion-activated light in a restroom. Cautiously, the Night Warrior approached. A game prompt appeared. Common drop, Scorpion's venom sac. You may choose to consume it. Doing so will poison you, requiring willpower to resist the toxin. Successful resistance will greatly enhance your health, while failure will result in instant death. Utilizing willpower to resist the toxin? I bet $10 that willpower equates to solving questions. How amusing. Am I, the math emperor, afraid of mere arithmetic? With a scoff, he decisively clicked to consume it. On the screen, the Night Warrior grimaced as he picked up the venom sac and began to devour it. As anticipated, a mathematics multiple-choice question appeared, with a 60-second timer. The question was relatively simple, pertaining to improper integrals of non-standard functions, a topic within advanced mathematics. For other competitors, this might pose a challenge, but he has long since mastered it. A glance is all it takes. The calculations in his mind are instantaneously complete. And he selects D. Antidote successful. You are a person of great perseverance. Your health limit has increased from 10 to 20. Although still at level 3, his health has become robust. It seems that the paths to strengthen the game are not limited to mere leveling up, but encompass many other strategies as well. The gunner class is somewhat fragile among the 4 primary professions, and the healing ability of the Sand Scorpions perfectly compensates for this weakness. He resolves to shift his focus towards capturing Sand Scorpions, fortifying his health to become an unassailable presence. As for copper ore, there will undoubtedly be benevolent players willing to offer assistance, at which point he will graciously accept. He switches to the family chat group to gather intelligence. I am at the copper mine in the Sand Sea Desert, hoping to catch some Sand Scorpions. Where might I find them? The tactical master advises, seek out water. Follow the waterways, and you shall encounter the Sand Scorpions' nests. Be cautious, for those creatures are referred to as advanced scorpions by math competition participants, and engaging them results in a barrage of complex problems. The tactical master adds, moreover, you are not yet ready to disturb the scorpion nests. He inquires, why not? The tactical master responds, you're only at level 1 or 2, right? The nests are teeming with scorpions at levels 4 and 5. If several swarm you, they will surely overwhelm you. It's wiser to wait until you reach level 10 before confronting them. I can't wait any longer. I must accelerate my development. There are many students nearby, and a massive brawl could erupt at any moment. I want to take the copper ore with me. I must carve a bloody path. Otherwise, what is the point of my labor in mining if someone comes along to kill me and snatch it all away? This wretched place is rife with nefarious characters. However, you cannot disturb the Sand Scorpion nests to progress. The nests will only become your grave. Wake up, you are a novice. And the nests are beyond your capacity to challenge. Grateful for the senior's advice, he quickly returns to the game, filled with enthusiasm. Fortune favors the bold. Having encountered Sand Scorpions briefly before, he found them not particularly fearsome. He must proceed, for success would render him invincible in the vicinity of the copper mine, capable of defeating any student he encounters. Within the mines lies a water vein, presumably an underground current. The night god of mining shifts his mining direction, following the water flow. After completing several minor tasks and shattering an unknown number of rock walls, he finds himself in a vast underground cavern where dozens of Sand Scorpions lie in slumber, predominantly at levels 4 or 5. With a cluster of glistening scorpion eggs in the corner, the atmosphere is foreboding and repulsive. Yuan Guang approaches, observing he play the game. Upon seeing the screen, he gasps in alarm. Oh no, you've disturbed the wild creatures while they were sleeping. Run. It was intentional. He calmly counts the creatures, his expression undeterred. Are you out of your mind? This entire horde is at a higher level than you. Are you voluntarily offering yourself as a snack for them? Yuan Guang is taken aback. Fear not. Watch my moves. Song He takes a deep breath, consuming 2 mental calculation capsules, and the battle commences. The night god of mining raises his firearm and charges in, the rapid gunfire erupting. The sand scorpions awaken in a frenzy, their tails thrashing as they rush forward. The scene is both terrifying and magnificent. Dozens of sand scorpions surge forth, seemingly ready to engulf the intruder in an instant. The night god of mining retreats, his speed slightly surpassing that of the scorpions. He must lead them out of the cave, employing a kite strategy to eliminate them one by one. Should he recklessly charge in, he would surely be overwhelmed and stung to death. Witnessing Song He's escape, Yuan Guang cannot help but cover his face. He acknowledges that Song He excels in academics, but when it comes to gaming, he appears utterly clueless. Suddenly, another message pops up on his phone. The tactical master warns, "Do not act impulsively, young man. Dying will result in loss of experience and resources. Under no circumstances should you disturb the sand scorpion nests. You would only suffer unnecessary losses." Having already disturbed them, Song He disregards the warning and frantically taps on the screen. Initially, he struggled with his dexterity. But after consuming the mental calculation capsules, his skills dramatically improve. The movement speed of each sand scorpion, the gunner's running speed, and firing rate become vividly clear in his mind. Inside the mine, obstacles like rock pillars emerge. Like a general maneuvering through a battlefield, he recalls the optimal routes. In professional esports clubs, specialists are tasked with calculating these data to create reasonable strategies. Yet, Song He relies solely on his basic mental calculations, swiftly determining his next tactical move in an instant. Moreover, as the sand scorpions shift their positions, his formidable mental acuity allows him to promptly adjust his route, controlling the kite distance with meticulous precision, akin to a computer program. The mine reverberates with gunfire, the sand scorpions occasionally becoming stiff from the impact, only to relentlessly pursue him afterward. On the screen, multiple choice questions appear, and Song He consistently selects the correct answer in half a second, his pistol ammunition replenishing continuously as he rapidly fires away. The battle tempo escalates. Within just a minute, Song He completes an astonishing 18 questions, causing his pistol to unleash firepower akin to that of a submachine gun. If the pursuing sand scorpions possessed any intelligence, they would undoubtedly be bewildered by the sheer firepower of a mere handgun. One by one, the sand scorpions fall, collapsing in the corners, their luminous green venom sacs bursting forth. Suddenly, a flash of light envelopes the night god of mining. He levels up to 4. Without hesitation, Song He opts for a weapon upgrade, transforming his pistol into a short-barreled shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. The mine erupts with thunderous sounds as a barrage of shotgun pellets rains down, decimating the pursuing sand scorpions. The night god of mining no longer retreats. He stands firm, wielding his shotgun. The tide of battle shifts instantly. The sand scorpions become mere fodder, their demise merely a matter of time. Yuan Guang stands by, witnessing the entire spectacle, utterly astonished. He actually succeeded. Chapter 66. The health bar emerges before the player. Yuan Guang, wide-eyed, is completely taken aback by Song He's performance. The display of skill he just witnessed sent shivers down his spine. Such precise positioning, such rapid and accurate problem-solving. To excel in both academics and gaming while maintaining an attractive appearance. Song He, do you possess no shortcomings? Yuan Guang silently laments, an unusual wave of inferiority washing over him. Oblivious to his roommate's feelings, Song He remains focused on the battle. An unending tide of sand scorpions rushes forth, employing a swarm tactic in an attempt to breach the firepower blockade. Yet, the night god of mining stands resolute, his short-barreled shotgun unleashing a relentless barrage, forming an impenetrable metallic wall that mercilessly harvests the remaining sand scorpions. Just moments ago, Song He had panicked and fled at the sight of the sand scorpions. Now, however, he can stand his ground with ease, even becoming indifferent to dodging. It resembles a grass-cutting game, Song He concludes. Yuan Guang pales at this statement. Your ability to cut grass stems from your rapid solution of those math problems, while anyone else would have perished long ago. How could one rely on a shotgun to mimic a heavy machine gun's continuous fire? Your fire density is indistinguishable from cheating. A radiant glow envelopes the night god of mining as he levels up once more. Surprisingly, this time he chooses not to upgrade his weapon or health, but rather a skill. You have reached level 5 and may choose from the following skills. Roll. Instantly roll a short distance to evade an attack. Scatter shot. Does not consume ammunition. Rapidly fires erratically within a designated area for 5 seconds. Without hesitation, Song He decisively selects scatter shot and immediately activates the skill. His shotgun trembles violently, firing at double the speed, unleashing a torrential downpour of firepower. The remaining sand scorpions cannot withstand it, exploding like fireworks, all perishing within 5 seconds. Gazing at the ground littered with green, luminous scorpion venom sacs, Song, he exhales deeply. The family chat group pings with a message. The tactical master asks, "Why have you been silent for half the day? Did you truly disturb the sand scorpion nest?" Song, he responds, "I did." The tactical master scolds, "Reckless. Are you dead now? Ignoring the advice of your elders leads to immediate consequences. I warned you to wait until level 10 to engage. I did not die. The scorpions are the ones who perished." The tactical master retorts, "Your body may be weary, but your tongue remains defiant." Without further ado, Song, he sends a screenshot of the mine, filled with the corpses of sand scorpions, to the group chat. The tactical master fell silent in an instant, subsequently retracting the messages he had sent, likely with a pained expression. Song, he returned to the game, controlling the all-night warrior, scavenging for toxic glands scattered across the ground. As each toxic gland was consumed, a series of mathematical problems emerged. Indefinite integrals via substitution methods, integral formulas for distribution, rational function integrals of trigonometric functions, and simple irrational function integrals. These dazzlingly complex problems appeared to Song, he as simple as basic arithmetic. As he often remarked, he had long since mastered them. His health points surged continuously, 30, 40, 50. Upon consuming the last toxic gland, the all-night warrior's health points astonishingly surpassed 400. Song, he, now addicted, continued his search for sand scorpion caves. Following the flow of water, he relentlessly broke through rock walls, and within minutes, discovered another sand scorpion nest. This time, there was no need to flee. The all-night warrior seized a shotgun and unleashed a barrage of skills. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, numerous sand scorpions met their demise, dropping toxic glands in abundance. The warrior's health points grew longer, and his level consistently rose, 7, 8, 9, 10. The weapons in his grasp continuously strengthened, long-barreled shotguns, dual shotguns, submachine guns, and dual submachine guns. Indeed, it was a game of mowing down enemies. Song He's previous judgment was solidified. Meanwhile, outside the mine, 5 figures gathered. The level 5 gunner, Laughing Killer, the level 2 gunner, Man, and the level 2 gunner, Qian, were joined by 2 newly summoned allies, the level 4 swordsman, Blood Demon Sovereign, and the level 3 mage, Hua Tuo Reborn. Excellent. A formidable lineup. Victory was assured. Laughing Killer was thrilled, after eliminating the all-night warrior. The dropped copper ore would be shared among them. Attack! They chorused. Laughing Killer led the charge, accompanied by his 4 teammates, advancing with an air of menace towards the back of the mine. Dust occasionally billowed from the cave, and the sounds of shattering rock and gunfire could be faintly heard. The auditory effects suggested a monstrous creature was rampaging within the mine, sending shivers down their spines. Man spoke up, her voice trembling with fear. What a commotion! Has the all-night warrior leveled up? Could he have reached a significant level already? It's only been a short while. He was merely level 2 when he attacked us. He should be at most level 4 now. Why be afraid? Qian retorted angrily. We must avenge our blood debts. Calm down, little sister. In such a narrow mind, gunmen lack the advantage against us, swordsmen. Blood Demon Sovereign raised his large sword, laughing boastfully. When we find him, I'll charge in and hack him to pieces. Hua Tuo Reborn also spoke, his tone steady yet confident. You all go ahead and swarm him. I will heal you. Rest assured, I've invested all my skills in healing spells. With me around, you'll receive extravagant healing. All right, enough talk. Surely 5 of us can defeat him alone. Charge! Laughing Killer declared confidently, leading the way into the dark mine. The 4 teammates promptly followed, a team of fierce warriors launching an assault deeper into the cave. The mine proved to be more profound than anticipated. The group had expected to encounter their foe within seconds, but found themselves walking for 3 minutes without reaching the end. An ominous feeling began to creep in, yet they had already pressed forward. They could not afford to falter, so they steeled themselves and continued onward. Suddenly, a red bar appeared at the end of the mine. What is that red thing? Hua Tuo Reborn wondered aloud. Is my screen frozen? Laughing Killer, at the forefront, abruptly froze, halting his advance. The others were startled and stopped as well, perplexed by his sudden pause. That red thing looks like a health bar? Laughing Killer exclaimed in horror. At that moment, the red health bar began to move. It truly was a health bar, long and rail-like, creeping forth from the dark depths. Having moved for quite some time, without revealing its owner, panic set in among the 5. The length of the health bar had already occupied more than half of a phone screen, and continued to extend. Could this mine not be the work of a player, but rather a rare boss? At last, a figure materialized at the end of the tunnel. A gunner. Bearing an exaggerated health bar above his head, the ID was unmistakably the All-Night Warrior. A terrifying level, 10. Laughing Killer and his comrades were collectively dumbfounded, their hair standing on end. Level 10. How had he leveled up so quickly? Yet, even at level 10, such an extravagant health bar should not exist. Surely, he must have thousands of health points. It was as if he were carrying a repository of life. I'll hold him off. Everyone flee. Blood Demon Sovereign suddenly drew his sword and charged valiantly toward the enemy. At the end of the tunnel, the All-Night Warrior produced a rocket launcher as if by magic, resting it on his shoulder. Blood Demon Sovereign's face turned pale, and he immediately turned to flee. Huatua, heal me. I'm about to be obliterated. Just as he finished speaking, the dark mine lit up, followed by a piercing screech as the All-Night Warrior fired the rocket launcher. Huatuo Reborn scrambled, desperately casting a flurry of healing spells, desperately directing them toward the charging Blood Demon Sovereign. A tremendous explosion erupted. Blood Demon Sovereign was engulfed in flames, and his health points plummeted to 0. Run! Laughing Killer shouted in terror. Huatua, where's that extravagant healing you promised? The healing was successful. I used all my ultimate abilities. Huatuo Reborn replied, turning to escape. But the patient had already perished. We must get out. Each rocket requires a calculation. We have time. Qian exclaimed in despair. We will avenge Blood Demon Sovereign. At the end of the mine, the All-Night Warrior loaded a rocket into the launcher with a snap and fired. Impossible. Qian screamed in horror. The rocket flew precisely toward the fleeing players, exploding on impact. Chapter 67. The Unusual Zombie. As the explosive flames dissipated, for severely wounded players lay scattered, bloodied, and convulsing. Laughing Killer had merely 3 health points left, while Qian and Man were barely clinging to life. Huatuo Reborn was nearly finished, his health bar appearing almost depleted. The most tragic was that Huatuo had expended all his healing skills on Blood Demon Sovereign, and now they were on cooldown. As a healing-oriented mage, Huatuo Reborn found himself unable to restore his own health, feeling utterly humiliated. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed as the All-Night Warrior approached, rocket launcher on his shoulder. Exuding an aura reminiscent of death, the 4 wounded players trembled, unable to comprehend how, given their simultaneous entry into the game, this individual had risen to such a high level. Truly abnormal. Do not kill us. We mean no harm. We were merely passing through. Laughing Killer hastily pleaded. Mine. The All-Night Warrior declared. The injured players were left in stunned silence. What? Laughing Killer cautiously inquired. Mining. I want half of the ore. Once I am satisfied, I will let you go. The All-Night Warrior threatened, raising his rocket launcher. Otherwise, you will all be reduced to ashes. How dare you? Huatuo Reborn exclaimed angrily. We would never become your slaves. It is better to die than to suffer humiliation. Right, everyone? I'll mine. Laughing Killer pleaded, quickly rising and obediently beginning to dig for copper ore. Qian and Man also got to work, diligently mining. Get to work. The All-Night Warrior shouted at Huatuo Reborn, aiming the rocket launcher at him. Huatuo begrudgingly stood up, cursing under his breath, and began to swing his pickaxe at the rock wall. Humiliated to be working as a laborer, the 4 captives lined up, laboriously excavating copper ore. In the distance, the lifeless Blood Demon Sovereign lay, likely having respawned back in the main city by now. Copper ore scattered across the ground as the All-Night Warrior continued to bend down and collect it, stowing it in his backpack. In the dormitory, the observing Yuan Guang curiously asked, why are they willing to mine for you? Even if you kill them, can't they just respawn? Song He chuckled lightly. Dying will cause them to lose a lot of experience, but more importantly, all the items in their backpack will drop. Look at this Laughing Killer. I've been keeping an eye on her for a while. She's been killing and robbing her all night. If I wipe out everything she worked hard for, she will surely be devastated. Yuan Guang suddenly understood. Song He handed his phone to Yuan Guang. You play for a bit. In half an hour, use the rocket launcher to blow them all up and seize the dropped ore. Yuan Guang was taken aback. Didn't you say you would let them go? How could I possibly do that? Do you really believe that? Song He was astonished. Did the duck he had in hand still wish to fly away? He thought to deceive them and extract the remaining value. Such darkness. Yuan Guang took the phone, keeping an eye on the 4 slaves while picking up copper ore. Song He picked up another phone and opened the game's sea of topics, registering a new account. After spending an entire night as a gunner and solving hundreds of math problems, he grew weary of it, switching to biology questions for a change. After all, he had promised teacher Lu that the competition team would strive to rank among the top 20. The task was indeed formidable. After a brief loading period, the game interface appeared. He selected the subject, biology, chose the profession, zombie, entered the nickname, King of 10,000 Poisons. Songhee's new account was created successfully. The King of 10,000 Poisons materialized in the main city, his skin a ghastly green, oozing with sticky corpse fluid. The stench of decay almost palpable even through the phone screen. The King of 10,000 Poisons moved through the streets, quickly finding the main square and triggering a conversation with the City Lord NPC. City Lord, stinky zombie, get away. City Lord, I despise zombies, be gone. Songhee was dumbfounded. Was his approach to receiving the task incorrect? Why was this NPC hurling insults? Dog Lord, clarify your identity. Shouldn't you be assigning me a mission? What else with this discriminatory rhetoric? Did the zombie consume your rice? Wait a moment, let me gather some information. Songhee realized something was amiss with the plot and retrieved the phone from Yuan Guang. He switched to the group chat titled A Loving Family to inquire about the situation. Songhee, I created a zombie account to seek a mission from the City Lord, and he insulted me right away. Tactical Master, zombies are the villains. You can't seek missions from the City Lord. Songhee, is there such a rule? I thought the 4 major professions were equal. How can there be a distinction between good and evil? Tactical Master, zombies must survive in the wild, gather corpses, assimilate them into zombies, and build a zombie army. In the early stages, zombies struggle to develop, facing numerous NPCs attacking them. And players of other professions are eager to hunt zombies since zombie flesh can be sold for a great deal of money. Songhee, and what about later? Tactical Master, survive the early phase, and you will become invincible in the later stages as the horde of corpses grows, making it difficult for other professions to resist. Songhee, Tactical Master, when a horde attacks a city, players who resist will be killed, and their bodies will also be assimilated into zombies, creating an avalanche effect that becomes terrifying. Tactical Master, after playing for a while, the City Lord will issue a mission, calling upon the righteous professions to exterminate zombies, leading to a grand battle. Each game's ending is different. In my round, the zombies triumphed, sweeping across the world. In Yuanbang's round, humanity won the great battle, annihilating the zombies. Songhee was shocked. This game actually had a narrative conclusion? Regardless of the ending, it seemed he would not lose. One account for the righteous, one for the villain, betting on both sides, firmly seated on the fishing platform. Perhaps he could even coordinate between the 2 accounts? Lost in thought, the information sparked endless imagination. It seemed the pairing of 2 phones and 2 accounts could yield numerous fascinating strategies. The phone vibrated, breaking his reverie. It was a message from the competition group. Yiliang Han, I have seen from the backend data that all students have created accounts for Sea of Topics and have been solving problems for some time. Yiliang Han, those who are quick have already solved over 300 problems tonight. Songhee calculated and realized he was likely among them. However, he suspected there were many others who had solved as many, given the abundance of academic talent. Songhee had already experienced the addictive nature of this game. While diligently working through problem sets in physical books required perseverance, he had effortlessly completed a significant number of problems within the game. Yiliang Han, in light of everyone mastering the game mechanics, I hereby announce an important notice. Chapter 68, a week of 400 pages of problem sets? Some readers have expressed disinterest in the game. A brief clarification. The game serves merely as a small interlude, occasionally appearing for relief. And we will soon delve into the laboratory for research, as the narrative focus also lies in academic pursuits. The reason for incorporating the game as an interlude is primarily that the protagonist has been engrossed in textbooks, which may lead to aesthetic fatigue. If I were to present the problems he solved, many readers might find them incomprehensible. I myself find it challenging. I consulted an old classmate from the mathematics department for guidance, who provided a plethora of problems, but many of them were intricate, filled with mathematical symbols I had never encountered and couldn't type out. Songhee stared at the upper part of his phone screen, watching the number of online participants surge rapidly. Clearly, Yiliang Han's announcement had drawn all the students out. As the leader of the school's competition team, even formidable individuals like Lu Lu and Ban Jianya looked up to him. His words could alter the rules of the competition team and determine the fates of the students. At this moment, it was likely that everyone had temporarily stepped away from the game to listen to Yi Gu speak. Would those 4 slaves take the opportunity to escape? Songhee deftly switched back to the game, and indeed, he found the sly character Laughing Killer trying to sneak away. Living God of the Night was even more audacious, stealthily healing teammates while making a getaway. The All-Night War God decisively raised his rocket launcher. Don't! Laughing Killer screamed. Boom! The 4 mining slaves collapsed in unison, sprawled on the ground, leaving this world in bitterness. Another explosion startled Songhee. Did these people have a backup plan? Their bodies could self-destruct? Upon closer inspection, a staggering quantity of copper ore burst forth from their corpses, causing the entire mining tunnel to tremble, as if a torrential downpour of copper ore had rained down, rolling in hundreds and thousands across the ground, a truly astonishing sight. The bandits must be eradicated at all times. Song He murmured, so dark. All the loot must be confiscated. In the girls' dormitory, Wu Xiao suddenly sat up in bed, pounding the wall in furious frustration, only to wince in pain after a couple of strikes, clutching her hand in impotent rage. All Night War God, I will tear you to shreds. Wu Xiao roared. What happened? Her roommate exclaimed, startled. She had never seen Wu Xiao in such a state. I spent the whole night grinding away, accumulating 3,000 copper. All of it was snatched away by that bully. We all wasted the entire night. Wu Xiao's body twisted in anger, tears almost spilling forth. Feeling as if she might take her own life in despair, wishing to escape this dark world. Calm down, Xiao Xiao, we'll find him and take revenge. Her roommate consoled. People these days, their hearts are so dark. They have no shame, robbing their classmates. Those copper pieces were all mined by you tonight, right? Not exactly. Wu Xiao's voice suddenly dropped. Huh, I robbed others. Wu Xiao blushed. Serves you right, Xiao Xiao? Her roommate was at a loss for words. Wu Xiao, in a fit of impotent rage, declared, I can rob others, but others cannot rob me. Tomorrow, I will rally an army to besiege him. I will make him eat his words. I refuse to believe that a few more people can't take him down. Having said this, Wu Xiao trembled as she pulled out her phone, searching for friends. First, Song He, the handsome and capable junior. Perhaps he would be willing to help. Song He, free of worries, switched back to the competition group. Yi Lianghan swiftly shared 2 photos. The first photo made Song He's breath quicken, like an old lecture catching sight of a drenched beauty. Xiong Jinqing's lecture notes on point-set topology. Yang Zishu's modern algebra. Ding Shisuan's introduction to algebra. These were renowned mathematics texts. The very references Song He had longed for. He had searched the school library in vain for them. If he could get his hands on these books and thoroughly study them, his mathematical prowess would undoubtedly soar. The second photo also made Song He's eyes light up. A biology laboratory filled with an array of instruments and equipment, some of which were shockingly expensive. An automatic nucleic acid extractor, imported models costing hundreds of thousands, and even domestic ones over 100,000. Flow cytometers capable of performing stem cell and immune cell phenotype detection, ranging from 5 to 600,000. A superspeed centrifuge. The king of centrifuges, starting at $1 million. Transmission electron microscopy can capture viruses with remarkable clarity, starting at an investment of $10 million. There are even some grand and peculiar instruments that Song He had never heard of before, but their sheer size exudes an aura of luxury. And it is likely that many machines are priced in the millions. The thought of anything beyond that is simply unimaginable. Song He found himself irresistibly drawn to this biological laboratory, reminiscent of a high and aloof beauty, not to mention the privilege of merely standing by and observing, which would be a feast for the eyes. Many lesser universities struggle to gather such equipment. Even when they do, the usage frequency remains quite low. For instance, a thermal analyzer can cost tens of thousands, with a high failure rate, while the sample rod for the transmission electron microscope is priced at $200,000 and is also prone to damage. Poor institutions quickly find themselves financially crippled, with the principal's heart racing and the laboratory teachers fleeing in the night. All of this can be summed up in a single phrase. This is a place of serious research. Idlers are not welcome. Yi Lianghan. The 2 images I have shared are rewards provided by the mathematics and biology competition teams. Yi Lianghan. The mathematics reward consists of a set of precious reference books, with only 10 copies available. Students must strive to compete for them. Yi Lianghan. The biological reward offers an opportunity to engage in laboratory operations. In addition to completing experimental tasks, students may freely explore projects of interest. However, only 10 students will be selected. Yi Lianghan. This biological laboratory is a product of our strategic collaboration with Jinghai University. Our school's parents donated $20 million, while Jinghai University contributed $400 million. Additionally, there have been continuous donations from various members of society in recent years, making it the strongest biological laboratory in the city. In the entire province, it is an extraordinary rarity. Yi Lianghan's fervent allure captivated the students, who could hardly contain their excitement, flooding the group chat with exclamations. Song He felt a flicker of recognition. He had heard that the parents of our school prominently included Zhuang Qian's family. He recalled Lung Xiangwen and felt relieved to know that the affluent Lung Xiangwen would cover the material costs. Otherwise, he would be hesitant to use the laboratory's expensive equipment. He hoped that Mr. Lung's generous financial support would help him successfully create something novel. He wished that upon seeing the bill, Mr. Lung would remain calm and not succumb to a fit of anger. Yi Lianghan. The method to compete for rewards is straightforward. The boss battle of Sea of Questions. Yi Lianghan. Deep within the white-boned forest of Sea of Questions, there lies a boss, the Kuan Bone King. We have integrated the latest biology and mathematics competition question sets into the program. Students must complete their study of the materials within a week and challenge the Kuan Bone King. Yi Lianghan. The strategy to defeat the Kuan Bone King is to strike its weaknesses, which can only be accomplished through answering questions. Correct answers will weaken the Kuan Bone King, while incorrect ones will enrage it. Yi Lianghan. Throughout the battle, the Kuan Bone King will present you with 140 challenging problems, all of which are difficult and unconventional, encompassing all aspects of the competition materials. Song He was taken aback. To defeat a boss with 140 problems felt like an examination. It was merely a transformation of a written test into a digital format. Oh, Kuan Bone King, with your prominent brows and wide eyes. I see through your true nature as a mere examination paper. Yi Lianghan. Tomorrow during the morning reading session, we will distribute the new biology and mathematics competition question sets. Students, work hard on your questions. This time, the question set is relatively thin, only 200 pages, and I believe everyone can complete it within a week with ease. Song He felt overwhelmed. While others had 200 pages, he had 400. Easy for you to say, he thought. I will be utterly exhausted. Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend. With a full day of self-study, allowing him to spend the entire day in the library tackling the competition materials. However, it was anticipated that the competition team's top students would also congregate in the library, fiercely attacking the question sets. The pressure of competition was immense. And Song He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A new message from Lu had arrived. Chapter 69. The Challenge of the Second and Third Places. Lu, have you seen the notice from Principal Yi? Lu, originally. The school planned to allow the top 25 students to enter the laboratory. I pleaded with the administration, and they agreed to allocate 10 spots to the winners of the boss battle. The opportunity is yours to seize. Lu, this task is even more formidable than the small tests of the competition team. Within 7 days, you must complete the 200-page biology question set and master it thoroughly to have a chance of victory. Song He, the students are moved to tears. Once the biology question set is released tomorrow, I will tackle it with fervor. Lu, the most critical point is that both mathematics and biology offer boss battle rewards. So you should not compete for the mathematics one. Song He thought to himself, as expected, despite successfully remaining in both competition teams. The rivalry and jealousy between Lu and Ban Jianya had not diminished. In fact, it seemed to escalate. His phone vibrated again. Ban Jianya sent a friend request. Song He quickly accepted and typed, "Teacher, are you asking me to compete for the mathematics boss battle reward while giving up the biology reward?" Ban Jianya, you little rascal, do you have a worm in my stomach? Ban Jianya, this mathematics boss battle reward is extremely important and will greatly aid your mathematical improvement. As for the biology laboratory, if you cannot go in the first batch, you can go in the next. It is merely an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the equipment and instruments, nothing of great significance. After all, the old teacher cannot see it. Song He vigorously shook his head at the phone. For an ordinary high school student to go to the laboratory is indeed merely a means of passing time. However, Song He was ambitious. He had system support and Mr. Lung to cover expenses, and he wished to utilize the laboratory's precious resources to attempt some new inventions. So he must seize this opportunity. Of course, the notion of a high school student engaging in scientific research was rather audacious, and there was no need to share it with the old teacher. Ban Jianya, my requirement for you is to secure the mathematics boss battle reward. Otherwise, you shall be in for it. Song He, yes. Teacher, I assure you I will study mathematics diligently and cast biology aside for now. Ban Jianya, good child. In a week, the seating arrangement will be adjusted in class. You understand what I mean, right? Understood. Song He replied instantly, knowing that if he won, he could choose his seat freely, but if he lost, he would be relegated to sit alongside the trash can, just as he had appeased the old teacher. Lu sent another message. Lu, I'm talking to you, respond. Lu, let me make myself clear. You must secure the biology reward. Otherwise, the teacher will be very petty. Song He, yes. Teacher, I promise to study biology diligently and set mathematics aside for now. Lu, good child. If you perform well, there will be rewards. The specifics are currently confidential. Song He smiled wryly. Caught in the crossfire between his teachers was quite uncomfortable. especially since the reason for their rivalry was precisely over him. It felt as if Ban Jianye was tugging on his left arm, while Lu Lu was pulling on his right, engaging in a fierce tug of war. And he felt as though he might split apart. Yet he could not shout for them to stop. He could only cheer for both sides. You can do it, teachers. As for the advice from both teachers, he resolutely planned to defy them. He aimed to excel in both subjects and secure rewards in both. It was all about rebellion. Is a young person not meant to rebel? Wasn't he this akin to fighting on two fronts? Wasn't it feasible to advance in both subjects simultaneously? Such high-stakes maneuvers were not uncharted territory for him. If he could remain in both competition teams, he could surely claim the rewards from both. The title of mathematics and biology emperor was not merely for show. Just as he had dealt with both teachers, his phone vibrated once more. Wu Xiao sent a friend request. Song He raised his eyebrows in surprise and accepted it. Wu Xiao, help. Senior, help me. Song He, don't panic. Tell me the details. Wu Xiao, I was robbed. There's a scoundrel named the Night Owl God, utterly despicable, a true villain. He ruthlessly eliminated my entire team and stole the ores we had painstakingly gathered all night. I was so furious I nearly shed tears. Wow, Wu Xiao. You really have a knack for exaggeration. Song He gazed wide-eyed, as if he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. Song He, oh dear, that person is truly wicked. He even robs classmates. How disgraceful. Don't cry, senior. How can I assist you? Wu Xiao, I'm gathering a large force to ambush him tomorrow. I urgently need help. You must join. That person is strong, cunning, and if we are outnumbered, I fear we might fail. I am neither cunning nor despotic. I am purely innocent and kind. Song He, but I need to focus on the competition question sets tomorrow. I don't have time to play games. Wu Xiao, what's the rush for the competition questions? There's still a month until the final exam, and your ranking 1T easily be eliminated. Song He, but I wish to compete for the boss battle rewards. I must complete the competition questions within 7 days to slay the Kuanbone King. Time is of the essence. I truly have no time to assist you, senior. Wu Xiao, boss battle rewards. Dear brother, are you mistaken? There are only 10 slots. And you're far beyond the 40th position. How could that be possible? Song He, that's why time is even more pressing. The competition is fierce. And with so many formidable opponents, once the competition questions are released tomorrow, I must work tirelessly to solve them to have a slim chance of victory. Wu Xiao, wake up, brother. You don't even have a glimmer of hope. Just look at your last exam results. The top 10 scored 100 points higher than you. The gap is not negligible. Trust me, as a seasoned member of the competition team, the strength of the top contenders is beyond your imagination. Wu Xiao, think it over. Join my group chat first. Once there's news about the All-Nighter Warrior tomorrow, we will formulate a battle plan in the group. If you can take down the All-Nighter Warrior, I will have generous rewards for you. With that, Wu Xiao tossed over a QR code for the group chat. Secret Operation Group, slaying the All-Nighter Warrior song. He was taken aback, then decisively joined. While other undercover agents painstakingly infiltrated the enemy ranks, his entry was remarkably smooth, as the enemy voluntarily invited him into the highest command. Reluctant to refuse such hospitality, he had no choice but to graciously comply. Night falls, please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Song He revealed a villainous smile. Sunday, 6 a.m. Song He arrived at the library, heading towards his familiar old seat. Surprisingly, the self-study area was filled with familiar faces. Upon closer inspection, they were almost all competition students. Most were engrossed in their phones, battling in Question C continent, their expressions reminiscent of internet-addicted youths. Each competition student with a phone had draft paper and textbooks at hand, frantically flipping through textbooks or working out calculations. Watching them made Song He feel exhausted. How could one focus on gaming while needing draft paper and reference books? Such simple problems still required calculation. As he passed by, Song He discreetly glanced at the levels on several students' phones. Level 4, Level 5, Level 4. Level 3. What a bunch of novices. The speed of leveling up in Question C continent depended on how fast one could solve problems. The quicker the answers, the more rapid the advancement. Song He happened to excel in this aspect. With a few mental calculation capsules, his mind was filled with algorithms. The only thing limiting his score was his knowledge base, which contrasted sharply with the seniors who had an advantage of an additional year or two of study. Taking a seat, Song He rummaged through his backpack to retrieve the newly released competition question booklet. Suddenly, two individuals sat down across from him, a boy and a girl. Their faces marked by the youthful innocence of first-year students. After sitting, they stared at Song He with intense focus, their expressions complex, as if facing a formidable adversary. Their gazes filled with awe and competitive spirit. Song He, puzzled, wondered if he knew them. Why did they look as if they were ready for a fight? What enmity lay between them? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he tentatively asked, Nie Junrin, Gong Shasha? Indeed. Nie Junrin nodded firmly. Song He, you are the strongest in mathematics of our first year. We are here to challenge you today. Gong Shasha slammed the mathematics problem booklet on the table, sitting upright. The arena is the newly released mathematics competition booklet we just received. It's entirely fair. We can compete based on accuracy or speed. You decide. Song He paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha exchanged glances, both frowning. Song He's laughter displeased them. After a moment, Song He ceased his laughter and raised an eyebrow. What gives you such confidence? Chapter 70. The Intense Battle of Geometry. In an instant, a notification for resentment value appeared. Nie Junrin feels scorned by you. Igniting anger. Resentment value 300. Gong Shasha feels belittled by you. Filled with indignation. Resentment value 300. Song He, while your scores in the minor exams are high, those are past achievements. Nie Junrin slammed the mathematics booklet on the table. This new booklet contains entirely new knowledge. We will learn and solve together. Who can win is yet to be determined. The focus of this mathematics booklet is on geometry, a completely different domain from the previous algebra booklet. Your proficiency in Algebra 1T help. Gong Shasha's eyes sparkled with competitive fervor. We stand on equal ground now. Song He shook his head. As the champion of the first-year mathematics competition, he hardly regarded the second and third place contenders. His true rivals were the seasoned seniors from the second and third years. Apologies, but I plan to study biology today. Song He opened the biology question booklet. Are you afraid to accept the challenge? Nie Junrin raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Are you backing down? Gong Shasha scoffed dismissively. The provocation didn't work on me. You two together are not my match, and I have no interest in battling. Song He yawned. If you want to challenge me, I'd have to change my study plan. Why should I? Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha frowned in unison, their expressions displeased. As the second and third place contenders, the instinct to challenge the first place was a primal urge. Song He's dismissive attitude left them frustrated, their eagerness to duel with nowhere to vent. Then let us wager something. Nie Junrin suggested. If we lose, you must treat us to a week's worth of meals at the school cafeteria. Song He chuckled, pulling out a meal card from his uniform pocket and handing it over. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha exchanged surprised and bewildered glances. Why does your meal card look different from ours? Gong Shasha questioned. It's a teacher's meal card awarded by the principal. I eat for free at the cafeteria. Song He retracted his card. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha were stunned. A student could possess a teacher's meal card? They seemed utterly flabbergasted, at a loss for words. As students, there wasn't much to wager. The only option was to treat someone to a meal. Yet the opponent turned out to be a VIP of the cafeteria. What could they do now? Then what shall we wager? Gong Shasha frowned. I'll accept any condition you propose. If you two lose, Song He narrowed his eyes. You'll have to work for me. Work for you? Their expressions shifted dramatically. To the west of the school gate, there's an internet cafe with a printer. Song He said, I'll give you my Jihu account. You'll need to find and print papers for me, then box them up and bring them back. Let me make it clear. I'll need an astonishing amount of papers, and this job won't be easy. Song He smirked, pulling out the mathematics booklet. His tone dripping with confidence. Dare to bet? If so, let us begin immediately. Why would we shy away from a bet? We came to find you to win. Gong Shasha's face was filled with determination. Wait. Some things need clarification. Nie Junrin raised a hand to halt. Song He's pupils contracted. Oh. Did Nie Junrin sense the trap? Did he realize I dug a pit? If we lose this time, we'll work for you, but henceforth, you must readily accept our challenges without the reluctance you displayed today. Until the day we successfully challenge you, our labor will cease. Holy moly. Not only did he not perceive the pit I dug, but he also jumped into a deeper one. Song He's expression turned astonished. Wouldn't you be bound to work for me for life? This is getting serious. Song He, don't look down on us. We might not lose. Gong Shasha's face flushed with anger, forcefully tearing off the last answer from the booklet and slamming it aside. I may not match you in algebra, but geometry is my forte. Nie Junrin also tore off the answer with a resolute snap. Song He followed suit, ripping off an answer. If you're not convinced, let us settle it. I'll defeat you both until you submit. A 4-hour continuous battle. We'll solve problems freely within those 4 hours, and at the end, we'll tally the total scores. The one with the higher score wins. Competing in both speed and accuracy? Nie Junrin narrowed his eyes. Good. That suits me perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle commenced. The three of them simultaneously opened their booklets. However, their actions diverged. Song He merely focused on the booklet. while Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia simultaneously pulled out thick stacks of draft paper. A smile crept onto Song He's lips. Still needing draft paper? The underperformers were already at a disadvantage from the start. Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia reveled in their delight, noticing that Song He hadn't even taken out a draft paper, clearly underestimating his opponents and in a lackluster state. The three of them simultaneously sensed the scent of victory and immediately focused on the exam paper. The first 5 pages were exceedingly simple, composed entirely of high school geometry content. The knowledge points, hyperbola equations, slope vector proofs, positional relationships, angle distance formulas, center symmetry, and tangent equations were all concepts that Song He had memorized thoroughly. He could recite them from memory with his eyes closed. Thus, he swiftly glanced through the knowledge section and moved directly to the problem set, ready to tackle it. In contrast to algebraic questions, geometry problems evidently required more ink, particularly those requiring proofs, with their incessant because and therefore phrases that could not be skipped. Song He could only hasten his writing as much as possible. The sound of his pen was urgent, like pearls dropping onto a jade platter. His writing speed could not keep pace with his thinking speed. He rapidly solved several proof questions, drafting detailed steps in mere 3 to 5 seconds. Yet the actual writing took a tedious 2 minutes. His fingers were frustratingly uncooperative. Song He felt a surge of anxiety. He hadn't participated in a systematic lottery for quite some time. He resolved to try for speed enhancement capsules or similar items when he returned to his dormitory that night, as his current pace was primarily constrained by his hand speed. If only he possessed fingers that could move as swiftly as Lang Lang's, his problem-solving speed would be unparalleled. He completed the first 5 pages in just 20 minutes, ensuring a perfect score without leaving any loose ends. Upon turning to the 6th page, Song He's expression stiffened. The knowledge section was brand new. Delving into the realm of university-level geometry. Was the real challenge only just beginning? Song He paused, furrowing his brow as he quickly read through the new concepts. He sensed a warning in his mind. His memory seemed insufficient, as some points he had encountered a week prior now eluded him, causing a halt in his thought process. Forgetting what he had memorized was the great adversary of learning. Quick mental calculations did not equate to strong memory retention, and he had a noticeable shortcoming in that regard. Gathering his spirits, he resolved to give his all. Across from him, Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia also ceased their writing, beginning to read the new knowledge points. At this moment, the three of them were barely at the same starting line, all needing to acquire new knowledge to tackle the subsequent problems. The outcome of this contest hinged on who could digest the information more swiftly and thoroughly. The library was enveloped in silence, yet a palpable tension surged in the air. As the silent battle reached a fever pitch, with youthful faces marked by determination and eyes gleaming like lions. Finally, the sound of pages turning broke the silence. Akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath, Song He was the first to delve into the problem set, his pen swiftly moving to solve the questions. Chapter 71, The Cunning Classmates. Right-handed Cartesian coordinates, spatial affine coordinates, medians of tetrahedra, inscribed spheres of tetrahedra, affine equivalence classes, intersections of hyperbolic cylinders, and planes being non-empty. A series of entirely new types of questions unfolded before him, as Song He stepped into a distinctly different realm of geometry. If his previous mathematical studies had merely skimmed the surface of common knowledge, he now found himself on the brink of the mathematical abyss. Simultaneously, system notifications continuously popped up. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from silver level 13 to silver level 14. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from silver level 14 to silver level 15. A surge of hormones flooded Song He's body. These questions were intensely stimulating, and before he knew it, he was in a frenzied state. If the current problem set was a substantial dish, the previous one was merely a peanut. Its difficulty had escalated dramatically. It now seemed that the first set was merely an introductory tutorial for novices. He felt a rush of excitement, but simultaneously a chill ran through him. Was this the true nature of mathematical competitions? 8 minutes for the 6th page, 7 minutes for the 7th page, 5 minutes for the 8th page. Song He grew increasingly adept, entering a flow state. His writing speed accelerated, and the frequency of turning pages increased. He began to lose track of time, forgetting the wager and the 2 challengers across from him, entranced in the ocean of mathematics, where every vector and tangent captivated him. However, his 2 challengers had not forgotten him. Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia wore expressions of distress, stuck at a standstill, both coincidentally halted at the 7th page. On the preceding 6th page, they had only managed to solve a few problems, leaving behind meager solutions or proofs, with no further progress. The difficulty of the problem set was completely beyond their expectations. Although they were competition students who had dabbled in university mathematics, they had only skimmed the surface. The questions before them required a comprehensive grasp of various university-level mathematical concepts, proving to be daunting. The two gripped their pens tightly, their faces flushed, repeatedly flipping back to the knowledge pages to review, then back to the problem pages in a futile attempt to solve them, exhausting sheet after sheet of draft paper. Their problem-solving speed still crawling. In stark contrast, Song He was in an entirely different realm. He appeared light and at ease, continually flipping through pages, forging ahead without retracing his steps. His frenzied writing speed gradually attracted the attention of nearby students in the study area. Most of them were competition students with the same problem set, all struggling through their work, yet here was someone writing with the speed of lightning, making it impossible not to notice. Wow, is that Song He? His hands move so fast they leave an afterimage. Song He is incredible. This speed rivals that of Kato Takashi. Is he writing biology? Those biology questions are just trivial, like writing an essay. Excuse me, take a good look. He's solving math problems. Our biology questions are quite challenging. It seems your math problems are rather trivial. Ridiculous. How is that possible? Is Song He copying answers? Does he not have to think? Think. Look at Chu Long. He has the same flair, diving in without hesitation. Many students in the study area could not help but look up, their expressions astonished as they gazed at Song He. A stream of resentment values surfaced, continuously accumulating. Pei Xingxiu is stuck on a problem, witnessing your relentless progress, feeling miserable, resentment value 100. Su Song views you as a target to catch up to. Seeing your swift problem solving, his confidence crumbles, resentment value 200. Song Wei scored 10 points higher than you on the last test, fearing you might catch up. Resentment value 300. Song He remained oblivious to the gazes around him, focused solely on his ascent. Detected mathematical progress. Leveling up from silver level 15 to silver level 16. Detected mathematical progress. Leveling up from silver level 16 to silver level 17. Mathematics problems devour time, especially when solving them is exhilarating, as time seems to accelerate. Perhaps due to the challenge, Song He was in exceptionally high spirits, while he typically operated at double speed. Today felt like quadruple speed. 3 hours passed in a blink. Song He had reached the 30th page. According to his plan to complete 200 pages of math problems in 7 days, he needed to write 28.5 pages daily. Today's task was already completed, and he had entered an overachievement phase. Consequently, he would have time in the afternoon to tackle the biology problem set. Across from him, the two challengers appeared ashen. Nie Junrin had just reached the end of the 10th page, while Gong Xiaxia lagged even further behind, still at the beginning of the 10th page. Both were on the verge of tears. Witnessing Song He's rapid progress filled them with urgency, yet the more anxious they became, the more chaotic their thoughts grew, causing their problem-solving speed to decline. Before the challenge, they had been full of determination, unaware of their naivety. However, shortly after the challenge began, Song He radiated an overwhelming aura of a top scholar, his terrifying presence firmly suppressing them. Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia were unwilling to concede defeat. They struggled for 3 grueling hours, finally completing a single page, while Song He had turned 3 pages, the gap widening with each turn. The sound of Song He flipping pages felt like daggers piercing their hearts. Darkness, too dark. Nie Junrin's scalp tingled, as if he were being traumatized. Unable to hold back, he scribbled on a sheet of draft paper. There's still an hour left. We can't turn this around. Let us surrender. After writing this, Nie Junrin cautiously pushed the draft paper towards Gong Xiaxia. Gong Xiaxia possesses a strong-willed character, and it was she who first proposed this challenge. Nie Junrin expressed his concern about her fiery temperament, leading him to outright refuse. To his surprise, Gong Xiaxia let out a sigh and began to write on a piece of draft paper. I have long wanted to surrender. It is simply too unbearable. The 3 exclamation marks indicated that she had indeed been swayed, transforming from a hawkish stance to a dovish one. Nie Junrin exchanged glances with her, urging her to speak. However, Gong Xiaxia shook her head, feeling too embarrassed to admit defeat openly. With a sigh, Nie Junrin tore off a blank sheet from the draft paper and handed it to Song He. Song He glanced up and replied, "Thank you. I don't need draft paper. This is a white flag." Nie Junrin felt awkward, as he had hesitated to declare surrender, leading to a misunderstanding. A white flag. Song He appeared momentarily puzzled, still immersed in the math problems, before finally realizing, oh, a white flag. He smiled and turned to Gong Xiaxia, asking, "Where's your white flag?" Gong Xiaxia's face flushed instantly, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, I am on his side. If he surrenders, so do I. Taking the white flag. Song-hee elegantly inscribed a series of numbers and pushed it towards them. With confusion, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha looked down at the numbers before glancing back at Song-hee, their faces filled with inquiries. Here are the credentials for CNKI. Make sure you keep them safe, Song-hee instructed. I need to access the printed version of the thesis quickly, as there is a plethora of materials to print. The teacher won't allow you to use the school's printer, so you must go outside and pay to print. Have you ever climbed over the wall to leave the school? No, replied Nie Junrin, his face paling. But I have heard that you can sneak out behind a basketball court. Good. Be clever while climbing over the wall, and don't get caught by the teachers. Song-hee advised. I will tell you what materials need printing. Jot them down and get it done quickly. With a nod, he spoke with a calm demeanor, resembling a master instructing his servants. Nearby students perked up their ears, some casting discreet glances at Song-hee, brimming with curiosity about why he was sending these two to climb the wall to print materials. Lowering his voice, Song-hee whispered to the two laborers. They hastily began writing on the paper, their expressions shifting to astonishment with each word. Nie Junrin seemed to have guessed something and looked at Song-hee incredulously. You can't possibly want to. Keep it quiet, Song-hee interjected, encouraging them to leave. Quickly, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha got up and hurried off to run errands for him. Song-hee watched them depart with satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Originally, he would have spent a considerable amount of time on this task, but with two free laborers at his service, he significantly reduced the time required, alleviating his pressing need for time. Around the tables, students were restless, displaying expressions of anguish. They had overheard nothing and wondered what materials needed printing. What on earth is Song-hee up to? Instead of continuing with the problem set, Song-hee closed his book and headed towards the bookshelf area. He had encountered several novel types of problems and had only devised one solution, yet his intuition suggested that multiple approaches existed. He recalled a reference book that discussed related content and felt compelled to locate and peruse it. As soon as he entered the bookshelf area, chaos erupted in the study zone. Several students stealthily rose from their seats and rushed to Song-hee's table, eagerly rifling through his problem set. Wow, he actually solved this problem? The answer is skipped. This is infuriating. I need to copy it back to study. Don't snatch. Be careful not to damage it. One student urged, send someone to keep watch. If we get caught peeking at his problem set, the rules of the underworld dictate dire consequences. An increasing number of students gathered, poring over Song-hee's work as if they were thieves. Meanwhile, in the library's bookshelf area, several robust figures huddled in a corner, each clutching a copy of the graduate mathematics preparation book, their faces etched with concern. The leading figure was none other than the head of the grade. The other figures included physical education teachers from various classes. Recently, these teachers had ignited a fervor for graduate studies, seeking to obtain in-service master's degrees, while teachers of other subjects could ascend within the school based on their teaching abilities and high student scores. The physically frail PE teachers had no other recourse but to elevate their qualifications. This problem is driving me mad. I haven't team managed to solve it all, class, lamented the PE teacher from class 4. The other teachers craned their necks, eager to read the problem. Which problem? Watch me tackle it in no time. The head of the grade confidently leaned in. I'll solve it in half a minute, shouted another teacher. I'll do it in 10 seconds. A long silence ensued, with no one speaking for quite some time. The PE teachers exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had all come to offer assistance, only to find themselves stumped by an exceedingly tricky problem that left them collectively speechless. The PE teacher from class 4 glanced at the head of the grade and asked, You just said you could solve it in no time. Care to demonstrate? What? I never said anything. The head of the grade exclaimed, looking astonished. The surrounding teachers burst into derisive laughter. The PE teachers, known for their straightforwardness, showed no restraint in expressing their disdain. Not a clue. Doesn't this problem come with an answer explanation? The PE teacher from class 3 queried. Are you out of your mind? If I had an explanation, would I be asking you? The class 4 teacher retorted. The answer is C, and the explanation is skipped, a teacher from class 1 chimed in. I attempted this problem yesterday and gave up after 20 minutes of struggle. At this revelation, the PE teachers sighed deeply, muttering complaints about the irresponsibility of those who compile answers. Who is this skipped explanation meant for? Do they expect to award points for a skipped answer in an exam? The most infuriating thing is that skipped remark. It's exasperating every time I see it. Graduate exams are so difficult. I'd rather run laps on the field. Why don't we opt for a graduate program that doesn't require math? One suggested. Damn, I don't want to take the exam either. It's a barrage of problems I can't solve. The head of the grade cleared his throat, furrowing his brow, enough with the defeatist talk. It's normal not to know every problem. If we could solve everything, why would we bother studying hard? What we need to do now is find a way to solve this problem. The PE teacher from class 4 nodded, focusing intently. That's a valid point. But how do we solve it? The head of the grade fell silent, choosing to look around as if feigning nonchalance. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a handsome student at the far end, and his eyes brightened. I know a student who is excellent at math. He's over there borrowing books. Let us go ask him. The student? Chulong. The class 4 teacher vehemently shook his head. We can't ask Chulong. His math teacher is my wife. She constantly mocks me for being brawn over brains. There's no way I can grasp the graduate math concepts. If she finds out I consulted him, I'll be ridiculed for life. It's not Chulong. The student's name is Songhee. The head of the grade clarified. Isn't Songhee a freshman? Isn't he the one who got penalized for the biology exam questions? One teacher recalled. Director, you're being utterly unreliable. Why choose a freshman to ask about graduate-level math problems? Scoffed the class 3 teacher. Other teachers joined in the ridicule. Director, have you lost your mind? Do you think a freshman can solve graduate problems? The competition team members have some skills, but they've only touched on advanced calculus. This question is advanced level difficulty. Are you joking? Asking a freshman about graduate math questions? If he answers correctly, I'll eat this bookshelf on the spot. Frustrated, the head of the grade snapped. Hey, don't underestimate him. Last time I borrowed books, he had already mastered probability theory and was well-versed in advanced calculus. He's smarter than all of you muscle-headed fools. The PE teachers couldn't help but chuckle, looking at him with the same concern one might show for a simpleton. The logical approach would be to consult a familiar math teacher, exchanging a question for a PE class, benefiting everyone involved. Even when seeking assistance from students, it is imperative to approach the top mathematics students of the senior year. Only then might there be a glimmer of hope. How long have the freshmen been in school? They have scarcely completed their elective textbooks. How could they possibly tackle the mathematics questions for the postgraduate entrance examination if the problems are solvable by first-year students? What does that make us teachers? You doubt it, do you? If you're unconvinced, come with me to inquire. The grade director is visibly frustrated, while the physical education teachers shake their heads, reluctant to risk embarrassment by joining him. The grade director storms off, clutching a workbook and heading straight for the end of the bookshelf area. At the end of the bookshelf, Songhee is crouched in front of the shelves, diligently searching for books, his fingers swiftly gliding over rows of titles in pursuit of those that might impart crucial knowledge. In this moment of intense focus, he exudes an aura akin to that of an academic luminary, though he possesses a youthful charm that surpasses that of an old scholar. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. 5 students have learned portions of problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. 9 students have learned portions of problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. What is happening? Songhee is perplexed. Though he has consistently consumed capsules from renowned teachers, he has not recently provided explanations for any problems. Why are so many pupils appearing as his disciples all at once? Has the system encountered a glitch? Soon after, further notifications clarify the truth. Pai Xingxiu appeared at your mathematics notebook in astonishment. Resentment value 100. Susong glanced at your mathematics notebook. Confidence shattered. Resentment value 200. Song Wei failed to comprehend your solution steps. Feeling unwell. Resentment value 300. Lu Chong could not understand your solution steps, deeming your explanation nonsense. Resentment value 200. Songhee approaches the edge of the bookshelf, peering into the study area. Goodness, what on earth is going on? He is startled. The table he previously occupied is now overwhelmed with students, bustling with energy akin to a vibrant night market. Students are clamoring to examine the problem book on the table, with over 10 of them leaning in, fervently copying from their own workbooks. This is absurd. Why are they all copying from me? Songhee is bewildered. During the 3 hours of problem solving, he was so engrossed that he hardly noticed his peers watching him. To the other students, his rapid writing seemed characteristic of a novice drawing attention, while those in the know were intimidated, merely by observing Songhee fervent pace. They collectively concluded he must be a master of geometry, and his workbook undoubtedly contained the standard answers, particularly on the competition workbook, where many answers were simply marked with a brief note. Students seized the opportunity to stealthily replicate the solutions of a proficient individual, intending to ponder them later. Initially, with fewer students around, those copying were cautious, glancing left and right. As the crowd swelled, their mentality shifted to that of collective recklessness, akin to a group disregarding traffic signals, and they began to copy with abandon, their expressions fierce. Consequently, additional notifications continue to appear. 16 students have learned portions of problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. 20 students have learned portions of problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. 27 students have learned portions of problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. Song-hee shrugs and returns to the bookshelf, resuming his search. As he browses, someone gently taps his shoulder. Song-hee, turning around, he sees the smiling grade director. Hello, director. Song-hee greets him while standing. I have a small matter that requires your assistance, the grade director says with a grin. Song-hee gazes at him in bewilderment. Is it just his imagination? Or does the director's smile carry a hint of subservience? Take a look at this problem, the grade director says, flipping open the workbook. Song-hee examines the question, then furrows his brow, remaining silent. The director, feeling the tension, sweats nervously, pondering whether this student might not know the answer. If he were to falter after boasting in front of his colleagues, how could he face them? Do you lack any ideas? The director presses. This question seems straightforward. Song-hee frowns. Isn't it just selecting C? What is unclear about that? Yes, it's C. The director beams with joy. You truly understand. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I was hesitating, thinking this seemingly simple question might conceal hidden traps. Song-hee admits awkwardly, but upon closer inspection, it appears to be a very straightforward problem. The director's expression stiffens slightly. To think you'd question the necessity of asking such a simple question. Do you hear yourself? How did you arrive at that? Could you write down the steps? The director inquires, pulling out a pen. Steps? There are no steps. It's evident at first glance. Song-hee responds incredulously. The director's face twitches, feeling affronted. Was this student pretending to be naive or deliberately mocking him? Write it down. The director demands anxiously. The grade director suspects you are sarcastically mocking him, feeling indignant. Resentment value 100. With the resentment value successfully acquired, Song-hee decides to cease his teasing. He takes the pen and swiftly writes down the solution steps beside him, flowing effortlessly without pause. Thank you. The grade director smiles, patting Song-hee on the shoulder as he rises to leave. In the distance, a group of physical education teachers awaits silently, exchanging knowing glances filled with mischief as they observe the director's return. I bet he hit a wall. Is that even a question? Song-hee is merely a freshman. If he can solve postgraduate problems, I might as well eat the bookshelf. I predict that when he returns, he will surely sidestep the issue. If we ask him what he was doing, he'll say he was practicing in the restroom. Impressive. A true prophet. The physical education teachers can hardly contain their laughter, unanimously agreeing that seeking assistance from a first-year student for mathematics was utterly embarrassing and a futile endeavor. Upon rejoining the circle of physical education teachers, the grade director, noticing the mockery on their faces, suddenly raises his chin defiantly and declares, Song-hee found the question to be very simple. He even questioned why it was necessary to ask. The solution process is right here. He presents the workbook, where the steps are clearly laid out in black and white. The smiles on the faces of the physical education teachers instantly freeze, their eyes wide with disbelief. He truly solved it. They collectively ponder, astonished. How could this be? Several teachers murmur in unison. The teachers from class 4 scrutinize the solution steps closely, their expressions turning pale as they realize it is indeed correct. After all, Song-hee is merely a freshman. Is this child a mathematical prodigy? How humiliating. We are being outperformed by a first-year student. The teacher from class 3 buries his face in his hands. I no longer wish to pursue postgraduate studies. Other teachers exchange glances, their expressions clearly wavering. Although they merely sought to ask a student a question, the fact that they succeeded in doing so struck a significant psychological blow. This question can be solved even by a freshman, yet we, as teachers preparing for postgraduate examinations, are utterly clueless. What is the point of the examination? I have another question I can't solve. The teacher from class 4 flips through the pages and points to a major problem. Does anyone understand this? The teachers lean in, eager to engage. After a moment of silence, they collectively turn their gaze toward the grade director. Why am I always the one? He frowns. Don't you all have mouths? We're not familiar with Song-hee. The teachers respond in unison. In the study area, a throng of competitive students gathers around the table. Their faces animated, clamoring for a chance to copy. They are packed tightly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a zombie film scene, except instead of zombies devouring flesh. These students are vying for a coveted mathematics competition workbook. The noise escalates, high school tempers flaring. Have you finished copying yet? Hurry up. It's our turn to copy. First come, first served. Form a line. How unreasonable. There's a treasure left behind by a genius. Everyone deserves a share. Why do you monopolize it? How despicable. Do you not have any shame? Enough chatter. If you want to copy, wait your turn. Let us just not copy. Someone at the back suggests. Who do you think you are? A student at the front retorts, I am Song He. The student at the back proclaims loudly. The cacophony of the crowd abruptly fell silent. The throng parted, and the students at the front turned to observe, while Song He stood at the back, incredulous, clutching several newly borrowed books under his arm. You've copied for long enough. It's time to stop, he warned, surveying the surroundings with an imposing aura. This group comprised his competitors. Allowing them to exploit the problem set unchecked posed a risk. What if the apprentice left the master starving? If everyone mastered the material, how could he vie for a spot within the top 10 or 20? The competition students, shamed, dispersed and hurried back to their original seats. As Song He settled down and noted the relatively new competition problem set, he exhaled in relief, initially fearing it would be utterly worn out from copying. But it appeared they had exercised some restraint. Suddenly, a series of prompts appeared before him. One physical education teacher has learned some problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. 4 physical education teachers have learned some problems from you, returning double the mathematics knowledge. Song He was perplexed. Did I teach the physical education teachers mathematics? He recalled a group of muscular teachers congregated in the book area, their physical education background unmistakable. Perhaps the grade director had shared that problem? Shaking his head with a chuckle, he opened the problem set. Just as he was about to continue working, a familiar fragrance wafted his way. A striking young woman took a seat beside him, her exquisite, fair complexion radiating youthful vitality, immediately capturing the attention of those nearby. It's the weekend. Aren't you going home to rest, Lao Zhuang? Song He felt elated. Compared to the aggressive challengers and the crowd of students copying problems, having the school beauty sitting beside him was far more pleasant. Zhuang Qiyin smelled delightful, likely from her shampoo, offering a dual sensory delight. The moment Zhuang Qiyin took her seat, Song He noticed a surge of resentment points appearing, stemming from the envious glances of nearby classmates. Qi Rue is distressed to witness his goddess in close proximity to you. Resentment points 200. Jin Jia believes you have a girlfriend, his heart turning sour. Resentment points 90. Han Wenwen is baffled by his own defeat, sighing repeatedly. Resentment points 100. Fortunately, these were merely mild resentment points. Only a few dozen to 100, a trivial jealousy, rather than the thousands that would erupt from someone like Lung Xiangwen. It was a pity he hadn't encountered Lung Xiangwen at the library. Had he witnessed such a scene daily, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Showering resentment points upon Song He to facilitate his liberation. I came specifically to deliver intelligence to you this afternoon. Zhuang Qiyin grinned mischievously, pulling out a thick stack of papers from her backpack. Song He accepted the hefty document, approximately 300 pages, weighing heavily in his hands. Upon opening the first page, he was met with a striking line of red text. The internal materials of the Sea of Problems, strictly confidential, unauthorized disclosure prohibited. The bottom corner was stamped with the seal of Zhuangzhou Technology Company, exuding an air of commercial secrecy. Song He's expression changed, his breath momentarily faltering. This must not leak. I stole it from home last week, thinking you might need it. If it gets out, my parents will kill me. Inside contained numerous game insights. If he practiced using them, he would work smarter, not harder, saving precious time. Zhuang Qiyin leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Song He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, hastily stowing the thick dossier into his backpack and zipping it shut. To him, this information was akin to a life-saving gift, alleviating his imminent concerns. Many seasoned competitors had previously played the Sea of Problems, possessing a significant advantage due to their experience, while he was just beginning to navigate the game, lacking sufficient knowledge. With this authoritative information leaked from the game company, his gaming practice at the dormitory that evening would be smoother, greatly enhancing his chances against the Kunbon King in 6 days. He was pleasantly surprised by Lao Zhuang's reliability. She was a true ally, and Song He felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. What was that crowd around you just now? Zhuang Qiyin inquired, curious. Just a bunch of copycats. I went to the book area to borrow some books, and the grade director pulled me aside to explain a problem, which took a bit of time. As a result, a swarm of competition students seized the opportunity to copy my problem set. Song He lamented, the world is in decline, and people's hearts have turned cold. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Zhuang Qiyin laughed heartily, thinking he was jesting. What authority does the grade director have to ask you for explanations? It's true. The grade director is preparing for the entrance exams and asked me about a math problem. It was so simple, yet he couldn't solve it. I think he might not pass, Song He recalled, scoffing at the director's mathematical prowess. And you're making quite a story out of it. Zhuang Qiyin chuckled, stifling her laughter. Look, here he comes. I bet he has another question he can't solve and will come to ask me. Song He suddenly gestured in a particular direction. I bet he's not coming to find you, Zhuang Qiyin replied, turning to see the grade director scanning the area. Finally, the director's gaze landed on Song He, his eyes brightening as he strode over. Zhuang Qian was astonished, watching the director with wide eyes. Could he really be coming to ask Song He a question? No way. How could that be possible? Chapter 74, Why Print My Paper? Zhuang Qian gazed incredulously at the grade director, while many eyes in the self-study area turned in surprise. In the midst of all this attention, the grade director approached Song He, flipping open the exercise book in his hands. Could you take a look at this problem for me? Song He glanced at it. It was a standard calculus problem, the kind he could solve with his eyes closed. Is such a simple question really worth asking? He asked, bewildered. The grade director's forehead twitched. He was certain this young man was deliberately mocking him, displaying an audacity that was outrageous. As the grade director, he had never been so openly ridiculed by a mere first-year student. His authority felt utterly undermined, and he was tempted to kick this young man under the table. Stay calm. Stay calm. I need something from him. I must endure. The grade director took a deep breath. Zhuang Qian, watching in shock from the side, held her breath, terrified. To her, Song He's words seemed akin to a death wish. What kind of student speaks to a teacher in such a tone? Especially not just any teacher, but a highly respected grade director, a figure above even the homeroom teacher. The grade director is convinced you are mocking him, suppressing his anger, resentment points 400. A system prompt flashed before Song He. He realized he could not push his luck. 400 resentment points were no trifling matter, indicating the grade director was genuinely agitated. He quickly grabbed his pen, shifting his attitude dramatically, quietly explaining the problem while meticulously writing down the steps. Look, director, this problem may seem complex, but it's essentially a patchwork problem. It can be broken down into 4 segments. The first segment is to verify that the given function is the general solution or a solution to the corresponding differential equation. The second segment involves converting the integral equation into a differential equation, then using the general solution of the differential equation to find the differential equation. The third segment entails solving the homogeneous equation, being careful to separate variables and integrate. The fourth segment requires utilizing the structure of the linear differential equation solution to discuss the problem, then finding the solution to the higher-order constant coefficient homogeneous linear differential equation. Song He's demeanor was gentle, and his explanation was coherent. The grade director listened intently, the flicker of anger in his heart quickly dissipating. And he even found himself harboring a hint of admiration for this student before him. Zhuang Qian, listening from the side, found Song He's university-level mathematics profound, standing out distinctly. Stealing glances at him, her admiration for him swelled further. After the grade director finished his inquiry, he thanked Song He and hurried back to the book area. Soon after, another system prompt appeared before Song He, indicating yet another physical education teacher had learned from him. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from silver level 17 to silver level 18. I must be off now. I'll leave you some food. Zhuang Qian opened her backpack and placed 2 cartons of yogurt on the table. By the way, are you sure you want to sell problems? Absolutely. Song He nodded vigorously. I played the Sea of Problems last night. The types of questions in the game are quite common, and I can try to devise some unique ones. I'm interested in both math and biology questions. Then I'll ask my parents when I get home. If all goes well, I should be able to help you sell questions. Zhuang Qian smiled sweetly, rose, waved her small hand, and departed, bidding farewell. Goodbye. Thank you for your hard work. Song He waved in response. As Lao Zhuang left, Song He sipped the milk she had gifted him, while continuing to grapple with his mathematics workbook. As noon approached, he chose not to head to the cafeteria, for he had retained the pancakes he purchased that morning, which, accompanied by the milk, sufficed for his lunch. Although the pancakes had lost much of their appeal after sitting for half a day, he had long grown accustomed to it, finishing without a frown. From the very first day of high school, Song He had been immersed in an intense state of preparation, akin to a soldier in a trench awaiting the charge. He merely sought sustenance to replenish his energy, hastily consuming his meal, ever ready to engage in battle. Under such immense pressure, flavor became a trivial concern. How arduous! A familiar voice echoed from behind. Soon after, Wu Xiao and Su Tingfeng settled across the table, unloading their backpacks and retrieving their biology workbooks. Su Tingfeng produced a large tub of toffee from her bag, tossing a few pieces into her mouth. Song He couldn't help but worry for the girl's health, concerned that her frequent indulgence might lead to diabetes, yet she remained only slightly plump. Su Tingfeng had already completed over 40 pages in her workbook, causing Song He to lose interest in competing. However, when Wu Xiao opened her biology workbook to reveal she had just begun the 5th page, Song He's eyes brightened. He too rummaged through his bag for his biology workbook and opened to the first page. What's this? Shall we have a contest? Wu Xiao squinted playfully. Of course not. How could I dare to compete with a senior? Song He hesitated, merely wishing to surpass her in speed. How arrogant. Su Tingfeng's eyes widened like a squirrel ass, nudging Wu Xiao with a grin. You cannot let him surpass you. Song He, in matters of biology, I shall not allow you to outdo me. Wu Xiao's spirit was instantly revived. Both Song He and Wu Xiao lowered their heads, pens poised, as yet another fierce battle commenced. Outside, in an internet cafe, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha pushed the door open, greeted by the cacophony of keyboard clatter and mouse clicks. A majority of the computers were occupied by youths ensnared by internet addiction, resembling generals directing their armies across the screen amidst a flurry of virtual bloodshed. So many blonde-haired boys, Gong Shasha remarked in awe, this being her first visit to an internet cafe. Nie Junrin's sharp eyes spotted several middle school students, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been concerned about underage restrictions, but it appeared this cafe imposed no such limitations. Excuse me, how much do you charge for printing? Nie Junrin inquired. The attendant, a girl with smooth long hair clad in white, bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly figure. She likely worked part-time while attending the nearby Jinghai University. Upon hearing a customer's inquiry about prices, she paused the drama playing on her screen and set down her milk tea. Black and white single-sided is 30 cents, double-sided 50 cents. Color single-sided is 1 yuan. Double-sided 2 yuan. She produced a QR code sticker. Add me on WeChat, and just send me the documents you wish to print. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha exchanged glances, their faces betraying their discomfort. We don't have phones. No phone. The attendant raised an eyebrow, surprised. Good students? Afraid to bring phones to school? Feeling suddenly ashamed, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha realized how their status as model students made them feel inferior. Not to worry, you can access WeChat on the computers. How many machines do you need? She asked. 2, please. We have quite a few documents to print, and it'll save time if we work together, Gong Shasha replied. The machines 28 and 29 are right there. She indicated the nearest computers. Seated, Nie Junrin pulled out the account details provided by Song He and quickly logged in to commence their task. Moments later, the attendant's phone buzzed with a WeChat friend request. Hey, it's me. I'm sending the documents for printing. Nie Junrin raised his hand. The attendant nodded, accepting the request. Shortly after, a PDF of a thesis arrived. While sipping her milk tea, the attendant glanced at the thesis title and, with a sudden splutter, sprayed her drink all over the screen, drenching the character in the drama. Why are you printing my thesis? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. What are you two up to? Chapter 75. This thesis contains errors. Both Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha were taken aback, bewildered by the attendant's sudden outburst. Why are you printing my thesis? She repeated, her expression one of disbelief. Realization dawned on Nie Junrin as he stammered, that was your thesis? Do you go by Chun Xiao? Yes. That thesis is mine. Explain yourselves. Chun Xiao glared, demanding answers. Gong Shasha quickly interjected, we had no idea why we were printing these papers. A classmate asked us to do it. He wanted the names of the professors and students from the biology department at Jinghai University and instructed us to print all the papers we could find online. Chun Xiao raised an eyebrow, her initial reaction filled with suspicion. Are you spies trying to steal academic secrets? In many universities across the country, a long-standing battle against espionage was waged, particularly in schools developing cutting-edge technologies. Daytime spies infiltrated, while nighttime hackers breached defenses, more thrilling than fiction. Yet, she soon recalled her own lackluster undergraduate thesis, devoid of any academic merit. What kind of spy would covet such tripe? The enemy's academic prowess would surely suffer from such misguided theft. While professors' papers were indeed substantial, they were publicly accessible, easily downloadable from academic databases, and inviting citation, hardly valuable intelligence. I am a student at Jinghai University's biology department, Chun Xiao replied skeptically. What is your classmate's name? Song He. Chun Xiao pondered for a moment, utterly perplexed. She had never heard of him. Besides printing our papers, what else did he ask you to print? Did he mention what he intended to do with these documents? Nie Junrin hesitated before explaining. I suspect he wants to conduct research. Conduct research? Chun Xiao appeared stunned. Nie Junrin nodded earnestly. He asked us to gather information about the equipment in the biology lab at Jinghai University, including the specific models and their usage instructions, to print as well. Song He is part of our school's competition team, he continued. Next week, a selection of students will be sent to the lab for training, and he likely wishes to familiarize himself with the situation. As for printing your papers, it seems he intends to clarify his direction and embark on some minor research. Chun Xiao was left speechless, struggling to process the absurdity of it all. A high school student gathering information on university lab equipment and papers for research purposes? The notion was so ludicrous that she was at a loss for how to respond, her mind completely overwhelmed. Gong Xiaxia and Nie Junren exchanged glances, waiting for Yi Chunxiao to recover from her astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Nie Junren cautiously inquired, "Can we still print?" "You can, but this is utterly ridiculous," Yi Chunxiao replied. "What high school student engages in research? I lack the capability to conduct research at the undergraduate level. What on earth is your friend Song He thinking?" Gong Xiaxia and Nie Junren shifted uncomfortably, hesitant to reveal that Song He was merely a first-year high school student, which would only exacerbate the absurdity. "We too find it preposterous. We've never heard of high school students doing research," Nie Junren said, his tone tinged with resignation. "Yet, Song He insisted we print these materials, and we felt unable to refuse." Yi Chunxiao shook her head in amusement, viewing the ambition of a high school student aiming for research as nothing short of fanciful daydreaming. What's even funnier is the thought of a high school student comprehending university theses. Perhaps he should first focus on understanding the college entrance exam questions. "Very well. If you wish to print, then print away, just be sure to pay. I'll assist you with the documents. Send them to me, and I'll ensure they are printed and bound neatly." "Thank you, Ijia," Nie Junren exclaimed with delight. "However, I advise against printing too much. Excessive printing is merely wasteful. University papers are beyond your comprehension. Your friend Song He is overly ambitious," Yi Chunxiao cautioned. Nie Junren and Gong Xiaxia nodded in agreement. Returning to their tasks at the computers, Yi Chunxiao let out a sigh, wiping the milk tea that had splattered onto the monitor with a roll of tissue, taking quite a while to clean it up. She then stood up and approached the printer, powering it on. Amidst the buzzing of the machine, paper after paper of academic papers quickly emerged. The ideas of today's youth truly astound her. Yi Chunxiao shook her head with a laugh. Next week, the competition students from Jinghai No. 4 High School would be heading to the laboratory, and coincidentally, she had been working in the lab for her professor. With the professor being exceedingly busy, it was likely that she would be the one guiding these high school students. She was rather looking forward to meeting Song He, that naive young lad. She couldn't wait to tease him a bit, to have some fun at the expense of an innocent high school boy, which made her smile mischievously. Suddenly, she let out a yelp, raising her hand as if shocked, blood welling up on her fingertip. She had just lost focus and ended up stapling her own hand. In the library, Song He is catching up with 3 pages left, Su Tingfeng said, chewing on a piece of candy. "Got it." Wu Xiao frowned, scribbling furiously. Song He is catching up with 2 pages left. Song He is catching up with 1 page left. "Shut up." Wu Xiao was infuriated. "You keep talking to me, interrupting my train of thought and messing with my mindset. Feng Feng, are you even on my side? If it weren't for your constant chatter, I would have finished several pages by now." Su Tingfeng pouted. "I'm just updating you on the situation, keeping an eye on the enemy's movements. How can that be messing with your mindset? Since you don't want to listen, I'll tell Song He instead." Su Tingfeng looked at Song He and whispered, "You're just half a page away from catching up with Wu Xiao." Song He grinned widely, arrogantly declaring, "Wu Xiao is nothing to worry about. Watch me surpass her in no time." Wu Xiao's composure shattered, her face filled with frustration. "Both of you, be quiet." Wu Xiao sees you solving problems rapidly. Feeling increasingly alarmed, resentment value 200. Wu Xiao is mocked by you. Filled with indignation, resentment value 300. Song He smirked. Even a small amount of resentment value was worth accumulating, as living well was all about diligent efforts. Initially, Wu Xiao had completed 5 more pages of biology problems than Song He, but as they both continued to work, the gap gradually closed. And Song He surged forward at an astonishing speed. For knowledge-based questions, their speeds were at a stalemate, but once it came to calculations, Song He seemed to have an advantage, narrowing the gap with Wu Xiao rapidly. They were like athletes racing on a track, neck and neck on the straightaway. But once they hit the curve, Song He transformed into a swift blade, darting ahead. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao struggled to catch up, gritting her teeth to accelerate, only to hear Su Tingfeng announce another piece of bad news. "She has caught up," Su Tingfeng exclaimed, excitedly popping several more candies into her mouth. Wu Xiao sighed in frustration, pulling at her hair in exasperation, her strands quickly becoming disheveled. Song He contemplated sticking out his tongue to tease her further, knowing it would likely ignite her temper, but he refrained, realizing it would tarnish his scholarly image. Yi Chunxiao is distracted by you, injuring her finger, resentment value 500. Glancing at the sudden system notification, Song He was puzzled. Yi Chunxiao? Who might that be? Was there truly someone among his acquaintances named Chunxiao? Could it be that his reputation had spread so far that even strangers were intimidated by his talents? "Hey, Song He, what are you dawdling for? You're falling behind." Wu Xiao shouted. You're half a page behind me. Su Tingfeng, tapping the table with a pistachio, urged him to catch up. Are you even on my side? Wu Xiao was astonished. I finally managed to create a slight lead, and you're reminding him. The catfish effect. Having a big catfish like Song He chase you will help you learn faster. Su Tingfeng patted Wu Xiao's shoulder, wearing a face of faux concern. I'm the shark here, ready to devour her. Song He gritted his teeth, diving into his work. Not a chance, Song He. Wu Xiao retorted fiercely. I've been a force in the biology competition team for years. I'm not a pushover. The sounds of their pens scratching furiously against paper escalated into a fierce contest, both pushing themselves to write faster. Yet, the outcome of this battle was nearly inevitable. Song He was simply too fast. Wu Xiao managed to hold on for another 2 minutes before Song He surged past her in one breath. From then on, Wu Xiao faced a swift defeat, as Song He continuously left her in the dust. The gap widened to 3 pages, then 5, then 10. Su Tingfeng observed quietly. Choosing not to speak, Song He's advantage was evident, and reporting on the situation now would only further break Wu Xiao's resolve, potentially causing her to abandon her speed. When Su Tingfeng glanced at Song He, her eyes held a hint of surprise. Although his current speed was still far from hers, and his accuracy was lacking, it was important to remember that Song He was merely a freshman. Su Tingfeng recalled how, during her first year, she could barely reach a third of Song He's current writing speed. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a dominant figure in the biology competition team. With an immeasurable future ahead, 2 hours passed. Wu Xiao had completely given up resisting. She had only completed 20 pages while Song He had long surpassed 40. She regretted starting this battle in the first place. Despite her unwillingness to admit it, Wu Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. This freshman's speed was absurdly fast. Especially in calculations, Song He's advantage was daunting. Wu Xiao felt overwhelmed, particularly since he was not just a biology competitor, but also a mathematics competitor. The only consolation left for Wu Xiao was accuracy. Speed in answering questions wouldn't add points, and while Song He was swift, his scoring rate might not be higher. In the next exam, Wu Xiao still had confidence in defeating him. After all, 2 more years of study wouldn't be in vain, filled with a wealth of knowledge. Bang! A large cardboard box was set down on the table, quickly pushed towards Song He. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, panting heavily, sat down beside him. Well done, my dear laborers, Song He said cheerfully, opening the box to reveal it filled with printed papers. To his surprise, the first paper bore the name Yi Chunxiao. Curiosity piqued. He picked it up to read. This paper was quite intriguing. It belonged to the network administrator. The network admin is a senior from the biology department at Jinghai University. When she saw we were printing her paper, she nearly spat out her milk tea. Nie Junren laughed. Song He immediately understood where the earlier resentment value had come from. The network administrator had also mentioned that these papers were beyond comprehension for high school students, and printing them was a waste of paper. Gong Shasha's expression turned gloomy. Carrying this heavy box of papers back nearly exhausted both Nie Junren and me. Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao also grew curious, each grabbing a couple of papers from the box, their faces showing surprise. University biology papers? What does Song He want with university papers? Has the competition material ceased to satisfy his ambitions? Wu Xiao remarked casually. What is there to not understand? These undergraduate papers are so flimsy, and they contain obvious errors. Song He scoffed, flipping through the papers. At his words, everyone at the table fell silent, the atmosphere turning subtly tense. Chapter 76. Save Her Life. Gong Shasha was stunned. Seriously, you can even spot errors in university papers? Nie Junren was incredulous. No way. These are published papers. If there were errors, the reviewing professors would have caught them. Wu Xiao laughed, thinking he was joking. When it comes to boasting, no one compares to Song He. He nearly had me fooled. The others present were entirely unconvinced, except for Su Tingfeng, who looked on with skepticism, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Song He. Undergraduate papers are loosely reviewed, as undergraduates have yet to enter the research phase. Professors know that a rooster doesn't lay golden eggs, so during reviews, they only check the format and data sources. Su Tingfeng explained, it's not unusual to have minor errors. Song He praised her. Exactly, Su Tingfeng, you understand the field well. So, you found errors in the data, right? Some textual description errors? Su Tingfeng inquired. No, it's precisely data errors. Song He denied. At this statement, the room fell silent once again. The others exchanged doubtful glances, and even Su Tingfeng began to harbor serious doubts. Although undergraduate theses may lack depth, they are nevertheless subjected to scrutiny by universities, particularly in terms of data integrity. Any significant data errors or instances of fabrication, once uncovered, constitute academic misconduct and could lead to the revocation of one's degree. Following such an event, not only would the unfortunate student have wasted their time in university, but the associated programs could also suffer repercussions. If academic misconduct is detected in the first year, the scope of audits may widen in the subsequent year, and further issues could jeopardize the entire program's accreditation, resulting in the suspension of faculty and administrative personnel. The consequences are dire indeed. Therefore, publicly available undergraduate theses, while generally filled with superficial content, are at least devoid of blatant inaccuracies. When Songhee asserted that there were errors in the data, it provoked skepticism among those present. What could possibly be so obvious that even a high school student could identify it? Surely, the professors responsible for reviewing theses at the university would not overlook any errors that a high schooler could detect. What exactly is wrong? Su Tingfeng inquired, her curiosity piqued. I fear you may not comprehend the explanation, Songhee replied with a light chuckle. The others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat mocked, as they rolled their eyes at him. He claimed there were errors in the thesis, but then hesitated to specify them. Was this not deceitful? I am the champion of the biology competition, Su Tingfeng reminded him. Indeed. Let me elucidate, and perhaps you will grasp it, Songhee said, spreading each Xuanxiao's thesis across the table. Instantly, all present leaned in closer. I'm explaining it to Su Tingfeng. Why are you all crowding around? Can you even understand? Songhee questioned in surprise. My biology score is higher than yours. Wu Xiao snapped, baring her teeth in irritation. Do not pretend to be so knowledgeable. What errors could you possibly identify in this undergraduate thesis? I shall expose your trickery. Successfully harvesting a wave of resentment, Songhee decided to reveal his findings, flipping to the data page of the thesis. Observe this dataset. The random microbial counts from over 100 petri dishes. What do you discern from the leading digits? A few furrowed their brows in contemplation, yet their expressions remained perplexed. The proportion of leading digits reveals that 1 accounts for only 5, while 8 comprises a staggering 20. The distribution of other digits resembles an erratic electrocardiogram. Have you heard of Benford's law? Seeing the vacant expressions on their faces, Songhee sighed in exasperation, his disappointment palpable. In reality, a multitude of authentic real-world data shows that approximately 30 of numbers have 1 as their leading digit, while 2 accounts for 17. 6. With progressively lower frequencies down to just 4. 6 for 9. This phenomenon suggests that the duration required for a dataset to grow from a number starting with A is invariably longer than that for a number beginning with A1 to A2. This should be quite clear, right? Songhee elaborated. Wu Xiao was dumbfounded. Her struggles with mathematics made her feel as if she were listening to a foreign language. Meanwhile, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha pondered the theoretical implications, possessing a vague understanding of pure mathematics. I have heard of Benford's law. It serves as a preliminary method for detecting data fabrication. Su Tingfeng nodded, yet she added, however, the sample size in this thesis may not be substantial enough. What if it's merely coincidental? After all, Benford's law does not apply universally, and there are always exceptions. Exactly. You cannot indiscriminately invoke a mathematical principle to accuse this thesis of fabrication. Wu Xiao chimed in enthusiastically. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha exchanged glances, both feeling that Songhee was not in the right here. Do not be hasty. Benford's law merely provides a rough gauge, alerting you to potential issues. Following that, we must apply biological knowledge to make a determination. Songhee stated calmly. The 4 of them regarded him with skepticism. The experiments within this thesis could be aligned with the classic Luria-Delbruck experiment. You should be familiar with this, right, Su? Upon hearing this, Su Tingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as she seized the thesis and scrutinized it closely, soon experiencing a moment of realization. So that's it, she exclaimed in awe. The other 3 remained bewildered, casting uncertain glances at Songhee. He felt a sense of helplessness. With someone like Su Tingfeng, comprehension came swiftly. But explaining to the others was proving to be a challenge that required significantly more effort. The Luria-Delbruck experiment is among the most pivotal in modern molecular biology. The inquiry addressed is whether mutations in bacterial cultures arise from environmental factors, or whether the bacteria are simply mutating out of boredom. If the count of colonies adheres to a binomial distribution, with mean and variance being nearly identical, it indicates environmental influence on mutations. Conversely, if the colony counts display a typical long-tail distribution, it strongly suggests that the bacteria are mutating independently. Songhee flipped through the thesis, pointedly indicating the text and speaking with unwavering conviction. Xuanxiao's thesis reflects a similar scenario. While data may contain errors, the overarching trends remain unchanged. This is why I assert there are errors in the thesis. Either she fabricated data unprofessionally, or or there were issues with the experimental conditions, such as contamination of the petri dishes, failure in the preservation of bacterial samples, or interference from contaminating organisms. In any case, Yi Chunxiao's thesis is flawed, and I will take it down. Wu Xiao, Nie Junren, and Gong Shasha listened in a state of bewilderment, ultimately turning to Su Tingfeng for guidance. Su Tingfeng refrained from making a direct judgment, instead pulling over a sheet of draft paper and laboriously calculating with her pencil for some time. The calculations that Song He could perform in his head required her to engage in meticulous written computations. It was not that she lacked mathematical ability, rather, Song He's skill level was exceptionally high. After a prolonged wait, she finally set down her pen with a decisive thud. Song He is correct. There are indeed issues with the data. Su Tingfeng raised her gaze, admiration evident in her eyes as she regarded Song He with newfound respect. Impressive. A discerning eye. Wu Xiao was left speechless, her cheeks flushed, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. Was Song He truly this formidable? Even Su Tingfeng had turned to commend him? Would this insufferable younger brother truly surpass her in the upcoming major examination? Wu Xiao's mind filled with trepidation. Her expression clouded with concern. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha were equally stunned. They had assumed that Song He could not comprehend university-level theses, believing this endeavor to be a futile exercise. To their astonishment, however, he not only understood but could also identify errors. Suddenly, they recalled how he had previously corrected biology test papers, causing quite a stir throughout the school. All eyes fixated on Song He, wondering if he was indeed a master of error correction. After completing his review of Yi Chunxiao's thesis, Song He swiftly noted down the rationale behind the identified data errors and passed it to Nie Junren. He accepted it, bewildered. I'm a math competition participant. What do I need with a biology thesis? Tomorrow, you two need to print the thesis and, while you're at it, deliver Yi Chunxiao's paper to her, informing her of the errors to save her from impending disaster. Song He instructed, reminding them that random audits of theses would occur within the subsequent years following graduation. If her thesis were flagged, rectifying the issues beforehand could prevent a significant calamity. We have to print more tomorrow? Nie Junren grimaced. This box is merely a prelude. We may have to print 7 or 8 boxes tomorrow. Song He smiled. Can laborers truly be called laborers if they do not endure hardship? As evening descended, in the dormitory, the sound of keys jingled outside, followed by the door creaking open. Song He entered, quickly locking the door behind him, his demeanor secretive. With a thud, he dropped a box of papers onto the floor, giving it a kick that sent it skidding into the corner. The dormitory was spacious enough, with a broad corner that could accommodate numerous boxes of papers. Breathing heavily, Song He sat down. Usually, he returned to the dormitory only after evening study sessions. But today he had slipped back before class. He was intent on completing a private task, one that would be ill-advised for Yuan Guang to witness. This matter needed to be resolved quickly so he could return to the classroom for evening study. The homeroom teacher has a habit of strolling through the classroom during Sunday evening study sessions to take attendance.